When calamity strikes, all order is obliterated, and money is reduced to mere scraps of paper. Discussions of stability become meaningless, and the only assurance lies in power. And I possess the power to act as I please. Chapter 1. The Cataclysmic Apocalypse. Should a day arise when disaster befalls us, confronting the perils of survival and the specter of death, which is of greater significance? The possession of strength or the authority to wield that strength? To the left lies the choice of personal might, to the right, the choice of influential power. In a state of half-slumber, it seems two luminous portals emerge ahead, and inexplicably, I am drawn towards the left. In August, the sun hangs high, scorching the bustling city as if it were a furnace, and the asphalt streets are enveloped in a haze of sweltering heat. Within an aged residential complex in a cramped rental unit, a young man curses under his breath as he rushes into the bathroom, striking his head in frustration. "Damn it, I absolutely will not stay up late tonight." His muffled curses echo in the small space, accompanied by the sound of running water. The sunlight illuminates the room's sparse furnishings. To the east, a large bed, a refrigerator, and a wardrobe. To the west, near the door, a table and chair, while further inside lies a bathroom. Beside the table stands a long red-tasseled spear and an iron sword, their surfaces coated in a fine layer of dust, indicating they have long been neglected. Clearly, this is the result of fleeting enthusiasm. Moments later, as Li Ming emerges from the washroom, he gazes around his modest rented room, releasing a long sigh before shaking his head and preparing to step outside. Having just graduated this year, he, like most, found himself with empty pockets, navigating the trials of renting a place and seeking employment. After 6 arduous months, he finally began to acclimate to his new surroundings, though he had recently resigned from a previous marketing position. Despite his dwindling finances, he had successfully interviewed for a promising new company the day before, offering a base salary of $6,000, performance bonuses of $1,500, and a full attendance incentive of $800, culminating in a monthly income of $9,000 when factoring in housing, meal, and transportation allowances. Moreover, the presence of several attractive young women in the company filled Li Ming with anticipation, fostering a sense of exuberance about the potential transformations this new job could bring to his life, igniting within him a hopeful vision of the future. As he approached the security door of his shared apartment, he encountered a woman clad in shorts, who greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Oh, you're going to work too? What a coincidence." "Yes, I report at 2 in the afternoon," he replied. Casting a fleeting glance at her, he was struck by her smooth, delicate legs, prompting him to avert his gaze and hastily pass through the living room. She was the wife of his co-tenant, having been married for 2 years and striving in the same city. However, due to the incompatibility of their husbands' personalities, their interactions had been minimal. He only knew her name, Zhang Yuan, and that she was a year his senior. "He'll be off now," he said. "All right," she responded. After this brief exchange, Li Ming hurriedly descended the stairwell. Behind him, Zhang Yuan watched him leave with curiosity, intrigued by her somewhat unfamiliar neighbor. Yet, given the limited nature of their relationship, she quickly dismissed the thought. Although they were neighbors, due to the constraints imposed by societal norms, Li Ming refrained from excessive communication with her, fearing that one day he might succumb to temptation and inadvertently create an awkward situation. Moreover, the discord between her husband and Li Ming exacerbated their mutual unfamiliarity. As for the conflict with her husband, it was rather trivial on several occasions. When their eyes met while walking, Li Ming would greet him, but he remained indifferent, even displaying a hint of disdain in his gaze. Naturally, Li Ming would not press his warmth against the coldness of another. He gradually sensed that the man was exceedingly self-absorbed. Over time, the two had become akin to strangers, with their families' interactions relying solely on the sparse exchanges between Zhang Yuan and himself. However, such exchanges were limited. On his first day at the new company, Li Ming entered with great enthusiasm. Yet the afternoon unfolded as a mere series of basic training sessions alongside a few other newcomers, culminating in a rather uneventful conclusion. By the time he descended the subway and mounted his electric bike, only 2 impressions lingered in his mind. The female manager conducting the training had remarkably fair legs, and the office was brimming with beautiful women. Li Ming felt a surge of exhilaration, convinced he had made the right choice. On his way home, he joyfully procured a plethora of supplies, contentedly transporting them back. As he arrived at his doorstep, he unexpectedly encountered the neighbor, a married woman returning from work. "You've brought back quite a haul. Looks like a big shopping spree today," Zhang Yuan remarked with a raised eyebrow, playfully teasing him. Having just finished work, Zhang Yuan appeared both exquisite and casual, her delicate, fair skin below the neck seemingly emanating a subtle fragrance. She stood with her long legs together, her lightly made-up face both refined and imbued with a hint of charm, as she entered the living room to change her shoes. Just in time, we've run out of groceries, so you'll replenish our supplies. Li Ming responded with a gentle smile. Given that their work hours aligned closely, it was not uncommon for them to encounter each other during their commutes. As they conversed, Zhang Yuan's husband, Peng Ji, caught a glimpse from his room but soon lost interest. Li Ming noticed this fleeting glance from Peng Ji and chose to refrain from further conversation with Zhang Yuan. He returned to his room, carrying the items with a smile, and after organizing them, he let out a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt too lazy to cook in the shared kitchen with Peng Ji, even though his pot was there. Instead, he opted to slice open the watermelon he had purchased and devoured it for dinner. The coolness of the watermelon indeed alleviated his discomfort, and after finishing, he discarded the rind, wiped the table, and comfortably lay on his bed. With a fan turned on, he couldn't help but exhale. Once the rent is due, I must find a room with air conditioning. Reflecting on the choice he made to save money, Li Ming, who had spent the afternoon enjoying the air conditioning at work, thought to himself. However, having grown accustomed to the summer heat, he found the evening breeze from the fan bearable and chose not to dwell on it further. According to the rental agreement, if he did not stay for a full 6 months, his deposit of $1,200 would be forfeited. Having only lived there for 3 months, he had to endure the discomfort for now. With thoughts swirling his mind, Li Ming could not help but cast his gaze around the room, ultimately resting upon the pristine iron sword and a red-tasseled spear equipped with a formidable spearhead, both standing beside the long table against the wall. Suddenly, an impulse surged within him to wield the weapons he had impulsively purchased from Taobao, though the fervor for diligent practice had since waned, leaving them untouched and gathering dust until now. Li Ming shifted his body, recalling the stifling heat he had felt while ascending the stairs, contrasting sharply with the refreshing breeze of the fan as he lay on the bed. The added inconvenience of changing shoes before venturing outside weighed on his mind. He resolved, forget it, I shall wash up and sleep. Since I haven't prepared dinner, I have ample time to scroll through Douyin and enjoy a comfortable evening, allowing for an early night. Thus, Li Ming promptly convinced himself, proceeded to the bathroom for a shower, and reclined on his bed clad in his underwear, contentedly browsing Douyin. As he scrolled, time slipped away, and before he knew it, it was 11:47 at night. Li Ming had entirely forgotten his earlier resolution to be asleep by 10 o'clock. Glancing at his phone, he felt quite at ease with the late hour, deciding to continue scrolling until midnight. And so, Li Ming indeed scrolled until the clock struck 12. The moonlight shone brightly when, just as he contemplated continuing his browsing, an unexpected notification popped up before his eyes. The cataclysmic end is imminent. Rules are changing. The adaptable shall survive, while the unfit shall transform into abominations. Proficiency panel activated. What is this? Li Ming was taken aback, and before he could scrutinize the message, a wave of dizziness enveloped him, causing him to slump back onto his bed and drift into slumber. It felt as though a nebulous darkness swept across him, and in an instant, the entire planet succumbed to silence. Chapter 2. The Apocalypse and the Proficiency Panel. As if his very marrow had been drained, an overwhelming sense of discomfort jolted Li Ming awake from his struggle. He abruptly opened his eyes to find the room suffused with light. Had he really dozed off in such a daze? What was that thing from last night? A wave of astonishment washed over him. He had slept so soundly, without even a fleeting dream. The exquisite experience of a long-lost, restful slumber invigorated his spirit and lifted his mood. Yet, he could not shake the puzzlement regarding the strange occurrences before his slumber. What cataclysmic apocalypse? What proficiency panel? His confusion compelled him to rise and approach the window to ascertain the situation outside. In the midst of his movements, he instinctively unlocked his phone to check the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. A jolt of surprise coursed through him. He had slept for such an extended period. Just as he intended to set his phone aside, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the upper right corner of the screen. Why was there no signal? Li Ming's fingers tightened reflexively around the device, and with the peculiarities of the previous night and the eerie tranquility of the morning, a sense of foreboding began to unfurl within him. He then grasped his phone and, donning his slippers, made his way to the window in the middle of the room to peer outside. The sun shone brightly, yet the community was eerily deserted, devoid of any human presence. As he pondered the enigma, contemplating returning to dress properly, a figure suddenly intruded upon his line of sight, causing him to instinctively shift his gaze. His pupils dilated in shock. What manner of creature was this? Though the shared apartment was on the 5th floor, not particularly high, Li Ming was able to discern the individual below clearly. At this moment, within his line of sight, a grotesque creature, its body in a state of decay, with its left eye and some surrounding tissue hanging limply from its socket, was frantically lunging towards a black cat in the neighborhood. The cat, with a swift meow, deftly evaded the creature, which then crashed into a nearby tree. The tree shuddered as though struck by a powerful man. However, the black cat had already leaped away to safety. The creature emitted a ghastly sound, reminiscent of something lodged in its throat. And with more eyeballs spilling out from the impact, it vanished from view. Standing by the bed, Li Ming's mouth fell slightly agape, his mind flooded with astonishment. If he had entertained any lingering doubt about the creature being merely a disguise before the collision with the tree, that uncertainty evaporated with the grotesque roar and the echoes of the previous night. Even a fool would not recklessly hurl themselves against a tree, only to continue pursuing their next target as if nothing had happened. Should there be a fool who acted thus, one would certainly collapse after such a blow, rather than departing with vigor. Thus, it appeared that zombies had indeed emerged. Li Ming's heart raced with profound shock, and he instinctively recalled the bizarre phrases that had surfaced the previous night. Apocalypse, survival of the fittest, those who cannot adapt become monstrous corpses. A wave of terror washed over him as he hastily closed the window and drew the curtains. Turning sharply, he grabbed the dusty gun blade from the corner, feeling a surge of reassurance as the weapon settled into his grasp. Subsequently, he could not resist the urge to think quickly, hurriedly putting on his clothes and shoes before sitting on the bed to enjoy the breeze from the fan. Suddenly, he recalled his neighbor next door, and a chill ran down his spine. What if they had also transformed into undead creatures? Li Ming rushed to the door, forcefully locking it, and then barricaded it with the only table he had, finally exhaling in relief. He returned to the bedside, picked up his phone for a glance, only to find there was no signal, leaving him momentarily dazed. Was this apocalypse truly arriving so abruptly? Just yesterday, he had secured a job that was abundant in attractive colleagues and reasonably compensated. And now, with the end of days upon him, did everything lose its value? Amidst the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, a sense of impending crisis surged within Li Ming. Unable to contain himself, he sprang to his feet, contemplating how he might survive. At present, the most significant change was undoubtedly the wandering zombies outside. As long as he refrained from venturing out, he could likely evade this danger. However, what would he do once the provisions in his home ran out? Li Ming pondered for a moment. Yesterday, he had replenished his supplies with a 40-pound bag of rice, a 10-pound bag of flour, 10 pounds of pork, along with vegetables, fruits, and seasonings, plus some preserved vegetables. Altogether, it amounted to a meager 2 months' worth of sustenance for extreme survival. But what then, after those 2 months? Would he simply wait in vain for rescue? No, he could not depend on such uncertain prospects. He needed to devise a means for self-preservation. Li Ming could not help but think that even if he managed to last for 2 months, lacking nutritional supplements would likely leave him weak, gasping for breath after just a few steps, while the zombies outside might not show any signs of change. They have all been referred to as the demon corpses, and it is entirely possible that they will only grow stronger over time. In this ebb and flow, what chance does he have for survival? With a rapid shift in thought, Li Ming immediately considered venturing out to scavenge for supplies. He tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, his mind involuntarily drifting back to the scene of a zombie colliding with a large tree, sustaining injury. This incident revealed that while zombies are indeed terrifying, they are not insurmountable, though they are not as inept as depicted in films that can be confronted. Human strength can experience considerable enhancement within a limited time frame through rigorous training. If he dedicates a few days to physical conditioning, sharpens his blades, and capitalizes on the surrounding environment, he might yet find a way to prevail. Unless, of course, this particular zombie is an exceptional weakling. He resolved to observe for a couple more days, and if circumstances permitted, there was a small supermarket adjacent to the community. Once the supplies were depleted, even if danger loomed, he would have to venture into the supermarket to procure more provisions. As his thoughts raced, Li Ming felt a sense of gratitude for possessing a weapon and having previously secured some supplies. Once, weapons were mere toys, and food was trivial. He purchased it only to save money. Yet now, these items had undeniably become his lifeline. The human heart is never devoid of courage. It merely requires the right impetus. Otherwise, even an ordinary man would dare to spill blood when pushed to the brink. Moreover, Li Ming, a young man in his early 20s, was brimming with fervor and passion. He had previously lamented the expenditure, but now it was evident that these possessions were far more valuable than mere currency. Unable to suppress a smile, Li Ming was suddenly struck by inspiration and rose to inspect his 2 weapons. The red spear on the left measures 2 meters and 20 centimeters in length, a dimension that serves merely as an introductory option, Yet it suffices for a novice like Li Ming. He refrained from purchasing a longer weapon, though he found the confines of the practice room rather limiting for such an armament. On the right, the longsword boasts a blade length of 75 centimeters and an overall length of 105 centimeters, making it a suitable choice. After hastily satisfying his hunger, Li Ming seized the longsword and ventured into the empty space of the room, unable to suppress his urge to test it. With a swift motion, the longsword was unsheathed, its almost untouched blade gleaming as if newly forged. Li Ming set the scabbard aside and stood firm, sword in hand. He executed a few casual swings, allowing the rhythm to ease his anxiety. In his mind, he recalled the basic techniques of swordsmanship he had whimsically learned from an online platform, particularly the lunge thrust. To practice the swordplay, he knew he must adopt a methodical approach, starting from the fundamentals he had previously grasped, which seemed to be the only effective means he could conceive. Taking a deep breath, he turned his body, somewhat awkwardly yet striving to adhere to the steps etched in his memory. He began to wield the sword, step by step, and then thrust it forcefully forward. The blade plunged ahead, its weight proving to be a challenge for Li Ming, causing his posture to distort. The trajectory of the thrust deviated, resulting in the hilt striking against his arm. The force he exerted was excessive. Not only did it lack power, but it also left him with a minor injury. Li Ming winced in pain, contemplating the ineffectiveness of his swordplay. He mused that, rather than slaying zombies, prolonged practice might lead to him merely bruising his own arm. Unwilling to yield to frustration, he persevered, pondering how to properly execute the thrust while repeatedly driving the longsword forward. After repeating the motion over a dozen times, Li Ming began to feel a weariness in his arms. The sword he wielded weighed 3 pounds, seemingly not much, yet for someone unaccustomed to exercise, manipulating it with ease proved to be quite a challenge. As a result, not only did he fail to execute the sword technique correctly even once throughout those repetitions, but the hilt also left his slender arms bruised. Undeterred, Li Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the stiffness in his limbs as he continued his practice. Fortunately, after 10 attempts of contemplation, he did not leave empty-handed. At the very least, he had mastered the posture. Thus, he proceeded to thrust the sword over a dozen more times. Finally, he experienced a semblance of fluidity in one of his attempts. Whoosh! As the long sword thrust forward, its blade traced a steady trajectory, piercing the air without the hilt grazing his arm, even when he exerted his full strength. Satisfied, Li Ming retracted the sword, thinking that his arms would no longer endure pain. Just as he was about to break into a smile of relief, a sudden realization struck him, and he joyfully gripped the hilt. Experience in forward lunge thrust. 1. A line of text floated by, and in an instant, a cascade of information unfolded before Li Ming. Name: Li Ming. Lifespan: 2395. Skill: forward lunge thrust, novice 1. This was the notification that had appeared the previous night. Was it the proficiency panel? Gripping the hilt tightly, waves of elation surged within him, as if he had suddenly pierced through the fog to behold the clear sky. The anxiety that had loomed above him dissipated, grounding him like the retreating tide. Once he absorbed the information, he carefully examined the panel, discovering that aside from the skill section, no other data seemed to respond. Life expectancy should be a reflection of one's current age and the potential years one can still live. Given my robust health, reaching the age of 95 seems entirely reasonable, surpassing the average lifespan. Is it truly the case that one's name must be displayed in its original form, with no option for modification? After researching various pieces of information, I found little that could be acted upon. Finally, unable to restrain himself any longer, Li Ming clicked on the only available option, the introduction to the lunge thrust skill. The moment the information flashed before his eyes, he was taken aback by its simplicity. Lunge thrust, incomplete skill. Before he could fully process this revelation, a shrill scream erupted from outside, jolting him back to reality. Ah! A monster. The voice. Was it Zhang Yuan's? What could have transpired? Li Ming furrowed his brow and sheathed his sword, peering outside. After a moment's contemplation, he refrained from hastily opening the door. Instead, he cautiously positioned himself behind it to listen. Don't shout. If they hear us, they'll come running fortunately. The subsequent voice of Ping Zhi prompted Li Ming to shake his head in relief. He had briefly entertained the unsettling thought that Ping Zhi might have transformed into a zombie and attacked Zhang Yuan, but thankfully, that was not the case. The appearance of a zombie in their shared residence would have been a dire predicament. Sensing that there was no immediate danger, Li Ming ventured outside to assess the situation. Given the sudden upheaval, it was imperative to confer with his neighbors and devise a strategy. He was not one to act in isolation in circumstances such as these. Collective deliberation was undoubtedly more advantageous than solitary waiting, as a larger group could uncover more information. The risk of missing crucial details due to solitude could very well lead to a missed opportunity for change. Deep in thought, Li Ming opened the door and stepped into the living room, casting a glance into the room occupied by Zhang Yuan and her companions. There stood Zhang Yuan, clad in slippers and hot pants, her long, fair legs exposed, her face a portrait of panic as she faced the doorway. From Li Ming's vantage point, he could even glimpse some private areas peeking out from beneath her shorts. Beside her, Peng Zhi, dressed in shorts and a white tank top, wore an expression of discomfort as he stared intently out of the window. Chapter 3. The Incompetence. Did you see that? There are zombies outside. The voice that echoed through the living room snapped Peng Zhi and Zhang Yuan out of their frozen state, with Peng Zhi seemingly startled by the sudden exclamation. They turned to see Li Ming, fully dressed and wielding a longsword, standing confidently in the living room. Yes, you saw it too. The zombies are downstairs. Zhang Yuan's thoughts immediately returned to the terrifying sight below, her complexion paling rapidly. However, upon witnessing the fear mirrored in others, she found an outlet for her own dread and hurriedly responded. What on earth is happening? How could zombies appear? I must go outside and investigate. In the face of such monstrous danger, encountering fellow humans offered a natural sense of security, yet Peng Zhi, his expression grim, instinctively added, but we can't just step outside. It's too perilous with zombies lurking outside. We must call the police first. Peng Zhi muttered anxiously to himself, his voice quickening as he gasped for breath. He reached into his pocket, only to find it empty, and in a fit of frustration exclaimed, "Where is my phone? Damn it, where is my phone?" After calling out twice, he frantically searched around, his neck reddening with agitation. It was then that he suddenly spotted his phone on the long table behind him. He rushed over to unlock it, only to discover no signal. How could there be no signal? Peng Zhi stood frozen, bewildered, while Zhang Yuan also pulled out her phone, her expression mirroring his shock. Li Ming, frowning, observed their commotion, his gaze shifting from Zhang Yuan's legs back to the room. It was amusing how Peng Zhi, who usually carried himself with such confidence, was rendered utterly ineffective in a crisis. Upon returning to the room, Li Ming couldn't help but smirk, feeling somewhat speechless. A person's true caliber is most apparent in times of crisis, and it was rather comical to see Peng Zhi, who often boasted of his prowess, so slow to react in a moment of urgency. Li Ming had intended to discuss with them how to navigate life in this impending apocalypse. Although he possessed a mysterious panel to enhance his abilities, having a reliable companion in the short term would ensure greater safety when venturing out for supplies. Moreover, he was determined to train with weapons daily. If someone could handle the cooking, he would have more time to devote to his training. Thus, these two individuals, regardless of the perspective from which they are viewed, possessed the potential to offer him assistance, yet he never anticipated that at this critical juncture, Peng Zhi would falter so remarkably. Presently, their emotions are tumultuous. Even if they wish to deliberate, it is unlikely that any meaningful discussion would ensue. It would be prudent to allow them some time to regain their composure. One can only hope that their provisions are sufficient. Although Li Ming's supplies have recently been replenished, the perishables will not last long, especially with the addition of 2 adults. Given the perilous circumstances outside and the evident crisis of the apocalypse, he is reluctant to borrow food or entertain any request from the 2. However, should the situation necessitate it, confronted with the only living individuals nearby, Li Ming is uncertain whether he would choose to lend them sustenance. This is particularly true as he has long harbored thoughts of venturing out to confront dangers and search for supplies, especially with the assurance that his own strength will be significantly enhanced under external influences. Nevertheless, even with such considerations, he finds the prospect of others consuming his provisions daily to be exceedingly irksome. Encountering a subpar ally is truly disheartening. If they were to assist in some capacity, it might be more tolerable. With his thoughts shifting, Li Ming decided against further delay. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up his longsword and resumed practicing within the confines of the room. He positioned his legs apart in a semi-flexed stance, directing the sword forward with precision as he pivoted at the waist, unleashing all his strength in a fierce thrust. Whoosh! The sword sliced through the air, its trajectory a perfect, unwavering line, striking forcefully ahead. Observing the numbers that floated before him, Li Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. Once he had developed a feel for the thrusting technique, practice became considerably simpler. Coupled with the impending apocalypse, where zombies lurked ominously in the neighborhood below, a sense of urgency welled up within him, amplifying his eagerness to train. From that moment on, Li Ming devoted himself to each thrust, diligently experiencing the coordinated power generated by his legs, waist, and arms, while meticulously controlling the trajectory of his sword after each thrust. He exerted maximum force with each strike, striving for a smooth and steady execution. Unlike other techniques, the intervals between each thrust were short, allowing him to unleash over 40 thrusts in rapid succession. Out of these, 32 met the required standards, while the remaining 8 fell short due to inadequate execution. failing to accumulate any experience points. With each increment of experience, Li Ming's mastery of the lunge thrusting technique deepened. Now, with over 30 proficiency points in the beginner level, his control over the technique had notably improved. At the very least, he could now execute thrust with a remarkable consistency, avoiding the embarrassing mishaps of the sword's tip veering off course or inadvertently striking his own arm. However, after executing over 40 thrusts, his right arm, which bore the weight of the sword, began to feel sore and weak, a consequence of sudden exertion after a prolonged period of inactivity. After such a rigorous session, he found himself devoid of the strength to continue. How feeble he felt. Fortunately, he had refrained from recklessly venturing out to confront the zombies. Feeling the weakness in his right arm, Li Ming helplessly came to a halt. He sheathed his longsword and placed it against the wall. Then, using his left hand, he picked up a cup and filled it with water. While drinking, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to hurry to the bathroom, where he turned on the faucet to fill a bucket with water. The bucket was only half full. Although the tap water here was potable, the prospect of a water outage loomed ominously. A sense of unease welled up within Li Ming. Having food without water was simply unacceptable. Moreover, he needed to train, and after sweating profusely each day, water was of utmost necessity. Without it, he could not manage. As for salt, he still had more than half a box at home. He had fortuitously come across a great deal online for an entire box and purchased it, a decision he now felt grateful for. Additionally, he had 2 large containers of oil and sufficient other supplies for the short term. Only water remained a source of anxiety. Observing that it would take some time to fill the bucket, he grabbed a basin and headed to the kitchen, turning on the tap to collect more water. Chapter 4. Consultation. The sound of running water echoed as he filled one basin in the kitchen. Once it was full, he quickly carried it back home, pausing in the bathroom to check on the bucket. After the bucket was filled, he turned off the tap, relocating the filled bucket to another spot. Performing these tasks with his sore right arm, which ached as if pricked by needles, was quite uncomfortable for Li Ming, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. He then returned to the kitchen to fill the second basin and replaced it with the final empty one. In this manner, he repeatedly filled 3 basins and a bucket, placing them beneath the water heater to stockpile, yet his anxieties remained unmitigated. The unsettling sounds emanating from outside, which bore no resemblance to human voices, howls, and anguished cries, some even uttering words like cannibalism, only intensified Li Ming's apprehension, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. His right arm could no longer endure the soreness. It required relief through massage. Contemplating this, Li Ming glanced at the dimming sky, patted his stomach, and proceeded to prepare dinner. After dining, he initially intended to rest. But upon observing the red spear standing nearby, he found himself unable to resist the urge to rise. Gripping the long spear with his left hand as he transitioned from the bedroom to the living room. This space was considerably more spacious than his bedroom, allowing him to maneuver the 2-meter-long spear with some degree of freedom. It was imperative for him to familiarize himself with these 2 weapons as soon as possible. Turning back, Li Ming cast a glance at Ping Zhi's residence. The door to his bedroom was ajar for ventilation. In the living room, he could see that fellow anxiously pressing his phone, twisting and turning on the bed, while Zhang Yuan looked on, seemingly at a loss, shaking her head. He assumed a bow stance, with his left hand forward and his right hand back, raising the spear to thrust it forcefully ahead. Whoosh! The spear lunged forward with vigor. Perhaps due to some prior experience gained from practicing with a sword, this thrust was relatively commendable. However, the numbness and weakness in his arm, along with the lingering soreness in his right leg and waste from the exertion during sword practice, caused Li Ming's lips to twitch. The foundational offensive technique of spear fighting is the thrust, and Li Ming's jab was indeed a manifestation of this fundamental principle. Albeit he was only acquainted with the terminology through instructional videos, leaving him somewhat unclear about the specifics. Moreover, due to the lack of interest cultivated by his swordsmanship practice, when it came to firearms, he merely downloaded a few instructional videos, which, like his sword skills, were soon abandoned and left to gather dust in a corner. However, there lies a distinction between the two. After all, a firearm is less convenient to carry than a sword. Arming himself with a gun in public would undoubtedly attract undue attention, causing Li Ming a sense of embarrassment, which deterred him from practicing more than a handful of times. Consequently, it was unsurprising that he received no feedback from the panel this time around. He resumed his stance, drawing the gun in a circular motion to the left while leaning back to execute a block, then straightened his body to the right for a snatch, followed by a forward thrust. Although Li Ming regarded the thrust as the primary means of attack, the block, snatch, and thrust were categorized as fundamental techniques, indicating their significance. Li Ming wished to avoid neglecting any aspect of his training, hence he practiced them all, even as a novice. During yet another thrusting exercise, He felt an increasing numbness and weakness in his right arm. Nevertheless, he had made considerable adjustments compared to his initial attempts, at least managing to adopt the correct posture. He proceeded with another block, snatch, and a third thrust. Thrust. Whoosh. At last, his movements flowed seamlessly. Thrust skill level 1. Skill. Thrust. Beginner 1. A translucent notification floated into his peripheral vision, and Li Ming immediately sensed a surge of motivation within him. He steeled himself for another round. Block, snatch, thrust. Whoosh. No response. Sigh, his proficiency was simply too low to yield any noticeable change. Li Ming exhaled softly. This thrust failed to harness the combined strength of his waist, arms, and legs. It could be deemed a failure of execution. And the lack of proficiency gain was to be expected. However, after yet another set of movements, Li Ming truly felt a tremor coursing through his body. He dared not persist in his training, for he sensed that upon awakening tomorrow, he would undoubtedly be beset by muscle soreness. As he rose from the horse stance, he was already aware of a certain discomfort. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he trudged back to his room, where he carefully placed the red tassel spear. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up a towel and made his way to the bathroom. This round of practice had not only rendered his muscles feeble but had also left him drenched in perspiration. He needed to wash up while there was still water available. Taking a shower in such a state of exhaustion was a torment in itself, yet Li Ming managed to hold himself up throughout the process. After changing into fresh clothes and drying his hair, he was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. "Li Ming, are you available?" The voice, which he recognized as Zhang Yuan's, prompted him to wipe his hair and endure the ache as he approached the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhang Yuan standing there in the same attire he had seen earlier, her clothing soft and translucent. With her lips slightly pursed and a look of concern etched on her face, she stood before him with her legs together. "I just saw you practicing with the spear in the living room. Do you know what is happening outside? I can't get through on the phone. The internet is down, and there are monsters, biting people." Zhang Yuan hurriedly spoke as soon as Li Ming opened the door. Her complexion still pale from witnessing the unsettling events occurring in the adjacent apartment. She understood that the situation was far more dire than mere bites. Whatever the cause of the phone outages, the disappearance of the internet, and these predatory creatures, it all indicated that the outside world was perilously dangerous. Upon observing Zhang Yuan's pallid complexion, it became evident that she sought a semblance of guidance. Li Ming promptly spoke, his voice measured and calm, which inadvertently alleviated the anxious expression on Zhang Yuan's face. "Our immediate course of action is to remain at home, diligently trained to cultivate our self-defense capabilities, and await an opportunity for rescue." Li Ming gazed earnestly at Zhang Yuan, noting her demeanor had softened somewhat, yet there lingered a hint of confusion. He continued, "How much sustenance do you have at home, and for how long can it last? Be sure to calculate this carefully. Inform your husband to focus on physical training over the next few days. Only then will we have a chance to venture out for supplies. Although those creatures appear fearsome, their strength is akin to that of an average person. With proper training and judicious use of weapons, we should be able to handle them." Li Ming spoke sincerely to Zhang Yuan, who, upon hearing his words, seemed to awaken from a daze. She quickly considered the provisions in her home, her expression shifting to one of urgency. "We only have a small amount left. I was planning to replenish it during my next break. What should we do? How much time do we have left?" Li Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired solemnly. "There's enough for 5 days," Zhang Yuan replied, pressing her lips together and speaking hurriedly. 5 days. If one were to engage in diligent exercise, it remains uncertain to what heights one might ascend. However, should circumstance allow, embarking on an exploration together would undoubtedly enhance our safety. Do not rush. Return and advise your husband to engage in rigorous exercise over the next few days. Perhaps he could practice with the clothes-drying rack and ensure he nourishes himself adequately. Once sufficiently prepared, we could venture forth in search of sustenance. As our community supermarket offers a variety of provisions, Li Ming pondered this suggestion aloud, prompting Zhang Yuan to nod in agreement. "I shall speak with Ping Zhi, after all." "You possess a weapon," she declared, promptly turning on her heel and scurrying back in her slippers to relay Li Ming's words to the increasingly anxious Ping Zhi, who was fidgeting with his phone. Upon hearing her recounting of Li Ming's counsel, Ping Zhi frowned. What kind of mindset is this? The outside world is fraught with danger, and yet he wishes to venture out. If he insists on going, let him do so alone. I shall remain here, patiently awaiting rescue. Chapter 5. The desire for assistance and supply borrowing with provisions sufficient for 5 days. Consuming 1 or 2 meals per day would stave off starvation, if rationed. We could potentially stretch it to 10 days. In that case, which offers a greater probability of survival, waiting 10 days for rescue or hastening our demise by increasing our consumption through exercise. Ping Zhi dismissed his wife's relaying of Li Ming's suggestion with disdain. Casting a glance at his still inactive phone, he irritably moved to the window, discreetly extending his device outside in a futile attempt to catch a signal. Disappointed, he withdrew it, resolved to focus on his own training without concern for others. After all, he possessed resources, whereas they did not. Why should he heed their advice? Turning away from the window, Pingji spoke casually, then raised his eyes to glance at Li Ming's room. Suddenly his expression shifted. He had purchased an abundance of grain just the other day. It would take him 2 months to consume it all alone. Wife, why don't you inquire if we could borrow some? A glimmer sparked in Pingji's eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. He's in such a hurry to toil away. Keeping all that grain is wasteful. It would be far better to borrow a bit from him, allowing us to sustain ourselves a few extra days. Perhaps, if we manage to stretch it out, we could weather this crisis. When help arrives, we'll have plenty to eat, and we can always return the surplus. The more he contemplated, the more suitable it seemed. He then glanced at his wife, noting that she had just finished her task and should be free now. You should see if there's anything you can assist him with. Once that's done, broach the subject of borrowing grain. This young man, being unmarried, will likely feel too bashful to refuse. But isn't that inappropriate? Zhang Yuan hesitated, unable to restrain her thoughts upon hearing her husband's words. What is inappropriate about it? It's merely borrowing a bit from a neighbor. Once we are rescued, we can repay him, Pingji replied impatiently, waving his hand to urge her to act swiftly while Li Ming was still occupied. Now is the time to borrow while grain is not yet deemed critical. Once its importance is realized, will we still be able to ask? With a firm resolve, Pengji pressed his wife to leave immediately. Zhang Yuan bit her lip, but ultimately rose to depart. Phew, I've trained too rigorously. In the kitchen, Li Ming was preparing a meal, having taken out the milk powder he had impulsively purchased earlier. During a break at work, he had encountered information online suggesting that this product could enhance the immune system, bolster physical fitness, and swiftly replenish energy, truly a remarkable item. Without hesitation, he ordered a can for 32 and 2 cans for 56, naturally opting for the latter, resulting in 2 cans gathering dust. Fortunately, not much time had passed, and they were still consumable. After a vigorous workout, he felt not only muscle soreness, but also a slight hunger in his belly. He intended to mix some milk powder with water and then stretch his muscles. Although stretching was quite excruciating at the moment, he resolved to persevere, lest he suffer while walking the following day. Having washed a bowl, Li Ming had just opened the milk powder can to prepare a drink when a light patter of footsteps echoed from the kitchen entrance. Turning around, he saw Zhang Yuan approaching. Oh, Li Ming, are you making milk powder? Upon noticing Li Ming preparing the milk, Zhang Yuan shyly stepped closer to have a look and then, mustering her courage, assisted him by pouring hot water while adding a touch of sugar from her home. Drinking milk powder alone is bland. Adding some sugar makes it tastier. All right, thank you. Li Ming was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Yuan's actions. The kitchen was rather small, and a subtle fragrance wafted from her. Were it not for the soreness from his recent workout, he feared he might embarrass himself. Hearing her words, he awkwardly replied, "No worries, just drink up." Zhang Yuan used chopsticks to dissolve the milk powder he had placed on the kitchen counter, tasted the water temperature, and smiled as she handed it to him. Thank you. Li Ming was taken aback, quickly accepting the bowl and then drinking it down eagerly. The large bowl of sweet, rich milk powder swiftly alleviated the hunger gnawing at his stomach, and he felt an immediate wave of comfort wash over him. As he set the bowl down and was about to express his gratitude, Zhang Yuan deftly took the bowl and chopsticks away to wash them. Once she finished washing them quickly, she handed him a tissue to wipe his mouth. You were practicing so intensely just now. Aren't you worried about feeling sore and unable to get up tomorrow? Li Ming, somewhat flustered, accepted the tissue and dabbed at his mouth. Zhang Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Directly asking to borrow food seemed inappropriate. Thus, she smoothly shifted the topic to Li Ming's exercise routine. It's all right. I was actually planning to stretch afterward, Li Ming responded, slightly bewildered by Zhang Yuan's sudden warmth. However, he soon began to piece together her earlier words and her current demeanor, leading him to form a conjecture in his mind. Not wanting to delve deeper into that thought, he simply moved to the living room to follow the stretching routine he had downloaded on his phone. As he stretched his tightly wound muscles, he found himself gasping. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, stretching well beyond the prescribed time before switching to the next movement. Zhang Yuan emerged from the kitchen and observed Li Ming stretching. Noticing his grimaces, suddenly, she blurted out, "How about I help massage your legs and arms? It might make it easier for you to exercise tomorrow." She added, "Massage is quite effective for alleviating muscle strains." Seeing Li Ming's surprised expression after his stretching, she quickly clarified, the glow of the light accentuating her fair skin. "Oh, is that so?" he replied. Li Ming had not exercised for quite some time, and he felt uncertain about the efficacy of stretching post-workout. He recognized that any delay in his training would undoubtedly cost him valuable time. Upon hearing her words, he felt a flicker of temptation. However, he hesitated, glancing at Ping Zhi's room, feeling somewhat reluctant. "It's all right. There's a sofa here. You can just lie down while I give you a massage," Zhang Yuan quickly suggested, sweeping the sofa clean before addressing Li Ming. Li Ming hesitated, turning back to see Peng Zhi seemingly idle at home, likely without any pressing matters. Since they were in the living room and not in Peng Zhi's space, he reasoned it was acceptable. Thus, he awkwardly reclined on the sofa. "Relax those muscles. And you won't feel sore when you wake up tomorrow," Zhang Yuan encouraged with a bright smile as she stood beside the sofa, beginning to knead the muscles in Li Ming's legs and body. Li Ming let out a slight hiss of breath, feeling a surprising mix of discomfort and relief. Zhang Yuan's massage was unexpectedly effective. "I used to work in beauty and have some training in this," she revealed, noting Li Ming's wide-eyed reaction. With a gentle chuckle, she applied more pressure, and Li Ming soon realized this was beneficial for alleviating his muscle pain, so he gritted his teeth and endured it. Once the massage concluded, Li Ming expressed his gratitude with a smile, fetched some water from the purifier, and returned home to sleep. Zhang Yuan also smiled as they bid farewell, heading back to her own home. Upon closing the door, she was taken aback to find her husband standing inside, gazing out. "Did he agree to lend you some food?" Peng Zhi inquired promptly upon her return. "I forgot to ask," Zhang Yuan replied, momentarily stunned. Chapter 6. The initial steps. It is perfectly acceptable to falter in expression for the first time. Tomorrow is another day to continue. Upon hearing his wife's lack of inquiry, Peng Zhi furrowed his brow, questioning why she chose to engage in idle chatter instead of borrowing the grain. Yet, suppressing his dissatisfaction, he shook his head and dispersed the thought. "Very well, time to sleep." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the matter from his mind, grabbing a pear to wash and eat. Zhang Yuan, upon hearing her husband's words, also relaxed, observing him with a pear in hand. She glanced at the remaining 2 pears and frowned slightly. Did we not agree to ration them? With only 3 pears in total, why consume one now? Feeling a bit parched, she rationalized that the pear would quench her thirst. All right, the other 2 remain untouched. It's time to retire for the night. Strange howls, the anguished cries of humanity, and various sounds intermingled within the darkness. This night was far from the tranquility it seemed to possess. After a vigorous workout followed by stretching and massage, Li Ming slept soundly until the break of dawn. Upon awakening, he noticed that the sun had only recently risen. It was precisely 7 o'clock. Refreshingly, he rose and stretched, feeling a subtle soreness in his body, yet it was far less severe than he had anticipated. Indeed, stretching proves beneficial. A smile graced Li Ming's lips. If this were the case, his progress in training would not be hindered in the slightest. Yet, perhaps it was the effect of the massage? As he praised the merits of stretching in his mind, he suddenly recalled the scene from the previous night when Peng Zhi's wife diligently provided him with a massage, leaving him somewhat uncertain. What exerts a greater influence, the effects of massage or the benefits of self-stretching? Perhaps it is best to discover the answer tonight. It seems somewhat inappropriate to persistently request his wife to massage him, so Li Ming shook his head, dispelling that thought, and resolved to first explore the efficacy of solo stretching this evening. He cast his gaze out the window, where everything appeared tranquil, if not for the wandering zombies in the adjacent apartment and the conspicuous crimson stains. With a heavy heart, Li Ming withdrew his gaze, realizing that the serenity from yesterday to today was merely an illusion. The echoes of screams and roars resonated like a dirge in his ears, compelling him to force himself into slumber. Had it not been for the exercise and the massage, Li Ming recognized he would have hardly enjoyed such deep rest, likely disturbed by the cacophony of anguished cries. Regrettably, despite feeling compassion for those cries preceding death, he remained merely an ordinary individual, struggling for his own survival, let alone rescuing others. Exhaling softly, Li Ming resolved to divert his thoughts, hastily donned his shoes, and proceeded to the bathroom for a wash. Fortunately, there was still water. After filling a pot to cook rice, he resolutely consumed 3 eggs for breakfast. Once finished, he grasped his long sword and resumed his practice within the confines of his room. The sword thrust forth steadily as he channeled the strength of his waist, legs, and arms. Lunge and thrust. Whoosh. Lunge thrust proficiency 1. A brief, translucent notification floated past, and Li Ming sensed a burgeoning understanding of his sword technique. He then retracted the long sword and thrust again. Whoosh. Lunge thrust proficiency 1. Reclaiming the sword, he steadied himself and prepared to thrust once more. With each thrust of the sword, he poured forth every ounce of strength he could summon, and now, every strike executed by Li Ming met with proficiency, leading to an accumulation of skill. Thus, The attainment of mastery over each thrust became an effortless endeavor. However, the sheer exertion required for each forceful strike took a toll on his stamina. And after merely 10 attempts, Li Ming found himself weary. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a further 20 powerful thrusts, only to be left utterly spent. A brief notification materialized at the upper center of his field of vision. Lunge thrust proficiency, level 1. Li Ming began to grasp the nuances of wielding the long sword with increasing clarity. Yet, the relentless intensity of his practice left his right hand and legs feeling weak. And he could press on no longer. He reluctantly sheathed his sword to rest. Lunge thrust, beginner 55. After casting a glance at the proficiency of his lunge thrust, he nodded in satisfaction, exhaling slightly as he sank into a chair to recuperate. He pondered what transformations might occur upon reaching the next level of proficiency. Feeling the fatigue settle in his body, he decided to stretch a bit. After sipping some water, he rose to stretch and continued to sit until 9 o'clock, when he felt significantly revitalized and renewed his determination to practice his thrusts. Whoosh! Lunge thrust proficiency, level 1. As the notification floated by, Li Ming devoted himself to his practice with greater diligence. With the momentum from his morning training, this session unfolded with enhanced fluidity. Regrettably, physical limitations hindered him. Even though he gritted his teeth and wielded the sword, he could only manage to execute 30 thrusts before exhaustion set in. Observing his proficiency in the lunge thrust, he noted it had risen to 85, merely 15 points shy of perfection. Progress was imminent. Li Ming exhaled deeply, then trembled as he sank into a chair to rest, the fatigue causing his muscles to quiver. After gulping down several mouthfuls of water and resting for 10 minutes, he forced himself to stretch, followed by another half-hour of respite. By 10:30, he sensed that his legs had steadied, and with determination, he stood once more. Drawing his sword, he thrust. Whoosh! The sword lunged with all its might, yet lacked destructive power. Fortunately, due to the full-force thrust and the precision of his movements, his proficiency continued to increase. Gritting his teeth, he managed to execute 15 more thrusts, finally filling his proficiency meter. Then, in the midst of his anticipation, a surge of new information flooded his mind. Lunge thrust, novice 0. Indeed, it had leveled up. It turned out that the strength from the waist was crucial during the thrust. A flash of realization struck Li Ming, and he instinctively gripped the sword, channeling the newfound insight as he fiercely twisted his waist to thrust. Whoosh! With a powerful stroke, he thrust forward, but the world before him remained still. He grimaced, aware that his energy had been depleted, rendering his strike inadequate. Reluctantly, he sheathed his sword. Breathing heavily, he noted the time, almost 11 o'clock. Time to stretch and then have a meal. As a breath escaped his lips, Li Ming realized that he must not be so hasty. Otherwise, his efforts would yield little reward. It was evident that a moment of rest to recuperate his strength would enhance the effectiveness of his training. Moreover, glancing at the red spear nearby, he concluded that rather than dispersing his focus between two weapons, it would be more prudent to concentrate his efforts on mastering one weapon to a certain degree before moving on. He decided to perfect his swordsmanship first. Once he could execute a thrust with significant force, or when he encountered a bottleneck, he would then turn his attention to the spear. After all, a sword, being shorter than a spear, could be wielded effectively in more confined spaces, thus offering greater versatility. Resolute in his decision, Li Ming placed the sword at the head of his bed, then rose to stretch the muscles he had just exercised. Exhaling deeply, he stepped out towards the communal kitchen to prepare lunch. As he opened the door, he happened upon Zhang Yuan, clad in a red top and white shorts, making her way to the kitchen. This woman certainly adored her shorts. "Ah, you're also about to cook? By the way, how did you sleep last night?" Li Ming inquired, quickly averting his gaze from her long legs to greet her with a smile. Upon hearing his greeting, a smile graced Zhang Yuan's face, revealing her pearly white teeth as she replied, "I owe you my gratitude for the massage. I slept soundly, and I woke up without any soreness today." Li Ming dared not gaze at the skin she so casually displayed, instead focusing intently on her eyes, forcing a polite smile in response. It is advisable to refrain from engaging in strenuous exercise before bedtime. Additionally, when cooking later, please do not set the range hood to a high power, as I fear the noise may attract unwelcome entities. Zhang Yuan's countenance bore signs of fatigue. The cacophony of zombie howls and piercing screams from the previous night had disrupted both her and her husband's slumber. They dared not illuminate the room, and in a state of trepidation, it was an eternity before they finally succumbed to a fitful sleep. Consequently, although she had awakened, her spirit remained somewhat languid, and any noise within the home instilled a sense of unease. This morning, she refrained from preparing breakfast, but by noon, hunger compelled her to venture out to cook. Fortuitously encountering Li Ming, "Are you truly concerned that a high setting on the range hood might summon some creature?" Li Ming's expression was peculiar. Yet upon observing her weary and anxious demeanor, he nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan sighed with relief at his acquiescence, smiled at him, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare their meal. After the fright from the previous night, her husband, Peng Zhi, had temporarily lost interest in scheming, allowing Zhang Yuan to forget about borrowing provisions. The habitual mindset fostered by urban life led both her and her husband to perceive food as an easily obtainable necessity. Since they remained silent, Li Ming was unaware of their thoughts. Consumed by hunger, he had no inclination to ponder this. Once Zhang Yuan entered the kitchen, he followed closely behind her. The shared kitchen was modest in size, yet fortuitously equipped with 2 gas stoves, enabling both individuals to cook simultaneously. Selecting and chopping vegetables in the confined space, it was inevitable for the two to brush against each other, igniting an almost uncontrollable desire. Li Ming dared not gaze too long at Zhang Yuan's fair legs and delicate skin, nor could he dwell on the softness he had inadvertently touched. Hastily preparing his meal, he exchanged a brief greeting before exiting the kitchen. The rice was in the other room, and he intended to eat there. Time was of the essence. After finishing his meal in large bites, Li Ming glanced at the rice cooker and the remaining food, a wave of anxiety washing over him. The urgency to acquire more resources intensified within him. What would he do if one day the gas ran out and the power went out? Even if he had food, how would he survive? The gas should last another 2 months. He resolved to procure some alcohol blocks as a backup. As he contemplated this, Li Ming rubbed his sore arms, letting out a sigh. It was too premature to think about such distant concerns. He would address them once he felt confident enough to confront the zombies. With this thought, he took his dishes to the kitchen for a quick wash, freshened up, and returned to his room, lying down on the bed to rest. The room without air conditioning felt a bit warm, yet he had grown accustomed to it. Driven by fatigue, he soon fell into a deep slumber. The sounds of zombies echoed through the air, as if they wandered tirelessly. Li Ming awoke half an hour later, exhaling deeply, feeling considerably more comfortable. His strength restored, he began to practice. Reflecting on the energy crisis today heightened his sense of urgency. He feared he would have to confront the impending crisis before gaining sufficient strength. Rising hastily from the bed, Li Ming drew forth his long sword and stood resolutely in the room, recalling the entirely new thrusting techniques that occupied his mind. He began to diligently practice these thrusts, repeating them over and over again within the confines of his chamber. The summer afternoon sun shone brightly, casting an oppressive warmth throughout the room. Drops of condensation from the air conditioning unit fell from above, the faint sound of their patter capturing the attention of a nearby zombie, which stood idly watching. Meanwhile, upstairs, a man and a woman were enveloped in a palpable tension. "See, I told you everything would be fine," Peng Zhi remarked, smiling as he withdrew the mirror he had been using to peer below, turning to his wife with a grin. "Honey, I still feel it may be a bit perilous. The outside world is fraught with danger, and if we attract zombies by running the air conditioning, it could spell trouble," Zhang Yuan replied, having retreated into the room. "Come on, what is there to fear? We're on such a high floor, it can't possibly hear us," Peng Zhi dismissed with a wave of his hand. His gaze fell upon the last pear on the table, and he picked it up, taking a hearty bite. "Besides, in this sweltering heat, if we don't use the air conditioning, we might faint from heat stroke. Trust me, let it run. We can always turn it off later tonight." As he spoke, he savored another bite of the pear, relishing the burst of sweetness that filled his mouth, his entire being responding with satisfaction, as if every pore were opening in delight. Upon hearing Peng Zhi's words, Zhang Yuan furrowed her brow. Yet, feeling the refreshing coolness of the air conditioning, she acquiesced. She cast a glance at Peng Zhi, who was munching on a pear, and her discontent flared. "Still eating? We only have 3 pears in total. Didn't we say we would save them for later?" She continued. "After all, a pear must be eaten sooner or later. I'll cut you half. If we don't eat it now, it might spoil and attract pests." Peng Zhi waved his hand dismissively and, using a fruit knife, sliced the untouched half of the pear, handing it to Zhang Yuan with a cheerful smile. "Once we are rescued, we will have as many pears as we desire." Since the pear had already been consumed, any further discussion was futile. Zhang Yuan begrudgingly accepted the half pear and began to eat. To her surprise, savoring the crisp, white fruit on a hot summer day was indeed a delight. She squinted her eyes in pleasure as she relished her snack. Upon finishing, she wiped the sweat from her brow and rose to gather a couple of garments to take to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Peng Zhi leisurely sat at the head of the bed, engrossed in a solo game, oblivious to the passage of time. When his wife emerged to retrieve her phone and check on the downloaded television shows, he paid her no mind. Before long, the afternoon slipped away, and the sky gradually darkened. "Wife, it's time to prepare dinner." Peng Zhi suddenly realized the light was still off and hurriedly turned it on, calling for Zhang Yuan. "I know," Zhang Yuan replied, setting her phone aside. She stretched languidly, sitting up from the bed to tidy the dishes in preparation for cooking. Li Ming exhaled sharply, feeling as if he had lost all strength to wield his sword. He promptly abandoned the thought of continuing his training, sheathing the long sword and beginning to stretch his muscles in his room. Once he completed his stretches and felt a bit more comfortable, he opened the door to prepare dinner. As he stepped outside, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him, and he turned to see Zhang Yuan, looking impeccably clean. Walk past him. Li Ming smiled at her, offering a brief greeting, before hastily resuming his culinary endeavors. Chapter 8. Mastery and Heart. The comfort. Standing before the bathroom, freshly bathed, Li Ming felt rejuvenated. He rose to prepare a bowl of milk powder and decided to bring the sharpening stone from the kitchen to the bathroom. Extracting his long sword, he meticulously honed the blade and tip using the stone. He intended to wield this sword against the zombies, and a dull weapon would not suffice. So he took the opportunity to sharpen it today. The sound of the blade being sharpened resonated through the door and reached outside, where Zhang Yuan, having just finished washing the dishes, overheard it. She returned home and relayed the incident to her husband. This fellow truly thinks he can venture out with that old sword to combat zombies, she chuckled. Pingji found it amusing and laughed heartily. I've noticed he has been training earnestly these past few days. He was dripping with sweat during meals, likely from exercising in his room. Zhang Yuan furrowed her brows, contemplating before speaking. It's often said that people differ. Some are destined for success, while others are not. Peng Ji let out a scoff. A look of disdain etched across his face. Do you truly believe that his meager training could withstand a zombie attack? I reckon he would be paralyzed with fright at the mere sight of one. That fool, even if he practices swordsmanship, it would be futile. He would be torn apart by zombies the moment he steps outside. Given the current situation, we must conserve our food supplies for rescue. His training is utterly pointless against zombies, merely a waste of rations. Whether he faces death by a zombie bite outside or starves to death within the confines of our home, it matters little. As he spoke, a piercing scream erupted from the building across from them, followed closely by the frenzied roars of zombies. Help! Help! The zombies are eating people. Help! Oh! Rhea. In an instant, it felt as though a kettle had boiled over. The entire community echoed with the cacophony of zombie howls, leaving Peng Ji's face ashen with terror. His wife, Zhang Yuan, stood frozen in place, barely daring to breathe. The horrifying sounds continued for a full 10 minutes before they gradually subsided, restoring a chilling silence to the neighborhood, as if the earlier cries and chaos had never occurred. Yet the two occupants of the room remained motionless for an extended period. Honey, perhaps we should turn off the air conditioning, Zhang Yuan suggested, her voice quivering with a hint of tears. Yes, right, turn it off. Quickly, close the door and the lights, Peng Ji replied, as if awakening from a trance. He hurriedly switched off the air conditioning, locked the door, and plunged into bed, extinguishing the light. Zhang Yuan had already climbed onto the bed, and the room fell into a profound stillness. Peng Ji stared blankly at the residential building across from him, his heart comprehending without uttering a word what had transpired once again. The despair in that voice was profoundly heart-wrenching. Ah, my dear, did you hear? Humans cannot prevail against the undead. We don't even possess a handgun, let alone fight them off. He mused to himself, recognizing the necessity of frugality as they awaited salvation. A flicker of relief coursed through him as he turned to his wife, whispering soothingly. Zhang Yuan, visibly shaken, nodded fervently, eliciting a sense of satisfaction within Peng Ji. He then fixed his gaze intently on the window, fervently wishing that the zombies would never come knocking at their door. With a sharp sound, Li Ming struck the water against the blade of his sword, admiring the razor-sharp edge he had meticulously honed. A sigh of relief escaped him as he sheathed the long sword and stepped out of the bathroom. Through the drawn curtains, he caught a glimpse of the opposite residential building. The chilling screams and howls that had echoed moments ago reverberated in his mind, heightening his sense of impending danger. Gripping the hilt of his sword, Li Ming shook his head. Today had already been exhausting. Overtraining might hinder his performance in tomorrow's session, so he resolved to forego the idea of late-night practice. The apocalypse, he muttered, the two words igniting a piercing question within him. Would there be any rescue? Surely. The formidable might of the military should be capable of dealing with these monstrosities. As he recalled the zombies he had encountered in the neighborhood, a thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Regardless, self-preservation must come first. I need to rest and prepare for more training tomorrow. The training in swordsmanship encompasses not merely the technique of wielding the blade, but also the cultivation of strength and spirit. Even if rescue were to arrive or new weapons were to be acquired, the continuous endeavor to restore one's robust physique would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Moreover, the sword and gun stand as the sole instruments of reliance in these dire circumstances. Contemplating these thoughts, Li Ming placed the longsword beside his pillow, within easy reach, and lay down upon his bed, sinking into a deep slumber. Thus concluded the first complete day of the apocalypse. Yet, for many, the passage of time was anything but tranquil. Dread and fear resided within the hearts of all. Countless reckless souls had already paid the ultimate price. The cries of despair echoed throughout the community. The following day, morning arrived. The sunlight continued to shine brightly, and the summer air remained oppressively warm. Yet, amidst such conditions, some individuals labored profusely. 33rd Sword. Li Ming exhaled deeply, promptly twisting his leg and pivoting his waist, thrusting the sword forcefully forward. Lunge thrust proficiency level 1. Lunge thrust, mastery 0. 2 lines of translucent information floated before his eyes, accompanied by an inexplicable understanding of the thrusting technique. He grasped the necessary postures for his legs to exert power during the thrust, as well as the angle at which to extend his right arm while wielding the sword. Every detail was encapsulated within. In an instant, Li Ming comprehended how to execute a thrust with greater ease and fluidity. Resolute in thought, he immediately endeavored to lift his sword and thrust. He pushed off with his leg, twisted his waist, and executed the thrust smoothly. Whoosh! Lunge sword proficiency level 1. A new line of information floated before him, and his proficiency with the sword increased. Li Ming gained insights into his mistakes in executing this particular stance, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. At this rate, with just 2 more levels, he would almost possess the desired power. A day and a half had passed since he awakened from his coma, including this morning. It had actually been 2 full days. During this time, he had relentlessly thrust hundreds of times, and now he felt on the verge of achieving the sword's potency he envisioned. As for dealing with zombies, mastering the thrust was sufficient. A surge of excitement coursed through him, prompting Li Ming to uncontrollably perform several more thrusts. Yet he also sensed fatigue as his proficiency continued to rise. He refrained from further practice, stretched his muscles, and paused to sit and hydrate. After resting for half an hour, he rose and resumed his thrusting. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air, exuding considerable might as Li Ming executed over 20 thrusts in one breath, with more than half successfully enhancing his proficiency. However, he soon felt the toll of exhaustion, prompting him to stretch and rest once more. After another half hour, he resumed his training. He continued this rigorous regimen until noon, drenched in sweat before finally sheathing his sword to eat. Upon stepping out to prepare a meal, he discovered that Peng Zhi and his spouse had already cooked, leaving their door open as they dined. Turning back, he caught a glimpse of Peng Zhi, leisurely fanning himself while reclining with his legs crossed. Casting a glance in Li Ming's direction, Li Ming frowned but said nothing, proceeding to the kitchen to prepare his own meal, which he then carried to his room to eat. In the continuous cycle of training and rest, time swiftly passed until dusk fell. After dining, Li Ming meticulously sharpened the tip of his red tassel spear before indulging in a bath and retiring for the night. Just before sleep, he glanced at the panel. After an afternoon of rigorous practice, his proficiency in the lunge thrust had once again ascended. Lunge thrust, mastery at heart 53. The advancement in skill from a novice to a proficient level proved to be significantly more challenging, yet under his relentless practice, progress remained swift. Moreover, he felt his strength gradually increasing. The 3-gene longsword now felt remarkably natural in his hands, and the frequency of his full-force thrusts during practice was steadily rising. This undeniably indicated that his power was advancing hand in hand with his technique. Li Ming silently hoped that no unforeseen events would arise in the coming days. He yearned to accumulate strength without any distractions, and as these thoughts lingered in his mind, he gradually slipped into slumber. Chapter 9. A scarcity of food. Since he dedicated himself to daily training, Li Ming found each night's sleep to be remarkably sweet. Awakening at the break of dawn, he promptly engaged in his morning routine and breakfast. After a brief moment of digestion, he eagerly grasped his sword to train. He continued to practice the fundamental thrust within his room, with his mastery steadily improving. Each thrust saw variations in the stance of his legs, the angle of the sword's projection, and the curvature of his arms, all continuously evolving in pursuit of perfection. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. As yet another break concluded, Li Ming paused his training, his body momentarily still. Thrusting sword technique, proficient mastery 0. A fragment of insight wafted through the air before him, and Li Ming immediately felt an influx of understanding regarding the art of thrusting with a sword. This newfound comprehension pertained to how to execute a thrust without adopting the lunge stance. Contemplating this revelation, Li Ming quietly retracted his lunge and assumed a standard standing position, attempting to pivot and thrust. The blade moved forward with the extension of his right arm, yet it failed to elicit any response in terms of proficiency. This was incorrect. Perhaps he should create a bit more distance. With a sigh, Li Ming shook his head, realizing that the previous thrust lacked any significant power. After a moment's reflection, He slightly widened his stance and attempted another thrust. Whoosh! The long sword sliced through the air with commendable force, yet still no proficiency response was triggered. Oh, never mind. I shall rest after my meal and practice later. Li Ming exhaled deeply, acknowledging that with his current fatigue, it would be challenging to achieve any substantial training. Thus, he sheathed his sword and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The flames of the stove ignited, and once again, he maintained a balance of vegetables and meat. The quantity of meat he had procured was ample enough to sustain him for an entire week, and given that this was the opportune time to build his strength, he certainly would not hold back. After finishing his cooking, he returned to his room as usual to enjoy his meal. After dining, he took a rest, sleeping soundly until the afternoon. Upon rising again, he began to ponder the intricacies of cultivating his proficiency in the thrusting sword technique. He first spread his legs to a distance that would allow him to exert his full power, and then gradually narrowed the gap, continuously training. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he began to witness results. Li Ming stood with his legs nearly parallel, merely a fist's distance apart, slightly bent at the knees. He twisted his waist and thrust his sword forward. Whoosh! The long sword pierced through the air, causing his attire to flutter with a rush of sound. Lunge thrust proficiency level 1. A surge of information passed by, and Li Ming's proficiency in the thrust had finally increased once more. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and he immediately dedicated himself to relentless practice. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts. Yet, there was still no sign of further information. Li Ming furrowed his brow and continued to strike. Thus, after a series of 10 thrusts, information finally drifted by again. Lunge thrust proficiency level 1. Li Ming sighed in relief, aware that there remained room for improvement. However, the continuous thrusting had left him somewhat fatigued, prompting him to choose rest over further practice. He returned to his chair, sipped some salt water, and quietly recuperated. After half an hour, he rose to train once more, executing nearly 40 thrusts in succession, enhancing his proficiency by 4 levels. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Ming took another half-hour break before resuming his training. He continued this regimen until 9:30 in the evening, at which point he gradually ceased his exercises. Lunge thrust, mastery 32, view, time for dinner. Biting his teeth, he performed a series of stretches, fully aware that stretching was crucial to preventing muscle soreness. After completing his stretches, he exhaled deeply and made his way to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Glancing at the room of Ping Ji and his spouse, he noted they had turned in early. Li Ming paid them no mind, focusing instead on his own meal preparation. After finishing, he cleaned the dishes, took a shower, and prepared a bowl of milk powder. Before retiring for the night, he felt a sense of fullness wash over him. Li Ming found himself suddenly restless, his thoughts involuntarily drifting towards Zhang Yuan's figure, her curves. Fatigue washed over him. It was time to rest. He took a deep breath, aware that his pent-up desire had been building due to days without release, and quickly dispelled such thoughts, surrendering to a deep slumber. Thus, the 4th day of the apocalypse came to a close. Each day of summer shone with brilliant sunlight. Peng Ji sat at the head of his bed, finally having completed that solitary video game. A sigh of relief escaped him as he instinctively tossed his phone aside, contemplating uninstalling the game, only to abruptly remember the absence of internet connectivity. Removing it would mean losing his only source of entertainment. He promptly ceased his actions, exhaling deeply, and decided to clear the data in hopes of continuing his play. Meanwhile, his wife, Zhang Yuan, languidly gazed into space, only rising to prepare a meal when hunger struck. As she passed by Li Ming's residence, she noticed he had seemingly concluded his midday rest, engaged in vigorous practice with a rapier, the intensity of his movements leaving her somewhat astounded. It dawned on her that the clock had unwittingly struck 3 in the afternoon, and she was only now preparing her first meal of the day. The disarray of time had certainly taken its toll on her routine. Shaking her head, Zhang Yuan glanced enviously at the spirited Li Ming, appreciating his sense of purpose, a stark contrast to her own monotonous existence. With a resigned shake of her head, she scooped half a bowl of rice to begin her cooking. As she prepared the meal, her brow furrowed at the sight of the remaining 4 potatoes. Upon returning to fetch more rice, she discovered that her supply was nearly depleted as well. The rice will suffice until the day after tomorrow, but the vegetables. Zhang Yuan pursed her lips, picked up 2 potatoes to wash, and planned to bring up the matter with her husband at mealtime. 2 shredded potatoes could indeed make a dish. After preparing dinner, Zhang Yuan carried the dishes back, and as she passed by Li Ming's door, she noticed him drenched in sweat, diligently practicing his swordsmanship. She felt a quiet admiration for him and promptly quickened her pace to return home. With only 2 potatoes left and 3 small bowls of rice remaining, Peng Ji, drawn by the aroma of the meal, took his seat at the table. Zhang Yuan handed him the chopsticks and gently reminded him, "We finished so quickly." Peng Ji was taken aback, and a hint of dissatisfaction crossed his face. He was about to question why they hadn't been more frugal when he recalled his constant insistence on preparing more food, and thus fell silent. Then a thought struck him. Once they finished eating, he could borrow some from Li Ming. That fellow would likely be accommodating. Zhang Yuan, pursing her lips, reserved half of the shredded potatoes for later, intending to eat them in the evening. Fortunately, the two of them spent their days idling at home, resulting in minimal consumption. And they managed to eat only half of the intentionally rationed dish. As night fell, Zhang Yuan reheated the leftovers and had another meal. Her mind racing with anxiety about how to ask Li Ming for food, knowing the remaining potatoes could last only one more day. Lost in her thoughts, she gradually drifted off to sleep. Li Ming exhaled deeply as he emerged from the bathroom, comfortably settled onto his bed, and then opened his panel with satisfaction in his heart. After a day of diligent training, Li Ming had honed his proficiency in the lunge thrust technique to an impressive 74%. If he maintained this pace, he anticipated achieving the next level of skill by the end of the following morning. The current level of thrusting was already remarkably efficient, and he felt confident that the next tier would not disappoint. With a heart full of anticipation, Li Ming slowly drifted into slumber, marking the conclusion of the 5th day of the apocalypse. As dawn broke, the 6th day arrived. Li Ming awoke early with the sun's ascent. He prepared 3 eggs, savoring each one methodically. Following that, he indulged in a bowl of milk powder and a bowl of congee accompanied by stir-fried greens. After washing the dishes, he immediately resumed his training in the lunge thrust technique, tirelessly striving to enhance his proficiency. Lunge thrust, proficient 78. Lunge thrust, proficient 84. Lunge thrust, proficient 95. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed, leaving him with just 5% remaining to master. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Li Ming wisely refrained from pushing himself further. Instead, he opted to stretch his muscles and prepare a meal, planning to rest before returning to training. As he stepped into the living room, Li Ming noticed the door of the Ping family suddenly shut. Curious about the commotion, he chose not to investigate further and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare his own food. Through the crack of the door, Li Ming observed Ping Ji shutting the kitchen door, repeatedly urging his wife, who was in the bathroom, to hurry up. Chapter 10, Panel Growth in Contrast to Li Ming. Peng Ji and Zhang Yuan spent their days at home, devoid of any exercise. They would eat when hungry and sleep when full. Their daily routines had drastically shifted, with them rising around 11 in the morning. Although Zhang Yuan was slightly more industrious, often restless at night, she still managed to wake up half an hour earlier than Peng Ji to wash up. Just as Peng Ji arose, he caught sight of Li Ming leaving and promptly called out to his wife in the bathroom. Got it. Zhang Yuan had just finished washing her face and, wiping the droplets with a wet tissue, shot her husband a disgruntled glance. Ultimately succumbing to her hunger, she stepped out of the room at Peng Ji's urging, who awaited her eagerly in the living room. However, after a moment of contemplation, he figured that Li Ming would surely lend them something, and thus he relaxed, awaiting the outcome with casual anticipation. In the kitchen, flames danced as Li Ming busied himself with cooking. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting him to turn around and see Zhang Yuan, who appeared freshly washed. He smiled at her but refrained from saying much, his thoughts lingering on the imminent breakthrough of his piercing sword technique as he continued his culinary endeavors. Initially intending to ask for some ingredients, Zhang Yuan hesitated upon seeing Li Ming engrossed in his task, feeling it inappropriate to interrupt him while he was busy. After a brief moment of indecision, she resolved to wait until he finished cooking. Once Li Ming completed his dish and noticed that she was still lingering at the doorway, he was taken aback and swiftly dished out the food, turning to inquire, "Is there something you need?" At this juncture, I must admit it feels a tad embarrassing to bring this up, yet I find myself in a predicament. The streets are teeming with zombies, and our household is devoid of vegetables. Thus, I wish to inquire if it would be possible to borrow some greens. Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, Zhang Yuan finally regained her composure, and at this point, her previous shyness dissipated. With an air of confidence, she addressed Li Ming, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Borrowing vegetables?" Li Ming furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Zhang Yuan, who was clad in exceedingly short shorts. His heart fluttered momentarily, yet he suppressed his irritation and pondered before responding. "My own supply of vegetables is rather limited as well. However, I shall retrieve a few items for you to manage with for the time being. Truly, I cannot thank you enough. Once we have provisions of our own, I will surely repay you." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Zhang Yuan exhaled a deep sigh of relief, promptly patting her chest with a bright smile, assuring him of her gratitude. "Then I shall await your return," Li Ming replied, shaking his head. In such circumstances, he found it impossible to refuse her. Fortunately, he had already prepared for this scenario. He gathered the vegetables from his kitchen and made his way back to his home, with Zhang Yuan closely trailing behind. Not minding her presence, he arrived home and placed the food upon the table. He then scavenged 5 packets of instant noodles from the floor and turned to Zhang Yuan, who had followed him into the room. I sincerely apologize, but this is all I can offer at the moment. Oh, it is quite all right. Having instant noodles is more than sufficient. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Yuan had anticipated a more substantial assortment of produce when Li Ming mentioned retrieving some items. But upon receiving the 5 packets of noodles, she was momentarily taken aback, yet quickly realizing that having noodles to eat during such times was indeed a rarity. She gratefully accepted the packets, showering Li Ming with thanks. Li Ming nodded with a smile, watching her depart, his smile gradually fading. What a joke. The food he had was barely sufficient for 2 or 3 more days, and how could he possibly lend them any? As for instant noodles, he had a whole box stashed away, and giving them 5 packages nearing expiration was of little consequence. He felt a sense of urgency. He could not survive solely on rice. Thus, a trip to the supermarket was imperative. Moreover, the supermarket was merely the initial destination. It offered scant fresh vegetables, and he needed to select a place with ample resources. Pausing momentarily in thought, Li Ming began to eat his meal. It was not yet time to entertain distractions. He must first bolster his strength. After finishing his meal, he washed the dishes and returned to his room, slowly drifting into slumber. Meanwhile, in Ping Zhi's room, he was seething with indignation. This wretched individual possessed no capacity for generosity. Did he have even a shred of kindness? When one seeks to borrow, the result is a mere 5 packets of instant noodles. Ping Zhi gazed at the noodles brought home by his wife, unable to contain his frustration. Should I return it? He remarked. Zhang Yuan, observing Peng Zhi's demeanor, pursed her lips and inquired. Return what? It's borrowed by right, so why should we return it? Let us keep it. We can each have a packet, and let's save the 2 potatoes for later. Ping Zhi shot her a glare and scoffed, before proceeding to boil water in a bowl for the noodles. Zhang Yuan, pursing her lips, followed suit to prepare her own noodles. Half an hour of napping slipped by unnoticed. Upon awakening, Li Ming splashed his face with cold water to invigorate himself, feeling remarkably refreshed. He let out a sigh of relief, raised his long sword, and commenced his practice of thrusting techniques. With a swift motion, his legs slightly apart, he executed a thrust that was nothing short of impressive, as confirmed by the increase in his proficiency displayed on the panel. The information read, Thrusting Technique, Mastery 96. A glimmer of determination flashed in Li Ming's eyes as he continued to thrust with fervor. However, with the final thrust, he suddenly felt a profound shift within his waist, legs, and right arm muscles. In an instant, the satisfying fullness of his stomach transformed into an overwhelming hunger that surged from within. The information before him shifted once more. Thrusting Technique, Minor Achievement 0, Transforming. The thrusting technique had evolved, and Li Ming sensed his strength escalating, particularly in the muscles and bones involved in the thrust. He hastily consumed a substantial portion of milk powder, quelling the gnawing hunger within. As he assessed the newfound power coursing through his body, his eyes gleamed with excitement. The panel revealed yet another astonishing capability. Overwhelmed with joy, Li Ming instinctively drew his sword once more and struck fiercely at the empty air. The sound of the sword slicing through the air resonated, unmistakably emanating from the long sword rather than his own body. The speed of his strike had increased significantly, and his entire being felt as though it was coalescing into a singular, formidable force. The strength has indeed increased significantly, although the precise extent remains uncertain. Upon breaking through to this level, not only has my power surged, but my skills have also experienced a remarkable, almost instinctive enhancement. Just moments ago, with a mere flick of my wrist, the longsword lunged forth with tremendous force. As Li Ming reveled in this tangible transformation, a wave of elation washed over him. With this newfound capability, a sense of reassurance enveloped him. If I can continuously upgrade, might not my physical prowess also transcend its previous limits in tandem with this burgeoning strength? Thoughts flickered through Li Ming's mind as he found himself irresistibly compelled to experiment with the newly acquired thrusting technique. He discovered that he could effortlessly execute a thrust, yet the potency remained undiminished. With a swift motion, Li Ming stood still and thrust to his right, the sword slicing through the air with remarkable force. Particularly noteworthy was the sight of a night mosquito, struck by the tip of his blade. A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Moments ago, he had observed the mosquito testing his aim, and to his delight, he had succeeded. Swift, precise, and powerful, his thrusting technique was more than adequate. Li Ming concluded that the persistent sense of crisis he had felt over the past few days had finally begun to wane, instilling a profound sense of calm within him. The prospect that the proficiency panel could directly enhance his physical attributes filled him with joy. Eagerly, he commenced training the thrust once more, finding himself increasingly adept at this novel form of combat. However, a frown creased his brow as he executed dozens of thrusts. Yet the progress on the proficiency panel remained utterly stagnant. As I have reached this level in swordsmanship, I find myself at a loss for how to further enhance my skills. It seems that I have nearly exhausted all my capabilities in this art. Is this the reason? Li Ming could not help but speculate, yet felt a sense of relief within. He then performed a flourish with his sword, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the blade. He retrieved the maintenance oil that came with the sword upon purchase. As he opened it for the first time to polish the long sword, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Once he perfected his spear technique, he would be ready to venture out in search of new challenges, he mused. Feeling the robustness of his transformed physique, Li Ming's confidence surged. A wave of exhilaration coursing through him. He sheathed the long sword, feeling its lightness as he strapped it to his back. Turning his gaze toward the spear, he took a deep breath, grasped it with one hand, and made his way to the living room. With determination, Li Ming began to practice his spear techniques repeatedly, the spark of enthusiasm illuminating his eyes. Chapter 11. Resources. The greatest motivation to persist in an endeavor lies in the most tangible rewards, especially when the returns exceed one's wildest expectations. The continuous training not only promises gradual improvement, but also brings forth an unimaginable enhancement of physical strength. This extraordinary benefit ignites an unquenchable fire within Li Ming's heart. Although the increase in strength has led him to consume nearly an entire can of milk powder, was that not the very purpose of nourishment? Experiencing the surge of power in his body, he found the investment in milk powder worth every moment, as it facilitated a remarkable rise in his physical prowess. I am confident that my body has undoubtedly reached a standard of health. Li Ming reveled in the agility and strength of his body, his delight growing with each passing moment. Gripping the long spear firmly, he displayed courage and vigor as he repeatedly practiced the fundamental techniques of blocking, seizing, and thrusting in the living room. Despite the spear's imposing length of 2 meters, even when holding it only by its tail end, he found it remarkably effortless. He could sense the enhancement of his physical prowess, filling his heart with immense joy. Consequently, his dedication to training intensified. Suddenly, during another round of practice, 3 distinct prompts materialized before him, accompanied by a notification of newly acquired skills. This revelation illuminated his spirit, as he understood that his training in blocking, seizing, and thrusting had finally entered a fruitful phase. He paused momentarily to absorb the sensations, then followed the surge of knowledge and techniques that emerged within him, attempting once more to refine his practice. As he traced circles to the left with the spear's tip, he stepped back, envisioning evading an enemy's attack while deflecting their strike. With a motion to the right, he leaned forward, anticipating either the enemy's retreat or their steadfastness, ready to disarm them of any perilous weapon. With a sudden, forceful thrust of both hands, he channeled the strength of his legs, waist, and arms into the spear, striking fiercely to vanquish an opponent. Block, seize, thrust, whoosh swoosh. Despite the lack of progress in blocking and seizing techniques, Li Ming remained undeterred, contemplating deeply as he continued to practice. Block, seize, thrust. As twilight gradually enveloped the sky, he persevered in his training. Pang Shi, stationed by the window in anticipation of rescue, despondently returned to the interior of his abode. His gaze fell upon 3 packets of instant noodles resting upon the table, and he swallowed hard. "My dear, it is time to eat," he declared. "I shall save 1 packet for tomorrow and prepare that potato then." Not allowing Li Ming to vex me any further. Indeed, Li Ming was a petty individual, despite possessing an abundance of fine provisions. He had only lent them a few packets of instant noodles. What a wretched man! When I finally have food, we shall see whether I lend him anything at all. As he called for his wife to prepare the noodles, Pang Ji set aside 1 packet, all the while muttering curses under his breath. Li Ming was in the living room, practicing his marksmanship. He ought to be cautious not to overhear. Zhang Yuan, observing her husband's irate demeanor, pursed her lips and, while tending to the noodles, remarked, "Humph, still practicing his shooting. Let him dig his own grave, that fool. The harder he trains, the quicker he shall grow hungry, and the more he will consume. Once that meager supply is exhausted, I shall relish seeing how he copes." Pang Ji snorted softly, his voice dwindling as he battled his hunger. Once the noodles had softened, he eagerly lifted his bowl to indulge in the meal, finishing with a fervent slurp of the broth. "My dear, please wash the bowl. I shall take a shower," he instructed. After consuming the soup, Pang Ji emerged from his meal drenched in sweat and tossed the bowl to his wife, heading off to cleanse himself. Zhang Yuan, equally perspiring, nodded in acknowledgement. In recent days, as the nighttime tragedies mounted, the piercing screams reverberated in their ears, instilling within them a growing reluctance to turn on the air conditioning, resulting in their home becoming as stifling as Li Ming's. Upon receiving the bowl and opening the door, Zhang Yuan discovered Li Ming had just ceased his marksmanship practice. Illuminated by the light, she observed that his body, now imbued with an undeniable sense of strength, was drenched in sweat, his clothing thoroughly soaked. With perspiration pooling on the floor beneath him, Zhang Yuan pressed her lips together. A faint smile gracing her features as she carried the bowl and utensils to the kitchen for cleaning. Li Ming cast a glance in her direction but said nothing. Instead, he lifted a nearby container of saline solution and drank deeply, exhaling with relief. He then unfastened the long sword from his back, retrieving it along with the long spear to bring them inside. After engaging in some muscle stretches in his room, he noticed Zhang Yuan exiting the kitchen just as he concluded his routine. With a leisurely demeanor, Li Ming set about preparing the ingredients, deciding to cook a dish of stir-fried celery with meat accompanied by steamed rice. The pantry was sparse. Glancing into the refrigerator revealed a mere 10 tomatoes, over a dozen eggs, several green peppers, and approximately 5 to 6 pounds of meat. Additionally, 6 potatoes lay on the floor outside, providing enough provisions to last 4 to 5 days. Nonetheless, he mused that 4 to 5 days would suffice. Contemplating his progress with the thrusting technique, Li Ming's resolve solidified. Once he had achieved a degree of mastery with the spear and harnessed the mysterious power that propelled him forward, he planned to rest and recuperate for 2 days before venturing out in search of sustenance. Li Ming understood that athletes typically refrain from strenuous activity prior to competition, engaging only in fundamental exercises to ensure their bodies remain well-rested. This approach would enable them to unleash greater explosive power and stamina during their performance. As he prepared to confront the perilous task of dispatching zombies, he recognized the necessity of maintaining vigilance and discipline. Thus, he resolved to adopt this strategy, albeit with a maximum rest period of 2 days. If he does not nourish himself adequately, he will be unable to maintain his condition, thereby exacerbating his circumstances. Thus, he must act swiftly after consuming healthy food. Opportunities are fleeting. Failure could result in either succumbing to a zombie's bite or perishing from starvation. This thought flickered through Li Ming's mind, accompanied by an inexplicable urge for intimacy, which he promptly suppressed. Though he harbored desires, the only woman nearby was Zhang Yuan, the wife of Pingxi, and such thoughts required her consent. With the apocalypse just commencing, he wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Any escalation could easily leave him vulnerable to harm, potentially leading to his downfall. Wait, why am I even thinking this? Zhang Yuan is another man's wife. Why entertain such notions? Li Ming suddenly jolted back to reality, berating himself silently for confronting his own desires, and hurriedly set about preparing a meal. After a satisfying meal, Li Ming exhaled deeply, feeling a restlessness creeping back into his heart. He quickly took a shower to calm his nerves, then lay down on his bed to rest. In the blink of an eye, the 6th day came to a close. On the following morning, Li Ming rose early, washed up, and had breakfast. After eating, he picked up his longsword, ensuring he was still adept with it, before taking up his spear and returning to the living room. Prior to commencing his training, he glanced once more at the progress displayed on the panel regarding his marksmanship skills. Marksmanship beginner, block, 53, grasp, 53, thrust, 87. His thrusting skill was nearing an upgrade. However, it was prudent to continue with steady and deliberate practice. Li Ming gazed at the far-reaching mastery of the thrusting technique, shaking his head gently. He did not hastily abandon the skills of blocking and drawing, solely focusing on thrusting. Instead, he maintained his rhythm, progressing gradually in proficiency, as he always had. He firmly believed that with diligent effort, everything would naturally fall into place. Whoosh. Blocking proficiency 1. Drawing proficiency 1. Thrusting proficiency 1. Thrust, 90. Thrust, 97. As he engaged in steady training, his proficiency in thrusting steadily ascended, and after half an hour, he catapulted beyond his current level. Thrust, beginner 0. In the void before him, a surge of information flooded in, granting Li Ming newfound insights into thrusting. He suddenly understood and made slight adjustments to his posture, aligning his back and legs, then thrusting once more. Whoosh. The long spear instantly became more powerful and stable, and his proficiency increased yet again. Indeed, mastering the spear technique, honed over a lifetime, was challenging. However, the entry into its fundamentals was comparatively simpler. Satisfied, Li Ming encouraged himself to train even harder in spear play. In contrast to the sword, the 2-meter-long spear was evidently safer. Perfecting this skill would significantly enhance his safety in the outside world. After all, the distinction between striking an enemy from 1 meter away versus 2 meters was glaringly obvious. Given that he still had ample provisions, even with his swordsmanship reaching satisfactory levels, Li Ming remained committed to advancing his spear training. Thus, the morning slipped away in the midst of training. As Li Ming took a moment to rest, hydrate, and stretch after his training, the door to Peng Zhi's room swung open, and Zhang Yuan emerged, clutching 2 potatoes. "Up so early for a workout?" she remarked, appearing as if she had just awakened. While making her way toward the kitchen and greeting Li Ming, the living room was cramped, and it was only natural for her to acknowledge him as they passed by. Bathed in sunlight, Zhang Yuan's lithe and pristine figure seemed to emanate a delightful fragrance. Chapter 12. The request: yes, in a couple of days. I plan to venture out to find something to eat. For now, I must focus on honing my physique, Li Ming replied, averting his gaze from her form. He thought to himself that it was fortunate they still had provisions, before returning to his room with his firearm in hand. As Zhang Yuan brushed past him, he realized it was the perfect time for his own workout. Upon returning home, he proceeded with his usual routine of stretching, hydrating, and resting. When he entered the kitchen, carrying green peppers and eggs for cooking, he found Zhang Yuan already presenting a plate of stir-fried potato shreds. "Ah, you're cooking too," she said with a hint of concern on her face, noticing him with the vegetables. "Indeed, it's time for lunch. I just finished rinsing the rice." Li Ming responded with a smile, commencing the washing of the peppers. Behind him, Zhang Yuan sighed. "These are the last 2 potatoes in the house. I wonder when aid will arrive." "It should be soon," Li Ming reassured her with a grin. Zhang Yuan glanced at the stir-fried potatoes, pursed her lips, and said, "I suppose I'll eat first. If we run out of food tomorrow, I may need to borrow from you again." "Let us discuss that tomorrow," he replied. Li Ming was momentarily taken aback, offering a forced chuckle as he spoke. Zhang Yuan, equally startled, pressed her lips together and departed with the plate of shredded potatoes. Li Ming remained silent, his senses stirred by the lingering scent of the woman in the kitchen. He hastily resumed washing the green peppers, attempting to refocus his thoughts and commence with his culinary endeavors. After the lunch break concluded, he would need to continue his exercise regimen in the afternoon. Li Ming reclined on his bed, feeling a disquiet in his groin, his heart racing with fervor, desire surging within him. Under the weight of this intense longing, certain thoughts began to shift. Others, wives or women too. As long as the faade is maintained, perhaps it wouldn't be so problematic. After all, it is merely an act. Perhaps the other party might not even mind. Images of Zhang Yuan danced in his mind. Her long legs, clad in shorts he turned over, compelling himself to rest. An inexplicable sensation washed over him. The opportunity might be nearer than he imagined. How truly beastly of me, he chided himself. Yet in the next moment, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. But isn't it rather exhilarating? After wrestling with these thoughts for what felt like an eternity, Li Ming let out a sigh. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally. As a normal person, to meticulously plot such schemes would be rather twisted and base. In these dire times, women are far too easily attainable. He need not alter his mindset for the sake of a married woman, nor concoct elaborate plans over such trivial matters. As for Zhang Yuan, whatever will be, will be. With a myriad of thoughts flitting through his mind, Li Ming finally succumbed to slumber. In the sweltering air, after a brief slumber of half an hour, Li Ming awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. The desires that had surged within him before sleep had vanished entirely. He let out an involuntary sigh and, as he had done that morning, strapped on his longsword and grasped his spear, proceeding to the living room to commence his training. Parry, grasp, thrust. Each jab in turn was executed with utmost focus and vigor. He continued his rigorous practice until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. With both the parry and grasp at an initial proficiency of 0, Li Ming demonstrated his skills once more, training in accordance with the insights that surged within him. Indeed, his body felt somewhat more agile. Content with his progress, he persisted without pause in his training until 10 o'clock that night. The thrusting skill, previously at 0, saw a significant advancement. He realized that the essence of the thrust lay in the hips. Enlightened, Li Ming held the spear and attentively sensed the movement of his hips. However, his fatigued body rendered him too weary to experiment further. He decided to take a break, hydrating with a saltwater solution before stretching his muscles while preparing dinner. With his stamina replenished, the pace of his training accelerated considerably. During dinner, Li Ming glanced at his progress panel, noting substantial advancements made throughout the day, which filled him with satisfaction. After devouring his meal, he prepared his usual milk formula and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Upon finishing his bath, he instinctively stepped outside to glance in the direction of Zhang Yuan's residence, suddenly perceiving the aroma of rice wafting in the air. Realization dawned upon him. She must have reheated leftovers right in her bedroom. Li Ming shook his head, suppressing the sudden thoughts that emerged in his mind, and returned to his room to sleep. Tomorrow, they would surely run out of provisions, wouldn't they? A flicker of desire rose within him, only to be swiftly quelled as he succumbed to a deep slumber. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the sun rose as it always did. Li Ming awoke early, consumed 2 eggs, and reheated leftovers for breakfast, before proceeding to the living room to practice his marksmanship. In this new world, martial prowess was the cornerstone of survival. As he trained, his shooting skills steadily improved. And by midday, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Block, proficiency 0, grip, proficiency 0, thrust, proficiency 45. He had advanced in blocking, gripping, and made significant progress in thrusting. After sipping some salt water, Li Ming began his stretching exercises. After 8 consecutive days without leaving their bedroom, Peng Zhi and Zhang Yuan's daily routine had become increasingly chaotic. Last night, they had only fallen asleep at 5 in the morning, and today, they did not awaken until 11. Once they completed their morning rituals, they faced a pressing dilemma. There was scarcely half a bowl of rice left. The vegetables were gone, and their pantry was bare. Zhang Yuan placed the remaining rice in a small bowl on the table, unable to restrain herself from asking her husband, "What shall we do?" Peng Zhi rubbed his stomach, feeling drained from their erratic lifestyle, yet hunger gnawed at him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit his eyes. "Let us go borrow some food from Li Ming. He must have something to spare. So many days have passed. How much can his family possibly have left, and would they be willing to lend it to us?" Zhang Yuan pursed her lips and couldn't he help but inquire. Instead of directly borrowing food, he needs to train every day, doesn't he? He must be preparing meals as well, and there will surely be some leftovers. You should tell him that you'll cook for him, serving him first, and after each meal, we can have what remains. Peng Zhi's eyes sparkled with increasing excitement as he pondered this notion, convinced it was a splendid idea. Just explain to him that we're truly out of food and that you'll add a little extra each time you cook, enough for the two of us to manage a few bites. In this apocalyptic scenario, we should be helping each other, right? Besides, when the rescue team arrives, we can repay him double. Peng Zhi asserted confidently. Zhang Yuan paused at his words, glancing around their foodless home, uncertain. Will this really work? Our rations are less than just go. Cooking for him won't interfere with his training, and after he finishes, you can go over and offer him a massage to soothe his muscles. It will be worth it, Peng Zhi interjected, urging her to act. He stood up, pressing her. Hurry and check. Don't wait until he has already eaten, or the opportunity will slip away. Seeing the urgency in Peng Zhi's demeanor, Zhang Yuan opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately rose and left. Upon reaching the living room, aside from the sweat stains left by Li Ming, she found nothing amiss. She bit her lip and approached Li Ming's door, where she spotted him sitting on a chair, drinking water. Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, contemplated her next move, and then, biting her lip, walked into the room. Zhang Yuan, upon noticing his wife had arrived at Li Ming's residence, sighed in relief, closed the door, and lay down on the bed to rest, harboring hopes that his wife would return with provisions. In the bedroom, Li Ming, having just finished his workout, was preparing to clean himself and make lunch when he suddenly heard soft footsteps approaching. Turning around, he saw Zhang Yuan, clad in sandals, shorts, and a short-sleeved shirt. Entering his room, Li Ming, may I discuss something with you? Li Ming paused in his drinking, his gaze fixated on the woman before him, as if he could sense a fragrant allure. After swallowing his water, he gently inquired, "What is it?" "I'm feeling a bit fatigued from my workout. So I want tea stand," she replied. Li Ming gestured to a nearby stool, smiling as he spoke. After enduring 8 consecutive days of unhealthy eating and irregular schedules, Zhang Yuan felt drained and had no desire to remain on her feet. She took a seat and, after a moment of hesitation, bit her lip and relayed the words her husband had shared with her. Chapter 13, Flames. You work out so hard every day, I can cook for you. My culinary skills are quite commendable, and after your workouts, I could also give you a massage to alleviate your fatigue. Zhang Yuan poured out everything she could offer, her heart racing as she observed Li Ming's reaction. Cooking, massaging Li Ming felt a stir of intrigue as he regarded Zhang Yuan's slender figure, her smooth, youthful legs, and her alluring curves. It's not out of the question, however, I also need breakfast in the morning. Would you be able to rise early to prepare it for me? Li Ming, unable to restrain himself, blurted out as he gazed at Zhang Yuan, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his mind. He quickly took a couple of deep breaths to compose himself. I can do it, from now on. I will rise early every day to prepare breakfast for you. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon blossomed into a smile. Eagerly, she sprang to her feet and inquired, "What shall we have for lunch? Tell me, and I will prepare it. Let us have stir-fried potato strips with meat for lunch. I usually eat 2 potatoes in one meal, so there should be some left." Li Ming responded as he led Zhang Yuan to the spot where he kept the potatoes. There, he found 7 potatoes and continued, "Let us use 3 this time. 1 potato each will suffice for the 2 of us." Zhang Yuan followed closely behind, picking up 3 potatoes from the ground before saying, "I have cut the meat into 11 small pieces. You can take 1.5 to stir-fry." Li Ming remained silent, opening the refrigerator and directing, "All right. I'll go rinse the rice first. Zhang Yuan nodded eagerly, clapping her hands and bustling about like a diligent housewife. Watching this scene, a smile crept across Li Ming's lips. He then gathered a set of clean clothes and headed to the bathroom for a shower. With someone else taking care of the chores, he had more time to relax. After a morning of practice, he was drenched in sweat and welcomed the refreshing wash. The shower was particularly invigorating, and once finished, Li Ming emerged feeling rejuvenated. He changed into fresh clothes, tossed his dirty garments into the washing machine, and noticed that the rice was already steaming in the pot. He peeked into the kitchen, where Zhang Yuan, clad in slippers, had already chopped the vegetables and was ready to cook. Soon it will be ready. Have you finished your shower? Upon seeing Li Ming emerge, Zhang Yuan glanced back and hurriedly greeted him. Yes, I just finished. Please use less chili. Li Ming nodded in response, and after exchanging a few words, he chose not to disturb her while she cooked. Instead, he retreated to his room, quietly sipping water and resting. For some inexplicable reason, his heart felt a peculiar flutter. Before long, the rice was cooked and switched to keep warm mode. Zhang Yuan hurriedly brought over the dishes. You eat first. I will go fetch your clothes to dry. After placing the stir-fried potatoes and meat in front of Li Ming, she excused herself to the bathroom to tidy his clothes. Li Ming raised an eyebrow, feeling no need for formality, and comfortably served himself a portion of rice, indulging in his meal. By the time he finished, Zhang Yuan had just hung up the last of the laundry, leaving a small portion of food on the plate. Please take these to enjoy, Li Ming said with a smile as he lifted his cup for a sip of tea. He was already satisfied with his meal, having observed Zhang Yuan bustling about earlier. The leftovers were of little concern to him. All right, wait a moment. I will serve my husband, then I will come to give you a massage. Zhang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded, gathering the remaining dishes and serving herself another bowl of rice, which she carefully carried into her room. A massage? Li Ming's eyes flickered as he quietly lay down on his bed. After a brief moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and Zhang Yuan entered his room again. Noticing that Li Ming was resting on the bed, she said nothing and swiftly moved beside him, beginning to massage his legs. Is this pressure acceptable? She inquired, using the same strength as before. Yes, it's just right. Li Ming responded with a sound, his gaze drifting across the ceiling as he sensed Zhang Yuan's vigorous kneading after he spoke. He couldn't help but squint, lost in the moment. Observing that he seemed to be resting, Zhang Yuan did not interrupt him, instead focusing intently on her own work. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhang Yuan had finished massaging one of her legs. Li Ming felt the continuous kneading of his left leg, and after a while, his head tilted, revealing Zhang Yuan standing straight at the edge of the bed. His eyes froze, and his heart raced. In his line of sight, a glimpse of whiteness emerged from her shorts, revealing perfectly straight legs, devoid of any excess flesh. The proximity of those legs radiated an astonishing allure, causing Li Ming's left hand to tremble slightly as it began to rise. Why not turn over? I can massage your back. Zhang Yuan's voice abruptly halted his movement. He quickly lay down, silently relishing the sensation of hands working on his back, wandering across his skin. With his eyes closed, his mind was filled with images of those long legs and the scenery below her shorts. In a daze, Li Ming felt his arm lighten, and as soft footsteps began to retreat, he opened his eyes to see Zhang Yuan quietly leaving the room, gently closing the door behind her. Did she think I was asleep? A thought flickered through his mind as he silently closed his eyes and drifted off. Half an hour later, with a sigh, Li Ming sat up in bed, feeling refreshed, only to be struck with a pang of regret as he recalled the scene from before he fell asleep. How foolish it was not to touch her when they were so close. Li Ming silently cursed, and then, filled with indignation, he rose to his feet, grasping his long gun, and commenced vigorous practice in the living room. Spear Technique Proficiency Level 1. Blocking Technique Proficiency Level 1. Gun Handling Proficiency Level 1. He skillfully executed the 3 techniques, blocking, handling, and thrusting, simultaneously. In the living room, Li Ming relentlessly honed his skills, transforming his wrath into a driving force, channeling his revitalized energy and perspiration into each movement. As he practiced, the proficiency levels of the 3 techniques steadily increased. After exerting himself to the fullest for half an hour, he paused, panting, to hydrate and rested for another half hour in the recliner before resuming his training. Thus, time slipped away, and soon it was early afternoon. With a click, the door of Pang Zhi's residence opened, and Zhang Yuan's tall silhouette emerged. Spotting the drenched Li Ming, she waved at him and said, I noticed your bed sheets seemed a bit dirty. Let me wash them for you. Without waiting for Li Ming's response, she entered his room, unfurling the sheets and pillowcases to take them to the bathroom for a wash. Li Ming's expression shifted slightly. He understood her intention to curry favor. Seeking to share a meal with him, but he said nothing and continued his firearm training in the room. Before long, the sound of the washing machine echoed, and it appeared that Zhang Yuan was keeping watch over it, not emerging. After half an hour of practice, Li Ming sat down to rest, only to see her carrying the freshly washed and dried sheets and pillowcases to the balcony to air dry. "I'll come back to cook dinner later," she remarked as she noticed the sweat-soaked Li Ming. With a wave of her hand, she hesitated to disturb him further and made her way back to her own room. Only Li Ming gazed at her retreating figure, his heart racing. After a moment, he cursed softly, took a sip of water, and resumed his rest. Once his strength was restored, he rose to continue his training. As the afternoon swiftly passed amidst his exertions, Li Ming halted to drink some salt water, preparing to take a break when Zhang Yuan emerged from her room. With a light smile, he signaled that it was time to prepare dinner. Zhang Yuan hurriedly arranged the already dried bed linens and collected his clothes that had been airing out, then inquired about the evening meal. "How about a tomato and egg soup to accompany the rice?" Li Ming suggested with a smile, directing her to fetch 4 tomatoes and 2 eggs. As he observed her bustling about, he picked up his gun once more to begin his drills. Before commencing his shooting practice, he couldn't help but glance at the interface: shooting technique, familiar 45, thrust, familiar 45, jab, proficient 93. With the thrust technique mastered, he resolved to conclude his training for the day. An idea flickered in Li Ming's mind as he summoned his strength to train shot after shot. Shortly thereafter, as Zhang Yuan placed the rice in the pot to steam, his skill reached a new level. Jab, expert proficiency 0, expert proficiency. Various jab techniques surged within him as he suddenly raised his gun for a direct thrust. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air. From a normal stance to executing a full-power thrust, it took less than a second. Jab proficiency 1. The speed of the expert-level shooting technique was swifter, and the movements more agile. Realizing he had truly exhausted his energy, Li Ming noticed Zhang Yuan entering the kitchen to begin cooking and decided to tidy up before taking a shower. Chapter 14. An initial exploration. Emerging from the bathroom after a refreshing shower, Li Ming felt invigorated. He changed into a fresh outfit and took a sip of water. Zhang Yuan had already prepared the meal and served him a bowl of rice. "You eat first, I'll wash the pot," she said. After placing the items down, Zhang Yuan, feeling a bit bashful, retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes while Li Ming watched her depart. He poured the tomato and egg soup over his rice and began to eat heartily. After consuming 3 bowls, he finally felt satisfied and let out a contented sigh. Placing his dishes in the kitchen, Zhang Yuan, realizing he had finished, gathered the leftover food along with the remaining rice and carried it back to her home. Li Ming rinsed his mouth, used the restroom, and then lay down on the bed to rest. After a while, Zhang Yuan returned to give him a massage. The room was filled only with the sounds of the massage and the distant, intermittent growls of zombies. This time, Zhang Yuan instructed Li Ming to lie on his stomach first, and only after finishing that part did she ask him to turn over. Under the dim light, the outside world was filled with the faint sounds of the undead. Li Ming, lying on the bed, turned his head to glance at Zhang Yuan's legs standing beside him. A surge of desire stirred within him. His gaze gradually fixated on her slender calves, which, under the influence of his impulsive yearning, seemed to emanate an enchanting allure that was impossible to resist. His heart raced, and a sudden realization struck him. Given the apocalyptic circumstances, what did one have to lose regarding morality? With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Li Ming's left hand, as if possessed, slowly reached toward the delicate calf before him, gently making contact with her leg. Soft and supple, Li Ming could not help but grasp, feeling the astonishing texture, his heart racing violently. As he savored the sensation, his gaze instinctively drifted upward. "I finished. If you're tired, you should rest early," he said. Suddenly, the skin beneath his left hand withdrew sharply. Li Ming looked up to see Zhang Yuan, her face flushed as if electrified, hastily retreating from his bedside, uttering her words before swiftly exiting his room. Li Ming was momentarily stunned, glancing at his left hand, and instinctively clenched it. His blood-engorged brain quickly regained clarity. Truly absurd. Images of alluring thighs flashed through his mind, and he cursed inwardly, shutting the door and closing his eyes to sleep. For some reason, the sounds of zombies howling that night were particularly bothersome, and it took Li Ming a considerable time to succumb to exhaustion and drift off. With a sudden rush, Zhang Yuan, clad in slippers, dashed out of Li Ming's house and ran home. Upon closing the door behind her, she leaned against it, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Sipping water at the table, she breathed out the remnants of anxiety, her mind briefly replaying the earlier scene. As she was giving Li Ming a final leg massage, she found herself momentarily bewildered, stiffening as she turned back to see Li Ming gazing at her leg with unmistakable desire. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she was startled to see him reaching out to touch her. The sensation on her calf made Zhang Yuan's heart race as if it might burst, and it took her a moment to realize that Li Ming was gazing at her thigh. Startled, she hurriedly ran away, unsure of how to react. Even now, the memory still sends shivers down her spine. What if she had been just a moment later? He's back. I told you, that rascal Li Ming has some food. Just look at how he feasted on meat at noon and eggs at night. If I hadn't pulled this trick, would he have lent us such fine provisions? Her husband's voice jolted her from her stupor. Zhang Yuan pressed her lips together and turned to Peng Zhi, saying, You have no idea, just now. Li Ming was like an ox, he actually. What of it? Let him be an ox. He exercises like that every day. Is it any wonder? As long as we have something to eat, that's all that matters. We shouldn't concern ourselves with anything else, given the state of the world today. Peng Zhi waved his hand dismissively, still pondering the discomfort of eating someone else's leftovers, mistakenly believing his wife shared his sentiments. He continued, Zombies are on the prowl. This is the apocalypse. Just think of how many lives have been lost these past few days. Those screams were undoubtedly from people devoured alive by zombies. If we can remain comfortably here with something to eat, we should be grateful and not ask for too much. With a sigh of resignation, Peng Zhi took out his phone and scrolled through it. By the way, didn't you want to play chess to pass the time? I just downloaded that game onto your phone. Try your hand at the single-player mode and see if you can defeat the computer. This is the apocalypse. It is already fortunate to be comfortable and have food. Some have been devoured by zombies. Zhang Yuan listened to her husband's words and suddenly lost the desire to recount the events that had transpired earlier. She uttered a soft "oh," turned off the bedside lamp, and picked up her phone as she climbed into bed. Yet this time, she found little interest in her phone, and before long, she closed it and drifted off to sleep, leaving her husband engrossed in his device. As dawn broke, sunlight bathed the earth. It was the 9th day of the apocalypse. Li Ming continued his morning routine as the sun rose, awakening with a sense of vitality. Unfortunately, he was feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Shaking his head, he rose from bed, opened the door for fresh air, and proceeded to wash up. Just as he was about to finish and prepare breakfast, he suddenly heard footsteps. Startled, he turned to find Zhang Yuan approaching in sandals. I came to make you breakfast, she said softly, glancing elsewhere as she spoke. All right, that would be much appreciated, he replied. Reflecting on the previous day's awkwardness, Li Ming instinctively glanced at her legs. Noticing she had changed into a snug pair of blue jeans, it seemed she was somewhat self-conscious after yesterday's events. However, the fitted jeans only accentuated the beauty of her legs. What shall we have for breakfast? Zhang Yuan inquired as she moved to the area where the ingredients were stored. Let us make some porridge and add 2 eggs. We can have pickled vegetables for breakfast, he suggested. Li Ming smiled and spoke. Hesitating for a moment, there are 6 eggs left. If you wish to have some, just boil an extra one. I shall prepare one for myself as well. My husband stayed up late yesterday and has yet to rise. Zhang Yuan pressed her lips together, retrieved 3 eggs from the refrigerator, and proceeded to wash rice for cooking. Is your husband still asleep? Li Ming observed Zhang Yuan's busy figure, uncertain if he was overthinking, but noting her swift movements did not suggest any ulterior motives. He quietly dismissed the thought. After a moment's reflection, he moved to the window, stretched his legs, and began to exercise. Only by stretching can one enhance flexibility. Li Ming practiced daily, albeit without great emphasis. Observing Li Ming engage in physical activity, Zhang Yuan said nothing, remaining engrossed in her culinary tasks. Before long, the meal was prepared. Zhang Yuan served herself a bowl of congee, added a bit of pickled vegetables, and took an egg before departing. Li Ming ceased his stretching and began to eat. Savoring the congee with pickles and the egg, breakfast passed swiftly. After finishing his meal, Li Ming performed some physical exercises to aid digestion, then picked up his long spear to continue training in the living room. Thrust, circle, turn, block, seize, stab. The sound of vigorous movement echoed through the living room. Zhang Yuan opened the door, cast a glance at Li Ming, tidied up the pots and dishes in his home, then returned to her room to rest. Li Ming forced himself to maintain focus, persistently honing his marksmanship. Drops of sweat trickled down as his proficiency with the spear steadily improved. In the blink of an eye, the morning had passed. At 11:30, Li Ming, panting heavily, concluded his final training session. Observing his current data, he felt a mix of exhaustion and joy, prompting him to take a hearty sip of salt water before settling into a chair in the living room to recuperate. After a brief moment, the door to Peng Zhi's home creaked open, and Zhang Yuan emerged. Feeling a stir of emotion, Li Ming promptly returned to his own residence, with Zhang Yuan following closely behind. What shall we have for lunch? Let us stir-fry some green peppers, perhaps with a bit of meat. Sounds good. Their brief exchange concluded. Zhang Yuan busied herself in the kitchen, while Li Ming retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Shortly thereafter, having completed his ablutions, The sizzling sounds of cooking filled the kitchen. Chapter 15. Concern. As the morning training came to a close, sweat streamed down in the stifling room, soaking the floor. While Zhang Yuan prepared the meal, Li Ming, battling his racing heart, first tidied the living room before checking the remaining supplies in his room. He discovered 3 potatoes, 4 tomatoes, 3 eggs, and 3 pounds of meat. There was an ample supply of rice and flour, along with a can of milk powder and one nearly empty. Additionally, there was a whole box of instant noodles, a box of pickled vegetables, and a box of snacks. Considering the essential vegetables, there was enough food for both him and Zhang Yuan to last until the following evening. Including the instant noodles and pickled vegetables, they could easily sustain themselves for another week. Just counting the rice and flour, they had enough provisions for over a month. With swift determination, he has nearly achieved a breakthrough in his skills with the spear, and his proficiency in both blocking and wielding has also reached a comparable level. Perhaps by tomorrow afternoon, he will attain full mastery. Should his physical condition permit, he will venture out immediately. If fatigued, he may defer his expedition for another day. Closing the refrigerator door, Li Ming approached the window, drawing back the curtains and squinting to survey the zombies aimlessly wandering in the square below. Over the past few days, he has observed the area meticulously, noting the presence of 7 zombies that will undoubtedly obstruct his path to the supermarket. Thus, it is imperative that he devise a strategy to confront these 7 before anything else. Residing on the 5th floor, he pondered the descent down the staircase. The possibility of encountering more zombies on each landing lingered in his mind. In essence, should he choose to venture outside for supplies, he would be confronted by at least 7 zombies, not to mention any that might lurk within the small supermarket itself. Li Ming's observations have revealed a stark contrast between the zombies he witnesses and their portrayals in films. They often appear as frail, elderly figures. Yet upon sensing a living being, they exhibit an alarming ferocity, displaying speed and strength that rival that of a normal human. As he navigates the stairwell, he reassures himself that as long as he remains cautious, any zombies he encounters should be manageable, provided there are no unforeseen changes or the emergence of additional monsters. Having studied the situation for several days, he feels a burgeoning confidence, albeit with a lingering concern about potential variables. However, as he gazed at the community supermarket nestled between 2 residential buildings, he resolved that before any unpredictable events transpired, he must first address the pressing issue of his own survival. Thus, the decision was clear. He must venture forth to eliminate the zombies. With resolute thoughts in his heart, Li Ming stole a few more glances before drawing the curtains and stepping away from the window. The sound of the stove being turned off echoed from the kitchen, indicating that Zhang Yuan had likely finished cooking. He stretched lazily, tidied the table, and just as he completed the task, Zhang Yuan entered with a dish she had prepared. The rice cooker in the room was also ready, and Zhang Yuan served a bowl of rice for Li Ming before heading back to the kitchen to wash the pots. Li Ming, not one to be polite, picked up the rice and began to eat. By the time he finished his bowl, Zhang Yuan had tidied up the kitchen. Li Ming called her over to join him, serving himself another bowl of rice. After a moment's contemplation, she did not protest and sat down across from him. Both of them engaging in light conversation, seemingly intent on glossing over the events of the previous day. Li Ming remained silent, and after finishing his meal, he took the bowl to the kitchen, watching Zhang Yuan eat for a while before returning the leftover dishes. Li Ming then lay back on the bed, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. The half-hour of midday sleep passed quickly, and he awoke as if by habit, yawning as he exited the room, only to catch sight of Zhang Yuan just finishing the dishwashing in the kitchen. Unexplainably drawn to her, he found himself stepping into the kitchen. His gaze fixated on Zhang Yuan's legs clad in snug blue jeans, straight, proportionate, and alluring. His heart stirred, and with a determined resolve, he discreetly reached out to touch her thigh. Zhang Yuan halted momentarily, pausing in the kitchen for 2 seconds before lowering her head and attempting to leave. Though her jeans provided a barrier, the sensation of his touch felt distinctly different, stirring a sense of panic within her. Li Ming stood at the entrance of the kitchen when she stepped out, inadvertently walking right in front of him. A jolt ran through him as he instinctively reached out to embrace her, feeling only a soft warmth in his grasp. His hands seemingly enchanted as they wandered over Zhang Yuan's denim-clad thighs. "No!" Zhang Yuan gasped, startling Li Ming, who then watched as she hurriedly exited the kitchen, glancing back at him before swiftly retreating to her room. Staring at the firmly shut door of Zhang Yuan's home, Li Ming momentarily froze, then cursed under his breath, realizing that he had succumbed to repressed desires. The scarcity of resources, the looming threat of a zombie crisis, the uncertainty of the future, all rendered life as fragile as paper, severed and unbound. In such an environment, his desires were magnified beyond measure, making his recent actions seem almost inevitable. Even before the apocalypse, numerous moral transgressions had occurred. How much more so now in these dire times? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he retrieved his sword from his room, bracing himself for any potential conflict that might arise. If Zhang Yuan were to inform her husband about the incident, then he could always find a different place to stay. To his surprise, an unsettling tranquility enveloped her room after half an hour of waiting. He noted the lack of any commotion, leaving him bewildered. A ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Had Zhang Yuan kept silent? As the sword broke through to a modest level of achievement, his body was enhanced under the influence of a mysterious force. Consequently, this spear should also experience an elevation. The augmentation of strength, coupled with the refinement of spear techniques, would furnish him with greater means of survival. Thus, Li Ming practiced earnestly. Despite the oppressive heat within the room, he persevered. With a whoosh and a sigh, Zhang Yuan hurriedly dashed from the kitchen to her home, only to find her husband, Ping Zhi, one hand wielding a fan while the other gestured animatedly at his phone, engrossed in a game of some sort. "What's the rush?" she inquired. Perhaps alerted by the hurried footsteps of his wife, Peng Zhi glanced up, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Zhang Yuan felt a stir of concern, but before she could voice her thoughts, Peng Zhi's voice preempted her. Could it be that Li Ming thinks we're running low on food and doesn't he want to lend us any? A sense of urgency enveloped him as he set down his phone, sat in silence for a moment, then spoke hastily. That simply cannot happen. How could he not share his provisions with us? Without his food, how would we survive? My dear, you must put in some effort. Strive to ensure he continues to lend us supplies. Don't worry about him wanting repayment. If he insists, we can always return a few radishes. He has been keeping track of how much we've consumed. In my view, this notion of relying on his food is exceptionally astute. He cannot possibly calculate how much we've eaten. Each time we prepare a meal for two, he only dines alone. Isn't that a clear profit for us? Dear, please heed my advice. After dinner, give him a massage. He exercises daily, so let him rest well. He can indulge in his meals for as long as he wishes. Peng Zhi, not waiting for his wife to respond, poured out his concerns in a single breath, leaving Zhang Yuan momentarily speechless. She pressed her lips together, contemplating his words. While he craved his desires, he was unaware that another sought after her. Yet, witnessing her husband in such a state and reflecting on what he had said, she eventually nodded in agreement. All right, that's the spirit. From now on, you can enjoy your meals there. Just save the leftovers for me. Ping Zhi responded with delight. While Zhang Yuan remained silent, sipping her tea and gazing out at the darkening sky. After a moment's thought, she rose and changed out of her jeans into a pair of shorts. In the living room, Li Ming executed a series of movements, thrusting, blocking, and striking effortlessly, before panting heavily as sweat dripped from his body onto the floor. His proficiency in blocking and striking was evident. Blocking, 41 mastery. Striking, 41 mastery. Thrusting, 83 mastery. That's enough for today. I shall conquer the remainder tomorrow morning. Li Ming took a deep breath, grabbed a bottle of saline, and gulped down several mouthfuls, slowly regaining his lost energy while seated. Suddenly, the door to Ping Zhi's home swung open. Turning his head, Li Ming saw Zhang Yuan emerge, her gaze somewhat evasive. Under the glow of the light, her bare legs, clad only in shorts, were enticingly fair. Chapter 16, Breakthrough. Dressed in a silver-gray fitted short-sleeved top and shorts that barely reached her thighs, her long, slender legs resembled two delicate chopsticks. The snug top subtly accentuated her figure. Upon seeing Zhang Yuan in such attire, Li Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. A surge of possibilities flooded his mind, and his heart raced uncontrollably. What are we having for dinner? Zhang Yuan asked softly, stepping closer to Li Ming, her hands intertwined, her gaze evasive. She seemed both shy and suggestive. As she approached, a waft of fragrance enveloped Li Ming, causing his heart to thump audibly. He felt a dryness in his mouth and an impulsive urge to reach out, but he hesitated, glancing at his disheveled appearance before retracting his hand. Well, we have some dry noodles at home. I can prepare a portion for myself. You can decide what you wish to do, Li Ming exhaled, leading Zhang Yuan to the pantry where he kept the noodles, revealing a half-pack as a backup. Zhang Yuan, avoiding Li Ming's gaze, nodded and gracefully moved to the kitchen, her steps light as she collected 2 handfuls of noodles to begin her culinary endeavor. Li Ming watched her intently as she departed, then abruptly leaned his gun against the wall, gathering his clothes and retreating to the bathroom for a shower. His first shower filled him with excitement. He washed meticulously yet swiftly. By the time he emerged, his hair dried and donned in fresh attire, he was greeted by the sound of the kitchen stove being turned off. After a while, Zhang Yuan entered with 2 bowls of noodles, her long legs strikingly beautiful and her skin fair and delicate. She placed 1 bowl on the table, saying, "There's plenty left in the pot. You eat first. I'll take a bowl to my husband." With that, she cast a fleeting glance at Li Ming, lowered her head, and carried the remaining bowl away. Li Ming was momentarily stunned, only regaining his senses when he saw her pale, slightly rosy heels disappearing from view in her slippers. He then picked up the noodles and began to eat heartily. To his surprise, Zhang Yuan's noodles were quite delectable. After a couple of bites, Zhang Yuan walked past the doorway again. Li Ming instinctively glanced over. Noting that her hands were empty, she must have returned the bowl. His gaze lingered on her as she passed by, before reluctantly withdrawing it from that alluring sight. Before long, Zhang Yuan emerged from the kitchen carrying another bowl of noodles. She grabbed a stool, stretched her legs, and sat down in the living room at Li Ming's door to eat. He stole a few glances at her, noticing her eyes darting away from his gaze, which made his heart race as he brazenly appraised her from head to toe. Zhang Yuan appeared slightly flushed, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. Li Ming, engrossed in his observation and eating, found the atmosphere oddly silent for a moment. He silently finished the noodles in his bowl and then went to the kitchen for 3 more bowls before feeling satisfied. Since his swordsmanship skills had improved, enhancing his physical condition, Li Ming had noticed a significant increase in his appetite over the past few days. Correspondingly, he realized that his strength was also growing. He speculated that this surge in physical capacity might be followed by a gradual increase in the aftermath of such a boost, though he was uncertain how long this residual effect would last. Nevertheless, the increase in his appetite was undeniably real. In recent days, Li Ming has been consuming an extraordinary amount of food, feeling satiated only after devouring 4 bowls of noodles. After finishing his meal, he washed up and quietly engaged in some stretching exercises, his gaze lingering on Zhang Yuan, who sat at the doorway for a while, having also completed her meal. She tucked her legs away and made a trip to her own home before returning with a pair of chopsticks and bowls in hand, heading towards the kitchen. Li Ming watched her as she passed by his door, making her way to wash the pots and dishes. Once Li Ming had finished stretching his muscles and settled onto his bed for a moment of rest, Zhang Yuan had also completed her tidying up in the kitchen. "Are you ready to rest now?" she inquired, her slender hands still glistening with droplets of water. Her hands, much like her waist and legs, were undeniably graceful as she stepped into Li Ming's room, gently wiping her hands and casting a tentative glance at him, as if conveying an unspoken message. "Yes, I was just about to rest. After your hard work today, you must give me a massage," Li Ming replied with a subtle smile, his gaze naturally sweeping over Zhang Yuan's entire figure. He then rose to close the door with a grin, leaning onto the bed as he spoke. Zhang Yuan lowered her head slightly, not objecting to his action, softly murmuring that it was fine. With pursed lips, she gracefully approached the bedside to give him a back massage. Before long, after attending to his back, Li Ming turned over, and Zhang Yuan commenced massaging his legs. The sensation of the massage was sheer bliss. Li Ming exhaled contentedly, his gaze fixated on Zhang Yuan, who stood by the bed clad in shorts. His eyes roamed back and forth, first lingering on Zhang Yuan's flushed cheeks, then on her straight, fair, and radiant legs. The impulse within him intensified, and with a sudden resolve, he reached out. Moments later, he leaned in closer. Zhang Yuan's hands, which had been administering the massage, froze momentarily. In the next instant, her eyelashes fluttered, and she stood rigidly by the bed for a brief moment. Just as she felt overwhelmed and contemplated rising, she suddenly sensed a lightness in her body, followed by a heavy pressure as she was pressed onto the bed. It was akin to savoring ice cream on a summer day, licked clean. Li Ming had never known such exquisite pleasure. Time seemed to slip away, and after refreshing himself, he allowed Zhang Yuan to evade his gaze as she left the bathroom without a glance in his direction. It was only when her pristine heels vanished from sight that Li Ming reclined on the bed, smiling as he surveyed the empty room, reminiscing about the recent frenzy. A satisfied smile gracing his lips as he drifted into slumber. This truly felt like the end of days. The curtains were drawn tightly, and the lights in the room remained lit. Zhang Yuan, her heart racing, returned to the room to find her husband fixated on his phone, eyes unblinking. She bit her lip, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. After a moment's contemplation, she retreated to her home bathroom, meticulously washing away the lingering stickiness until she felt utterly cleansed, before cautiously stepping out of the bathroom. Feeling somewhat anxious, Zhang Yuan lay down on the bed, her heart racing with the fear that her husband might discover her peculiar behavior. To her relief, she found him engrossed in his video game, casting only the occasional glance her way, without further acknowledgement. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, though it was accompanied by a flicker of annoyance. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against confronting him. The events of the previous night had left her feeling weary, and she soon drifted off to sleep. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the sun rose as it usually did. Half awake, Pingji opened his eyes to see that his wife had already risen, presumably preparing breakfast for Li Ming. Perhaps I should refrain from staying up late to play games at night, so I can enjoy a hearty breakfast in the morning, he mused. Then again, I'll consider it later. Reflecting on how early his wife had gone to bed the previous night, he thought it only natural for her to be awake this morning. With that thought, he relinquished any further concern and comfortably surrendered himself back to the realm of dreams. He typically played games late into the night, often sleeping until at least 10 in the morning. With the sun just beginning to rise, it was indeed a crucial time for rest. As Pingji slumbered, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, where the graceful silhouette of a woman was faintly visible through the door, clearly engaged in her morning routine. Splashing water. Zhang Yuan wiped the droplets from her face, turned off the faucet, and tidied herself up in front of the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Ensuring that she felt fresh and clean, she then slipped on her sandals and stepped out the door. In the early morning, Li Ming stretched lazily as he sat up in bed, feeling an invigorating clarity wash over him from head to toe. After contemplating, he couldn't help but smile genuinely at the corner of his mouth, savoring the lingering feelings in his heart. He lowered his gaze at his younger brother, who had just risen. You truly savor the essence of life. With this thought, Li Ming licked his lips, filled with vigor as he rose from bed, and proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing wash. Just as he finished, he heard the sound of footsteps. Li Ming placed his towel down and turned to see Zhang Yuan entering, looking fresh and elegant in a short skirt, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. It appeared she had changed out of the shorts she wore last night to wash them. After all, they were splattered with water. This morning, she donned a light-colored skirt and a white top, still exuding a charming grace. What shall we have for breakfast? Zhang Yuan stepped into Li Ming's room, noticing he had just completed his morning routine. A gentle smile graced her lips, though her eyes flickered with a hint of shyness as she spoke. What shall we eat? Li Ming's gaze heated as he admired Zhang Yuan's attire, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, his breath warm. Let us eat. Half an hour later, feeling invigorated, Li Ming had Zhang Yuan prepare porridge and eggs, which he relished with pickled vegetables for breakfast. The sensation of having tasks to engage in early in the day brought him great delight. As he ate, his hands wandered, yet Zhang Yuan seemed oblivious, allowing him to act as he pleased. Thus, they took their time finishing breakfast, and after what felt like an eternity, Zhang Yuan quickly stood up to take the dishes to the kitchen for cleaning. Li Ming let out a sigh of contentment, gazing at the beauty in the kitchen for a moment. Soon after, a smile crept across his face as he subdued the ripples within his heart, picking up his long gun to continue his practice in the living room. Though beauty is captivating, one must not be overly greedy. Diligence and training is essential. With a swift motion, the long spear whistled through the living room. Zhang Yuan, having finished washing the dishes, gazed at him for a moment before retreating to her chamber. Li Ming, indifferent to her presence, continued to hone his marksmanship. Perhaps it was the clarity coursing through his body that rendered his practice remarkably efficient. In less than an hour, he felt a jolt of energy surge within him, his strength dramatically amplified. Marksmanship, block, mastery 57, seize, mastery 57, thrust, minor progress 0, a minor accomplishment in thrusting. As his physical prowess surged, an intense hunger flooded his mind. Fortunately, Li Ming had anticipated this. He promptly retrieved a canister of milk powder and hot water, diligently preparing bowl after bowl. It was only after consuming the entire canister that his ravenous hunger subsided. He distinctly felt that the strength in the areas associated with thrusting had significantly increased. Moreover, both his body and mind seemed to possess an added memory. Li Ming raised his weapon and stepped into the living room to test his skills. As he stood there, an aura of resolute composure emanated from him. In swift succession, he thrust the spear forward along the trajectory of his newfound power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, 3 piercing shots echoed, and although sweat poured down his body, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. With minor progress at its peak, he achieved 3 shots in a single second. Li Ming's heart raced, yet he felt the immense toll on his stamina and reluctantly shook his head. This technique should not be employed lightly. It must remain a trump card for critical moments. However, even without resorting to that tactic, Li Ming's eyes shimmered with a unique brilliance. Instead of provoking the latent power within his body, he wielded his long spear in a conventional manner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the silhouette of the spear enveloped the space around him. His speed in executing the strikes had doubled. Chapter 17. Rest in the living room. Li Ming panted heavily, yet his eyes sparkled with astonishing vitality. With a breakthrough in his spear technique, he was confident that his survival capabilities had significantly increased. When he ventured outside again, his sense of danger would feel considerably mitigated, as if he now had a reliable support. With the advancement in his spear skills, Li Ming practiced intercepting and grasping the spear once more. He maximized the flexibility of the spear's shaft, enhancing his training in these maneuvers. And the fluidity of his techniques improved remarkably. His proficiency surged rapidly. By the time the morning had passed, his skills in intercepting and grasping had progressed significantly. Intercept, expert proficiency 90, grasp, expert proficiency 90. With a soft click, the door before him gently opened, revealing Zhang Yuan. Dressed in a short skirt and a pristine white top that showcased her fair limbs. Through the crack in the door, one could see her husband, Peng Ji, seated on the bed, engrossed in his mobile device. The door quickly closed behind her as Zhang Yuan, with her graceful figure, stood outside. Observing Li Ming, who was still diligently training in the living room. A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in her eyes as she softly inquired, "Are you preparing lunch? Or are you still training? I'll practice a little longer. Please help me boil the meat later. For lunch, we'll have tomato and egg soup. Make sure to prepare all the tomatoes, use all the eggs, and cook double the rice." Li Ming nodded, intercepting the spear with determination. He intended to muster his strength to break through, but with the milk powder depleted, he had to rely on meat and rice to replenish his energy. This meat and rice should suffice to restore his nutrition. "Why so much?" Zhang Yuan inquired, taken aback by Li Ming's words. "I'll be quite hungry later. So please prepare more," Li Ming replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Upon hearing him, Zhang Yuan was momentarily stunned, only to realize that Li Ming appeared much more robust than he had in the morning. A flicker of curiosity sparked within her as she nodded repeatedly, casting several inquisitive glances at him. Noticing the change in his demeanor, she hurried off to prepare the meal. Seeing Zhang Yuan in her favorite JK uniform, Li Ming licked his lips, a fire igniting within him as he gazed appreciatively at her figure. Taking a deep breath, he focused on mastering the spear technique with unwavering resolve. Zhang Yuan busied herself with lunch, first slicing the meat as Li Ming had instructed, then seasoning it with salt and soy sauce before arranging it on a plate. As the savory aroma began to waft through the air, Li Ming approached the final phase of his training. Intercept, Mastery 99. Take, Mastery 99. With a sigh of relief, Li Ming glanced at the freshly steamed rice in the rice cooker. In the next moment, he thrust the spear forward, swiftly drawing a circle before pivoting sharply and executing his technique with precision. Intercept, take. In an instant, two combat skills simultaneously advanced, and a surge of memories flooded Li Ming's mind and muscles, causing the data before him to shift once more. The information on the panel flashed: block, slight progress 0, and capture, slight progress 0. This transformation was entirely concentrated in his waist. Li Ming felt a sudden enhancement in the strength of his waist and bones, while his control over his movements significantly improved. He could exert force effortlessly in all directions. However, a wave of hunger surged within him once again. Li Ming's expression changed, and he hurried to his room, devouring the remaining 2 pounds of meat voraciously. Still unsatisfied, he proceeded to prepare a large pot of rice, filling a bowl to the brim and gulping it down. One bowl after another, he consumed 2, 3, 4 bowls. It was not until he reached the 6th bowl that he finally paused. Meanwhile, he sensed the once overwhelming devouring power within him dissipate, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him, allowing him to truly appreciate the increase in his strength. Rising to his feet, he felt an immense surge of power in his waist. He executed the blocking and capturing movements with remarkable swiftness and force. Just then, the sound of the stove being turned off echoed from the kitchen, and Zhang Yuan, clad in slippers, entered the room carrying a bowl of tomato and egg soup. Upon seeing the clean plates in the nearly empty pot of rice, she was left astounded. "You really finished it all?" she exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief, her eyes scanning Li Ming up and down as if he were some sort of creature. "You eat first, I'll go take a shower." Li Ming cast a glance back at her. Zhang Yuan, clad in a JK short skirt, stood gracefully in the sunlight, igniting a fervent warmth within him. He then proceeded to the restroom, swiftly washing away the perspiration clinging to his body. The sound of rushing water echoed in the bathroom as Zhang Yuan hurriedly prepared a bowl of rice and a bowl of soup for her husband, subsequently returning to serve herself a portion. Just as she had consumed half of her meal, Li Ming emerged, having changed his attire, and devoured 2 additional bowls of rice along with 2 bowls of soup. In the evening, he planned to boil noodles, and the following morning, they would have congee accompanied by pickled vegetables, while he would venture out to procure some food. As they concluded their meal nearly simultaneously, Li Ming set down his utensils and gave Zhang Yuan's thigh, concealed beneath her short skirt, a firm caress, smiling as he spoke. Zhang Yuan bit her lip, a faint blush gracing the nape of her long neck, as she nodded and hurried to wash the dishes. Observing her industriousness, Li Ming comfortably settled onto the bed, awaiting her return. After a short while, Zhang Yuan, having completed her chores, entered the room, prompting Li Ming to swiftly close the door behind her. This time, Zhang Yuan did not cover her mouth nor resist. Everything unfolded smoothly. Her eyes remained shut, and she stifled any sounds such that only Li Ming, positioned nearby, could detect the faintest of whispers. Once it was over, Zhang Yuan donned her short skirt and retreated to the bathroom to freshen up, yet unlike her previous hasty departures. She returned to the bed, allowing Li Ming to take liberties. You mentioned you would seek something tomorrow morning. Do you plan to go out? Zhang Yuan, in her short skirt, nestled in Li Ming's embrace, gazed at him with eyes brimming with intrigue. She had just experienced firsthand that Li Ming's strength was truly astonishing. Now, with her weight of 100 pounds resting in his embrace, he scarcely felt it, which spoke volumes about his formidable physique. She was utterly amazed by Li Ming's sudden surge in power and, reflecting on his earlier words during dinner, felt compelled to inquire further. We cannot remain passive. Even if we ration our food, if rescue does not arrive soon, we will inevitably exhaust our supplies. The longer we delay, the worse our nourishment will become, diminishing our stamina and consequently reducing our ability to respond to danger. Li Ming, caressing the softness of her body, shook his head, aware that her daily proximity meant some secrets could not remain hidden. Rather than conceal them, he deemed it wiser to reveal the truth in order to foster trust. Furthermore, only by occasionally showcasing his strength could he garner greater respect. Thus, he spoke candidly. When the apocalypse arrived, I awakened my abilities. As long as I train diligently, there is a chance for enhancement, which explains the significant progress I've made in recent days. However, each time I grow stronger, I require substantial nourishment to replenish my energy. Now that we have consumed all the nutritious provisions, it is imperative that we venture out to seek food while I am in peak condition. Otherwise, our dwindling supplies will weaken us further, leaving us with little chance to fight back when the time comes. His tone was calm, almost as if he were discussing a mundane matter. Only Zhang Yuan, who listened to the terrifying howls of zombies each night, could truly grasp the weight of the power he described. Recalling the terrors of the past few nights, Li Ming possessed a formidable power to combat these monsters. Suddenly, she trembled and impulsively embraced Li Ming, kissing him. I admire your courage in facing the zombies. Time drifted on, and over an hour had passed before Zhang Yuan reluctantly slipped on her slippers and exited Li Ming's room, expressing concern that if she lingered any longer, Pingji might grow suspicious. Left with no choice, Li Ming returned to his bed alone, closing his eyes to rest, and awoke refreshed at 3 in the afternoon. He felt invigorated, yet upon further introspection, he realized there was no yearning for physical exertion. Rather, a sense of fatigue lingered. He recognized this weariness stemmed from his rigorous training over the past few days. At this moment, having reached a modest level of proficiency in both swordplay and marksmanship, Li Ming decided against further practice. He approached the window, observing the zombies outside while simultaneously performing stretches on the windowsill, based on the martial arts fundamentals he had downloaded. This exercise, though seemingly unproductive, aided in enhancing his flexibility, prompting Li Ming to stretch throughout the afternoon. As evening descended, the slender figure of Zhang Yuan, clad in a short skirt, gracefully entered the kitchen to retrieve some noodles. After a refreshing shower, she turned her back to the kitchen door, gazing at the pot. Her long, fair legs beneath the skirt were enticing, prompting a smile from Li Ming as he approached from behind and embraced her. Chapter 18. Power Outage. Ah! What a delight! In the room of Pingxi, he leisurely sipped a glass of chilled water, enriched with ice cubes by his wife, and exhaled contentedly. At that moment, he heard her footsteps approaching, followed by the creak of the door. Turning his head, he saw her enter, carrying a bowl of freshly prepared noodles. A satisfied smile graced Pingxi's lips as he accepted the bowl, expressing his gratitude for her efforts. Watching her turn to leave, he noted how she closed the door behind her. He was aware that she still had to deal with that fool, Li Ming, and felt a sense of delight watching her depart. In these apocalyptic times, food was a precious commodity, and he relished the simple pleasure of a meal well earned. As he consumed the noodles, time seemed to stretch leisurely. After taking another sip of cool water, he polished off the noodles with a few swift bites. Indifferent to their slightly overcooked texture, he placed the bowl on the table and resumed his gaming, hoping his wife would manage to handle. In Li Ming's room, Zhang Yuan, clad in a short skirt, allowed him to embrace her slender legs, resembling two pencils, while she pondered what she might be lacking. Knowing that Li Ming was about to venture out, she took the opportunity to ask him to bring back anything she needed. Perhaps some new lingerie, as many of her pieces had seen better days. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hurriedly jotted down additional items on a piece of paper. Satisfied with her list of food, drink, clothing, and safety essentials, she nodded approvingly before handing the paper to the man beside her for his perusal. Li Ming took a glance at the items, noting they consisted primarily of high-energy foods hidden within the supermarket, as well as easily storable canned goods. The beverages available were limited to soda and mineral water. Additionally, his clothing was of the immediate necessity variety. Satisfied, he nodded and put the paper away. Li Ming, with so many monsters outside, aren't you afraid? Zhang Yuan, lying on the bed with her legs slightly parted, could not suppress her concern as she asked, "I fear death." "Yet I have never lacked the courage to fight for survival," Li Ming replied, gazing into Zhang Yuan's eyes with a smile. Zhang Yuan's eyes flickered. And after taking a deep breath, she abruptly leaned forward and kissed Li Ming passionately. 45 minutes later, Zhang Yuan exited Li Ming's room, tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, and then returned to her own room to rest. As Li Ming watched her figure disappear from view, he lay back on his bed, drifting into a silent slumber, sighing inwardly at the thought of how wonderful it would be to have a woman embrace him while he slept. Upon returning home, Zhang Yuan washed up casually in the bathroom. Aware that her husband was engrossed in his game, her previous anxiety dissipated. After her wash, she lay down in bed and began to sleep. Under the moonlight, Peng Zhi beheld his wife's slender silhouette. After lying idle for 10 days, a sudden wave of desire surged within him. He turned to embrace her, only to be kicked away by Zhang Yuan. Stunned, he then heard her impatiently suggest he take a shower. Realization dawned on him. He had indeed gone too long without bathing, and it was likely this that had provoked her irritation. With a sigh, he lamented the hardships of the apocalypse, then rose to wash himself thoroughly, drying his hair with fervor, unable to contain the burning desire within him to seek out his wife. Zhang Yuan lay there, her head tilted, eyes closed, seemingly disinterested. 2 minutes later, as Peng Zhi stood frozen, she disdainfully pushed him away and retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Unperturbed, Peng Zhi washed himself, comfortably reclining on the bed to continue his mobile pursuits. Zhang Yuan, left with no choice, lay silently beside him, surrendering to sleep. As dawn broke, the 11th day of the apocalypse arrived with the rising sun. Li Ming awoke early, feeling invigorated after a restful night that began at 9:30 and extended into the morning. Coupled with the relaxation he had enjoyed the previous afternoon, he felt a renewed vitality coursing through his body. Today was the opportune moment to venture out. Li Ming stretched his limbs, sensing the vitality surging within, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. He realized that his fatigue had dissipated, though he felt a twinge of hunger. It appeared that with the enhancement of his physical condition, his recuperative abilities had also improved. Li Ming contemplated this with delight. He had anticipated a minimum recovery period of 2 days, yet after a restful afternoon and a full night's sleep, he felt completely revitalized, much to his surprise. The swifter his recovery, the better his state of being. Glancing at the sun outside, he rose, his spirits lifted, and proceeded to wash up. Just as he finished, he heard the sound of light footsteps, and upon turning, he saw that it was indeed Zhang Yuan approaching. Li Ming chuckled lightly, just about to take some action when he heard Zhang Yuan's slightly anxious voice. "Li Ming, the power is out." "The power is out?" Li Ming paused, then abruptly turned around, only to discover that the fan in the room had inexplicably ceased its operation. Furrowing his brow, he switched on the light, but it remained unresponsive. His tone grew heavy as he remarked, "It appears the power is truly out. Do not panic, it is merely a blackout. We still have gas. Let us prepare breakfast first. Later this morning, I will venture out to procure some food, and then we can contemplate our next steps." Noticing Zhang Yuan's troubled expression, Li Ming quickly stepped forward to embrace her in reassurance. Only after speaking did he suddenly realize, water. Quickly, we must fill up containers. With the power out, the tap water will likely stop as well. Fill up as many containers as you can. All right, I will get the water, Zhang Yuan responded promptly, hurrying to find a vessel. Meanwhile, Li Ming rummaged through the house, locating some metal basins typically used for vegetables, which he took to the kitchen to collect water. After a while, he gazed at the shallow basin of water he had filled and shook his head in resignation. The power was off, the water supply had ceased, and this was merely the residual water within the pipes. Simultaneously, Zhang Yuan returned carrying a bucket, her expression somewhat dejected. "Li Ming, what shall we do? We've only managed to collect this little." "No worries," he reassured her. "I have a bucket in the bathroom containing 3 basins of water that I have been changing daily. It is all clean water. This should suffice for our needs." Li Ming poured the water from the basin into her bucket and embraced her gently, offering comfort. "You go ahead and prepare the meal using the water from my bucket. It's new and clean, suitable for consumption. As for the remaining 3 large basins, let's conserve that water for daily use." "All right, I shall go cook," Zhang Yuan replied. Li Ming's steady words and tender embrace warmed her heart considerably, providing her with a sense of reassurance amidst the unsettling echoes of terrifying zombie cries that had haunted her throughout the night. Feeling more grounded, she hurried off to follow Li Ming's instructions to prepare porridge. Li Ming furrowed his brow and tested the situation once more, ultimately confirming that the power had indeed gone out. He swiftly returned to his room to tidy up, activating his phone's ultra-power-saving mode for standby. After a moment's thought, he decided to add the radio to his list of essentials. He then located 2 fully charged power banks, each with a capacity of 20,000 mAh, and set them aside. In addition, he gathered all fully charged flashlights and desk lamps, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he collected these resources. He began contemplating potential solutions for the challenges that lay ahead. Electricity is an indispensable component of modern life, and the absence of power necessitated a plan for generation. Li Ming was aware that there were power plants within the city, yet he found it perplexing that, even in the face of an apocalypse, electricity had persisted for 10 days, only to suddenly cease today. Perhaps the personnel had finally ceased operations? He realized he would need to seek out a generator. Without hesitation, his mind turned to an internet CAF located near the neighborhood. If his memory served him correctly, there was indeed a generator within the internet CAF, which frequently provided power during outages. However, the challenge lay in how to transport it. Sighing, he resolved to first secure some food before devising a plan. Li Ming gently shook his head, casting his gaze towards the sunlit exterior, his expression darkening. An idea suddenly sparked within him, acquiring a robust vehicle, preferably an armored cash transport. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such a vehicle would afford him greater maneuverability for survival. Initially, Li Ming had not entertained such thoughts. His primary concern had been to find sustenance to sustain himself. Yet, this unexpected blackout had illuminated the harsh reality that no place was truly safe. Not even his own home. He needed to prepare thoroughly. The porridge was ready. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan's voice drew him back to reality as he turned to see her approaching with a bowl of porridge. "All right, you should eat too," he said. Accepting the bowl and taking a sip, his thoughts returning to the weapons at the bedside. Zhang Yuan nodded and served herself a bowl of porridge to accompany her pickled vegetables. Li Ming consumed 4 bowls before finally setting down his dish. He then began to don sturdy sneakers, long trousers, a belt, a long-sleeved shirt, and over it all, a sun protection jacket. Zhang Yuan handed him a robust rope, which he used to secure his sword sheath to his waist for easy access. Chapter 19. The Assault. Yesterday, he had exhausted Zhang Yuan after 4 attempts. However, reflecting on his own combat prowess, he conceded that he could indeed be quite taxing, thus acknowledging Zhang Yuan's efforts. The air in the room was stifling, and the bedroom door beside it was firmly shut. At this moment, should the occupant choose to open the door, an exceedingly disconcerting scene would unfold before them. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan briefly visited the restroom, and upon returning, her anxious gaze fell upon Li Ming as he prepared to depart. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, leaning against the door as he peered through the peephole into the corridor, which lay eerily vacant. After a moment of contemplation, he gripped his sword in his right hand and cautiously opened the door. A slight crack revealed an absence of activity outside. He widened the gap, ultimately flinging the door open to expose the modest expanse of the hallway. Relieved, Li Ming swiftly sheathed his sword, clasped his long spear with both hands, and tucked the door key into his pocket, positioning himself in a half-crouch as he advanced step by step. After traversing a couple of paces, he scrutinized the blind spot of the lateral corridor, narrowing his eyes as he retrieved a marble from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. The marble ricocheted ahead, producing a crisp sound, yet the hallway remained silent. Exhaling in relief, Li Ming approached to retrieve the marble, glancing around. On the 5th floor, aside from his shared apartment, there were 3 other units, all of which were tightly shut, leaving only a shoe rack in the corridor. Reassessing his strategy, Li Ming resolved to ensure a secure retreat. Opting not to hasten his descent, but instead pivoting his spear upward, ascending from the 5th floor step by step. Behind him, Zhang Yuan hurriedly shut the door, anxiously awaiting his report. The building comprised 7 stories, with Li Ming's residence on the 5th floor. Ascending 2 additional flights would not deplete much of his energy while simultaneously ensuring the safety of the corridor, a necessity he deemed prudent. He proceeded with utmost caution. His long gun angled upward as he ascended the stairs, observing his surroundings meticulously. Step by step, he reached the 6th floor. Up until the stairwell's entrance, he detected no signs of movement. To probe the visual blind spots, he tossed a marble, listening intently for a response. None came. Holding his gun firmly, he noted the 6th floor corridor was eerily vacant. Exhaling softly, he continued his ascent, slowly approaching the stairway to the 7th floor. Li Ming's gaze sharpened as he peered toward the end of the corridor. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a long shadow of a figure on the ground ahead. A zombie? Narrowing his eyes, he cast the marble forward. The sound echoed, and suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from the front. The shadow pivoted and lunged toward the source of the noise, staggering yet maintaining a surprising speed. However, upon closer inspection, its pace resembled that of a slow jog by an adult male. Li Ming took a deep breath, gripping the long gun tightly, the barrel aimed straight ahead. As the roaring zombie abruptly appeared in the corridor before him, a surge of fury ignited within him. He lunged forward, thrusting the gun sharply upward toward the zombie's jaw. With a swift motion, the skillful strike of the red-tasseled spear pierced through the zombie's jaw, penetrating its entire skull. The creature faltered, its furious howls transforming into silence as it collapsed into a lifeless heap. Li Ming inhaled deeply, extracting the spear, which expelled a spray of viscous white fluid. Yet, the chilling roars echoed once more from the front, causing Li Ming's expression to shift. He swiftly retreated 2 paces, bracing himself for what lay ahead. In less than 3 seconds, another zombie lunged forward like a rabid dog, its visage contorted in agony, with rotting flesh and blackened sinews exposed through gaping wounds. A grotesque sight to behold. Li Ming, still seething with pent-up frustration, aimed his spear with precision, channeling power through his legs, hips, and arms, and thrust it forcefully. The sound echoed like piercing through tattered fabric, the spearhead penetrating the lower jaw and entering the skull with unwavering steadiness, before being withdrawn. The zombie's lifeless body collapsing softly to the ground. Yet, Li Ming remained vigilant, his senses heightened as he awaited further movement. After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, a smaller zombie emerged menacingly from the ground. Li Ming furrowed his brow and mercilessly pierced its head with his spear. With a thud, the diminutive creature fell, only to be followed by yet another small zombie, which met the same fate at Li Ming's hands as he drove the spear forward with unwavering steadiness, the creature collapsing before it could even reach him. After dispatching the 4th zombie, Li Ming gripped his spear tightly, pausing once more to ensure no further threats lurked nearby. Only after a moment of silence did he cautiously advance, inching forward with his weapon at the ready. Soon, he arrived at a crossroad, scanning his surroundings. The door to the residence on the left was firmly shut, while the large entrance on the right stood ajar. The 4 zombies, 2 large and 2 small, had emerged from this very household. Taking a deep breath, Li Ming collected the spent pellets from the ground, stepped forward a couple of paces, and hurled the pellets back onto the earth with force. A series of faint, indistinct growls resonated from within the house. Yet no figures appeared. Li Ming's brow furrowed with concern as he surveyed the desolate interior, his heart racing in his chest. After a moment of contemplation and gritting his teeth, he approached cautiously, gun in hand, inching closer until he entered the room. There, he encountered a grotesque figure, a zombie, crippled and confined to a wheelchair, who let out a frenzied howl. Li Ming furrowed his brow and, with a single shot, ended its existence. The gun exited the zombie's skull with a soft sound, and the room fell into a profound silence, save for the wind whispering through the window and the doorway. Peering outside, he beheld a family, eerily arranged in death. With a sigh of relief, he closed the window to the bedroom, plunging the space into utter stillness. Although he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, the sight of the spattered dark red blood and remnants of flesh prevented him from resting. After a moment's thought, he began to scour the room for useful supplies. You have perished, yet someone must survive. To leave these provisions here would be a waste. So I shall graciously accept them, he murmured to himself. First, he ventured into the kitchen, where he was pleased to discover a considerable amount of food. The household staples were as expected. He filled his backpack with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, rice, flour, and vegetables. He also uncovered 2 salted fish and a hefty bundle of cured meat weighing over 30 pounds. Dividing these items into 2 backpacks, he dismissed other belongings, such as the clothing of the home's former occupants, as of little use. Li Ming found a set of car keys, a substantial package of essential medications, and a cleaver. Before departing, he rummaged through the bedroom, where he stumbled upon gold jewelry. After a moment's hesitation, he tucked it into his pocket. Finally, he collected a box of condoms from the nightstand, grasped his 2 backpacks, and, with 2 jugs of purified water in hand, he left the premises. After traversing the lifeless bodies of zombies sprawled across the corridor, Li Ming ascended from the 7th floor to the 5th via the staircase, ultimately returning home. Upon closing the door behind him, he inserted the key, startling Zhang Yuan, who had been anxiously awaiting his return. As she recognized him, she exhaled heavily in relief. "How did you return so swiftly?" she inquired, having sat in the living room for an extended period, preparing to leave but evidently having not yet made her way back. Upon seeing the items Li Ming had brought, her eyes brightened, and she hurried forward to assist him, eagerly asking questions as she took the goods from him. "I ventured upstairs to investigate, and discovered that the entire family on the 7th floor had turned into zombies. I dealt with them and found these items in their home, which I have brought back for us," Li Ming replied with a smile, handing her a string of cured meat while he, burdened with various supplies, made his way to the bedroom. He first set down a bucket of purified water, followed by his backpack, letting out a sigh of relief. Hearing Li Ming's account, Zhang Yuan bit her lip, refraining from further comment. Yet, the unease etched on her face deepened, especially as she noted the grime on the muzzle of Li Ming's gun. Li Ming, oblivious to her concern, organized the items within the house, placing a box of condoms on the bedside table and storing the gold jewelry in a drawer. "I shall rest for a moment before heading out again," he declared. After completing these tasks, he could not resist sinking into a chair, wiping the sweat from his brow. Feeling a peculiar weakness wash over him, He understood that the adrenaline from the recent challenges to their peaceful existence had left his body in a state of fatigue. This was the aftermath of fear. "Let me fan you for a while," he offered. Zhang Yuan had just finished tidying up the array of cured meats when she spotted Li Ming and hurried over, fanning him with her hand. Li Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, half closing his eyes as he leaned against the back of the chair, his hands wandering aimlessly over Zhang Yuan's thigh, seeking to ease the tension and pressure that weighed upon him. Zhang Yuan stepped closer, allowing his touch while continuously fanning him with her hand. Chapter 20. The Community Supermarket. In the face of life and death, profound terror emerges. When an ordinary person, accustomed to a peaceful and comfortable environment, confronts the specter of mortality. The jarring departure from their usual perceptions is a staggering blow to the spirit and psyche. A quintessential example is the fearless courage fueled by sheer adrenaline, which often leads to a sudden collapse upon reaching a place of safety. Li Ming now experienced such a sensation, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him. Despite having prepared mentally for several days, his mind was plagued by the horrific images of zombies on the 7th floor. He buried his head against Zhang Yuan's thigh, his hands erratically groping as he sought solace, remaining in that position for a moment before releasing her and leaning back, inhaling deeply. He exhaled slowly, his eyes gradually opening. This little bit of water is hardly sufficient. I must make another trip to the convenience store. A determined glint flashed in his eyes as he surveyed the meager supply of water in the room. Rising from the chair, he went to the bathroom, then returned. Shouldering an empty backpack, wielding a longsword, and carrying a spear as he stepped out of the room once more. Caution was imperative on the journey ahead. Zhang Yuan softly called out from behind, then gazed at Li Ming as he departed from the room, her heart racing. Since the apocalypse began, each night had been a torment spent amidst the screams of the undead. Today, Li Ming's decision to confront the zombies head-on struck her deeply, confronting her fears. Sitting in the living room, she watched him leave, contemplating before she approached and securely closed the door. An impulse stirred within her, prompting her to return to her room and lean against the window, peering out toward the opposite building. "Honey, the power's out at home. It truly feels like the end of the world." When Zhang Yuan returned to her room, Pingzhi appeared to be in a daze on the bed. Only when Zhang Yuan's movements captured his attention did he react, turning his gaze toward her and speaking urgently. Upon speaking, the recently awakened Pingzhi noticed the disarray and slight stains on his wife's short skirt and top but dismissed it, thinking it might have been from work. Overwhelmed by the shocking realization that the light bulb was unresponsive, he tried various methods, all leading to the same conclusion. The power was out. The terrifying consequences of the blackout sent shivers down his spine, compelling him to exclaim to his wife in an elongated tone, "I know the power is out, but keep your voice down. Also, the water's been cut off, conserve it." His words filled Zhang Yuan with a sense of impatience, however. His gaze reminded her that perhaps her attire needed changing. After some reflection, she donned a fresh JK skirt and a new top, transforming into a clean and refreshing appearance. Then he returned to the window, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The water supply had ceased. It was disastrous, indeed apocalyptic. Without food, one could survive only 7 days with water. But without water, survival dwindled to a mere 3 days. But there was still a barrel of purified water at home. He sighed in relief, grateful for his foresight in purchasing 2 extra barrels. That rascal Li Ming must be out of water by now. Once he runs dry, I shall seize all his provisions, forcing him to subsist on leftovers daily. Pingzhi muttered to himself, glancing nervously about, his heart racing for a moment before he reclined on his bed and unlocked his phone. Initially intending to indulge in a game, he reconsidered, aware that the power was out and gaming would deplete his battery. Instead, he opened a novel and tilted his head, sinking back into repose. Zhang Yuan observed her husband, then recalled Li Ming's earlier demeanor, pursing her lips as she nervously peered through the curtains, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Ming's figure. Suddenly, the sound of marbles ricocheting across the floor echoed, attracting 3 zombies who roared and lurched toward the source of the noise. As they approached the scene of the living, they lunged forward like rabid dogs, only to trip and fall upon encountering the stairs. Li Ming, stationed at the stairwell's bend, keenly observed the zombies' reactions, narrowing his eyes as he watched them charge toward his location, only to be thwarted by the stairs. Gripping his weapon tightly, he advanced 2 swift steps, thrusting his long gun forward with precision and speed, striking 3 times in quick succession. With a series of sharp cracks, the crimson spearhead pierced through the eye socket of the zombie, delivering a precise and lethal blow, resulting in an explosion of skulls. 3 struggling zombies collapsed, lifeless, upon the staircase. Li Ming deftly maneuvered his long spear, pushing the bodies aside as he strode forward to commence his search on the 3rd floor. Having descended from the 5th floor, he found the 4th floor eerily silent. Upon cautiously probing the 3rd floor, he indeed encountered zombies. Drawing from prior experience, He surmised that the zombies in the hallway primarily originated from the residents of that level, prompting him to seek out potentially useful supplies. Ultimately, Li Ming stumbled upon two open doorways in the corridor. One clearly belonged to a solitary resident, while the other was a couple's abode. From each room, he procured rice, flour, cooking oil, and an assortment of snacks, which he neatly arranged by the stairwell. Within the solitary residence, he discovered a remarkably fine-quality telescope, a powerful flashlight, outdoor rope, and a small knife, all of which he collected meticulously. In the couple's dwelling, he found a drone, which he also secured, along with power banks, purified water, and beverages from both households, setting them aside by the staircase to retrieve later. Additionally, Li Ming uncovered a car key in the solitary residence, which he pondered for a moment before slipping it into his pocket. After thoroughly clearing the third floor, he wiped the sweat from his brow and palms, then continued to descend the stairs, his crimson spear held low. Upon reaching the second floor, he dropped a marble down the staircase, but it met with silence. As he bent down to retrieve the marbles, Li Ming glanced around to ensure his safety. Gradually, he descended to the first floor, finding the corridor devoid of any zombies, save for the tightly shut doors. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, gripping his firearm as he approached the entrance of the residential building. His gaze fixed intently on the outside. Apart from the verdant landscaping on either side, there lay a parked electric scooter and a solitary car. Nothing else was present, creating an atmosphere of eerie tranquility. With determination, Li Ming hurled a marble onto the concrete floor ahead, its bounce instantly capturing the attention of two nearby zombies, who staggered towards him with guttural howls. As they drew within approximately 4 meters, they lunged excitedly in his direction, only to be met with his steadfast aim, dispatching them with 2 precise shots to the head. The glass marble truly proved to be an invaluable tool, reclaiming the marble that had rolled into the grass. A faint smile graced Li Ming's face as he returned it to the pocket brimming with glass spheres. He cautiously advanced towards the small supermarket, firearm at the ready. It was only when he spotted the figures of zombies that he halted, tossing out a marble to lure them closer, subsequently dispatching them with ease using his well-practiced spear technique. Li Ming had previously observed that only 7 zombies lay between the residential building and the supermarket. He methodically eliminated them in batches, ultimately taking down 9, with 2 concealed in the corridor. At last, he arrived at the supermarket's entrance, having navigated the perilous journey unscathed. Fortunately, the door stood ajar. Approaching the supermarket entrance with utmost caution, Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him as he noted the open door. After meticulously surveying his surroundings to confirm the absence of any lurking zombies, he finally stepped inside, firearm poised. Heh. 2 employees, now transformed into zombies, lurked within the doorway, their ghastly howls echoing as they approached. Li Ming effortlessly led them outside, dispatching them with ease before re-entering, greeted by an eerie stillness devoid of any further undead. Perhaps it was due to the air conditioning that continued to hum, even amidst the power outage. The small supermarket retained a refreshing coolness. As Li Ming surveyed the aisles brimming with a plethora of products, he sprang into action. His first priority was high energy, easily storable foods. Chocolate, white rabbit candies, Alpenliebe, and compressed biscuits were hastily stuffed into his backpack, filling it to the brim. Finding his own bag insufficient, he noticed a pristine, oversized backpack on sale within the store. He seized it and transferred the remaining chocolate and biscuits into it. After filling 3 large backpacks, he proceeded to extract half of the rice and flour, loaded 5 bottles of cooking oil onto a cart, and gathered 10 bags of noodles. Next, he collected all the milk powder, along with every portable charger, flashlight, machete, rope, cases of bottled water, crates of beverages, hot pot base, alcohol stoves, and blocks of alcohol. Finally, he gathered all the cured meats, emptied the refrigerator of various meats, and amassed a substantial collection of instant foods. The sheer volume of supplies was overwhelming for one person to carry alone. Fortunately, a 3-wheeled electric vehicle with the keys still in the ignition awaited him at the entrance. Li Ming loaded everything into the vehicle's cargo area until it overflowed, then resumed his search within the supermarket. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a remarkable discovery, a generator. Chapter 21. The quest for supplies. This supermarket, it turned out, was equipped with a generator. Li Ming felt a rush of excitement as he examined it closely. It was brand new, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. Picking up the manual that lay discarded beside him, Li Ming turned to the first page, which introduced various types of generators. The diesel generator set, designed for household use, offered 2 20V single-phase models ranging from 3 to 10 kilowatts, including silent 3-phase options. To be honest, Li Ming found some of the technical details somewhat perplexing. However, he grasped the operational methods and applicable scenarios with clarity. To his delight, this generator not only operated with minimal noise but also had the capacity to simultaneously power a refrigerator, air conditioning unit, washing machine, hairdryer, and light bulbs. That was more than sufficient. With a beaming expression, Li Ming swiftly transported this treasure, first placing it in his electric tricycle after unloading some of his food supplies. He then rode the fully charged tricycle towards his apartment building, stopping outside on the ground floor. Using his considerable strength, he hoisted the generator and, with determination, ascended to the 5th floor. Upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by Zhang Yuan, who excitedly opened the door for him. Flashing a smile and raising an eyebrow at her, Li Ming set the generator down in the living room and waved his hand, saying, "Come. Let's go back down to retrieve the rest. I can't carry it all by myself." "All right, I'll go with you." Zhang Yuan responded enthusiastically, her head nodding in agreement. Having just witnessed Li Ming's valiant battle against the zombies from her window, she was overjoyed to see him return with such vital supplies for survival. Naturally, she was eager to assist in transporting the items. Li Ming, not one to hesitate, led her down the stairs from the 5th floor. As they reached the 3rd floor, the sight of the zombies left Zhang Yuan pale with fright. After Li Ming comforted her with a gentle pat on the back and maneuvered the corpses into a corner of the stairwell with a wooden stick, she finally regained her composure and followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the ground floor, she was asked to carry some lightweight items upstairs while he himself slung the remaining ones over his shoulders, managing to transport everything up in one go. This time, the tricycle was laden with a generator, and there were not many other items. Thus, Li Ming and Zhang Yuan were able to bring everything in a single trip. After climbing 5 flights, Zhang Yuan began to feel fatigued, yet she insisted on continuing. Li Ming did not dissuade her and accompanied her downstairs to take a tricycle to a nearby convenience store. Zhang Yuan was exhilarated upon seeing the multitude of items available. Her previous fears of zombies dissipating in the vastness of the surroundings, which indeed alleviated the trepidation in one's heart. They busily assisted each other in loading everything they had prepared, adding a few more items that women tend to favor and require. After several trips back and forth, they finally managed to transport everything to their home. Ultimately, Li Ming made a solo journey downstairs to retrieve the items stored on the 3rd floor, specifically bringing back a load of bottled water, filling his bedroom to the brim. Discovering the key to the supermarket door from the pocket of a fallen employee, he tucked it away securely before returning to lock the door, a smile gracing his face. To prevent anyone from discovering the supermarket and shamelessly locking it up while holding on to the key to deny others entry, he felt compelled to take control of the situation, becoming the very person he despised. This supermarket possessed only a minuscule exhaust window high above. He was skeptical that anyone could squeeze through. In this apocalyptic scenario, possessing something within one's grasp was paramount, and he intended to maintain that control. Moreover, the zombies here were ones he had vanquished. Certainly, if someone were truly able to squeeze through that small hole in the smooth wall, he would concede. Subsequently, he searched for a while with the car key in hand, only to discover it belonged to a spacious SUV, which piqued his interest. Quietly, he drove the vehicle to the entrance of the residential building. Noticing that the fuel gauge indicated more than half a tank, he contentedly pocketed the key and made his way home. Ascending the staircase effortlessly to the 5th floor, Li Ming was just about to enter his apartment when he suddenly noticed an additional presence in the corridor, a woman. Li Ming scrutinized the woman before him, glancing at the partially concealed door behind her, realizing she was a neighbor from the same floor. He discreetly adjusted the long gun he had yet to relinquish and took in her appearance. She wore a black blouse and pink trousers, the fabric straining against her ample figure, accentuating her slender waist and curvaceous hips. Coupled with her statuesque height, she exuded a subtle allure distinctly different from Zhang Yuan. He recognized this woman, even considered her somewhat familiar, as they shared the same floor and frequently crossed paths during their daily comings and goings. Whether in the elevator or the hallway, their encounters were not uncommon. However, he was well aware that she was a married woman. Despite her alluring physique and fair complexion, along with a tastefully modest lifestyle, she was far removed from his own humble existence as a struggling worker, which had deterred any inappropriate thoughts from crossing his mind. However, at this moment, the woman felt somewhat uncomfortable under Li Ming's scrutinizing gaze. She pursed her lips, reminding herself of her purpose, and with a voice tinged with frailty, she addressed the man before her. "Could I borrow a bit of food from you? It has been over 10 days since the apocalypse began, and my home is utterly devoid of provisions. My child is only 5 years old. She cannot endure hunger. I am at my wit's end. I implore you, please lend me some food." The woman's voice was laden with earnest supplication. Her tone, initially steady, began to falter as desperation crept in. Her eyes pleadingly fixed upon the robust figure of Li Ming. She recalled their neighborly connection, having only emerged from her dwelling due to the commotion of him moving supplies in the hallway. Yet, she was taken aback by the noticeable transformation in his physique during their brief separation. "We are neighbors. Of course I can lend you some." "I couldn't bear the thought of not helping," Li Ming responded with a warm smile, gesturing for her to wait. The woman, overwhelmed with gratitude, nodded vigorously, showering him with praise for his kindness. Li Ming chuckled softly, retreating to his home to gather 3 bowls of rice, 3 bowls of noodles, 5 potatoes, and a handful of sugar. He paid no mind to Zhang Yuan, who was excitedly counting her supplies, as he stepped outside to deliver the items to the woman. Please, take these provisions. As neighbors, this is my humble assistance to you. If you find yourself in need again, feel free to seek me out, and we can discuss it further, Li Ming said, handing the items to her, his gaze subtly assessing her figure. She evidently understood Li Ming's intention, pressing her lips together. The woman accepted the items and expressed her gratitude to Li Ming. Then, with a gentle clenching of her fist, she cautiously inquired, "Could I trouble you to return in an hour? I will be waiting for you here." An hour? Li Ming raised an eyebrow, non-committally nodding in response. A radiant smile blossomed on the woman's face as she continued to thank him profusely before retreating to her room with her belongings. Li Ming watched her close the door, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable meaning. He then glanced towards Zhang Yuan's room, where the door was firmly shut, letting out a soft sigh. He entered his own chamber, unfastened the long sword from his belt, and placed it alongside the spear on the bedside. Turning his gaze to Zhang Yuan, who was still organizing supplies in his room, he smiled before grabbing a towel and heading to the bathroom to wipe away the sweat from his brow. Upon returning, he teased her, "Your husband stays home all day, yet makes no fuss about such commotion. He is too engrossed in his games, the door is shut. He has no inclination to care," Zhang Yuan replied dismissively, her expression one of indifference. "He truly knows how to indulge himself, spending his days lost in games." A smile danced on Li Ming's lips as he observed Zhang Yuan bustling about, counting the supplies in their room, his eyes betraying a hint of something unusual. "As long as you are here, what does it matter to him?" Zhang Yuan nonchalantly spoke, and a faint smile graced Li Ming's lips. "I'll take a shower in a bit. I'm drenched in sweat. This morning. You can decide what you fancy to eat and what to prepare," he casually remarked, noting that they had brought back a considerable amount of vegetables from the supermarket, and only a portion could fit in the refrigerator. The remaining would spoil if not consumed promptly, hence his relaxed tone. After finishing his statement, Li Ming walked outside, and Zhang Yuan assumed he went to exercise, paying little mind as she busied herself with organizing the supplies. The bedroom, cluttered with various items, imbued Zhang Yuan with a profound sense of security. For lunch, she decided to stir-fry some potato chunks with chicken thighs. She retrieved a bowl of chicken thighs that could no longer fit in the refrigerator and pulled out a few potatoes, smiling as she contemplated her meal. Glancing at the remaining unorganized items, she hurriedly intensified her preparations. Initially resistant to Li Ming's actions, she now felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Li Ming, having poured himself a glass of water in the living room, exhaled deeply, feeling utterly relaxed. His gaze drifted towards the door, momentarily recalling the encounter with the neighbor, a flicker of enigmatic meaning crossing his eyes. Perhaps it was due to the recent enhancements to his physique that made him more attuned to Zhang Yuan's evident toil. This woman had come to him. Their brief exchange in the hallway had conveyed their intentions clearly, and Li Ming was naturally pleased. He often encountered this woman when she was out, frequently sharing the elevator. Yet, similar to the previous Zhang Yuan, their understanding of one another had remained limited. Only aware of her pleasant appearance and admirable figure, she lived here with her small daughter and mother. Perhaps due to Li Ming's brief stay, he had yet to encounter her husband. Nevertheless, this detail paled in significance. Li Ming resecured his sword to his belt and took a moment in the living room. Through the open door, he observed the woman emerge from her residence, prompting him to set down his cup and rise. Chapter 22. The transaction. Li Ming placed his cup aside, adjusted the sword that ensured his safety, and with a smile, stepped out of his own home, tucking the key to the front door into his pocket and closing it behind him. In the corridor opposite, a woman clad in a black shirt stood quietly, her gaze fixed upon him. The hallway was devoid of anyone else, as her apartment was directly across from the one Li Ming rented. As Li Ming approached her, she met him halfway, but upon nearing, she suddenly averted her gaze to the ground, a hint of shyness evident. Li Ming's eyes took in her form. Even in ordinary pink trousers, her figure was striking. He felt an impulsive urge to envision the alluring legs he had glimpsed before but never had the fortune to touch. "My name is Chin Li. We have met before. I remember you. Thank you for providing me with food earlier," she said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, as if she had hastily bathed and was imbued with the vitality of a recent meal. Clearly, she had prepared a quick meal and cleaned herself before coming out. "It was nothing. Such gestures are a neighborly duty," Li Ming replied with a smile, aware that her sentence lingered unfinished. He held her gaze, patiently awaiting her next words. I am at a loss for words. If you would have me, I can be yours, as long as you provide sustenance for me, my mother, and my daughter." The woman, her gaze evasive and her heart in turmoil, finally summoned the courage to raise her flushed face and speak to Li Ming. To be yours. As long as you provide food. Her words came as a shock, the leap in their relationship far too swift. She fixed her eyes on Li Ming, noticing the fervent intensity of his gaze, and hastily averted her eyes in a fluster. She understood that her proposition was rather abrupt. Yet after days of hunger, merely managing to speak and walk was a feat in itself. The harrowing reality of countless souls perishing from starvation loomed large in her mind. With a daughter and a mother to care for, the unexpected appearance of Li Ming represented her only lifeline. Missing this opportunity could mean the loss of any future chance for sustenance. It was imperative that she grasp this chance with all her might. Moreover, a sense of security is fragile, especially in such dire circumstances. She instinctively sought solace from others, particularly from formidable men like Li Ming. In this context, how could she possibly hesitate to offer herself to him? Li Ming gazed quietly at the woman before him, letting out a sigh as he contemplated her plight. How pitiable she was, left to fend for her mother and child in the absence of her husband, with no food in sight. The outside world was fraught with peril, leaving her helpless to acquire nourishment. Without someone to care for her, would she not be destined for death? What should he do? Should he refuse her? Li Ming glanced at the woman before him, her ample bosom drawing his attention, and resolutely shook his head. How could I, Li Ming, be a heartless individual? Alas, my kind nature cannot bear to witness such circumstances. I shall take on your troubles. With a sigh, Li Ming spoke, raising his left hand to gently lift her chin, scrutinizing her somewhat flustered visage. Her complexion was fair, indeed commendable, and her cherry-red lips were irresistibly enticing. The sound of their breathing echoed through the empty corridor for quite some time. Li Ming released the woman from his embrace, a smile gracing his lips as he admired her curvaceous figure, before his gaze shifted to her pink trousers. Those pants seemed ill-fitting. An examination was in order. Li Ming crouched down. Later, he remarked, during the day, I must attend to my daughter, and only after she falls asleep can I come to you. Yet by the break of dawn, I must return, lest my daughter, unable to see me, cries out in distress. Chun-Li nestled in Li Ming's arms. Gazing into his eyes, softly replied, Very well, remember to come to me each night. Whatever you desire to eat, just tell me, and I shall provide it. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with delight. He lacked for nothing in terms of material possessions and thus was not stingy. He reveled in the softness of the woman, a distinct allure compared to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's beauty lay in her vibrancy, while Chun-Li embodied a mature, voluptuous charm that he found equally appealing. Just yesterday, he had mused on the joys of having a woman to hold while sleeping, and now that wish had come to fruition, how unpredictable life can be. Comforting. Indeed. I shall seek you out again tonight. Chun-Li nodded slightly and, with a hint of concern in her voice, glanced towards her home. Li Ming could clearly see the worry in her eyes, and, understanding her unspoken feelings, gently helped her adjust her pants before watching her return home. Perhaps, in this apocalyptic world, things were not as dire as they seemed. As he felt the lingering warmth in his embrace, a glimmer of light flickered in Li Ming's eyes. And he murmured to himself, in the face of destruction and rebirth that the apocalypse brought, the insatiable desires within every heart would flourish and be fulfilled. As long as one possessed power. Before the end of days, it was the wealthy elites who satisfied such desires. But now, it was he, and those with strength. Prior to the apocalypse, Li Ming had only experienced love once during his university days, which ended in heartbreak due to his lack of financial means after his partner graduated. His roommate, Zhang Yuan, was quite beautiful and embodied his desires, yet she belonged to another. Just like Chun-Li before him, he could only admire them from afar. But now, the opportunity lay within his grasp. Was this not a stroke of fortune? Li Ming squinted, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword, as he gracefully returned to his room, a paradise for the strong. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, where he found Zhang Yuan cooking a pot of sautéed potatoes and chicken legs, the scent delightful. Satisfied, Li Ming playfully patted Zhang Yuan's rear as a gesture of encouragement. He then retreated to his room, picked up the red cherry spear, and found a cloth to wipe it down meticulously. After cleansing the stains left by the zombies, he rinsed the spear with the leftover rice water from Zhang Yuan before pouring the dirty water down the drain. After a meticulous examination of the blade of his weapon, Li Ming felt a sense of satisfaction upon discovering it bore no damage. However, a thought began to fester in his mind regarding the procurement of a backup weapon. His arms, whether the red tassel spear or the longsword, were purchases made online. Although they benefited from the remarkable advancements of modern craftsmanship and were quite sturdy, the inevitability of wear and tear lingered in the air, now that his skills in spear and swordplay had reached maturity. And considering both the spear and the sword were highly effective weapons suited to various scenarios, Li Ming had no intention of parting with them lightly. Thus, he pondered how he might replace the spearhead or the shaft should they sustain damage. Furthermore, he contemplated the course of action if his longsword were to break. He also questioned the extent of his combat capability if he were to lose all his weapons. There was a hardware store on Chanfeng Road, which might house some delightful surprises. As Li Ming contemplated this, he glanced at his hands and felt a growing inclination to broaden his combat prowess. With that thought in mind, he retrieved his phone, exited the super power-saving mode, and searched through the locally cached directory on Bilibili. His gaze settled silently on 4 previously viewed videos: Fundamentals of Martial Arts Practice, detailed instruction on Xingyi 5 Elements Fist, Baduan Jin, with breathing techniques, and detailed instruction on Tai Chi. He was familiar with the fundamentals of martial arts practice, which included leg stretching, horse stance, and horse stance striking exercises. He had incorporated these into his routine over the past few days. The Xingyi 5 Elements Fist represented the foundational techniques of Xingyi Quan. Baduan Jin and Tai Chi were both forms of health-preserving Qigong. He had practiced Baduan Jin several times and had committed it to memory, while Tai Chi had slipped from his recollection, and he was entirely unfamiliar with the Xingyi 5 Elements Fist. At that moment, it was merely an impulsive decision to save the information. He had neither studied nor practiced it before. After some contemplation, Li Ming clicked into a tutorial on Xingyi Wushan Quan. He had previously viewed videos on Bajuanjin and Tai Chi. While he acknowledged that some esoteric forms of Tai Chi were indeed impressive, the versions he had encountered were primarily focused on health and wellness, which he deemed rather unhelpful. In light of the current situation, he mused that Xingyi Quan might prove to be somewhat beneficial. As he pondered, Li Ming watched the instructional video for a while, just finishing the segment on the chopping fist technique when he heard the sound of the stove being turned off from the kitchen. The Wushan Quan comprises 5 techniques: chopping fist, drilling fist, collapsing fist, cannon fist, and horizontal fist. Li Ming did not rush to practice. Instead, he closed the video and tidied the table and chairs. Zhang Yuan soon brought over a plate of fried potato cubes and chicken legs. "Time to eat," she announced, placing a bowl of dishes on the table, her short skirt fluttering as she moved. She then served 2 bowls of rice, placing one in front of Li Ming and the other in front of herself before sitting beside him. "Aren't you going to serve your husband?" Li Ming casually inquired, his hand instinctively resting on Zhang Yuan's leg while he used the other to eat. "We'll eat first. I'll serve him the leftovers afterward," Zhang Yuan replied, shaking her head softly. Li Ming chuckled lightly, unperturbed, as he heartily consumed his meal. Li Ming ate swiftly while Zhang Yuan took her time. By the time he had finished 2 bowls, she had only managed 1. However, as soon as Li Ming completed his meal, Zhang Yuan went to serve him more rice. Throughout the entire meal, Li Ming remained seated, with Zhang Yuan attending to him diligently. Truly competent. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yuan poured a glass of water for Li Ming. Then, with her delicate, fair feet clad in cool slippers, she gathered the leftover dishes and took them to her room. Li Ming finished drinking the water, but instead of continuing to observe the Xingyi 5 Elements Fist, he ventured into the living room to examine the generator. Referencing the manual, he attempted to pour a bucket of oil into the machine and connected the wiring, adjusting various settings before finally starting it up. A low hum emanated from the generator, causing a flutter of anxiety in Li Ming's heart, which soon dissipated when he realized the sound was not overwhelming, akin to that of a large electric fan. He felt reassured. Had the noise been too loud, he imagined it would pose a dilemma regarding its use, especially in a world where the presence of ordinary zombies on the streets was uncertain, not to mention the potential existence of other creatures. Such sounds could undoubtedly attract unwarranted dangers. Relieved by the generator's moderate volume, he thought to himself how impressive it was, being the latest model. He then returned to his room to test the power strip connected to the generator, and to his delight, the refrigerator began to function normally. Although the generator could not operate indefinitely, brief pauses were acceptable as long as the cold air in the fridge was maintained. Chapter 23. Onfing Internet CAF. The refrigerator was essential for preserving food, making its performance crucial. Therefore, Li Ming decided to allocate the generator's power solely to the refrigerator and fan, mindful of the limited diesel supply that necessitated careful usage. He recalled the 3 large freezers at the supermarket. He had barely managed to fill half of their contents, and abandoning them now would seem a waste. In this weather, if the power continued to fail, it would not be long before the items inside the refrigerator spoiled. However, if one does not give up, yet lacks a power generation device, how should this be resolved? The generator from the Internet CAF must be brought over, conveniently. There exists a storage room near the supermarket's refrigerator. It would be prudent to install the noisy generator from the Internet CAF within that storage room to provide power for the refrigerator, thereby preserving the food inside. Li Ming gazed at the generator before him, which he had discovered in that very room. It was sufficiently soundproof, and as he squinted, his mind began to wander to other objectives, replenishing weapons at the hardware store. It appeared that he would also need to procure fuel from the nearby gas station. The closest gas station was 3 kilometers away, necessitating a visit. Li Ming rummaged through his thoughts, although the gas station was distant. The operation of the generator required a sufficient supply of diesel, otherwise, it would merely be a heap of scrap. Thus, a trip was essential. Furthermore, if he intended to use a vehicle, he would inevitably require motor oil, which is always wise to have on hand. Additionally, there was the matter of gas canisters. Li Ming squinted in contemplation, deciding to postpone his practice in martial arts. He rose to stretch his muscles, exhaled deeply, and retreated to his room to prepare for sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan opened her front door, carrying an empty rice bowl. Upon seeing the generator operating in the living room, her eyes brightened as she had not noticed the noise from her room. She hurried over to Li Ming's home, and upon hearing the refrigerator hum, she couldn't contain her joy, exclaiming, "Li Ming, you've installed the generator." With the refrigerator in operation, the food now had a reliable means of long-term storage. Yes, let's prioritize the refrigerator. How does it sound? Is it too loud? As Li Ming reclined on his bed, he turned his head upon hearing Zhang Yuan's voice. His gaze drawn to the exquisite legs revealed beneath her short skirt. With a smile, he inquired, "Not much. I hadn't heard this sound while conversing with him in the room just now. Isn't this remarkable?" Zhang Yuan opened the refrigerator, relishing the cool air that wafted through the collar of her garment, sending a delightful shiver across her skin. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, her expression brimming with joy. Earlier, when delivering meals to her husband, she had mentioned that Li Ming had returned with an abundance of food, and to her surprise, her husband immediately thought of borrowing some. Her intention was merely to gauge whether her husband could also venture out to procure some provisions. Yet Ping Zhiyan showed no inclination to face the terrifying zombies that haunted her nightmares. Instead, his thoughts lingered solely on the surplus food Li Ming possessed, prompting her to seek additional rations from him, thereby allowing them to survive longer while awaiting rescue. After listening to his enthusiastic ramblings for a while, Zhang Yuan felt little desire to continue the conversation. She merely mentioned her willingness to assist Li Ming, receiving his enthusiastic endorsement. He even suggested that the more help she offered Li Ming, the more smoothly she could borrow supplies, urging her to exert herself in aiding him. Zhang Yuan, feeling overwhelmed by the conversation, offered a few perfunctory replies before hastily arranging her appearance in the kitchen. Upon emerging with bowls and chopsticks in hand, she was greeted by the sound of the generator and the glow of the refrigerator. In an instant, her previous gloom dissipated, replaced by a rush of joy. The prospect of forthcoming good fortune filled her heart. Once she awakened from her afternoon slumber, she planned to venture out again, confident that upon her return, stability would reign. Li Ming responded with a smile, and Zhang Yuan nodded vigorously before turning back to gaze intently at him, her eyes shimmering with a flicker of hope. Li Ming smiled at her, prompting Zhang Yuan to sway her hips, causing her short skirt to flutter as she carried the dishes and utensils to the kitchen for washing. Although the water supply had been cut off, thanks to Li Ming's prior stockpiling, there was still water available for washing pots and dishes. Not to mention, Li Ming had brought in a tricycle full of bottled water today. After a while, Zhang Yuan finished cleaning, wiped her hands, and walked to Li Ming's room. She proactively closed the door and climbed onto the bed. Li Ming, who had not yet fallen asleep, smiled upon seeing her and turned over to cover the compliant Zhang Yuan with a blanket. "Li Ming, how about I move out and live with you?" Zhang Yuan said, lying on the bed and gazing into Li Ming's eyes with affection. "Oh, are you not afraid of your husband causing a scene?" Li Ming replied, somewhat surprised, searching for a moment to respond. "If you want me, I will be with you," Zhang Yuan breathed, her eyes dreamy as she spoke. "First, I won't give him dinner. And then, I will gradually spend more time with you, looking for an opportunity to reveal myself in front of him. When conflict arises, I will argue with him, and then you can seamlessly take me away." Zhang Yuan panted softly, looking at Li Ming with longing. Playing it this way, Li Ming pondered Zhang Yuan's shorts, her short skirt, the meals she prepared, and the current sensation. His heart stirred as he lowered his gaze into Zhang Yuan's eyes and tenderly kissed her nose, saying, "Since you have openly revealed your feelings, how could I possibly not reciprocate? With such a beautiful woman, I can hardly contain my affection. How could I possibly let you go?" Zhang Yuan was entirely radiant, her desire to explore evident. "Kiki." A charming smile broke across Zhang Yuan's face as she trembled slightly and spoke. "Then I shall follow you from now on, but take it slow." Today, their afternoon slumber was delayed by over 40 minutes. After tidying up, Li Ming finally embraced Zhang Yuan as they drifted into sleep. When he awoke, it was already past 1, and Zhang Yuan remained in deep slumber, gazing at her face. So close yet so enchanting, Li Ming smiled. For more than 10 days, Zhang Yuan had refrained from applying makeup, yet her natural beauty still radiated a striking allure. He realized that from this moment forth, another treasure had graced his life. "Not going to sleep anymore?" Zhang Yuan murmured, half awake, nestling against Li Ming. I need to get up and find something outside. If you wish to continue sleeping, please do. Li Ming chuckled as he playfully patted her backside before rising, feeling invigorated as he donned his clothes. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan also sat up, dressed quickly, and busily assisted him in preparing for their outing, her short skirt swaying gracefully. Where do you plan to go this afternoon? After helping Li Ming get ready, Zhang Yuan anxiously inquired, staying close to him. First to the Incompetent CAF. Then a trip to the hardware store, and if time permits, a quick stop at the gas station, Li Ming replied thoughtfully. Zhang Yuan nodded eagerly, ensuring his backpack was secure before reminding him to stay safe. Li Ming waved goodbye, grasping his long rifle, slinging his sword, and shouldering his bag as he stepped out the door once more. Zhang Yuan gazed intently at Li Ming as he departed, then pursed her lips, closed the door, and hurried to the window to watch him leave. Her husband cast a fleeting glance in her direction, mistakenly assuming she was admiring the scenery, and returned to his engrossing game. Initially, he had intended to read a novel to conserve battery, yet he found himself utterly captivated by the game. Meanwhile, Li Ming descended smoothly from the 5th floor, reaching the ground where he started the SUV. He secured the long rifle atop the vehicle and placed the sword in the driver's seat before setting off towards the exit of the community. Zhang Yuan, peering intently through the curtains from above, watched the man leave, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of emotions. The vehicle hummed softly as it traversed the road, and Li Ming found solace in the near silence of the engine, ensuring that it would not attract any wandering zombies. Satisfied, he drove out of the community and onto the main road, where he encountered a desolate street. In the distance, he spotted a few zombies, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. As the apocalypse unfolded, it was already noon. Most people were sound asleep, effectively trapping the zombies within their homes. Consequently, the streets were sparsely populated with the undead. He felt a twinge of sympathy for those across the ocean, where it must have been morning. Shaking his head, Li Ming noticed the scarcity of zombies and vehicles on the road, prompting him to decisively steer the car towards the nearest destination, Incompetent Cafe. As the vehicle continued its journey, it soon encountered a handful of zombies. The sound attracted the zombies, and those closest to Li Ming, catching a whiff of his scent, lunged at him with frenzied intensity. However, under the robust power of the off-road vehicle, they were either crushed or flung aside. Careening down the street, he swiftly reached the Incompetent Cafe, situated less than 500 meters from his residential area. Li Ming parked the vehicle at the roadside, hastily exited while brandishing his sword, and promptly retrieved the long gun from the roof. His gaze fell upon the dozen zombies trailing behind him. With a sharpened focus, he seized the opportunity as the 10 zombies scattered, their distance widening. He quickly advanced towards the foremost, his long gun steady and precise, swiftly dispatching the 3 closest foes. As 4 more closed in from behind, Li Ming deftly retreated 3 paces. As the zombies pursued, he thrust out 2 shots, eliminating 2 of the relentless attackers, and then swiftly fell back again to dispatch another 2. With each thrust of his long gun, he continued to retreat and eliminate, ultimately vanquishing the 10 or so zombies that had been in pursuit. Exhaling softly, he unscrewed the cap from a bottle of soda water at his waist, took a sip, recapped it, and replaced it. His eyes then turned toward the Internet Cafe beside him as he approached with his weapon in hand. Chapter 24. Reflections. The reason for not indulging in late-night internet sessions was due to the passage of age and the emergence of other pursuits. Yet, there are always the young, those devoid of ambition, pressure, or direction. Thus, the Internet Cafe remains perpetually populated by those who seek solace in the depths of the night. Much like the zombies before him. How absurd it is that, in the dead of night, they choose not to return home to rest, but instead linger in the glow of screens. Li Ming gazed at the shadowy figures of zombies within the Internet CAF, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. After a moment's contemplation, he dragged over a large green trash bin brimming with refuse and positioned it at the entrance to create a barricade. He then began to launch glass marbles at the glass door, seeking to capture the attention of the zombies inside. Indeed, the 3 zombies lingering at the threshold were drawn in, and after Li Ming persistently hurled the marbles, they finally crashed through the glass door and emerged outside. At that moment, they caught a whiff of Li Ming's scent and immediately lunged at him with frenzied howls. With swift precision, Li Ming dispatched the 3 zombies. However, he soon noticed that the horde inside the CAF seemed to be boiling over with agitation. Gritting his teeth, he took a few quick steps past the trash bin, launching a furious assault on the zombies spilling out from the shattered door. One after another, he felled 7 of them. Eventually, both glass doors were forced open by the relentless surge of zombies, and the combat area became overwhelmingly vast. Li Ming quickly retreated, taking cover behind the trash bin. Utilizing its obstructive advantage, he systematically eliminated the last dozen zombies that emerged from the CAF. Though these zombies appeared menacing, their speed was lacking. providing Li Ming with the opportunity he needed. With a modicum of proficiency in marksmanship, he was able to strike precisely where he intended. Each shot was executed with unwavering steadiness, lethal force, and pinpoint accuracy. Thus, in a remarkably brief span of time, the final zombie that had ventured out for a late-night session fell beneath Li Ming's gunfire. Extracting the firearm from the last zombie's skull, he meticulously cleaned the tip on its tattered clothing before exhaling a sigh of relief. As he surveyed the desolate surroundings, an unsettling sense of urgency lingered in the air. He dared not linger any longer and swiftly entered the internet CAF, gun at the ready. With practiced ease, he navigated to the storage room and laid his eyes upon the generator he had long yearned for. To his delight, there was also a 10-liter barrel of diesel adjacent to it. Grateful for this generous fortune, Li Ming's face brightened with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the generator with his right hand while firmly holding the gun and quickly made his way towards the off-road vehicle. The street was desolate, littered only with the remains of the undead. He strode past, placing the generator into the trunk of the vehicle, before returning to retrieve the large barrel of diesel. In addition, he seized several boxes of instant noodles and a refrigerator full of beverages from the CAF. After loading everything into the trunk, the eerie emptiness of the surroundings compelled Li Ming to leave, but he noticed a nearby pharmacy. Gritting his teeth, he decided to venture inside. Inside the pharmacy, he encountered merely 2 zombies, which he dispatched effortlessly. He swiftly collected a substantial supply of antipyretics, anti-inflammatories, cold medications, antidiarrheals, coagulants, and analgesics from the shelves, along with 3 boxes of medical alcohol and iodine. He also found a box of condoms, comprising various types for contraception and those beneficial for blood replenishment and kidney health, all of which he carried to the off-road vehicle. Without a second thought, he hastily drove away. The engine roared to life as Li Ming maneuvered the vehicle backward for about 100 meters, ultimately halting at the entrance of a hardware store. He briskly entered, weapon in hand, dispatching the store owner, now a mere shell of his former self. His gaze swiftly fixated on a crowbar exceeding a meter in length, of which there were 5, all of which Li Ming loaded onto the off-road vehicle. Subsequently, he discovered chains, straps, light bulbs, drill bits, pickaxe heads, hammers, axes, machetes, steel bars, iron rods, pliers, screws, and various other supplies. Li Ming resolutely filled the vehicle to its brim, determined to take anything that might prove useful. Before finally igniting the engine and heading towards the residential complex, the vehicle sped along, having previously navigated this route without encountering any zombies, and soon enough, he arrived at the community. He unloaded the generator and diesel, along with the items acquired from the internet CAF, into the supermarket. His home was beginning to overflow with supplies. After a brief examination, he successfully installed the diesel generator, connecting it to the refrigerator, and placed it in the storage room before restarting it. The generator roared to life, its noise reverberating loudly. Li Ming's expression darkened as he hurriedly shut the storage room door, and the cacophony diminished significantly. He checked the refrigerator, ensuring the voltage remained stable before stepping outside. Locking the door behind him and securing the roll-up gate, the noise faded instantly. Li Ming exhaled a sigh of relief, contemplating his next move. Rather than rushing to the gas station, he parked the off-road vehicle beneath the apartment building and unloaded the medical supplies and hardware items. Then, burdened with an array of goods, ascended to the 5th floor. Zhang Yuan had been eagerly watching from the window for Li Ming's return. As he reached the 5th floor staircase, she opened the door to greet him, her surprise evident as she noticed the multitude of medicines he carried. He had casually picked up a plethora of essential medications from a pharmacy near the internet CAF and hardware store, and with the additional items from the hardware store. It was quite a load. Come down with me to help carry this, Li Ming called out to Zhang Yuan, gesturing with his hand. Her face brightened with joy as she nodded repeatedly, but as they reached the 5th floor staircase, she noticed Li Ming paused to knock on their neighbor's door. Zhang Yuan looked on in surprise, and after a moment, the door opened to reveal a woman with a figure she couldn't help but admire, her familiar neighbor. What brings you here? Chunli asked, seeing Li Ming outside along with the slender woman from next door. Earlier that morning, she had visited Li Yang, concerned that her child might learn of some unpleasant matters, and had hurried home to be with her daughter. Now, upon seeing Li Ming knock, she initially thought he was craving seafood. As she contemplated how to manage her daughter, the sight of Zhang Yuan beside him made her realize her assumptions were misplaced, and she felt a wave of relief. I went out to find some things. Could you help me carry them? Li Ming said, waving his hand without hesitation. The more hands, the quicker they could manage the load. Sure. Let me just put on my shoes, Chunli replied. Upon hearing the call for assistance, Chunli, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained her composure and nodded in acknowledgement. She turned to her daughter, instructing her to return, and hastily donned her sneakers before descending alongside Li Ming. As they conversed, Zhang Yuan frequently scrutinized the woman, sensing an undeniable complexity in the relationship between Li Ming and this enigmatic figure. Confounded, she remained uncertain of her thoughts until Li Ming led her downstairs, where they ascended together, laden with a multitude of medicines alongside the woman. Li Ming trailed behind, carrying an assortment of hardware supplies, deliberately positioning the two women to observe one another. Noticing Zhang Yuan's assertive gaze directed at Qin Li, he perceived Qin Li's somewhat evasive demeanor, eliciting a quiet amusement within her. Once they reached his room with their belongings, Li Ming cheerfully introduced them. "This is Zhang Yuan, my roommate." He first directed his introduction towards Qin Li, who responded with a somewhat stiff smile, offering a tentative greeting. "I am Qin Li. Today marks our initial acquaintance, but she will be joining us. We shall navigate this apocalyptic world together." Li Ming then turned to introduce Qin Li to Zhang Yuan, which elicited a fascinating reaction from Qin Li, while Zhang Yuan's smile faltered slightly. Having completed the introductions, Li Ming did not afford them much time to ponder. He led them back down to retrieve the hardware supplies he had brought. The two women collaborated to lift a large box filled with various items, while Li Ming managed a separate box on his own. Their combined efforts in hoisting the box to the 5th floor inadvertently eased the tension between them, fostering a newfound camaraderie. Having brought all these items home, Li Ming finally completed his task. Afterward, he noticed a subtle tension between the two women. He took the initiative to embrace them both, and then suggested they rest at home while he stepped out with his long rifle. He needed to devise a solution for the diesel fuel required by the generator to ensure a normal life. Since he was already out today, he resolved to tackle the crisis head-on. As soon as Li Ming left the room, Zhang Yuan began to worry for him, moving to her window to watch him depart. Qin Li had intended to accompany Zhang Yuan to her home, but upon noticing a man sitting on the bed, she called out to Zhang Yuan as wife, and her expression became oddly uncomfortable as she retreated. Zhang Yuan fixed her gaze on Li Ming's departing vehicle, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a moment of inner conflict, she looked at her useless husband sitting on the bed and suddenly felt a sense of release. Indeed, her relationship with Li Ming was rooted in the courage he provided for survival. She wished to rely on him, even if she liked him, in this apocalyptic world. Having another person to rely on was not an issue. Even the notion of a relationship between two women was not unheard of in the face of the apocalypse, making their current situation seem entirely normal. Upon reflection, as long as she could be with Li Ming, it was all that mattered. Moreover, her identity. Chapter 25, The Special Zombie. Realizing this, Zhang Yuan chose to disregard her husband, who was seated on the bed, and mustered the courage to approach Qin Li. Greeting her with a smile, You. Both were taken aback that the other spoke first, and they exchanged subtle smiles. "Rest assured, I only come here at night. The rest of the time is yours. Besides, you need to accompany your husband in the evening, or he might go mad." Qin Li, gazing at the beautiful woman in the short skirt before her, replied with clarity in her eyes, "I will lead my life, and you will lead yours. As long as we do not interfere with each other, all will be well." Zhang Yuan discerned something in Qin Li's eyes. There was a purity there, devoid of the infatuation she herself harbored. Instantly, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She intended to explain her current relationship with her husband, but ultimately decided against it, simply nodding with a smile. The two engaged in brief conversation in the living room, the atmosphere remaining amicable, before Zhang Yuan watched Qin Li return to her own home. With a sigh, Zhang Yuan closed the door behind her and sat alone on the sofa in the living room for a moment. She glanced back at her room, feeling an even greater frustration towards her ineffectual husband. Wife, who was that woman just now? How did she get into our home? She must be looking to borrow some food, right? The voice of Ping Zhi echoed from the room, clearly unfazed by the earlier interaction. His mind preoccupied with matters of sustenance. That woman belongs to Li Ming. Does she really need to ask you for food? She could easily find something to eat elsewhere. Perhaps even bring back a whole truckload. Zhang Yuan let out a huff of annoyance, rising to stand at the doorway, gazing at her husband, who remained sprawled on the bed. You wouldn't have caught something from that scoundrel Li Ming, would you? Given the perilous state of the outside world, as the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. We are comfortably at home, benefiting from the provisions Li Ming provides. Why risk venturing out? Do you truly believe a person of my intellect would engage in such folly? Meanwhile, as the car traversed the road, Li Ming's eyes scanned the streets, vigilant to every movement. Reflecting on the earlier encounter with Qin Li when he introduced her to Zhang Yuan, a slight smile graced his lips. He bore no sense of burden regarding Zhang Yuan. Their relationship was as complex as it was simple, a mere exchange of sustenance for her compliance. Of course, there were emotional undertones, the extent of which varied according to individual perspectives. As for Qin Li, the arrangement was straightforward, a mere transaction. Thus, facilitating their meeting posed no weight on his conscience. Even if there were feelings involved, they would amount to little more than a fleeting concern for Zhang Yuan. especially considering her deep engagement during their time together. Yet, Zhang Yuan remained, in name, the wife of Ping Ji, and their connection was tenuous at best. Therefore, how significant could his burden be? Moreover, the resources were his, and the power lay firmly within his grasp, granting him the authority to act as he deemed fit. As long as he did not breach any boundaries, Li Ming could pursue his desires unimpeded. Allowing the two women to meet might even serve to reinforce his dominion, subtly underscoring the dynamics of their relationship. In this apocalyptic scenario, it is inconceivable for him to have only one woman. Zhang Yuan's feelings are palpable to him. Yet he must make her understand that while he can accept her, she will not be his sole companion. It is essential for her to adjust her mindset. In this end-of-the-world situation, Li Ming cannot afford to be devoted solely to one woman. As he observes, everything unfolds smoothly, and he is aware that matters will only become more manageable after his departure. Should she be unable to accept this reality, their encounter will erupt with tension. Conversely, if she comprehends, all will be well. The occasional anguished howls of the undead around him dispel Li Ming's thoughts, prompting him to shake his head and concentrate fully on maintaining the car's speed as he approaches the gas station. Having acquired his driver's license, he seldom drove. Yet his natural aptitude allowed him to pass effortlessly. Moreover, in this chaotic world devoid of traffic police, driving comes easily. Navigating the roads with controlled speed, he soon spots a gas station ahead. However, a distant sight suddenly extinguishes his sense of ease, replacing it with gravity. Furrowing his brow, Li Ming brings the SUV to a halt by the roadside. What is that? He squints into the distance, where beneath the gas station canopy stands a diminutive zombie, seemingly no taller than 5 feet. Notably, its feet do not touch the ground. It appears to be floating. Li Ming's brow furrows deeper as he scrutinizes the ground. The sunlight casts a shadow upon the creature, affirming it is not a specter, but a corporeal zombie. Yet how can it be levitating? Li Ming scrutinized the space above him, finding no steel cables or similar restraints. Could it be some extraordinary ability? A wave of unease washed over him as he observed the eerie zombie. He decided to turn the vehicle around and make a hasty retreat, planning to return once he had a foolproof strategy to confront the creature. However, no sooner had he begun to steer than the zombie twisted mid-air, locking its gaze onto him. A ghastly sound emanated from the creature as it inexplicably soared towards Li Ming, suspended merely 10 centimeters above the ground. Yet it was indeed flying. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming cursed inwardly. He glanced at the rearview mirror, now filled with a dozen zombies drawn towards him. Then at the approaching airborne zombie. Realizing there was no time to turn around, determination surged within him. Damn it. Let us see if your peculiar ability can outmatch a rugged vehicle. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, instead of veering away, he aimed directly at the levitating zombie, preparing for a fierce collision. Shifting into the highest gear, he maximized the power and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The off-road vehicle emitted a deep roar, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow. The zombie hurtled towards him, unflinching, instinctively extending its claws to grasp the advancing car. In a moment of resolve, Li Ming grasped his sword, utilizing a metal rod he had taken from the hardware store to forcefully press down on the accelerator. He locked the steering wheel in place, then opened the car door with one hand, his eyes fixed intently on the approaching zombie. The distance between him and the zombie was initially 30 meters. Thanks to the enhancement of his physical abilities, Li Ming could clearly see the zombie from such a distance. It was precisely this distance that afforded him the time to react. At that moment, as both parties drew closer, the 30 meters was swiftly diminished. In the blink of an eye, they were less than 5 meters apart. Gritting his teeth, Li Ming forcefully flung open the car door and, with one hand, reached up to retrieve the red spear from the roof. Only 2 meters remained between them. With a swift motion, Li Ming leaped out of the car, brandishing both the long spear and sword. He quickly steadied himself, preparing for combat. In an instant, the car and the mysterious zombie charged toward each other. The brief distance of 2 meters was obliterated by the car's rapid advance. The zombie, which was barely 10 centimeters off the ground, had no time to react, its forward momentum unyielding. It merely glanced at Li Ming before colliding violently with the front of the car. With a resounding crash, the car's front crumpled, and the diminutive zombie was sent hurtling away, crashing into a large tree outside the gas station. The car door slammed shut, and the airbag deployed instantaneously. The iron rod that Li Ming had hastily secured sprang open, and the car, losing power, forcefully thrust the zombie against the tree. With a dull thud, the car came to a halt against the tree, inflicting further damage upon the already beleaguered zombie. Indeed, how formidable it was. The mutation was no match for technology. Li Ming, witnessing the zombie sprawled against the tree, couldn't help but break into a smile, though his heart tightened with urgency as he gripped his weapon and charged forward. This zombie was unlike any he had encountered before. Since he had the opportunity, he must seize the moment to eliminate it, even if it posed a certain risk. Otherwise, who could fathom the terror it would become once it grew stronger? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Ming swiftly made his way to the front of the car. He glanced forward and saw the diminutive zombie's body mangled, yet its head still twitched. It was still alive. It had to die. Li Ming's lips curled slightly as he steadied himself, channeling all his strength. With a single motion, he aimed his spear directly at the zombie's eye. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a sharp sound. But as he approached within 30 centimeters of the creature, he felt an unexpected resistance in the atmosphere. Was this the zombie's ability? Li Ming's expression shifted. However, the severely injured zombie was evidently incapable of thwarting his assault, and he plunged the spear deep into its brain. With a decisive thrust, the spear lifted violently, shattering the already fractured skull and sending a crystalline object soaring into the air. Chapter 26. Psychokinesis. A dull thud resounded as the car's formidable impact sent the almost lifeless zombie's skull flying, ensuring the bizarre creature was utterly vanquished. Yet, accompanying the skull into the air was something else entirely. Li Ming took a few deep breaths, quickly retrieving a bottle of saline solution to replenish the fluids he had lost during the intense confrontation, which had unfolded in mere moments. From the moment he discerned the undead through his exceptional eyesight and sought to flee, to the instant he was discovered and desperately retaliated by ramming his vehicle into the oncoming threat, a mere 3 minutes elapsed. Yet, within this brief span, every action, from leaping from the car to confronting the enigmatic zombie, was fraught with unparalleled psychological pressure and an adrenaline-fueled urgency that rendered time fleeting, causing his stamina to deplete rapidly. Li Ming experienced a flicker of realization. The modest proficiency he had attained in swordsmanship and marksmanship had bestowed upon him a comprehensive enhancement. His adeptness with the firearm and the precision of his thrusts with the sword had reached a commendable level of stability, enabling him to execute such maneuvers seamlessly even while the car sped forward. He was somewhat astounded by how effortlessly he had performed the jump from the vehicle. Feeling little of the expected strain, Li Ming then recalled his remarkably swift recuperative abilities. It appeared that the enhancements bestowed by the interface were far more extraordinary than he had initially surmised. As the mysterious zombie fell, a wave of relief washed over him. His gaze swept ahead, and suddenly he beheld an extraordinary sight. A white crystal, rhomboid in shape, suspended in midair at a height of 1 meter. The crystal seemed to emanate a certain allure. Although transparent, it captured immediate attention with its distinctive presence. What could this be? Li Ming sensed an inexplicable compulsion within him to reach out and touch it. His heart raced as he recalled the peculiar behavior of the zombie. And a sudden thought struck him. Could this crystal be the source of the zombie's uniqueness? Or is it that this peculiar zombie has coalesced into this crystal? The mere existence of such an anomaly among zombies is terrifying enough, yet the scene before me is even more alarming. What transformation has this world undergone? Li Ming gazed at the crystal, feeling an irresistible allure emanating from within his heart, his pulse racing. On one hand, he was eager to touch it, driven by instinct. On the other hand, he feared that such an act might precipitate some malevolent change. For instance, could it lead to becoming a zombie? Detecting the ability-inducing factor. Quality, impurity. Absorbing this factor carries a 50% chance of being corrupted and a 50% chance of awakening a superpower. Panel effect activated. All chaotic factors expelled. Upon touching the factor, it will automatically purify, guaranteeing a 100% awakening of the superpower. Telekinesis. Degree of superpower awakening. Basic. After touching the ability-inducing factor, you will acquire the telekinesis ability, though its strength will only match your inherent mental power, providing a means to train and break through. As Li Ming wrestled with his thoughts, a series of messages suddenly materialized before him. These revelations surged into his mind as the brilliance around him intensified. The ability-inducing factor. This crystal is indeed extraordinary. A 50% chance of corruption, which implies a transformation into a zombie. Moreover, the panel boasts this effect, purifying the crystal and absorbing superpowers. In other words, if I absorb this ability-inducing factor, I will undoubtedly awaken telekinesis. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Li Ming's mind, and he could not suppress the surge of excitement within him. He recalled the peculiar behavior of the zombie he had just encountered, levitating in midair, wielding an enigmatic invisible force. If he could possess such abilities, even if initially feeble, with relentless practice, how could he not become formidable? The zombie was devoid of thought. Its application of telekinesis rather crude. If he were to harness it, how many techniques could he possibly develop? Moreover, if telekinesis was indeed linked to mental power, could he, akin to the divine consciousness portrayed in fantasy novels, probe into his surroundings? Upon reflecting on the moment when the zombie had suddenly recognized its predicament, he felt a strong likelihood that such a capability existed. Thrilled, he clenched his fist, and eagerly reached for the translucent diamond-shaped crystal. In an instant, an inexplicable wave surged from the crystal, causing a sharp pain to pierce his forehead, akin to a needle's prick, a fleeting moment of agony. He winced. Yet the pain vanished almost instantly, and correspondingly, it seemed as though an additional nerve had awakened in his mind, sharpening his awareness that he could exert force with his intellect. Instinctively, Li Ming directed his will towards his longsword. With a series of clattering sounds, the sword trembled within its sheath. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to unsteadily draw it forth, only for it to clatter to the ground shortly thereafter. Panting heavily, Li Ming took a moment to catch his breath, feeling an immediate drain of energy, as though he had exhausted himself and needed rest. He gazed at the longsword that lay fallen before him and sighed in resignation. It seems that I have merely awakened my abilities, and there remains a long journey ahead before they can be of practical use. Li Ming picked up his longsword and sheathed it once more, feeling that his telekinetic power currently possessed a maximum strength of 7 kilograms, yet he remained undeterred. He sensed that the nerve within his mind, much like a muscle, would grow stronger with increased use over time. With persistent training, he believed that one day he would achieve what that recently encountered zombie had accomplished. Moreover, the depletion of his telekinetic energy did not hinder his normal movements, even in its partial usage. It could assist him in combat without the need to wait for future applications, rendering it a rather impressive ability. Additionally, he had only experimented with the capability to manipulate objects through telekinesis. He had yet to explore its potential for information gathering, and he was confident that the power of telekinesis extended far beyond this. Suddenly, a series of zombie howls echoed from behind him. Li Ming turned to see that the nearby zombies, attracted by the commotion of his vehicle, had finally arrived. Upon assessing the situation, he noted a sparse group of about a dozen. Unfazed, he raised his spear and advanced boldly, thrusting to eliminate the first few zombies before swiftly progressing to take down 2 more. He then retreated quickly to widen the distance and continued to dispatch those that charged forth. In this manner, one by one, the zombies fell beneath his spear. With a sigh of relief, Li Ming glanced around to ensure there were no additional zombies before directing his gaze toward the gas station ahead. Perhaps due to the mutated zombies, the gas station was devoid of any undead. Li Ming only found several dark red streaks of blood. A heaviness settled in his heart as he surmised the origin of these ominous stains, as the apocalypse had only just begun. The emergence of such telekinetic zombies raised concerns about the existence of other extraordinary undead elsewhere. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Li Ming's mind, prompting a sigh as he endeavored to dispel such thoughts. Feeling a sense of urgency, he quickened his pace towards the gas station. Upon entering the yard, he spotted 6 large barrels. After a brief search, he discovered a small delivery truck with its door ajar and the keys still dangling inside. The off-road vehicle was rendered useless, making this truck a fortuitous find. He neatly arranged the remaining bottles of white liquor in the truck, while also loading back several items he had previously removed. With the truck door secured, he took his place in the driver's seat. Though Li Ming had never driven a light truck before, he quickly adapted after starting the engine and maneuvered it into position at the fuel pump. He retrieved the 6 large barrels, each measuring approximately 2 meters in height and 50 centimeters in width, placing them in the truck bed. He then locked the doors and proceeded to fill the barrels with diesel and oil from the gas station. After half an hour, with 2 large barrels filled with oil, Li Ming paused to top off the truck's fuel tank before resuming the diesel fill-up. A short while later, upon filling the 4th barrel, he promptly ceased the operation, secured the lids tightly, and drove back towards the residential complex. Having navigated the route once before, the journey back felt considerably less tense, as the tranquil environment alleviated some of Li Ming's anxiety. Nevertheless, he dared not linger and hastily drove back to the community. The vehicle came to a halt in front of the small supermarket, where Li Ming unloaded a barrel of diesel to fuel the generator, ensuring the preservation of the food stored in the 3 large refrigerators. Chapter 27. Peng Ji, why is my wife returning so late? At last, the busyness began to wane. Outside the supermarket, Li Ming piled up various food items he found unnecessary, preventing the desperate from knocking on the door and potentially damaging the meticulously crafted refrigeration area. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he drove the car down to his residential building. However, as he parked, a frown crossed his face, and he swiftly exited the vehicle, retrieving his firearm. A chorus of undead groans echoed, the cacophony attracting more zombies from other parts of the community. At that moment, 5 zombies gathered in front of the apartment building, rushing towards Li Ming as he alighted from the car. With calm precision, he brandished his weapon, firing 5 shots as the zombies recoiled thrice before being dispatched. Satisfied with his efforts, he kept the gun at his side and turned his attention to the remaining 5 barrels of oil in the trunk. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted 1 barrel of diesel, bypassing the elevator, and descended the stairs floor by floor. Before long, he reached the 5th floor. Rather than opening the door immediately, he placed the barrel at the entrance and turned back to continue his labor. The barrels were heavy, and aside from a few individuals, none could manage the weight. So Li Ming did not call upon Zhang Yuan and Chen Li for assistance. He made 5 trips alone to transport all the oil upstairs. Afterward, he made 2 additional trips to bring up a few bottles of white liquor. It was prudent to stockpile such resources. As the door swung open, Li Ming noticed all the items had been moved to the entrance. He fished out his keys and upon entering, he found Zhang Yuan seated with her back to the door, seemingly in a huff. However, as she heard the noise, she quickly rose and turned, her expression instantly brightening upon seeing him. "I have been waiting in the living room for your return. Was your journey smooth?" she inquired, noticing the 5 bottles of white liquor at Li Ming's feet. There were a few unexpected incidents, but fortunately, it was nothing serious, Li Ming replied, exhaling softly. After several trips carrying heavy loads, coupled with the earlier ordeal at the gas station, he felt utterly drained. Observing Zhang Yuan take the initiative to assist with the liquor, he entrusted her with all 20 bottles while he mustered the strength to carry 5 barrels of oil into the living room. Once inside, he took a few sips of water, visited the restroom, and collapsed onto the sofa to recuperate. Seeing Li Ming in such a fatigued state, covered in oil and dirt, Zhang Yuan hurriedly organized the liquor before fetching a damp towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Li Ming allowed her to attend to him, and soon enough, his shirt was removed, revealing his perspiring skin, which she diligently cleaned, leaving him feeling refreshed. Zhang Yuan then helped him to his room, removing his shoes and socks, tossing them into a basin, and subsequently taking off his long pants. Noticing his underwear was damp with sweat, she shyly removed it as well, carefully wiping him clean. Afterward, she retrieved a set of clothes for him to wear post-bath and assisted him in dressing. Feeling thoroughly refreshed after her ministrations, Li Ming released a contented sigh, allowing Zhang Yuan to climb onto the bed and massage his weary muscles. It must be said that being pressed down like this is indeed quite pleasant. Li Ming squinted his eyes and drifted into a light slumber. After finishing the massage on Li Ming's entire body, Zhang Yuan's hands felt sore from exhaustion. Observing the robust figure of the man now asleep, she recalled the burdens he had carried back from his arduous day, battling against the monsters for the sake of survival. Unable to resist, she gently lay beside him, watching him sleep. The room gradually descended into tranquility. In the blink of an eye, night fell, and Li Ming abruptly awoke, only to hear the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. It was evident that Zhang Yuan was preparing a meal. I fell asleep." Li Ming rubbed his head, feeling a soothing relief wash over him, alleviating much of his fatigue. Moreover, his mental faculties seemed to have been rejuvenated as well. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he concentrated, and his phone by the bedside was instantly lifted by his telekinetic power, its screen illuminating to reveal the time. It was already 8 in the evening. Li Ming was uncertain of when he had returned. However, with the darkness of night having set in by 8 o'clock, a smile crept upon his lips, delighted by his newfound abilities. Yet, contemplating the myriad of such extraordinary zombies that might still lurk outside, he regained his composure, set down the phone, and endeavored to extend this newfound power in the form of perception. It works. Li Ming's eyes brightened as he clearly perceived the scene within the kitchen through his telekinesis. Indeed, it could be utilized for reconnaissance. While elated, he soon realized that his range of perception extended no further than the kitchen, roughly 3 meters to either side. And it was not a full 360 degrees without blind spots, but rather akin to the scope of his own eyesight. The overall scene presented itself in a fan-like arrangement, with Li Ming able to perceive each location with remarkable clarity, as if his gaze was sharply focused. Each area he detected unfolded in vivid detail, offering a 3-dimensional perspective. Li Ming savored this distinction as he beheld Zhang Yuan's exquisite long legs, licking his lips as she gracefully descended from the bed and made her way to the kitchen. She had awakened. Zhang Yuan turned back with a smile to greet him before hastily extinguishing the flame and tending to the stove. At 9 in the evening, the sounds that typically would not belong to the kitchen ceased, heralding the completion of dinner. A plate of scrambled eggs with chives, accompanied by pumpkin porridge and steamed buns, constituted their evening meal. Zhang Yuan rested her legs on Li Ming's lap, her short skirt draping over the chair, as she joyfully ate and chatted with him, occasionally taking bites of her food, enjoying the leisurely and flavorful ambience. Once dinner was finished, Zhang Yuan busied herself with washing the dishes and scrubbing the pots, prompting Li Ming to express his surprise with a question. "Aren't you serving dinner to your husband?" She replied nonchalantly that she had let him eat first these past few days to facilitate their eventual separation. Li Ming raised an eyebrow in admiration, complimenting her resourcefulness, before stretching his limbs and resuming his viewing of the cached video on the 5-element boxing tutorial. Having watched nearly half of it, Zhang Yuan, having finished the dishes, bounded on to his bed to play. Li Ming, unable to resist, set down his phone to join her in their playful endeavors. They continued until 10:30 at night, when it was time to rest, and Zhang Yuan reluctantly returned to her own space to sleep. As Zhang Yuan arrived home, the sound of knocking echoed through the air. Li Ming, peering through the peephole, swiftly opened the door to reveal a voluptuous and graceful woman. Chun-Li, still adorned in her black top from earlier in the day, offered an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, my daughter just fell asleep, that's why I'm late." She stepped beside Li Ming, closed the door, and locked it with a gentle click, her expression one of sincere regret. "No worries, your timing is just perfect," Li Ming replied, embracing her and planting a kiss on her lips before carrying her off to his bedroom. Chun-Li exhaled in relief, casually shutting the door behind them as they entered the sanctuary of intimacy. She kissed Li Ming again, marveling at how effortlessly he lifted her, as if she were a mere doll in his strong arms. "How is the food at home? Is there enough?" Li Ming inquired, his eyes twinkling as he regarded this woman who had introduced him to an entirely new realm of experience. With a tender tone, he assured her that since he had promised to provide for her family, he would certainly keep his word. "Just finished eating, but I was thinking of bringing some vegetables back when I leave tomorrow," Chun-Li replied with a soft smile, her gaze fixed intently on the man before her. "All right. Take whatever you wish when you leave tomorrow," Li Ming responded, unfazed by the abundance of food accumulating in his bedroom. Chun-Li nodded, her hair nestled against Li Ming's neck as she turned to sleep. Meanwhile, prior to Chun-Li's visit, upon returning home, Zhang Yuan wondered aloud. "Why has dinner been served yet? It's already 10:30. Isn't Li Ming hungry?" Lying on the bed while still engrossed in a cash novel, Ping Zhi heard the sound of the door opening. Upon seeing his wife return, he instinctively rubbed his belly and lamented. Could it be that Li Ming has stopped sharing food? How could he be so selfish? Just because he isn't hungry, does that mean I am not? How can he only think of his own hunger? Zhang Yuan, exasperated, touched her forehead, too weary to engage with him, and turned to lie on her side, ready to sleep. Why shouldn't Li Ming consider only himself? Who are you to expect him to think of you? Chapter 28. You should plead with Li Ming. He surely cannot refuse to share food with me. No, listen, my dear, Li Ming truly has stopped sharing food. Did you not mention that he just brought back a plethora of provisions? With so much food, he cannot be so selfish as to withhold it from us, can he? Noticing his wife's apparent irritation, Ping Zhi hastily set aside his phone, turned toward her, and gently patted her shoulder, softly inquiring. Zhang Yuan, utterly annoyed, swatted away his hand and turned her back to him with a huff, directly stating, "Who said Li Ming has no food? He has stir-fried eggs with chives, pumpkin porridge, and steamed buns. Not only did he eat, but it was also prepared by me, and I even fed him." Zhang Yuan thought to herself, while Ping Zhi grew anxious. If he has eaten so well, does he lack the conscience to spare us even a bite? Who says he lacks conscience? I ate with him and was quite satisfied, Zhang Yuan replied, casting a glance at him before returning her gaze, her tone calm. If he allowed you to eat, then why does he not extend the same courtesy to me? Peng Zhi adjusted his glasses, a hint of indignation flickering in his eyes. What difference could it possibly make to him to spare a morsel for another? Does he truly hesitate over such a trivial amount? I have spent the entire day in his company. Surely he would be willing to share with me. Their relationship is hardly close. Why should he extend his generosity to you? Zhang Yuan turned her back, intentionally speaking in a vague manner. This only heightened Peng Zhi's frustration as he clenched his fists in anger. What an insufferable individual, devoid of any magnanimity. What am I to do? Am I truly destined to starve? No, no, my dear, you must plead with him tomorrow on my behalf. Even a single meal would suffice. After all, a person is made of flesh and blood, and one cannot survive on air alone. I have gone without food for 2 meals now, and the gnawing hunger is unbearable. If I endure an entire day without sustenance, I fear for my very life. Should all else fail, perhaps you could take on extra tasks for him. At the very least, there would be food involved. Upon hearing the possibility of going without a meal, Ping Zhi became increasingly agitated, oblivious to the tone of Zhang Yuan's words. He turned to his wife in a flustered manner. Zhang Yuan, her eyes closed, remained silent until Peng Zhi shook her gently, prompting her to respond languidly. If there is no food, why not seek it out yourself? Slay the zombies that block your path, and surely sustenance shall follow. If you are too cowardly to venture out, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to procure any food. This is not merely a matter of courage. It is a question of ability. Would I truly be foolish enough to undertake such a risk? Ping Zhi replied defiantly, but then softened his tone, smiling as he pleaded. My dear, I kindly ask that you intercede for me tomorrow. Say a few flattering words so that I might secure a meal. Enough, enough, it's time to sleep. Zhang Yuan said impatiently, waving her hand. Pingji promptly agreed and lay down to continue playing his game. Zhang Yuan closed her eyes and silently drifted off to sleep. On the 12th day of the apocalypse, as dawn broke and the sun began to rise on the horizon, Li Ming's biological clock awakened him punctually. Perhaps due to the awakening of his extraordinary abilities, he felt invigorated despite having gone to bed late the previous night. Upon waking, he felt languid and, turning his head, beheld a voluptuous beauty sleeping beside him, Chun-Li. She was clad only in a set of lingerie that accentuated her alluring curves. Li Ming licked his lips, removed her remaining undergarments, and lunged towards her. Chun-Li, groggily awakening, caught sight of Li Ming's actions and gasped, instinctively adjusting her position. Starting so early. I am always prepared. In the gentle exchange of words, the clock struck 7. Chun-Li, feeling fatigued, refreshed herself and selected some of her favorite items from the kitchen, pondering what to prepare for Li Ming when the bedroom door swung open. A fresh and tidy Zhang Yuan entered. Chun-Li paused momentarily, then her heart grasped a new understanding of the relationship between Zhang Yuan and Li Ming. Curiosity piqued. She tentatively inquired about breakfast. Zhang Yuan assured her that she would handle it. Very well, then I shall not linger. My daughter is still waiting for me to return and cook. Chun-Li finally breathed a sigh of relief, exchanged greetings with Li Ming and Zhang Yuan, and left with a smile while carrying her belongings. Goodbye, Zhang Yuan cheerfully waved. Once Chun-Li returned home and closed the door, she turned to Li Ming with a pitiful gaze. Following that, she joyfully prepared breakfast and, upon completion, sat down to eat with Li Ming. My husband mentioned last night that I should plead with you to ensure he has at least one meal left for him every day, Zhang Yuan said, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Li Ming while eating porridge. I am wronged. This was all your idea, Li Ming replied, stroking Zhang Yuan's thigh, expressing his innocence in the matter, as he had never objected to it. Oh please, I predict that after a week, he will lose his temper. By then, I will open my door, and we will sit across from each other, just as you are now, while you continue to touch me, and then deny him food for another 2 days. On the 3rd day at noon, you will simply come into my room and carry me away. Zhang Yuan whispered in Li Ming's ear, incessantly outlining her plans to seize her freedom. As time progressed, Zhang Yuan's fear of the impending doom not only failed to dissipate, but intensified, manifesting as a profound sense of despair and shattered hope. In such dire circumstances, her husband succumbed to hopelessness, while a man beside her bravely resisted despair and emerged victorious, fostering a closeness with her that was undeniable. It was evident how she would choose to navigate this predicament, even to the extent of racking her brain to formally step into his world. Nominally, she was indeed the wife of Peng Ji, thus required to return home each night. However, she yearned to extricate herself from the vortex that only seemed to deepen amidst the apocalypse. Consequently, she resorted to various means in hopes of legitimately becoming Li Ming's partner. Li Ming felt a profound sense of reflection. He found Zhang Yuan's plan quite plausible and readily acquiesced. Now, having unveiled the new veil of the apocalypse, he experienced a sense of urgency, finding comfort in the unwavering companionship of such a woman. Zhang Yuan was elated, joyfully accompanying him to finish breakfast before rising to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, Li Ming, in the confines of his room, diligently honed his psychic abilities until he was utterly spent. After exhaling deeply, he resumed his study of Xingyi Wuxing Quan. He watched the instructional video thrice, mastering each movement before finally rising to practice. With each punch at chopping, drilling, collapsing, cannon, and horizontal, Li Ming focused not on power or speed, but on executing each posture with precision. He repeated this cycle over a dozen times, demanding perfect form each time. By the 20th iteration, he instinctively performed the movements accurately. It was only then that he began to exert force, delivering a series of consecutive punches in the Wuxing style. After exerting himself thoroughly, an epiphany struck him. His comprehension of Wuxing Quan deepened significantly, as if it were ingrained in him from childhood. Xingyi Wuxing Quan Proficiency Level 1, Xingyi Wuxing Quan, Novice Practice 1. A line of text floated before him, and a subtle smile graced Li Ming's lips. He continued to punch, adjusting his posture and strength in accordance with his newfound insights, gradually entering a state of mastery. After cleaning the pots and pans, Zhang Yuan moved a stool to sit in front of Li Ming's door. The hem of her short skirt brushed against the surface of the stool as she extended her long legs, gazing at Li Ming's workout with an expression as though she were witnessing something truly captivating. She remained there from morning until noon, and when she noticed Li Ming beginning to tire and take a break, she hurriedly stood up to hand him a towel and wipe the sweat from his brow. Let's have some stir-fried meat for lunch. You've been training so rigorously. You need to replenish your energy, Zhang Yuan said affectionately as she wiped away his perspiration. All right, Li Ming replied, panting heavily. He opened his arms, allowing Zhang Yuan to continue drying his sweat, though his gaze remained fixed on the training panel before him, a smile flickering in his heart. After a morning of practice, he had elevated his skills in the basics of Xingyiquan to a new level. Li Ming understood that this was due to the nature of martial arts. Each strike demanded his utmost effort. He merely needed to exert himself normally to be deemed as training. With his current stamina, he hardly required any rest and had tirelessly trained for an entire morning, successfully advancing his martial arts proficiency. Perhaps he could even achieve another level in the afternoon. Li Ming felt a surge of happiness as he awaited Zhang Yuan to finish. Half an hour later, a revitalized Zhang Yuan busied herself in the kitchen, while Li Ming comfortably sat on a chair, sipping water and resting. Chapter 29. Thank you for your hard work. My dear, compared to psychokinesis, physical training was indeed exhausting. Only by reaching an exceptionally high level could one truly benefit from the effects displayed on the panel. The power of thought can be continually enhanced simply by utilizing it and then recovering, requiring no effort at all. It appears that the cost-effectiveness of this mental prowess far surpasses that of physical exercise. However, Li Ming would not relinquish his commitment to physical training despite acquiring this newfound ability. The evident flaw of possessing formidable mental strength while having a frail physique is starkly illustrated by the zombie he effortlessly dispatched with a car. Even without his mental abilities, Li Ming would never allow himself to be struck by a vehicle, let alone with the prowess of thought. Both the mind and body are foundational to a person, and Li Ming would never subordinate one to the other. He aims to excel in both realms, determined to cultivate strength in each. The essence of mental power is to enhance survival and combat capabilities. It should empower Li Ming rather than serve as his sole means of gaining strength. It is only when he can shatter concrete walls with a single punch and lift tons with his mental prowess that he will truly ascend to his full potential. Li Ming is acutely aware that the harmonious development of both the physical form and extraordinary abilities is the correct path. Nevertheless, until his extraordinary powers flourish, he must rely on his physicality. With a sigh, he reclines on the bed in his bedroom, patiently awaiting Zhang Yuan to prepare the meal. Sunlight filters through the window, gently warming him as Ping Ji stirs groggily awake. He touches his stomach, confirming he has been roused by hunger. Turning to his side, he finds the bed empty. The space that once belonged to his wife now devoid of her presence. Ah, she must be assisting Li Ming, he muses. Alas, finding something to eat is truly a challenge. A couple of thoughts flit through his mind as he touches his belly and glances at his phone, which reveals it is already 11:30 in the morning. Had he known, he would not have stayed up late the previous night. Peng Ji murmured to himself, glancing at the power bank that still held half its charge, nodding in satisfaction, as he kept an eye on the time. Memories of his wife's reminders from the night before began to resurface in his mind. He had asked Li Ming to reserve a meal for him, uncertain if his wife would succeed in this endeavor. A fleeting thought of worry crossed his mind, yet he reassured himself that his wife, being so capable and hardworking, should manage just fine. The past couple of days, Li Ming had been dining increasingly late, leaving Peng Ji to ponder when he might finally enjoy a meal. As he focused on the time, he quietly decided to immerse himself in a mobile game, seeking to forget his physical hunger through its captivating experience. Time slipped away unnoticed until it reached 12:30. While engrossed in gameplay, the sound of the door opening jolted him. He quickly recognized it as the signal of his wife arriving with food, and a wave of joy washed over him. She had indeed come, and she had brought him something to eat. Filled with happiness, he could not help but admire her and express his gratitude for her efforts. You've worked hard, my dear. Li Ming finally agreed to provide me a meal. You must be exhausted, so please sit and rest. Peng Ji's heart swelled with delight as he observed his wife. Perhaps she was fatigued. A rosy hue adorned her lovely cheeks, her skin radiating a vibrant glow, as if she had just engaged in vigorous exercise. Her eyes seemed to glimmer with the essence of spring. She donned a pure white short-sleeved top and a JK skirt, though her attire appeared somewhat disheveled, with 2 buttons of her collar undone. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that one button had fallen off. Could it have been dislodged by the washing machine? Ping Jixin pondered, yet he was aware that washing machines often wreak havoc on buttons. As for his wife's demeanor, perhaps the heat was too oppressive. Contemplating this, Ping Jixin directly addressed Zhang Yuan. Darling, how come 2 buttons on your collar have come undone? Perhaps you should change into something else. Oh, I must have inadvertently lost them, Zhang Yuan responded, realizing just how taxing her day had been. That burly fellow, Li Ming, was indeed quite a handful, requiring her attention multiple times a day, which was undeniably exhausting. Only when she heard her husband's subsequent remark did she notice the missing buttons. Looking down, she saw her undergarment exposed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as vivid memories of Li Ming's robust demeanor before lunch surged into her mind. Stealing a glance at her husband, who had already plunged into his meal without a care, she offered a nonchalant reply and moved aside to select a different outfit. During the course of his meal, Peng Zhixing glanced back and raised an eyebrow. "My dear, you seem rather careless in the kitchen." Zhang Yuan, taken aback, quickly grabbed a towel to wipe her hands. "It's nothing." After hastily cleaning up, she changed her top and stood to leave the room, saying, "Take your time eating. Once you're done, just set the dishes aside. I'll come back for them tonight. There is still work to be done outside." With the world in disarray, what work could Li Ming possibly have? Zhang Yuan had been out every day, and although Peng Zhixing spent his time absorbed in his phone, he couldn't shake off a sense of loneliness, prompting him to voice his discontent. "Without work, there shall be no sustenance," Zhang Yuan remarked lightly. Peng Zhi, squeezing his chopsticks, silently cursed Li Ming for his avarice. He quickly called out to Zhang Yuan, "Dear, wait a moment. Didn't Li Ming bring back a generator? Could you please take the power bank over to charge it?" After speaking, Peng Zhi hurriedly retrieved the power bank from the bedside table and handed it to his wife with a smile. "By the way, did Li Ming mention how many meals he is willing to provide me in a day?" "Just one. He is quite protective of that generator, so I cannot guarantee he will agree to charge it for you," Zhang Yuan replied nonchalantly as she accepted the power bank. Sighing, Peng Zhi lamented, "These days of waiting for rescue are truly arduous. Without my phone, I wouldn't know how to endure. My dear, could you please plead with him a bit more?" "Waiting for rescue? All right, then I shall toil a bit more to plead on your behalf," Zhang Yuan said casually, turning to walk out the door. "Thank you for your efforts, dear. Remember to do your best for him," Peng Zhi called after her, feeling a tinge of coldness in her demeanor. However, after a moment's reflection, he considered that perhaps she was merely fatigued from her labor, and he resolved not to dwell on it. He beamed at her as she exited, then took a bite of the now cold leftover dish, savoring it with delight. "Truly, my wife's cooking is exceptional. Even cold, it remains delectable," Peng Zhi mused, continuing to eat while tapping on his mobile game, immersing himself once more in the digital realm. Zhang Yuan casually closed the door behind her, clutching her husband's power bank as she made her way to Li Ming's room. Upon entering, she discovered the man reclining on the bed, still awake, which prompted a playful smile to grace her lips. After exchanging a few words with Li Ming and receiving his assurance that all was well, she plugged in the power bank to charge it and then, with a grin, climbed onto the bed, nestling into his embrace. "Are you unable to sleep without me?" she teased, feeling the warmth of his hands resting on her. "Isn't it more comfortable to have someone to share the bed with? Why didn't you wait for your husband to finish his meal before bringing the bowl over?" Li Ming inquired with a chuckle, observing the woman in front of him. "I could brush it off tomorrow just the same. I simply wanted to come and keep you company sooner. After all, you only manage to nap a brief moment each afternoon, so I thought I'd arrive early," Zhang Yuan replied with a beaming smile. Satisfied, Li Ming playfully patted her backside, adjusting her into a comfortable position in his arms before surrendering to slumber. Zhang Yuan closed her eyes, nestled against Li Ming, appreciating the strength of his physique, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at noon, Peng Zhi finished his meal but noticed that his wife had yet to come and collect the dishes. Wiping his mouth absent-mindedly, he surmised that she was likely busy with chores, and thus, he returned to his game, lying on the bed. As he played, he anxiously hoped to successfully recharge the power bank, all the while contemplating the impending disaster of a dead phone should he continue in this manner. This tension only heightened his excitement, leading him to become increasingly absorbed in his game, losing track of time until darkness fell. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that he, illuminated by the brightening moonlight, finally spotted his wife returning home. Zhang Yuan returned home, stretched lazily, and casually tossed the fully charged power bank to her husband before lying down to sleep. Chapter 30. A new day for Li Ming. To be willing to utilize the hard-earned generator to charge his own power bank, his wife must have put in considerable effort, undoubtedly assisting him with numerous tasks. It is truly commendable of her. Peng Zhi glanced at the fully charged power bank and his nearly depleted phone, hastily plugging in the data cable. As he looked at his wife, who lay sleeping beside him, he pondered quietly. What is that strange smell? Suddenly, a peculiar scent wafted from Zhang Yuan. Peng Zhi wrinkled his nose in confusion. His wife always smelled delightful when she returned home. Yet now there was an odd odor clinging to her. He couldn't help but scrutinize her, hoping to discover if she had inadvertently come into contact with something untoward. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the numerous wrinkles and dark stains on her clothing, and his heart ached. She must be utterly exhausted from her labors. Peng Zhi sighed inwardly, deciding against further inquiry into the matter, and turned to resume playing on his phone. Times have changed, with the apocalypse upon them. He no longer needed to go to work. Yet, danger lurked everywhere, and the eerie stillness of the night sent shivers down his spine. Thus, he preferred to stay awake until dawn, sacrificing breakfast to avoid sleeping early. He reflected that his wife used to share this habit, but everything had shifted since their food supplies ran out. Despite the fear that gripped them both about the outside world, she now retired to bed so early. Thankfully, they could still borrow food from Li Ming. Peng Zhi contemplated silently, becoming increasingly engrossed in the mobile game. Xingyi Wuxingquan, Mastery 1. Indeed, the advancement of his martial arts was remarkably swift. Zhang Yuan retired to rest, while in the living room, Li Ming, freshly emerged from a shower, remained awake. Sipping chilled water from the refrigerator, feeling invigorated. A glance at his status panel elicited a smile as he mused to himself. Perhaps it was due to the fact that his swordsmanship and marksmanship had both reached a modest level of proficiency, allowing him to progress rapidly in this fundamental boxing technique. This was not solely attributable to physical stamina. Lost in thought, Li Ming surveyed the hardware components before him and silently commenced cutting a 2.5-meter steel pipe with a hacksaw. After much contemplation, he concluded that a diagonally cut steel pipe and a specially crafted 2.5-meter solid steel pry bar would serve as impeccable substitutes for a spear. Should the Hongying spear ever falter, these two items would undoubtedly suffice. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first hone their tools. Li Ming resolved to prepare several diagonally cut steel pipes in advance, as he possessed only one specially crafted pry bar of that length. The others were merely over a meter long, while he had 15 steel pipes at his disposal, warranting ample preparation. Additionally, several finely sharpened drill bits and jackhammer bits lay beside him, the fruits of Zhang Yuan's diligent efforts earlier that afternoon. When he mentioned the need for sharpened bits during his training, she eagerly volunteered to assist. Li Ming reminded her to wear gloves to avoid injury and left it at that. To reward her diligence, he ensured her electric tools were fully charged before returning home. His legs trembling from the exertion of the day. As Li Ming meticulously polished the surface, he deftly maneuvered a drill bit with his telekinetic powers, causing it to dart around him with remarkable speed. With a sudden thought, the drill bit lunged towards a wooden board affixed to the wall of the living room, puncturing it with a sharp sound. This telekinetic projectile, known as the flying drill bit, is one of Li Ming's offensive techniques. Admittedly, his telekinetic strength is still in its infancy, allowing only the manipulation of fine drill bits with limited lethality. However, as he continues to grow stronger and can eventually wield a drill bit the size of a thumb, this technique will undoubtedly yield devastating results. In addition, a dartboard in the living room was adorned with an array of darts, a testament to Li Ming's training efforts half an hour after Zhang Yuan's departure. The use of darts as concealed weapons is also among his diverse arsenal of attack methods. Furthermore, he harbors aspirations to master the javelin and archery. Currently, his shooting skills have reached a plateau, devoid of further goals unless he devises new techniques. His swordplay includes a variety of basic maneuvers such as flicking, hanging, piercing, clouding, and shattering the sword. The more techniques he acquires, the better. Thus, his training schedule has become increasingly demanding. Additionally, he intends to enhance his physical stamina through modern fitness methods, tightening his learning agenda even further. As for the spear and the rapier, they may represent a level of mastery he cannot yet attain. The incessant buzzing of the steel saw echoed as it relentlessly sliced through a steel pipe, occasionally ejecting a drill bit, depleting his telekinetic energy. In the blink of an eye, it was 11 o'clock. Li Ming had finally finished cutting a steel pipe. His mental energy completely depleted. He washed his hands and let out a sigh of relief as he gazed through the open door into the empty corridor. Pondering why Chun-Li had not yet arrived, the sudden sound of a door opening echoed through the hallway. Chun-Li, clad in black trousers and a black top, with her long hair cascading down her shoulders, emerged from the front room. Noticing Li Ming's gaze upon her, she quickly shut the door and, donning black slippers, hurriedly made her way to him. With her figure, her brisk movements were reminiscent of alluring waves. "I'm so sorry I'm late. My daughter overslept again," Chun-Li said, her face filled with contrition. The delightful scent of her perfume wafted toward Li Ming, captivating him entirely. A night passed in silence. In the blink of an eye, the 13th day of the apocalypse arrived. Upon waking, Zhang Yuan was struck by an unusual odor. It suddenly dawned on her that she had collapsed into sleep without cleaning herself after the tiring day spent with Li Ming. A pang of anxiety gripped her, prompting her to rush to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as she was halfway through her routine, she heard some peculiar sounds, and she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Thankfully, there was still one woman present. Otherwise, she felt she would truly be unable to cope. She wondered how she could be so capable. Zhang Yuan couldn't suppress her thoughts, recalling Li Ming's mention of extraordinary abilities, and speculated whether this was the reason behind it all. Gently cleaning the area that emitted an unpleasant odor, Zhang Yuan tossed her clothes into the basin for a wash. She rummaged through her wardrobe, contemplating her choices. With a moment of inspiration, she retrieved a brand new pair of black stockings and adorned herself with a light gray professional skirt. Complementing her look, she donned a white blouse and slipped into a pair of flat, round-toed shoes. Stepping into the bathroom, She gazed into the mirror, and an alluring yet serene sensation enveloped her, prompting a gentle smile. This was her first time wearing stockings, and she found herself imagining the expression on Li Ming's face upon seeing her. A satisfied grin gracing her lips as she began to brush her teeth and wash her face. Chapter 31. Different. Exhaling softly, Zhang Yuan, having completed her face wash, nodded approvingly at her reflection in the mirror. She meticulously adjusted the details of her attire before exiting the bathroom and taking a seat at home to await the moment. It was only when the sounds around her ceased that she felt invigorated enough to step outside. Closing the door behind her, she made her way toward Li Ming's room. To her surprise, as she emerged, she caught a glimpse of Li Ming supporting Qinli as they left their home, their backs turned towards her. A spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she hurried into Li Ming's room to prepare a meal, feigning complete immersion in her task, oblivious to the world around her. The black stockings and light gray professional skirt shimmered under the sunlight. As Zhang Yuan busied herself in the kitchen, Li Ming was seen helping the incapacitated Qinli outside. "It's your fault for being so forceful. Look where that has landed us," Qinli pouted, slightly annoyed, as she clung to the man who was awkwardly maneuvering. "It's all right. There's medicine. It will get better soon. Just take it easy tonight." To her surprise, Qinli was struggling to walk properly. Observing her discomfort, Li Ming bent down and effortlessly lifted her into his arms, smiling as he made his way toward her room. Qinli shot him an annoyed glance. Cradled in his hold, her calves dangled whimsically, and within a few steps, they reached her doorstep. She fished out her keys and unlocked the door, while Li Ming boldly carried her inside without hesitation. As they crossed the threshold, Li Ming was enveloped by a warm, familial ambience, a stark contrast to the somewhat chaotic atmosphere of his shared apartment. His steps instinctively softened. Upon entering, he noticed a woman in the kitchen, resembling Qinli by a fraction, busily preparing breakfast. Hearing their arrival, she briefly peeked out, yet quickly retreated without exchanging a word with Li Ming. "Just set me down on the sofa," Qinli said, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face as she pointed toward the couch and gently patted Li Ming's back. He nodded with a smile, disregarding the woman's demeanor. And after carefully placing Qinli on the sofa, he noticed a wedding photograph of her and a man hanging on the living room wall. Without uttering a word, he playfully patted her backside before turning to leave. Once Li Ming departed, Qinli exhaled in relief and closed the door behind him. She glanced toward the kitchen, feeling uncertain about how to face her mother. After a moment's contemplation, she bit her lip and made her way to her bedroom. Finding her daughter still asleep, she felt a wave of relief and quickly lay down beside her, feigning slumber once more. After a while, the little girl awoke, sensing the absence of her mother, and promptly snuggled closer, burying her face in Qinli's chest to continue her sleep. Qinli, feeling fatigued, indulged in a brief slumber. And it was not until past 9 in the morning that the mother and daughter finally awakened simultaneously. Observing her daughter, who remained silently shaken by the horrific scene of the zombie attack she had witnessed, Qinli sighed inwardly. With a warm smile, she engaged her daughter in conversation and assisted her in getting dressed for the day. After escorting Qinli home, Li Ming contemplated the burdens carried by both Qinli and her mother, shaking his head in resignation. He realized that unlike Zhang Yuan, Qinli would not choose to follow him completely, and with that, some of his more optimistic thoughts were cast aside. Shaking his head once more, he closed the door to Qinli's room, gently touched the sword at his waist, glanced at the staircase, and silently returned to his shared apartment. Upon entering his room, he was taken aback to find Zhang Yuan clad in black stockings and a fitted skirt, her presence in his bedroom startling him. They are indeed quite different, flashed through his mind as he felt a surge of desire. Zhang Yuan, with her bare legs, was already enticing enough, but now adorned in black stockings paired with a short skirt, it seemed she was intentionally distracting him from his training. How infuriating. He resolved to teach her a lesson. Just as Zhang Yuan finished rinsing the rice and placed it in the pot, she was suddenly swept off her feet and onto the bed by a pair of strong arms. "Oh, my." She feigned a startled gasp, but it wasn't long before her expression turned dismal, unable to utter another sound. By 8:30, Zhang Yuan's stockings had mysteriously vanished, leaving only remnants in the trash bin. No longer daring to misbehave, she obediently settled onto Li Ming's lap, clasping her legs together as she ate her breakfast. Li Ming, content and serene, sat enjoying his breakfast while absent-mindedly stroking his leg, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility within. "How about I take some of those drill bits to Sisterly later, so she can assist with the polishing?" Hu Lai suggested, prompting Zhang Yuan to contemplate the matter of Li Ming as she chewed her food. She reasoned that the more hands there were, the easier the task would become, and since Qinli was also part of their circle, it would be perfectly reasonable to enlist her help. "That sounds good. With more people, it will certainly expedite the process," Li Ming replied after sipping his porridge. Zhang Yuan, pleased that her suggestion was accepted, smiled warmly and finished her breakfast with gusto. As she stood, her professional short skirt swayed gracefully, and she proceeded to wash the dishes before taking a small box of drill bits and heading towards Qin Li's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yuan tapped on the peephole, and shortly after, the door swung open, revealing Qin Li. With a bright smile, Zhang Yuan greeted her, sisterly. Li Ming needs these tools to tackle some zombies. I'm a bit slow on my own, so I was hoping you could help me polish them. Would that be all right? Of course. I have no pressing matters at hand. Just hand them over to me, and I'll polish them at home and return them to you, Qin Li replied with a smile, reaching out to take the box from Zhang Yuan. She waved goodbye as Zhang Yuan made her way back to her shared apartment with Li Ming. Once the door closed, Qin Li carried the box to the bathroom, opened it, and discovered more than 20 steel drill bits of varying sizes piled inside. Having just finished her meal, she grabbed a whetstone, added a bit of water, and donned the leather gloves that Zhang Yuan had packed in the box, beginning the polishing process with determination. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Li's daughter hurried into the bathroom, crouching quietly on the floor as she observed her mother in her industrious efforts. Qin Li's mother followed the young girl inside, and upon seeing her daughter engrossed in work, she silently took a drill bit and joined in the task. Qin Li glanced at her mother, biting her lip, and offered her a pair of gloves. Mom, wear these. I'll fetch another pair. No need, dear. That woman is meticulous and doesn't wish to harm your hands, but a bit of grinding won't hurt mine, replied Qin Li's mother softly without looking up. After a moment, she added, glancing at her daughter, I merely want to remind you that Xiao Xing has contributed a great deal to our family. He has treated you and is quite well. I know, Mom. Qin Li replied, her lips pressed together, her expression complex. She then lowered her head, gritting her teeth as she continued to grind the drill bit. When Zhang Yuan returned home after delivering the items, Li Ming had already exhausted his mental training and was practicing his martial arts in his room. Zhang Yuan smiled at him before moving a small stool to sit outside the kitchen door, extending her short skirt and legs as she ground the drill bit while occasionally glancing at Li Ming practicing, a smile gracing her lips. Heaving and panting, Li Ming executed his punches with fervor, chopping, drilling, bursting, cannon, and horizontal punches, each basic technique flowing seamlessly from his hands as insight surged within him, enhancing his martial prowess. The chopping punch was heavy, the drilling punch was vicious, the bursting punch was fierce, the cannon punch explosive, and the horizontal punch flowed like water. He realized that the horizontal punch bore a striking resemblance to the techniques of interception and grappling found in gunplay, both designed to bypass defenses. The techniques of the drilling fist, the collapsing fist, and the cannon fist are intrinsically linked to the strength of thrusting spears and piercing swords. They embody a spirit of fierce aggression. Although the slicing fist differs in execution, it too shares a connection, as all these techniques represent a powerful explosion of force. The first three techniques utilize direct energy, while the slicing fist employs dynamic energy. Thus, the experience gained from swordsmanship and spear techniques is swiftly applied to the art of boxing, resulting in noticeable progress as his fists fly through the air. After an entire morning of relentless practice, Li Ming paused when Zhang Yuan began to prepare lunch. With a deep exhalation, he resolved to recuperate his strength for the afternoon's training. He removed his sweat-soaked attire and refreshed himself in the bathroom with a damp towel, feeling revitalized as he donned fresh clothes and sipped some water, comfortably awaiting the completion of Zhang Yuan's meal. Chapter 32, Bottleneck. Stretching the muscles lunch consisted of a simple dish, a soup, and rice, an unpretentious yet hearty meal amidst the apocalypse, featuring both meat and vegetables, a rarity indeed. Zhang Yuan, dressed in flat shoes with her stockings discarded in the trash, gracefully moved her legs, the hem of her short skirt fluttering as she brought the prepared food to Li Ming's room. Li Ming sensed that a breakthrough was imminent in the afternoon, anticipating a new wave of physical enhancement. Thus, he refrained from the casual nibbling of his meal, mindful not to waste the energy contained within him. Throughout the entire lunch, Li Ming maintained a disciplined demeanor, which left Zhang Yuan feeling somewhat uneasy. Curious about his behavior, she inquired about the reason, only to understand his mindset, prompting her to shift from his side to sit opposite him during the meal. This lunch was rather modest. After dinner, Li Ming reclined on the bed, resuming his afternoon nap, while Zhang Yuan, having finished washing the dishes, brought the leftovers to her husband and then joined him for a nap. As the saying goes, a drop of essence is worth 10 drops of blood. During this period of physical enhancement, Li Ming felt it prudent not to deplete his energy. Thus, during his nap, he diligently honed his willpower, refraining from any distractions until he awoke to practice his martial arts. The tranquility of the morning had significantly revitalized Zhang Yuan, making her appear more radiant. Noticing Li Ming commence his training, she too began to meticulously sharpen his practice tools. For a brief moment, the atmosphere in the room was remarkably serene. With measured breaths, Li Ming executed his punches, the chopping fist, drilling fist, cannon fist, collapsing fist, and horizontal fist. Each strike emanating from his hands as he continually refined his strength and corrected his posture. Sweat poured from his pores, a testament to his dedication. Time slipped away as he immersed himself in the fundamental techniques. In the room, one was practicing martial arts while the other honed the tools. In the blink of an eye, hours passed. As Li Ming anticipated, by 9 in the evening, his martial skills had reached an astonishing proficiency of 99. Grounded in the foundations of swordplay and marksmanship, he let out a breath, pausing his training. The level of mastery he achieved in martial arts was already exceedingly high. Even after an afternoon of integrating sword and gun techniques, he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. The perspiration that flowed from him accumulated on the floor, forming a small pool. He rose and took several sips of the saline solution prepared by Zhang Yuan, then sat down on a chair to catch his breath. He waved to Zhang Yuan, who was looking up at him. I brought back several boxes of milk powder. Could you help me open a can and prepare a kettle of warm water for mixing? Ah, certainly. Zhang Yuan, slightly taken aback by Li Ming's request and unsure of the situation, quickly stood up to prepare the warm water and milk powder upon noticing the sweat on his brow. The milk powder, rich in energy, is fortified with vitamins, proteins, fats, calcium, iron, phosphorus, and zinc, which contribute to bone protection, enhance sleep quality, and bodily development. Thus, although Li Ming's diet had increased, he still opted for milk powder to supplement the energy required for his growth. After regaining some strength, he observed as Zhang Yuan prepared the water and milk powder, even thoughtfully adding sugar to a bowl before he stood up, firming his posture to practice his boxing techniques once more in the living room. With precise strikes, chopping, drilling, collapsing, cannon, and horizontal punches, he executed each movement, instantly maxing out his proficiency. In the next moment, an influx of the techniques of the 5 elements boxing surged into his mind, and an overwhelming sense of hunger suddenly engulfed him. Having anticipated this, Li Ming promptly approached the bowl of milk powder that Zhang Yuan had prepared, lifted the large bowl, and drank it all in one go. Then, to Zhang Yuan's astonishment, he continued to drink bowl after bowl until he had consumed the entire box of milk powder, stopping only when he felt satisfied. What? Zhang Yuan was left speechless, but soon she observed Li Ming's physique visibly transforming into something more robust, and amidst her astonishment, a sense of understanding dawned upon her. Li Ming had previously mentioned that he possessed a unique ability, one that, with diligent practice, could allow him to strengthen his physique through the consumption of copious amounts of food. This moment seemed to be a manifestation of that extraordinary power. As Zhang Yuan realized this, her gaze towards Li Ming transformed into one filled with wonder. Observing the beads of sweat glistening on his body, she couldn't help but gracefully stride to the restroom, fill a basin with water, and dampen a towel with it. Approaching him with warmth, she tenderly wiped away the perspiration from his robust physique. As she did so, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Yet a sudden recollection of the impact she had felt from his powerful form surged within her, evoking a blend of anticipation and trepidation. It must be incredibly potent, she thought. Li Ming, embracing the moment, opened his arms wide, allowing Zhang Yuan to continue her ministrations while he squinted his eyes, reveling in the sensations coursing through his body. He could distinctly feel the strength of his lower back and waist intensifying, accompanied by a noticeable enhancement in the power of his limbs. It appeared that the essence of the 5 elements fist lay primarily in the mastery of the waist and back. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he glanced at the mirror that Zhang Yuan had placed in the bedroom. He felt as if he had grown taller, his muscular frame exuding not just symmetry but an overwhelming sense of strength. Gazing at the inscription on his interface, which read, 5 elements fist, slightly developed 0. A smile graced Li Ming's lips, and he nodded in satisfaction. Once Zhang Yuan had finished wiping his body, he eagerly prepared to embark upon a fresh attempt at the 5 elements fist. In an instant, the living room was filled with the fierce gusts of wind generated by powerful punches. Each blow was executed with remarkable precision, possessing immense strength. It was only when Li Ming finally retracted his fist that he nodded in satisfaction. Each punch had doubled in power compared to before, and the varied techniques unleashed distinct effects. Relying solely on his bare fists, he had developed a considerable combat capability. Li Ming felt a sense of contentment. Yet he furrowed his brow at the realization that after achieving a slight mastery of the Xingyi 5 elements fist, just like with his skills in marksmanship and swordsmanship, there seemed to be an absence of progression. Even though he had executed the movements with impeccable form, he understood that merely practicing the fist techniques would not lead to any advancement in his realm. His experience in marksmanship had yielded no growth whatsoever, not even a fraction of 1%. Consequently, it was evident that his progress in fist techniques and swordsmanship would follow suit. Could it be that he had encountered some sort of bottleneck? Li Ming pondered this in silence as he assessed his own condition. The techniques of marksmanship, swordsmanship, and fist fighting had all become second nature to him, reaching the limits of his current capabilities. He was at a loss regarding how to improve further. The only area that seemed to hold potential for advancement was his physical fitness. Only by breaking through in this aspect could he hope to elevate the realm of his skills. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Ming's brow furrowed once more. Although he felt his body had grown stronger, there lingered an unsettling sensation within him. This indescribable sensation compelled him to shift and maneuver within the confines of the living room, only to discover an unexpected heaviness in his body. Could this be the origin of his physical awkwardness? This pervasive feeling of weightiness was perplexing, although his body possessed strength and his reactions were swift when stationary. The moment he attempted to change his footing, a certain rigidity emerged. How could this be? Li Ming paused momentarily, then furrowed his brow in contemplation. Was it possible that his practice lacked coherence, neglecting the foundational aspects? This thought instinctively crossed his mind, leading him to recall the fundamentals of martial arts stored in his memory. Indeed, his current flexibility and range of motion fell significantly short of the required standards. Perhaps, starting tomorrow, he should dedicate some time to stretching his muscles? This idea surfaced in his mind, and after some reflection, he resolved to incorporate stretching into his routine. Conveniently, he found himself devoid of any pressing skills to hone at present. While there were still techniques in swordsmanship to explore, their practical value paled in comparison to thrusting techniques, which were not as urgent at this moment. Thus, the significance of agility training became all the more apparent, and he recognized the necessity of diligent practice. With a heavy sigh, Li Ming nostalgically recalled the era of the internet, where various martial arts could be easily accessed. Shaking his head, he felt his mental energy fully restored, even enhanced, and just as he contemplated depleting it once more, he caught sight of Zhang Yuan, clad in a short skirt, gazing at him with a spring-like expression. The alluring legs beneath her skirt remained irresistibly captivating. Li Ming licked his lips, feeling that the consumption of his telekinetic energy was not a matter of urgency. He strode forward, embracing Zhang Yuan. Wait a moment, I need to prepare dinner first. As Li Ming moved, Zhang Yuan's body went limp, her cheeks flushed as she spoke. It's all right, you carry on with what you're doing. I won't be a hindrance. A smile graced Li Ming's lips as he noticed Zhang Yuan soften, and he supported her waist, leading her to the kitchen. Dinner preparation ensued. Chapter 33. Let go at 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Yuan, her complexion rosy and her gait slightly awkward, served a bowl of noodles enriched with meat strips and eggs to Li Ming, who was stretching his legs. Upon seeing the meal was ready, Li Ming lowered his legs from the windowsill, washed his hands, and sat down to eat. Zhang Yuan brought over another bowl, and the two of them sat together, each with a bowl in hand. Zhang Yuan propped her legs in Li Ming's lap, admiring his seemingly normal physique after he donned his clothes. And she marveled at the strength he had acquired through his training. Will we continue practicing boxing tomorrow? Zhang Yuan asked softly, as she picked up a piece of egg yolk from her bowl and fed it to Li Ming. I've had enough boxing for now. Tomorrow we'll focus on other exercises, Li Ming replied, taking a bite of the yolk before enjoying a mouthful of noodles. What will we practice? Do you want me to help you? Zhang Yuan inquired playfully, initially intending it as a light-hearted remark, for Li Ming's vigorous training clearly did not require her assistance. To her surprise, Li Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. Sure, if you're free tomorrow, you can assist me with my training. Really? How will you need my help? Zhang Yuan, taken aback, inquired with a hint of confusion. I need to stretch my legs. Could you assist me with my back? Li Ming responded with a smile, harboring hopes that this leg-stretching endeavor might yield some newfound skills. Your back? Zhang Yuan pondered, slightly perplexed. Yet she refrained from elaborating. Observing Li Ming's genuine desire for her assistance, she committed it to memory, resolving to discern the specifics when the morrow arrived. After Li Ming indulged in several generous bowls of noodles, Zhang Yuan proceeded to wash up and tidy the dishes. By the time she finished, fatigue had set in. And just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Chun-Li approached from her home, prompting Zhang Yuan to plant a couple of affectionate kisses on Li Ming and cheerfully wave goodbye as she retired for the night. The profound sensation of Li Ming's strength had left her utterly exhausted, and she was eager to embrace rest. Though the drill bits remained partially sharpened, they were nearing completion, and she had brought over all those that were ready. Today, Chun-Li donned a light brown outfit, which, though unremarkable, could not conceal her enviable figure. Holding a box of drill bits, she smiled at Li Ming and remarked, unlike sharpening knives, honing these bits to a fine point is quite challenging. So the yield for the day is modest. The originally pointed tips were of little use, as their sharpness, designed for machine power, could not be effectively utilized by psychokinetic abilities. No need to worry, she added. Let me see if your hands are injured. Li Ming, aware of the difficulties involved in sharpening such items, felt a pang of concern for Qinli, worried that her hands might have sustained injuries from the labor. He promptly placed the drill bits in the bedroom and gently examined her hands. They are quite fair, elegantly long, and remarkably soft. No harm done. I wore gloves. So I was fine. The main concern was my mother, who was ungloved and found it rather uncomfortable. I wondered if I could get her an extra pair of gloves. Chun-Li pursed her lips as she gazed at the man before her and spoke. Of course, that is feasible. You can take a pair over tomorrow morning. I appreciate your efforts. Li Ming nodded nonchalantly, then stepped forward with gratitude to embrace the woman. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the moon had taken on an eerie brightness, while the zombies seemed to grow increasingly agitated in the night, their howls echoing incessantly. Ping Shi, initially absorbed in the diverse gameplay of the same game, suddenly heard a sound that was distinctly different from the usual zombie groans, prompting a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What on earth is going on? He muttered to himself, vexed. His frustration mounted as he reflected on how Li Ming, despite his ample meals, refused to share even a morsel with him, while his wife toiled endlessly, leaving her exhausted. What kind of person is he? I hope tomorrow's meal will be substantial. With a sigh of resignation, Ping Shi lay back down and resumed his game. However, the strange noises kept him on edge. And it was not until several minutes later that they abruptly ceased. He finally exhaled in relief and resumed his gaming with a string of curses. In the haunting darkness of the night, time slipped away in the blink of an eye. Peng Ji remained awake until dawn, at which point he finally succumbed to sleep. As his wife rose, he had just entered a deep slumber. 14 days have passed. Zhang Yuan stretched out as she awoke. Her right leg extended while the left remained slightly bent, her form accentuated by her cool attire, making her allure even more pronounced. She counted the days, murmuring to herself. As time progresses, so does her profound disappointment in the rescue, alongside the man beside her, lying motionless like a dead pig. Zhang Yuan let out a soft huff. Rising to freshen up in the bathroom, she needed to ponder what attire would befit her meeting with Li Ming later. Li Ming had a penchant for her in shorts and skirts. Changing out of pants daily was a hassle. So, after washing up, Zhang Yuan approached the wardrobe, her gaze landing on a striking white mini dress. A flutter of excitement coursed through her as she reached out to retrieve it. As the sun ascended, Li Ming awoke punctually. His mental energy, which had been depleted the previous night, had fully replenished and even augmented significantly. With a spark of motivation, the sword resting on his bedside began to levitate steadily, swiftly traversing the living room. It was not until 10 minutes later, when his mental energy waned once more, that he guided the sword back into its sheath. A smile crept upon his lips, from the initial trembling control to now mastering the sword's flight. His mental prowess had evidently made considerable strides. Glancing at his phone, he squinted at the date. It had unknowingly been 14 days. With a sigh, he exited the bathroom, his gaze landing on Qinli, who lay asleep on the bed. After a night of fervent inquiry, she had yet to awaken. As he licked his lips, a familiar sound of footsteps approached, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Li Ming raised an eyebrow, opening the door to reveal none other than Zhang Yuan. What an unexpected visit, and so early at that. Li Ming gazed at Zhang Yuan with a hint of confusion, but in the next moment, his attention was captivated by her silhouette clad in a diaphanous white silk dress, leaving him parched and breathless. Zhang Yuan, biting her lip, slightly tilted her head, elongating her neck, and her eyes unconsciously wandered towards Li Ming, her earlobes flushing with a rosy hue. She was acutely aware that from this point onward, she had completely surrendered, both in body and spirit. Every morning, it is beneficial for one's physical and mental well-being to drink a bit of water upon awakening. By 8 o'clock in the morning, Chun-Li had already risen and departed. After finishing his errands, Li Ming noticed that Zhang Yuan was still determined to prepare breakfast. So he allowed her to do so while he ventured into the living room to stretch his limbs. His mind immediately turned to the Baduan Jin, a form of gentle exercise he practiced, which, although slow-paced, served to invigorate his body. He decided to commence his warm-up with it. As he performed the Baduan Jin, he observed Zhang Yuan in her white dress bustling about preparing breakfast, and he found himself at peace. After diligently completing a full set of Baduan Jin, he was surprised to feel a slight shortness of breath, an unexpected sensation for him. In the past, when he was physically frail, performing a set of Baduan Jin would leave him feeling heated and somewhat fatigued. Yet now, having undergone a transformation through the mastery of 3 distinct skills, he found himself feeling somewhat tired after the same exercise. What could this mean? Li Ming felt a sense of astonishment as he realized that this slow-paced Baduan Jin had such a profound effect on him. After merely one session, he found himself fatigued. Unable to resist, he performed it once more. This time, he approached it with even greater seriousness. Upon completion, he noticed that he had not exerted himself significantly, yet he was gasping for breath. although his muscles did not convey any sense of exhaustion. He felt an unmistakable loss of strength. Baduan Jin proficiency. 1. A series of numbers flashed before his eyes, leaving Li Ming in a state of bewilderment. Could this Baduan Jin truly be so extraordinary? Intrigued, he decided to practice again. This iteration was equally earnest, but halfway through, he sensed a wave of weakness and instinctively paused. A light sheen of sweat began to appear on his brow as he sank into a chair, his eyes wide with confusion. How could someone as strong as him struggle to complete 3 rounds of Baduan Jin? A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to open the panel and check his status. Name: Li Ming. Lifespan: 2395. Skills: Sword Thrust, Slightly Developed 0. Gun Technique, Slightly Developed 0. Grasp, Slightly Developed 0. Stab, Slightly Developed 0. 5 Elements Boxing, Slightly Developed 0. Baduan Jin, Proficient 2. To his surprise, Baduan Jin was already at a proficient level. Could this be due to his prior practice? Li Ming pondered. Then his thoughts drifted to the full name of Baduan Jin. Health Qigong Baduan Jin. That was indeed the title of the video he had learned from. And the only notable aspect among those words was Qigong. Qigong, the cultivation of vital energy. Li Ming was astonished, his eyes sparkling with a newfound brilliance. After sitting for a moment, he felt as if his strength had been rejuvenated. He decided to practice his punches, moving fluidly without any hindrance. Encouraged by this, he attempted the Baduan Jin, raising his hands to the heavens and focusing on the 3-burner. As he maintained a steady breath, he performed the first posture with precision. Initially, he believed his strength had returned, allowing him to exercise normally. But after completing the first posture, he experienced an inexplicable emptiness within, prompting him to gasp for air and return to his seat, his face a picture of astonishment. Yet, the light in his eyes intensified. Indeed, the Baduan Jin was no simple practice. It seemed he would need to commit to it in the future. Li Ming sensed that if he diligently completed this regimen, it would undoubtedly confer significant benefits upon him. Feeling a slight hunger in his abdomen, he refrained from continuing his practice and prepared a bowl of milk powder, silently appreciating his body's absorption of the nourishment. A while later, Zhang Yuan, clad in a pristine white dress, approached with a steaming breakfast. Li Ming, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them to see her placing the meal before him. She then handed him a pair of chopsticks and settled beside him to eat. "Why are we having breakfast in the living room today?" he inquired, slightly puzzled as he touched Zhang Yuan's leg while enjoying the egg she had expertly peeled and offered to him. "Seeing you so tired sitting here, I thought it best not to move to the bedroom," she replied. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly, noticing remnants of egg clinging to Li Ming's lips. Without hesitation, she leaned in and consumed the remnants. "What have you been practicing this morning? How can it be so exhausting after just 2 rounds? After sipping some porridge and peeling an egg for herself, Zhang Yuan curiously inquired of Li Ming. Given her profound awareness of his formidable strength, she found it surprising that he would tire so easily. "I practiced Baduan. I too am not quite certain why it feels so taxing. By the way, you should try it later. This practice seems rather extraordinary, and perhaps there are unforeseen benefits to be gained from it," Li Ming responded, turning to her. Zhang Yuan paused in surprise before eagerly nodding her agreement. "Why did you arrive so early today? Don't you care that Shinli is still here?" Li Ming asked, his left hand gliding over Zhang Yuan's leg as he savored another spoonful of porridge, feeling quite content yet curious. "It's nothing really. I just had a sudden revelation. From now on, I am yours. Wherever you go, I will follow you completely," Zhang Yuan replied with a playful shake of her head, a broad smile gracing her features. "Oh, so you're disregarding your husband?" Li Ming raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a light-hearted grin. Zhang Yuan halted, turning to face him with a serious expression. "From now on, you shall be my husband, all right?" Li Ming was taken aback for a moment, but upon seeing the earnestness etched across Zhang Yuan's face, he realized that she had finally opened her heart to him. A smile spread across his face. "Then you shall truly be my woman." "Yes, I am wholly yours," Zhang Yuan affirmed with a resolute nod, her lips parting slightly as she whispered, "Husband?" Li Ming chuckled softly, sipping from his bowl of congee, and gazed at Zhang Yuan with a warm smile. "The congee you've made has truly pleased me, my dear. I shall prepare it for you every day henceforth." Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Joy surged within her as she playfully wiggled her legs. She then eagerly lifted her bowl to feed Li Ming. He relished the meal, savoring the delightful moments of breakfast. Once they finished their meal, Li Ming stretched his limbs, feeling rejuvenated, and proceeded to practice leg stretching by the window. The stretching involved front, side, and back extensions, each executed to its utmost limit. He then transitioned to other fundamental martial arts techniques as taught in his instructional videos, which included shoulder opening, waist stretching, neck elongation, and horse stance, along with the horse stance striking. The horse stance further divided into high and low variations, each suited to different exertion circumstances. Li Ming earnestly followed the video, feeling his legs and body growing increasingly supple. After washing the dishes, Zhang Yuan practiced the Ba Duan Jin twice, feeling somewhat fatigued. Surprisingly, she completed a third round. A feat that Li Ming, despite his robust physique, had not managed. He surmised that perhaps the practice of Ba Duan Jin did not solely hinge on physical strength or stamina, but rather on a particular, subtle condition of the body. In this regard, Zhang Yuan might indeed possess an advantage over him. He chose not to dwell on it, merely advising her to take care of her health before returning to his own practice. Li Ming continued his training until noon, though no skills were revealed. Nevertheless, he distinctly felt his body becoming lighter and more agile, which filled him with a sense of satisfaction. As the clock struck past 11, Zhang Yuan paused her meticulous work on the drill bit and made her way to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Li Ming continued his stretching exercises. Before long, lunch was ready, and as Zhang Yuan brought the dishes out, Li Ming ceased his stretching to partake in the meal. After lunch, Li Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise when, after tidying up the kitchen, Zhang Yuan directly joined him in bed instead of delivering a meal to Pingxi. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Li Ming, yet he refrained from voicing it, embracing Zhang Yuan as they surrendered to the afternoon slumber. When he awoke, the clock read 1:30 in the afternoon. Li Ming resumed his stretching routine, this time enlisting Zhang Yuan's assistance in applying pressure to his tendons, which indeed proved to be remarkably effective. Consequently, he spent the entire afternoon with her aid in his stretching regimen, yielding splendid results. What astonished Li Ming most was the realization that, unlike the typical experience where one's muscles and tendons would retract after a period, necessitating continuous stretching to maintain their flexibility, similar to muscles that atrophy without use, he found that after a morning of stretching, a midday nap, and further stretching in the afternoon, his physical condition felt nearly identical to that of the morning session. In fact, by the end of his afternoon routine, he sensed a notable lightness in his being, devoid of any stiffness. Could it be that the extraordinary ability reflected on the panel had also graced him? Li Ming marveled at the thought, surmising that while his stretching had not yet manifested as a skill, it might still benefit from the panel's everlasting traits, filling him with a profound sense of delight. Anticipating the results of the following day, he relished the dinner prepared by Zhang Yuan after their afternoon stretching. To his surprise, after dinner, Zhang Yuan did not leave but instead turned and re-entered his room. "Are you not going back tonight?" Li Ming inquired curiously, glancing at the woman by his side. "I said I would stay with you. Why would I go back?" Zhang Yuan replied calmly, a playful glimmer dancing in her eyes. "However, I suppose he will be quite hungry by tomorrow. Perhaps you could bring him a little something. And when you do, please fetch those clothes that you love to see me wear." Chapter 35. The trump card. The significance of a woman requesting her husband to retrieve her clothing from another's home starkly contrasts with inviting a lover to take her belongings into her own residence. It serves as an unequivocal declaration of ownership. By asking Li Ming to collect her garments and bring them to his room, she unabashedly proclaims her belonging to another. Li Ming discerned Zhang Yuan's implication, comprehending that when that moment arrived, she would entirely belong to him, both in name and in essence. "Very well. I shall come by tomorrow afternoon to select your most beautiful attire," he replied, a smile gracing his lips as he reminisced about the outfits he had seen her wear before. He recalled the few that had captivated him the most, particularly the professional attire she donned on that fateful night before the world changed. "Yes, I must retrieve that one. I should tidy up my room," he continued. "Otherwise, there will be no place to store the clothes, shoes, and cosmetics when you bring them tomorrow." Upon hearing his agreement, a radiant smile illuminated Zhang Yuan's face as she planted a kiss on Li Ming's cheek and cheerfully said, "All right, you managed the tidying up." Li Ming nodded in acquiescence, subsequently giving Zhang Yuan a playful pat on her backside, allowing her to rise and tidy the room. Meanwhile, he employed telekinesis to maneuver a drill bit around the chamber, gradually exhausting the mental energy he had regained throughout the day. Clatter. It was not until more than 10 minutes had elapsed that the drill bit clattered to the floor, and Li Ming exhaled, feeling an emptiness in his mind. He rubbed his brow, somewhat sighing inwardly. The recovery of his mental energy was markedly slower compared to physical stamina. Without sleep, it could take an entire day to replenish. At his current level of telekinesis, it held little practical value. Rapid recovery seemed to hinge solely upon slumber. However, upon reflection, physical stamina followed a similar pattern. Once depleted, it was not easily restored without the passage of time and diligent effort. With a sigh, Li Ming felt a tinge of regret, realizing that the current application of his telekinesis could not be enhanced through the proficiency panel. If it could, his telekinetic strength would surely see swift advancement. Judging by his lack of response from regular strength training and stretching, it appeared that only a structured and effective training regimen could activate the proficiency panel and develop skills. Yet, considering the state of his muscles after today's stretching, if tomorrow's flexibility mirrored that of this afternoon's ease, it would be intriguing. Would it not serve as proof that any endeavor he undertook would inherently benefit from the proficiency panel, ensuring perpetual progress without regression, advancing steadily one step at a time? If that is indeed the case, perhaps running, physical exercise, long jump, and high jump, these fundamental human activities, should be my targets for training. Li Ming pondered this thought, and as his mind whirled, his gaze frequently shifted towards Zhang Yuan, who had finally managed to clear enough space in the room. She hurriedly turned around, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Li Ming. Li Ming, was that you controlling the drill as it flew about just now? Zhang Yuan's voice was brimming with enthusiasm. She had noticed the astonishing scene when Li Ming first manipulated the drill but had refrained from asking. Thinking about the impending arrival of Qin Li and preoccupied with tidying up the room. Only after watching Li Ming control the drill until it landed did she divert her gaze, and now that everything was in order, she could no longer contain her curiosity. The formidable power Li Ming had previously displayed remained within the realm of understanding, yet this was entirely beyond reason. A multitude of extraordinary power phrases surged in Zhang Yuan's mind, ultimately reflected in the brilliance of her eyes as she gazed at Li Ming. Oh, I forgot to mention. I've been busy training these past few days and haven't had the chance to showcase it. Li Ming replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words. This is a power I gained while fighting zombies outside. Have you seen the movie Chronicle? It's somewhat akin to the telekinesis depicted in it. I have seen it. Is it truly so? Such an incredible ability exists? Could you demonstrate it for me again? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but express her excitement as she leaned closer to Li Ming, eagerly inquiring. Her heart was naturally filled with exhilaration. As the apocalypse descended, the terrifying zombies had brought her countless nightmares and fears. In such circumstances, everyone yearned for the power to confront this menace. Previously, Li Ming represented the strength she could grasp to combat her terror, prompting her, after much hesitation, to ultimately embrace him wholeheartedly. Now, however, Li Ming unveiled an even more extraordinary power. Initially, she believed that her reliance on her own fortitude was sufficient, but upon hearing Li Ming's implications, she learned that this miraculous strength could indeed be acquired from external sources. Zhang Yuan's heart raced. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she gazed at Li Ming with fervent admiration. I just demonstrated this ability to train it, and now I've exhausted it. If you wish to see more, you will have to wait until tomorrow morning, Li Ming shrugged, smiling at the overly excited Zhang Yuan. He then gently caressed her face and whispered, but you mustn't share this with anyone else. I only mentioned it because I could see your earnest desire to be with me. In a world where anything could happen, danger could lurk at any moment. We must keep a trump card to face crises. Aside from myself, you are the only one I confide in about this. Qin Li has never seen it, so it must remain a secret. Li Ming's earnest tone instilled in Zhang Yuan a profound sense of reassurance, as if their deepening connection had bestowed upon her the privilege of shared secrets. A comforting sense of intimacy enveloped her heart, and she nodded vigorously. Yes, I understand. I want to tell a soul. Zhang Yuan promptly spoke up, and Li Ming smiled, gently urging her to lie down. In truth, Li Ming had not deceived her. He had indeed intended to keep the matter of his telekinetic abilities concealed from others as much as possible. However, with Zhang Yuan's unwavering determination to engage with him daily, it was inevitable that she would discover the truth eventually. Thus, he thought it wiser to administer an early dose of reassurance, laying a solid foundation for their relationship, which could only grow stronger. He believed that once Zhang Yuan learned of this matter, she would become even more devoted to him, alleviating many burdens in his life, which is why he chose to confide in her. As for Qin Li, their relationship was merely transactional. Although he held a fondness for her, he would never divulge such significant information to her. The less outsiders knew about his affairs, the better. One could never tell when this hidden ability might become a pivotal asset in turning the tide of circumstances. As they lay on the bed, Zhang Yuan responded to Li Ming's advances with fervor, her alluring figure clad in a short, white dress captivating his attention. She chatted animatedly, but then recalled. Qin Li is coming soon. How can we open the door if we proceed now? Zhang Yuan, her cheeks flushed, said to Li Ming as she reclined on the bed. It's fine. We can wait for her arrival. Around 10 o'clock, after soothing her daughter to sleep, Qin Li brought her to Li Ming's home. Upon finding the door closed, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Just a few days prior, Li Ming had kept the door open every night, eagerly awaiting her arrival, ready to whisk her away to the bedroom. Why was the door closed today? Qin Li, somewhat perplexed, gently tapped on the door, receiving no response. She continued to knock for a while, patiently awaiting a reply until the door finally swung open. With her left arm cradling Zhang Yuan, Li Ming, using his right hand, welcomed her inside. Qin Li instinctively stepped in, and as soon as she did, Li Ming closed the door behind her. She stood there, astonished. gazing at Zhang Yuan being held in Li Ming's embrace. What was her purpose for coming here? Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Li Ming and Zhang Yuan, still in the living room. Could it be that they intended to share this moment together? Chun-Li set her resolve aside, feeling a touch of embarrassment, yet under Li Ming's gentle persuasion, she reluctantly entered the room. Upon seeing Chun-Li, Zhang Yuan also felt a twinge of shyness, her previously unabashed demeanor now tempered, her cheeks flushed as her eyes fluttered shut. However, recalling the secret Li Ming had just shared, she felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that in Li Ming's eyes, they ultimately belonged to different realms. Chapter 36. The Art of Accommodation. Why hadn't the meal been delivered yet? What could be the matter? As night descended, Pingji felt utterly drained. His body devoid of strength, accompanied by a gnawing pain in his stomach. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 10 in the evening. And throughout the day, since awakening, he had not once encountered his wife. The meals that usually appeared at noon were conspicuously absent as well. Hunger gnawed at him, breeding agitation and an unsettling sense of foreboding. It had been an entire day since he last saw her. He contemplated rising and stepping outside to investigate. Yet as he gazed at the bedroom door, memories of his wife's recent changes flooded his mind, stealing away the courage to push it open. Li Ming, that wretched man. Could he have taken my wife? In that moment, a myriad of thoughts flashed through Pingji's mind as he clenched his fists, engulfed in confusion. A fleeting surge of anger, embarrassment, discontent, and trepidation washed over him. He felt the increasing frailty of his body, after enduring days of meager meals, barely satiating his hunger. And then resorting to just one meal a day, his strength had all but dissipated. Simple tasks like walking or even using the restroom had become arduous, particularly today. Having consumed not a single morsel, the sense of weakness weighed heavily upon him. If his suspicions were indeed true, the image of Li Ming wielding a weapon, training with ferocity, sent a chill down his spine. He pondered the possibility of a confrontation should he venture out, and the thought filled him with dread. As the night deepened, the increasingly frequent roars of the undead amplified his terror. In such a perilous environment, if Li Ming were to turn violent, the consequences could be dire. Pingji dared not dwell on it, instinctively pulling his feet closer to himself. Lost in silence, after a moment, another thought crept into his mind. Perhaps Li Ming had merely gone out, leaving his wife alone to toil away, possibly without food. This notion flickered in his mind, causing Pingji to perceive the allure of the game on his phone as diminished. Glancing aside, he noted the vacant space where his wife's beautiful legs once rested, now only occupied by a pile of discarded, soiled clothing on the chair. The sight of her clothes ignited an inexplicable urge within him to seek out the evidence of her presence. However, Pingji stared at those clothes for quite a while, ultimately shifting his body and silently lying back down. Don't overthink it. Perhaps she will return shortly, he murmured to himself, yearning to hear his wife's voice from the confines of his bed. Almost as if his wish had been granted, he suddenly heard her voice. Yet it left his face drained of color. The unmistakable sounds that belonged solely to her emanated from the direction of Li Ming's room. Yet, that voice was indeed his wife's. Pingji lay there in a daze, his mind flooded with visions of her appearance and figure. Each time they ventured out, she attracted the attention of numerous single men, filling him with a sense of pride. Despite his occasional shortcomings in treating her well, he believed there existed a modicum of affection between them. After a prolonged period of disorientation, the last glimmer of hope within him was extinguished. Tears welled in his eyes as his fists clenched involuntarily. I beg you, please stop, he whispered, the suffocating anguish intensifying within his heart. He recalled the times he had relied on his family's wealth to purchase a home, constantly trying various means to court Zhang Yuan. After their marriage, he felt immense satisfaction with her in every regard, believing himself fortunate to have such a wife, convinced that their lives together would be blissful. Thus, despite his character flaws, he treated her with kindness. A whirlwind of chaotic thoughts raced through his mind, and after enduring this torment for what felt like an eternity, it seemed he heard his own voice. Suddenly, his wife's voice vanished from his ear. Pingji stood there, inexplicably relieved at the silence that enveloped him. He was engulfed in an unbearable torment, the duration of which was uncertain. Just as Pingji was on the verge of collapse, the incessant voice finally ceased. He exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, yet he lay on the bed in a daze, devoid of any interest in even his phone. The night slipped away in the blink of an eye, and as 2 weeks passed, humanity gradually adjusted to this desolate world. Each person harbored their own hopes and endured their own sufferings, while some found enjoyment amidst despair. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, as the sun rose, Li Ming felt refreshed after his morning routine, relishing the moment. By 8 o'clock, Chun-Li hurriedly left Li Ming's residence, clutching a box of unpolished drill bits. Her cheeks flushed. Usually, Zhang Yuan would have begun preparing breakfast for Li Ming by now, but today she lingered, still adorned in the white strappy dress and thong from the previous day. Her pert dairy and long, slender legs never failed to captivate Li Ming. She intended to witness Li Ming's telekinetic abilities before attending to breakfast. Once she saw Chen Li exit the room, she exchanged a knowing glance with Li Ming, signaling him to commence. "Wow, how astonishing!" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she beheld various objects levitating and floating before her, manipulated by Li Ming's will. Her gaze sparkling with delight. Observing her reaction, Li Ming smiled. He too had felt the same awe when he first acquired this ability. Yet, he had since acclimated to it, wielding his powers with the same calmness one would exhibit when using their own hands. However, he did not disturb her enthusiasm. Instead, he continued to exhaust his psychic energy until he ceased. Subsequently, he playfully pinched Zhang Yuan's backside, cheerfully reminding her that it was time to prepare breakfast. Zhang Yuan nodded eagerly and quickly descended from Li Ming's embrace to wash rice and cook porridge. Li Ming, in turn, smiled and stretched lazily, commencing a series of flexibility exercises within the confines of the room. He began with 2 rounds of the 8 brocade qigong, which instantly opened his pores and elicited a slight perspiration, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of weakness. Rather than hastily proceeding to further stretching, he paused to rest quietly, observing the gradual increase in his proficiency level, and inwardly shook his head. This particular skill might prove to be the most challenging hurdle for him at present. With merely 2 proficiency points gained daily, it would take over 3 months to attain a modest level of mastery. Nonetheless, he believed that such a skill would undoubtedly yield remarkable results, and he hoped this practice would bring him unexpected delight. As for the health-preserving Tai Chi, he no longer regarded it with disdain. Although it might possess its own benefits, he simply lacked the energy to devote himself to another discipline at this time. He resolved to note it down and consider it further once he had achieved a fundamental level of competence in his current practice. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Li Ming only felt the weakness dissipate after Zhang Yuan had prepared breakfast and the 8 brocade exercises had concluded. He then rose to partake in the meal. Zhang Yuan elegantly rested her legs upon his thighs, peeling eggs for him to eat, and once they finished their meal, she eagerly went on to practice the 8 brocade again. Indeed, the flexibility he had developed yesterday had not diminished by today. On the other hand, as Li Ming engaged in his stretching exercises, he realized that he effortlessly achieved the level he reached after an entire day's worth of stretching the previous day. A spark of color ignited in his eyes, and his heart swelled with exhilaration. If this were the case, the time required for his foundational exercises could be significantly reduced. Overjoyed yet maintaining his composure, Li Ming continued to endure the strain of his stretches. As his muscles elongated, he felt his legs growing increasingly limber, and the rigid sensation he had previously sensed within himself gradually dissipated, further uplifting his spirits. He continued stretching until a slight discomfort settled in his ligaments and tendons, at which point he ceased and shifted his focus to opening his shoulders and stretching other areas of his body. By the time he had pushed these exercises to their limits, the morning had quietly slipped away. Feeling invigorated and relaxed, Li Ming eagerly began practicing his horse stance, persisting until Zhang Yuan completed the lunch preparations. During the meal, Zhang Yuan glanced at her front door, a peculiar glimmer flashing in her eyes, and then turned to Li Ming. "Li Ming, why don't you come over to my house later?" Chapter 37, the final step upon hearing Zhang Yuan's invitation. Li Ming's brows twitched slightly. They were currently in the living room, and a mere glance upward revealed the only bedroom door in this 2-bedroom apartment that he had never set foot in. He then turned his attention to the woman nestled in his embrace, her long legs strikingly elegant like chopsticks, her bosom modest yet perfectly fitting in his grasp, and her shapely figure curvaceous without appearing bulky. He had a profound fondness for Zhang Yuan's legs. They felt exceptionally pleasant to touch, and he relished the sensation every single time. In addition, Zhang Yuan is obedient and understanding, her culinary skills are commendable, and her long, slender legs are effortlessly graceful. Such a woman, in this apocalyptic world, is indeed a rare treasure. Upon hearing her words, Li Ming comprehended that this was an essential step in solidifying her status as his partner. "Let us dine first, then you may fetch some food from my room. Please prepare the leftover porridge, steamed buns, and a bit of vegetables. I shall take them over and then come to collect you," Li Ming said with a smile. Zhang Yuan, with her flowing hair, nodded earnestly and proceeded to savor her lunch in small bites. Once she finished, she listened to Li Ming's instructions, gathered some food, and handed it to him. Subsequently, she tidied up the remaining food from today, packing it into Ping Zhi's lunchbox before presenting it to Li Ming. "Let us go," he said. Li Ming glanced at the provisions Zhang Yuan had prepared: half a bag of rice, some pickled vegetables, and a few nearly spoiled greens. He paid them little mind as he grasped them with both hands, allowing Zhang Yuan to carry the lunchbox as they made their way to the adjacent room. With a soft click, Zhang Yuan opened the door, and as Li Ming stepped inside, he noted that it was indeed a couple's dwelling. Ping Zhi's home was slightly larger than his own bedroom, featuring not only a spacious bed but also a television, wardrobe, sofa, dining table, and even a balcony adorned with vases. On the wall opposite the television hung a photo of Pingxi and Zhang Yuan together. And beside the door stood a water dispenser. Glancing toward the bed, he saw a pale, frail man abruptly sit up, his gaze fixated intently on Li Ming and, notably, on his wife, who was clad in a sheer, short dress and a thong, while holding the lunchbox. Pingxi's body trembled slightly as he found himself at a loss. Overwhelmed by a tumult of anger and confusion. Yet, confronted by Li Ming's formidable physique and acutely aware of his own helplessness, a sense of fear began to creep in. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the robust man before him. Li Ming, observing the man across from him, showed no desire to speak. At this juncture, he found it hard to believe that the other party was unaware of the unfolding situation. He merely placed the food he had brought onto the table in the room and then regarded him with a calm demeanor. Zhang Yuan cast a glance at him, casually placing her takeout box on the table before turning to head towards the makeup desk. Pingxi looked at his wife, who was busily organizing her cosmetics, and then back at the composed man seated before him. He swallowed again, feeling the intensity of Li Ming's gaze upon him, and mustered the courage to speak. What does this mean? Nothing of great consequence, Li Ming replied in a tranquil voice. You must have surmised by now that Zhang Yuan no longer wishes to be with you. She desires to be with me. This food serves as a lifeline for you. Henceforth, she will be moving in to sleep with me. Pingxi was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide as he glanced at his wife and then back at Li Ming. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the food laid out on the table, rendered speechless. Noticing his silence, Li Ming felt no inclination to elaborate further. Observing that Zhang Yuan was taking her time with the cleanup, he took the initiative to inquire if there were any items he could assist her with. Yes, certainly. All my clothes are in the wardrobe. Choose whichever outfit you prefer for me to wear. Oh, and please gather my undergarments. I will handle the cosmetics and shoes. Zhang Yuan did not cast a glance at Pingxi, but upon hearing Li Ming's words, she smiled sweetly and replied, Oh, I like it. I must search carefully. Li Ming smiled slightly and then approached the wardrobe, opening the doors to reveal a dazzling array of garments, both for men and women. It was evident that all the women's attire belonged solely to Zhang Yuan. This professional outfit is quite nice. I thought you looked beautiful in it the night before the apocalypse when I saw you in the elevator. You should take this one, Li Ming remarked, his eyes settling on a neatly hung women's suit, which he then retrieved with satisfaction, raising it playfully toward Zhang Yuan. All right. I shall wear it for you to see tomorrow, she replied with a coy smile, reminiscing about the night they first met before the end of the world. A secret amusement bubbling within her. She then turned to gather her cosmetics. This red dress is lovely too. You looked absolutely stunning in it that day with your makeup on, Li Ming said, selecting a vibrant red dress with a grin. Stop staring, she teased playfully. Ah. It seems I shall take away these hot pants. The collection of JK outfits is quite abundant as well. I shall take them all. Goodness. There are even such provocative lingerie pieces. Wearing them is almost more revealing than not wearing anything at all. I must take those too. This pair of fitted jeans is splendid, accentuating the legs beautifully. This sweater is lovely, snug, and enhances the figure, as Zhang Yuan remarked. Li Ming truly selected items from the wardrobe according to his preferences. He picked one piece, and Zhang Yuan echoed his sentiments. Their banter was reminiscent of flirtation. As if Pingxi, who sat stiffly on the bed, did not exist at all. Pingxi sat rigidly on the bed, his gaze vacant and unfocused, occasionally glancing at Li Ming and then at Zhang Yuan, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Yet, upon noticing the food before him and sensing his own frail condition, the tide of his fury ebbed away. He swallowed hard and suddenly unable to withstand his hunger. He crawled to the foot of the bed and devoured the leftover meal with great eagerness. Zhang Yuan, who had just finished organizing her cosmetics, paused momentarily, casting a glance at him, her expression returning to complete indifference. She was taken aback by the fact that this man lacked even the courage to protest. A sigh escaped her heart, yet she felt a sense of calmness wash over her. Subsequently, she zipped her cosmetics bag and carried it past the table where Pingxi was eating. Li Ming, ever vigilant at the slightest movement from Pingxi, raised an eyebrow upon witnessing him crawl over to consume the leftovers, a smirk twitching at the corner of his mouth. However, he soon chuckled and continued selecting a few of Zhang Yuan's leggings and thermal garments, placing them into the large bag designated for clothing. Zhang Yuan placed her cosmetics at the entrance, then went to retrieve a bag of sanitary napkins. She noticed Li Ming inspecting a large sack of clothing, observing its varied thickness with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. As she approached to take a closer look, she found it filled entirely with garments. She opened a drawer and suddenly exclaimed to Li Ming, "By the way, dear husband, and here are my stockings and pure white ankle socks. What do you think? Do you like them?" Pingxi, who was dining, paused momentarily before continuing to focus on his meal. "I was wondering why I couldn't find the stockings. I want them all," Li Ming replied, his eyes lighting up as he swiftly gathered all the stockings, ankle socks, and various solid-colored socks from the drawer. Zhang Yuan, beaming with delight, added 2 scarves, a few ear warmers, and some gloves into the bag. That's about it. I'll just grab a handbag, some lipstick, and my boots and high heels are over there. Dear husband, could you fetch them for me? Zhang Yuan zipped up the large bag of clothing, glanced around, and casually picked up a few small items. Suddenly, she pointed towards the shoe cabinet and said, "All right, let me take my time choosing." Li Ming smiled, acknowledging the fact that attractive shoes could indeed stir desire. He approached the shoe cabinet without hesitation, picking up 2 pairs of over-the-knee boots, 2 pairs of high heels, and 2 pairs of sandals, before gathering all the remaining flat white shoes and placing them into the bag. Throughout this, Peng Zhi remained silent, engrossed in his meal. Subsequently, noticing his lack of response, Li Ming grasped Zhang Yuan's shoes in one hand and her clothing in the other, while Zhang Yuan, carrying her personal items, followed him resolutely out of the room without a trace of reluctance. Peng Zhi's gaze remained fixed on the pair as they approached the exit. And just as they were about to step out, he suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, could you possibly spare me a bit more food?" Chapter 38. A relaxed stretch. Could you possibly spare me a bit more food? I've already decided to follow someone else. Yet you still think of this trivial matter of food. Do you not value your wife more than a mere meal? Even if one cannot survive without sustenance, why do you not seek it out for yourself instead of bartering with the man who is taking your wife away? A subtle wave of resignation washed over Zhang Yuan's heart. She felt no significant anger, only a sense of lament for having once been blind to choose such a man. In her naivety, she had married Peng Zhi through an arranged meeting, only to discover post-marriage that he was a profoundly selfish individual. Regret came too late, and she could not have anticipated the depths of his selfishness, nor his lack of courage. If she had felt any semblance of embarrassment about the situation moments ago, it had now completely dissipated, replaced by a steadfast resolve. Yet, despite this clarity, a flicker of anger lingered within her, as no one wishes to be treated with such disregard. She reflected on the 2 years spent married to Peng Zhi and felt as though she had suffered a considerable loss. Gently clenching her small fists, she took small steps to bring the items into Li Ming's room. Then, she returned to retrieve the cosmetics she had just placed at the door, thoughtfully taking a bag of shoes from Li Ming's hands to ease his burden, preparing for the man in the room. Li Ming glanced back at her, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Peng Zhi felt a wave of tension wash over him, his body instinctively tensing up, regretting the sound he had just made. It was only when Li Ming's voice broke the silence that he exhaled in relief. For Zhang Yuan's sake, I'll bring you some food later as a token of gratitude for introducing such a wonderful woman at the onset of this apocalypse. Capable, beautiful, and obedient. A smile crept upon Li Ming's lips, and he was taken aback by the glimmer of delight in his gaze towards Peng Zhi, prompting him to involuntarily twitch his mouth in exasperation. With little enthusiasm, he left, clutching Zhang Yuan's clothing. Striding back home, he found Zhang Yuan bending over to arrange her belongings. Upon seeing him return, she greeted him with a warm smile. "What did you say to him?" "I didn't say much. I merely thanked him for sending me such a good wife. In return, I thought it wouldn't hurt to give him a bit more food." To my surprise, he seemed quite pleased. Li Ming chuckled and shrugged, while Zhang Yuan pouted, casting him a playful, reproachful glance. "You should have stopped at what you gave him. Why give him more? What will he do in the future? Oh, after all, he's your ex-husband. I can't be so stingy, can I?" Li Ming smiled as he set down Zhang Yuan's clothes. After pondering for a moment, he casually retrieved some vegetables and a few unappetizing noodle packets, placing them into a convenience bag. He raised it slightly towards Zhang Yuan, saying, "I won't give you too much, just a token gesture." "All right, a token gesture is sufficient. Hurry back. I shall await your return," Zhang Yuan replied, wrinkling her nose and casting a playful glance at Li Ming. Yet, deep down, she understood that Li Ming's actions were considerate of her feelings, which touched her heart. Thus, she gently added, "Just a few steps away. When I return, I will help you tidy up the clothes." Li Ming chuckled, cherishing her words. Such acts that could win a woman's affection were effortless, and he found joy in doing so. Having finished, he turned and made his way to Peng Zhi's room, tossing the plastic bag onto his bed. "Here are the items for you. Remember, from this moment on, we are even. Neither of us owes the other anything." Li Ming nonchalantly threw the items to Peng Zhi, observing him with a calm demeanor. Peng Zhi, reaching for the food, shivered slightly and nodded repeatedly. "Let go of what needs to be relinquished. Only then can one live well. We are neighbors after all. If your phone runs out of battery, I can still lend you a charge. Farewell." Li Ming glanced at Peng Zhi, leaving behind a vague remark. Peng Zhi stiffly nodded, sensing a hint of threat. Or perhaps not, as he silently watched Li Ming exit. After closing the door to Peng Zhi's room, Li Ming returned home. Zhang Yuan had already organized her cosmetics and shoes, and just as she unzipped the clothing bag, Li Ming stepped forward to assist her in placing the garments into a small wardrobe. How have you been? Zhang Yuan inquired with a warm smile as Li Ming returned. Just some casual conversation, nothing much, Li Ming replied with a chuckle, glancing at the wardrobe and shaking his head. This wardrobe was bought for my own use. It cannot accommodate the clothing of 2 individuals. It's all right. Just pack away the thick winter clothes into the luggage and keep only the seasonal attire for both of us, Zhang Yuan suggested with a smile. Promptly removing Li Ming's bulky garments and placing them into a spacious travel bag, Li Ming smiled back and hung up Zhang Yuan's clothes. And once he finished hanging the lighter outfits, he removed his thick clothing, filling the wardrobe to the brim. Turning around, he noticed that his room, once solely his, was now adorned with various feminine belongings, shoes, dresses, and other items, transforming the space distinctly. With a slight smile, he approached Zhang Yuan, who was arranging her stockings, and lifted her onto the bed. As she playfully twisted her leg, she reached to unfasten his buttons. A person's emotions fluctuate with the moments. At this instant, with a heart full of joy, Li Ming found himself spending over an hour in the delightful sounds of Zhang Yuan's laughter, indulging in bliss. Later, Zhang Yuan, with a rosy glow, nestled against Li Ming's chest, drifting into a gentle slumber. To Li Ming, Zhang Yuan's body felt light and soft, even in sleep. Holding her brought no sense of burden, only comfort, making this afternoon nap particularly enjoyable. When he eventually awoke, it was past 1 in the afternoon. After playfully cherishing Zhang Yuan for a while, he refreshed himself with a splash of water and continued to stretch his limbs, invigorated. Now, he has begun to appreciate the benefits of stretching his muscles and bones. The lightness in his movements is a sensation he had never experienced before. Li Ming commenced his exercise regimen, while Zhang Yuan, feeling that her attire was rather impractical for work, got out of bed to change into a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, discarding her thong and sheer dress. She then proceeded to assist Li Ming in polishing the drill bits. Occasionally, she would glance at Li Ming, who was exercising, and could not help but smile, thoroughly enjoying this newfound sense of security. After more than 3 hours of stretching, which included pressure testing and various forms of resistance, Li Ming finally paused, feeling the strain in his legs. He then alternated between shoulder exercises and horse stance, continuing to stretch until dusk. Suddenly inspired, he attempted a full split, achieving it effortlessly, which brought a smile to his lips. With another day of stretching, he would be nearly complete. Feeling pleased with his progress, a smile crept across Li Ming's face, while Zhang Yuan looked on, somewhat astonished. "Darling, it's only been 2 days, and you can already do the splits," she exclaimed. "Of course, just look at who I am," Li Ming replied with a chuckle. He then pondered whether Zhang Yuan should also engage in stretching, although not everyone possesses his level of proficiency. Stretching could certainly enhance her agility and flexibility. With this thought, he shared it with Zhang Yuan, who, with a twinkle in her eye, seemed eager to give it a try. She nodded in agreement, and Li Ming smiled as he assisted her with leg stretching. Evening was indeed the perfect time for such exercises. Li Ming explained with a grin, gently guiding Zhang Yuan as he helped her stretch, applying pressure as needed. A soft creak echoed from the door as it swung open, followed by the sound of footsteps. Li Ming glanced up to see Pingji arriving at the threshold, holding a bowl of rice. Upon noticing the door to Li Ming's bedroom ajar, he instinctively peered inside. Upon catching sight of Li Ming supporting his wife's leg, he instinctively recoiled and hurried off to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Engrossed in their practice, the couple soon realized that it was time for their evening meal. Chapter 39. A new sensation. Li Ming diligently assisted Zhang Yuan in stretching her leg, an act that caused her cheeks to flush slightly. As they continued, Zhang Yuan was eventually eased onto the bed. "Honey, may I ask you for a favor?" Zhang Yuan lay on the bed, her gaze cautiously fixed on Li Ming, her breath quickening as she spoke. "What is it?" Li Ming, still cradling her leg, looked up at her in curiosity. "Well, could you let me sleep with you tonight? Just send Li Jie back home. You can finish whatever you need to with her first. I wouldn't mind. I just want to be alone with you at night." Zhang Yuan bit her lip, her eyes darting nervously as she spoke, careful not to provoke Li Ming's ire. Noticing her demeanor, Li Ming realized that she had completely opened her heart to him. With a smile, he replied, "Oh, that's perfectly fine. It's just right since she needs to take care of the child. Let her return home to rest tonight." The choice lay before him, to deepen the intimacy with a devoted and compliant beauty, or to maintain a mere transactional relationship with a woman harboring ulterior motives. The decision was clear for anyone with a sensible mind. "Husband." Zhang Yuan was instantly moved and kissed him, welcoming him warmly. Then she suddenly realized the door was not closed and hurriedly tapped Li Ming's shoulder, exclaiming, "Husband, the door, the door." Li Ming looked up and effortlessly closed the door with telekinesis. Bang! Just as Peng Ji stepped outside, he took a deep breath, wanting to express his anger. However, the aroma of the food in his hands made him reconsider, especially in light of Li Ming's robust physique. Humph, in the face of apocalypse. What could be more important than food for a woman? Ping Zhi growled and strode back home, devouring his meal with gusto. After leaving no grain of rice or vegetable behind, he guzzled a glass of cold water and then lay back on his bed, engrossed in his game. The familiar sounds of impact and Zhang Yuan's muffled sobs irritated him to no end, prompting him to don headphones, finally isolating himself from everything and exhaling in relief. Husband, what shall we have for dinner? Zhang Yuan, having finished tidying up after her visit to the bathroom, emerged with a beaming smile and asked Li Ming. Anything you make will be fine. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment and suggested, then let's have a stew. Perfect for using up those hard-to-cook vegetables. Sounds good. Li Ming nodded with a smile, watching Zhang Yuan skip joyfully to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He stretched comfortably in bed, and then a thought struck him. He summoned his telekinetic powers, directing a polished drill bit for a jackhammer to train his recently restored abilities within the confines of the room. Whoosh! The jackhammer bit, significantly heavier than a standard drill bit, was now manageable for Li Ming, whose telekinetic prowess had also grown. He maneuvered the drill bit around the room for over 9 minutes before exhaustion set in. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan had finished washing the vegetables. Donning an apron that lent her an air of a skilled chef, Li Ming felt a stir of desire, yet considering the considerable amount of milk she had just collected, he suppressed his urges. Taking advantage of the moment, he turned his attention to a Tai Chi instructional video. He had saved the most common health-oriented version of Tai Chi, initially skeptical of its usefulness until he had practiced the equally health-focused Baduan Qi. With anticipation in his heart, he watched a few segments before dinner was served. After their meal, Zhang Yuan tidied up and prepared to rest while Li Ming continued watching. It wasn't until a knock echoed from the door that he completed the entire instructional video. Glancing sideways, he noticed Zhang Yuan had nestled against him on the bed, ready to rest. As he turned to survey the room, he found it impeccably clean and tidy, thanks to Zhang Yuan's efforts. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ming rose from the bed and made his way to the living room. Upon opening the door, he found Qinli standing outside, clad in black attire, who greeted him with an immediate smile upon seeing him. This was the drill bit they had sharpened today, though it seemed to be the last of their batch, as all had been polished to completion. Qinli handed the contents of the box to Li Ming as she stepped into the room, her striking figure captivating under the soft glow of the lights. In the face of calamity, everyone must contribute their share, although her relationship with Li Ming was merely transactional. She felt compelled to engage in more than just the bare minimum. After all, in her eyes, even Zhang Yuan, who had forsaken her husband to be with Li Ming, was taking action every day. She had no justification for remaining idle. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Please bring some eggs back for the children when you leave, she said. Li Ming examined the drill he received, nodding in satisfaction before turning to Qinli with a smile, all the while keenly observing something amiss about her demeanor. Could it be? Noticing her slightly disheveled appearance, Li Ming couldn't help but probe. Why aren't you wearing a bra? He measured the situation with both hands, his curiosity evident. Well, since they always end up discarded anyway, I thought, why bother? Qinli replied, her cheeks flushing as she brushed her long hair back with a playful smile. Oh, let me see. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with mischief as he lifted Qinli into his arms and stepped toward the door. Qinli was taken aback. Where are we going? It's cooler outside. Let us change things up a bit, he replied, carrying her to the window in the corridor. Li Ming surveyed the scenery beyond, nodding in approval before turning back to Qinli, who blushed and turned her gaze to the view outside. You might want to clean yourself up a bit when you get back, he murmured, suddenly leaning closer to whisper in her ear while holding her snugly in his embrace. An hour and a half later, Qinli found herself in a state of astonishment as Li Ming carried her to her doorstep. How is this possible? She stammered, her legs trembling slightly upon realizing that Li Ming had indeed set her down at her own entrance, rather than taking her back to his place. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she turned to him and inquired. Nothing much, Li Ming replied with a smile. Taking care of a child is no easy task. Tonight, with Zhang Yuan keeping me company, we can simply connect with one another each evening. You need not stay over at night. He then affectionately pressed his lips against hers and added, however, should I ever wish to see you, I hope you won't turn me away. Oh, well, if that's the case, thank you, Qinli responded, pursing her lips slightly. Not at all. You already accompany me twice a day, which must be exhausting. Feel free to rest well tonight, and I may occasionally disturb you in your dreams, he chuckled, giving her a playful pat before turning to leave. As Qinli gazed at Li Ming's retreating figure, she bit her lip and entered her home, stumbling back to her room. She felt a wave of relief upon seeing her daughter peacefully asleep. After washing away the lingering scents from her earlier encounter, she hesitantly climbed into bed. However, before succumbing to slumber, her gaze drifted to the photograph of her and her husband on the bedside table. Thoughts of Li Ming occupied her mind, and with a deep sigh, she closed her eyes, seeking solace and rest. Upon returning to his own abode, Li Ming was greeted by a delightful aroma reminiscent of air freshener wafting through the room. Zhang Yuan, her feet bare and legs crossed, lounged on the bed, idly scrolling through her phone. She beamed with joy upon his arrival, promptly putting away her device. Upon his return, Zhang Yuan rose from the bed, eager to assist Li Ming in wiping the sweat from his brow. As she wiped, she playfully inquired, her expression beaming with joy. Though her words were framed as a question, the glimmer in her eyes left no doubt in Li Ming's mind regarding her thoughts. With her presence at home, there was no need to bring anyone else into their lives. Li Ming chuckled and shrugged, his response eliciting a stifled giggle from Zhang Yuan, who then leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. She meticulously wiped away the perspiration, discarding the towel afterward before joyfully leaping onto the bed. Lying face down with her legs playfully raised, Li Ming, equally amused, joined her on the bed. "My dear, you've just bathed. You shouldn't be so reckless." She teased softly, "I'm merely curious to touch." As she settled in, Li Ming could hardly resist the allure of her lovely legs. The following day, after rising early, Zhang Yuan blushed as she tidied up and prepared breakfast, while Li Ming continued to stretch and limber up in the living room. "My darling, it seems our gas cylinder is running low." "Running low on gas?" In the bedroom, Zhang Yuan entered with a tray of food, her voice tinged with concern as she spoke when Li Ming came to join her for breakfast. "Is the gas cylinder empty?" Li Ming asked, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Yuan nodded and then pointed to the generator outside. "Shall we use the induction cooker to prepare our meal?" "No. There are 3 households in the building that have vanished. I will check if their gas canisters are still usable. If they are, we shall utilize them for the time being, and I can venture out in a couple of days to explore further." Li Ming shook his head and, unable to restrain himself, squinted as he spoke. The nearest gas vendor is not particularly far, yet he is currently engrossed in replenishing his supplies at a swift pace. Reluctant to make such a simple outing, hence he decided to postpone it for a couple of days. "All right, I will accompany you shortly," Zhang Yuan responded, momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Thoughts of the pallid faces of zombies outside flickered through her mind, yet she resolutely declared, "It would be beneficial to exercise our courage." Upon noticing Zhang Yuan's expression, Li Ming understood her apprehensions. He chuckled softly and patted her leg, inquiring, "Shall we go after our meal?" Zhang Yuan nodded and then asked, "Shall we leave right after eating, while the morning is still cool?" Li Ming shook his head with a gentle laugh. Zhang Yuan agreed and hastened her pace to finish her meal, resting her long legs upon Li Ming's lap. As he ate, he absent-mindedly caressed her. And soon breakfast was completed. They then descended and ascended the staircase, locating the doors of the 3 vacant households that stood ajar. From their kitchens, they retrieved several gas canisters, with Li Ming carrying one in each hand, while Zhang Yuan managed a smaller canister from the solitary man's residence. Once they had transported the canisters upstairs, Li Ming cautiously exhausted his mental energy training. With 3 gas canisters secured, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. With little else to occupy her time, she began diligently preparing some fresh vegetables into dried produce. The remainder of his time was devoted to practicing Bajuanjin, accompanied by stretching exercises and subsequently complemented by yoga. Naturally, Li Ming supported the women in their yoga pursuits. After completing his Bajuanjin routine, he focused intently on his own stretching and flexibility. Throughout his training, he felt a continual enhancement in the agility of his limbs. Before he realized it, evening had arrived. Feeling a significant improvement after a day of practice, Li Ming sat on the bed, standing on one leg while effortlessly lifting the other straight above him. He then lowered it and raised it again from the side, easily bringing it to ear level, and subsequently bent forward to touch his ear with the other foot. He then rotated his arms in a full circle from front to back. Bending backward, he easily placed both hands on the ground. Rising once more, Li Ming took a moment to appreciate his own dexterity, a smile gracing his lips. His body had become remarkably more flexible, devoid of any stiffness, replaced instead by a sense of lightness, indicating that he had indeed reached a foundational milestone. Savoring his state, Li Ming felt exceptionally pleased. He then summoned his mental energy, controlling the fully restored psychic drill to hover gracefully, signifying the completion of his training for the day. While Zhang Yuan was preparing dinner, Li Ming immersed himself in the study of Tai Chi through his phone. He continued his learning until dinner time, reluctantly putting his phone down to enjoy a delightful meal. After dinner, while Zhang Yuan attended to her personal care and tidiness, Li Ming resumed his Tai Chi studies. By the time a knock echoed from outside the door, he had diligently practiced Tai Chi several times, feeling a sense of assurance within himself. At this moment, he was not in a rush to continue training, so he opened the door with the intention of engaging in a friendly conversation with Chen Li. However, upon opening the door, Li Ming was taken aback by Chen Li's attire. She was clad solely in alluring lingerie, with a blush creeping across his cheeks. Li Ming swiftly embraced Chen Li and passionately surrendered to temptation. The encounter lasted for over 2 hours, leaving Qinli utterly exhausted, her strength completely depleted. Li Ming then carefully carried her to the bathroom, where he gently assisted her in cleaning up before she could finally rest. After closing the door to Qinli's home with a sense of fulfillment, he returned to his own residence, only to find Zhang Yuan sprawled on the bed. Her legs stretched out and her eyes heavy with sleep. He smiled softly, turned off the lights, and joined her in slumber. The following day, after breakfast, as the sun rose in the east, Li Ming decided to have Zhang Yuan don black stockings and professional attire, intending to thoroughly explore the intricacies of this arrangement. Ultimately, he lamented the loss of a single black stocking but felt satisfied as he commenced his training for the day. After inspecting the state of the dehydrated vegetables, Zhang Yuan, fatigued, climbed onto the bed to catch up on some much-needed sleep. The idea of preserving the dehydrated vegetables had recently dawned on her. And although Li Ming saw merit in this notion, he allowed her to pursue it, though results had yet to manifest. A drill bit whirred about the room, tirelessly in motion until, after 13 minutes, it lost power and clattered to the ground. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, noting that he had improved by 3 minutes compared to the previous days, a testament to the significant progress of his psychokinetic abilities. Regrettably, he could currently only manipulate objects weighing up to 15 kilograms, limiting him to this singular application for the time being. Li Ming let out a sigh of regret. And then his mental power enveloped the surroundings, effortlessly covering the entire room, its range having more than doubled since its initial acquisition. Nevertheless, the speed and power of wielding the drill bit were already commendable. Looking at the scattered debris on the floor, a hint of a smile graced Li Ming's lips. He then stretched his limbs and earnestly practiced the Baduan Jin twice. As he executed each movement, Li Ming felt a sense of clarity enveloping him. Though the fatigue had lessened somewhat, a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Yet he refrained from further practice and instead picked up his phone to meticulously learn Tai Chi by following a video. He was focused on the 24 forms of Tai Chi, progressing at a steady pace. He prioritized perfecting the postures before earnestly engaging in strength training. As the morning unfolded, he became quite familiar with the 24 forms of Tai Chi after another dedicated session of practice. Completing a full form, he felt a warmth radiate throughout his body, and his eyes sparkled with newfound vitality. Tai Chi truly proved to be beneficial. In the void before him, a line of information drifted by, and Li Ming's mind was enriched with insights into the practice of Tai Chi, his eyes glimmering with enlightenment. It appeared that this form of martial art could significantly enhance his endurance. How could the effects be so pronounced? As he sensed the transformations brought about by the 24 forms of Tai Chi, he distinctly noted a remarkable improvement in the length of his breath, prompting an uncontainable sense of wonder within him. He recalled the 8 sections of brocade. These 2 forms of exercise he had practiced before did not elicit such pronounced sensations. Was it due to the proficiency panel? Or perhaps, as the apocalypse approached, the world underwent some miraculous transformation, rendering these once ordinary practices extraordinary? If he continued to train, perhaps remarkable effects would emerge. Li Ming hesitated for a moment, contemplating the dartboard, before ultimately deciding to practice the distinct Tai Chi 24 forms instead. For some reason, after 2 rounds of the 8 sections of brocade, he felt exceedingly fatigued. However, after persisting with his practice over the past 2 days, he sensed an inexplicable lightness in his body. Even the recovery of his mental energy accelerated. The benefits were ineffable yet unmistakable, thus he regarded them with great importance. Upon integrating Tai Chi into the proficiency panel, he also noticed a lengthening of his breath, though it lacked the miraculous quality of the 8 sections of brocade. He speculated that he was learning an incomplete version, while the 8 sections of brocade was the complete form. Nevertheless, this suited him well for improving his proficiency. If his Tai Chi were to reach a level of accomplishment, would it significantly enhance his stamina? Li Ming's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he devoted himself even more fervently to the practice of Tai Chi as he practiced. Noon arrived in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yuan, exhausted from the morning's activities, awoke groggily to find her partner engaged in his exercises. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already 11:30. She quickly got out of bed, washed her face, adjusted her attire, and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Li Ming. After a while, Pingji emerged from his room bearing food. He glanced at the bare-chested and vigorous Li Ming, offering a sheepish greeting before stiffly retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Zhang Yuan, who was busy stir-frying, furrowed her brow, her expression cold as she increased the heat to hastily finish cooking before turning to serve the dishes. Chapter 41. The Riverside Villa District. Having trained vigorously for the entire morning and drenched in sweat, Li Ming paused his exercises when Zhang Yuan began cooking, opting instead to hydrate with some salt water. He then made his way to the bathroom to wipe away the perspiration with a towel. Upon exiting, he chanced upon Zhang Yuan entering with a platter of food. "Husband, why don't we choose a room and move out? It's nauseating to see Peng Ji every day." Zhang Yuan remarked. Her lips pursed as she observed Li Ming emerging from the bathroom, looking refreshed. There were 3 rooms that Li Ming had cleaned out in this building, which with a bit of tidying could easily be made livable. Zhang Yuan had been harboring this thought. Let us not rush. I have some matters to attend to in the next few days. Once things settle down, we can consider it. Li Ming, noticing Zhang Yuan's expression, deduced that her encounter with Ping Zhi in the kitchen had been quite unpleasant. He contemplated the spacious room downstairs and found the suggestion rather appealing. However, glancing around at the multitude of belongings in their current room, he shook his head in resignation. We have so much stuff. Moving everything at once would be quite a challenge. Moreover, I have other plans. Li Ming sank into a chair, pulling Zhang Yuan into his embrace, and then opened the offline map on his phone, showing it to her. The Riverside Villa District. Is this where you wish to go? Gently settling into Li Ming's embrace, Zhang Yuan curiously glanced at his phone, then, with a hint of surprise, turned to him and inquired. Indeed, the villas within the Linjiang Villa District all come with small gardens and are situated near the Huajiang River. I previously heard that each villa has an independent water supply system, utilizing underground water. If we move there, our water issues would be resolved. Li Ming chuckled softly as he caressed Zhang Yuan's thigh, expanding the map to its largest view. Pointing out the area of a particular villa, each villa boasts its own garden, where we could even cultivate vegetables, alleviating our food concerns significantly, thereby reducing our stress considerably. Furthermore, being near the river allows for fishing, providing a steady source of meat. Should we encounter chickens or ducks, we could hatch our own. Perhaps we might even raise them in the garden for sustenance. As Zhang Yuan listened to Li Ming's descriptions, her earlier frustrations dissipated. With her long legs resting on the ground, she surveyed the villa district, a smile creeping onto her lips as her legs playfully shook. However, the considerable distance to this villa district sparked a flicker of worry within her. Would venturing such a long way pose a danger? The more she contemplated, the more joy bubbled within her, yet upon glancing at the distance displayed on the map, she couldn't help but lean against Li Ming, her expression tinged with distress. Once her husband's strength increases further, they could seek a large truck to transport all their belongings directly to the villa district. Even if they encountered zombies, the might of their truck would surely prevail. Upon noticing the tense expression on Zhang Yuan's face, Li Ming smiled softly, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Once my telekinetic power increases, we shall set forth." Presently, Li Ming could manage to control objects weighing no more than 15 kilograms, a rather feeble strength. He intended to wait until he could exert control over 50 kilograms before contemplating any distant journeys. This way, while driving, he would be able to respond to any emergencies occurring outside the vehicle, even without exiting. The emergence of telekinetic zombies had bestowed upon him a peculiar ability. Yet it also instilled a sense of greater urgency. One could never predict what perils awaited along the mere 5 kilometers to the Linjiang Villa District. It is worth noting that he had only managed to vanquish a telekinetic zombie through the sheer brute force of the off-road vehicle. Had he encountered it without such advantages, the outcome could have been dire. In short, the higher his telekinetic prowess, the more secure he felt. He even mused that 50 kilograms seemed insufficient, ideally. He aspired to reach a formidable 100 kilograms to ensure a significant capacity for combat. Regrettably, given his current rate of growth, elevating his telekinetic strength from 15 to 100 kilograms posed quite a challenge. All right, I shall heed your words. After hearing Li Ming's sentiments, a radiant smile graced Zhang Yuan's face. She felt a slight warmth in her ears and couldn't help but gaze at him with tender affection before inquiring, "But dear, do you know how to drive a truck? With no traffic police around, as long as we can get it moving and don't exceed a safe speed. I can practice a bit before we leave, and it should be fine." Li Ming chuckled as he spoke, then inhaled the fragrance emanating from Zhang Yuan, nodding in satisfaction. "Let us dine first, and afterward, indulge in a midday slumber." "Very well, let us eat," Zhang Yuan replied obediently. With a graceful flick of her long legs, she lifted her bowl of rice and took a bite, only to suddenly turn and offer a morsel to Li Ming. "Darling, allow me to feed you. Now, focus on your meal. Once we finish eating, we shall attend to more pressing matters," Li Ming asserted with a serious demeanor. While Zhang Yuan's eyes sparkled like rippling water as she hastened to consume her food, yet she remained seated on his lap. After all, Li Ming had a firearm directed at her. In the kitchen, Ping Zhi finished the dishes and turned off the stove. He carefully transferred the food from the pan to a platter and gingerly made his way out of the kitchen. As he passed by Li Ming's door, he caught sight of his wife joyfully dining on Li Ming's lap. With his seasoned experience, he immediately discerned their posture. Realizing Li Ming must indeed be holding her at gunpoint, stealing a glance at Li Ming, who was reclining in his chair while eating, Ping Zhi's lips twitched. He caught Li Ming's attention, who turned to glance at him, causing Ping Zhi's heart to race, prompting him to quickly exit with the food. A smirk played on Li Ming's lips as he scooped another bowl of rice from the rice cooker, devouring it voraciously to satiate his hunger. After consuming 5 bowls, Li Ming finally felt content. He sipped some water, observing Zhang Yuan as she cleared the dishes and returned to the kitchen. Moments later, Zhang Yuan reappeared. The bowl soaked in the basin, and we decided to take a break. Sitting beside Li Ming, Zhang Yuan brushed her hair, but before she could finish her words, Li Ming leaned in and silenced her. After a fulfilling meal, the afternoon nap swiftly passed. Li Ming recharged Zhang Yuan thoroughly, then comfortably indulged in a nap before resuming his practice of the 24 forms of Tai Chi. Zhang Yuan, with her long legs stretched across the bed, lingered in slumber for a while longer before rising to commence her workout for the day. She began with 2 rounds of Baduan Jin, followed by a breathless session of gentle stretching and yoga. It was only in the evening that Zhang Yuan concluded her yoga practice, leisurely washing the dishes that had soaked throughout the afternoon, while simultaneously preparing dinner. In the living room, Li Ming, having practiced the 24 forms of Tai Chi for an entire afternoon, was drenched in sweat. After completing yet another round, he felt utterly drained of strength, gradually coming to a halt. His proficiency in the 24 forms of Tai Chi had notably progressed to the level of a novice. After an afternoon filled with learning and exertion, he sensed that his stamina had indeed improved. This modest achievement felt like a genuine enhancement. To reach this level meant his body would be passively strengthened, though he pondered just how much stronger he might become. Filled with anticipation, Li Ming took a sip of water and grabbed a towel to wipe away the sweat. A humming sound resonated as the psychic energy waves dispersed, and under his control, a drill bit darted around the room. After practicing for several minutes, Li Ming set down the drill and began to control the heavy object, intensifying his psychokinetic training. It wasn't until he had wiped away all the sweat from his body that his energy was completely exhausted. Shaking his head, Li Ming emerged from the bathroom, feeling entirely refreshed. Just then, Zhang Yuan finished preparing dinner, and the two sat together, engaging in light conversation as they enjoyed their meal. After dining, Zhang Yuan sprayed some air freshener in the room and tidied up, before heading to the bathroom for a quick clean. Satisfied, she climbed into bed and began to massage Li Ming. Her technique was quite commendable, providing him with immense comfort. After the massage, he embraced her and relished the taste of the freshly cleaned delicacy, finding it rather enjoyable. Before long, a knock echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, Li Ming found Chun Li standing there, draped in sheer fabric, her delicate face slightly flushed. Clearly, Chun Li had donned this alluring attire as a gesture of gratitude for the time Li Ming had spared her in the evening. She was indeed a woman who understood the value of reciprocity. Li Ming was not a cad. He did not wish to disappoint a good woman. Since Chun Li desired to express her gratitude, he felt compelled to respond in kind. Chapter 42. Intentions. I truly wonder how you have developed such a figure. Slowly, it emerged. In the dimly lit corridor, faint voices of admiration could be heard. The sensations evoked by Zhang Yuan and Chun Li were entirely distinct, one light and airy, the other soft and supple. Li Ming marveled internally, exhaling slowly after a moment. Do you wish to leave this place? He casually inquired, lifting the languid woman in his arms. Leave here? Why? Chun Li felt somewhat dizzy and, upon hearing the man's voice, tilted her head in confusion and inquired. The water supply here is limited, and food will eventually run out. We must devise ways to save ourselves until help arrives. Li Ming carried Chun Li to her doorstep, retrieved his keys, and gently spoke. In a while, I may move to the Linjiang Villa district, where there are underground water resources and land suitable for vegetable cultivation. It could become our new haven for survival. Consider whether you wish to join us. If so, we will go together. After speaking, he placed her in the bathroom to help her freshen up, then gently laid her on the bed to rest, brushing his fingers against her lips with a smile before departing. The notion of taking Chun Li and her family with him was a spur-of-the-moment idea. After all, if he were to move to the Villa district, it would be impractical for just him and Zhang Yuan to occupy such a large house. Thus, he merely mentioned it in passing. As for whether they would choose to go, that was inconsequential. The Linjiang Villa district. Chun Li murmured to herself while lying in bed, and then shook her slightly dazed head, gradually succumbing to slumber. Upon returning home, Zhang Yuan was lounging on the bed with her legs crossed, and the room was impeccably tidy. He washed up in the bathroom and then climbed onto the bed with a smile. The fan in the bedroom was on, and after his shower, he felt significantly cooler. Even though they were entwined, having grown accustomed to it over the past month and a half, it didn't feel particularly hot. Why have you been coming back so late these days? He wondered, noting that it was already past midnight. Zhang Yuan lay on her pillow, stifling a yawn, and turned her head to gaze upon her partner. For the past few days, she had adorned herself with a sultry allure, savoring the moment. For she was not one to disregard another's affections. Li Ming, with a gentle smile, spoke. You lecture, Zhang Yuan murmured playfully, her eyes glinting mischievously. Soon, she nestled into Li Ming's embrace, her mind wandering to the attire she would don the following day. After a while, the couple drifted into slumber. The dawn of a new day arrived, brimming with vitality. Zhang Yuan stealthily rose 30 minutes before Li Ming, engaging in the invigorating practice of Bajuanjin. Feeling both rejuvenated and slightly fatigued, after a moment's respite upon the bed, she proceeded to clean the restroom, wash up, and then adorned her delicate feet with pure white calf-length socks. Satisfied, she donned a super short skirt alongside a snug gray top, tidied her hair, and admired her reflection in the mirror, nodding in approval. By the time she completed her preparations, Li Ming's waking hour was nearly upon her. Standing on the bed clad only in her socks, she gazed down at the slumbering Li Ming, a sly smile gracing her lips. I dare you to resist. Half awake, Li Ming vaguely heard murmurs, and instinctively opened his eyes to behold a vision: pristine white calf-length socks, leading up to flawless, shapely legs, a charming short skirt, and a fitted top. Suddenly, his mind cleared. Without uttering a word, he sprang up and fiercely pulled the woman, still wearing a mischievous smile, into his embrace. My dear, you are courting trouble. An hour later, after savoring the breakfast he had prepared with satisfaction, Li Ming stretched languorously, feeling a wave of refreshment envelop him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan lay on the bed, her body devoid of energy, her face etched with gloom as she closed her eyes in slumber. She needed to recuperate. Observing the woman on the bed, Li Ming chuckled softly, licking his lips in delight. He decided to complete his psychokinetic training before practicing the 8 brocade exercises. With a thought, Li Ming summoned his psychokinetic energy, effortlessly lifting a set of weights, which he then proceeded to manipulate with rhythmic up and down movements. In the room, a peculiar spectacle unfolded as the weights levitated and descended in midair, continuing for a brief moment before they finally settled back to the ground. At present, his psychokinetic abilities were still quite feeble. Shaking his head, he scanned the surroundings with his energy, depleting the last vestiges of his focus until his mind felt utterly vacant. At which point he ceased his training. Exhaling deeply, Li Ming made his way to the living room, spreading his legs in a combat stance, maintaining a tranquil demeanor, grounding his energy at his core. He then began to practice the 8 brocade exercises with deliberate grace. His hands reached skyward, embodying the principle of the 3-heater. As he executed each movement with precision, his breath synchronized with every action, embodying utmost seriousness. After completing 2 full cycles of the 8 brocade exercises, Li Ming felt his mind clear and his body invigorated. Even the discomfort from the depletion of his psychokinetic energy significantly alleviated. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Li Ming shook his head and relinquished the thought of continuing his practice. He needed to conserve his energy for the 24 forms of Tai Chi. Contemplating this, he promptly seated himself to hydrate and rest, only rising to practice the 24 forms once the sense of weakness had dissipated. With feet apart and arms extended forward, he bent his knees and pressed his palms, directing his energy deep into his lower abdomen. Then, with a fluid motion, he began to execute the Tai Chi 24 forms. Movements such as wild horse parts its mane, white crane spreads its wings, and embrace the tiger and return to the mountain were performed with utmost seriousness, channeling all his strength into each gesture. Unbeknownst to him, he had completed a full round of practice. Tai Chi 24 forms proficiency level 1. Words materialized in the air, and Li Ming nodded in satisfaction. Without arrogance or haste, he continued his training. As he practiced repeatedly, the morning hours quietly slipped away. Zhang Yuan remained in bed, still recovering, while Ping Ji entered through the door, carrying groceries, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. He encountered Li Ming in the living room, offering a strained smile before hastily passing by. Li Ming cast a glance at him, silently continuing his Tai Chi practice. The sound of the stove igniting emanated from the kitchen, and soon after, the gas was turned off. Peng Ji returned to his room, holding a bowl of vegetables. Li Ming paused to rest, glancing at his proficiency, which had risen to 67, filling him with contentment. In the bedroom, Zhang Yuan stirred from her slumber, feeling significantly more comfortable. Noticing the time was already approaching lunch, she quickly got up to prepare the meal. Li Ming took a sip of water and, seeing Zhang Yuan rise to cook, extinguished his own desire to prepare a meal. After visiting the restroom and wiping himself down, he noticed that the water he had previously collected was reduced to merely half a barrel. With a resigned shake of his head, he sought out a case of mineral water that was nearing its expiration date. He unscrewed the cap and poured the contents into the barrel for future use. Reflecting on his visit to Chun Li's home the previous day, where water was also scarce, he took 2 bottles of mineral water and a bag of snacks and set out towards her residence. Knocking gently on the door, it was not long before it swung open, revealing Chun Li clad in a summer floral nightgown. I figured your water supply might be dwindling, he said, offering her 2 bottles. one with a shorter shelf life for washing essential items and the other for drinking. And here's a little something to eat. With a smile, Li Ming handed her the items. The sight of her in her home attire was charming, igniting a fleeting urge to be more intimate. However, upon noticing her daughter trailing behind her, he quelled that impulse. That evening, she remained in her nightgown, leaning closer. He whispered softly while casting a glance at the timid little girl, before turning to leave amid Chun-Li's flushed cheeks. "Inine, come back inside." Chun-Li called to her daughter as she brushed her hair back, moving the 2 cases of water and snacks into the house. Observing the dwindling water supply, she exhaled in relief, only to be reminded of Li Ming's words from the previous night. Upon returning home, Zhang Yuan was just setting the dishes on the table. Seeing him, she wiped her hands and joined him at the table, a smile gracing her lips. "You must be starving. I can't believe you made me work so hard like a mule. Who told you to tease me intentionally?" He replied with a playful grin. Displeased, she lamented that despite her own inability to resist temptation, she reproached him. "Then I shall not wear it tomorrow." "Not wear it? Excellent." Li Ming's eyes sparkled, while Zhang Yuan paused momentarily, then playfully pinched his waist, casting him a sidelong glance, and stuffed food into his mouth to silence his complaints. Li Ming contentedly savored his lunch, then comfortably embraced the soft warmth of Zhang Yuan for a nap. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived, prompting him to rise again to practice. Time flowed gently, and he felt at peace. Chapter 43. The terrifying zombie. The sun gradually traversed from the east to the west, marking the passage of another day. In the room, sweat pooled on the floor as a robust figure stood resolutely upon the ground. Taiji 24 forms, mastery, 23. A stream of information flickered before his eyes, and a glimmer of determination sparkled in Li Ming's gaze. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. In 2 more days, he would achieve a breakthrough in his Tai Chi practice. Satisfaction enveloped him as he concluded his session. Then he retreated to the bathroom to wipe away his perspiration. He relished the meal prepared by Zhang Yuan afterward. As night descended, Zhang Yuan rose to rest, while Li Ming lingered in the living room until he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening the door, his eyes brightened, and he licked his lips in anticipation. She had indeed complied, donning the loungewear he had seen her in during the day. Though simple, the cozy atmosphere of her home attire was delightful. A smile graced Li Ming's face, causing Chun-Li to feel a tinge of bashfulness, yet she was soon drawn into an embrace at her doorstep. An hour later. "Indeed, I conferred with my mother, and we have begun to tidy up our belongings. Whenever you decide to depart, we wish to accompany you." Chun-Li softly addressed Li Ming as he carried her into his bedroom. "Very well, in a couple of days, I shall venture out to procure a truck. You and your family can simply follow in your own vehicle," he replied, nodding noncommittally. He then leaned down to kiss her before turning away, departing under her gaze. It was hardly surprising that Chun-Li's family wished to leave with him. In this apocalyptic world, having more companions was undoubtedly beneficial, and thus he felt no reluctance. After securing the door of Chun-Li's home, he returned to his own, locking the main entrance. Li Ming then set aside any lingering thoughts, comfortably completing his Psychokinesis training. Feeling at ease, he sipped some water before retiring to bed, embracing Zhang Yuan as he drifted into slumber. The city lay in profound silence, save for the lively atmosphere of a few entertainment streets, where a diverse assembly of zombies congregated. Among them, certain zombies stood out remarkably, towering like cranes among chickens, while the ordinary zombies displayed a palpable reverence towards these unique beings, maintaining a respectful distance. In a moment of eerie synchrony, all the extraordinary zombies turned their gazes eastward, as if sensing something. Within a darkened residential building, a window shattered suddenly, revealing a chilling eyeball connected to a slender stalk, ominously hovering above, peering toward the east. A heavy, oppressive aura began to emanate from that direction, accompanied by a low, resonant rumble. A towering figure, as tall as a 5-story building, loomed ominously, its grotesque and robust flesh instilling terror. With each step it took, a deep pit was left imprinted in the ground. The horror of this monstrous zombie, its pitch-black eyes wide open, advanced steadily into the city. Suddenly, a car obstructed its path, only to be crushed effortlessly beneath its foot, shattered like fragile glass. The enormous creature moved through the streets as if traversing a mere patch of grass, leaving behind a succession of profound footprints. The following day arrived in the blink of an eye. Li Ming, in serene solitude, practiced Tai Chi at home, successfully elevating his skills to a level of profound mastery. Tai Chi 24 forms, proficient level 11. He anticipated a breakthrough in the Tai Chi 24 forms the next day and pondered what transformations might ensue. With a heart filled with expectation, Li Ming generously granted Chun-Li a night off, ensuring no disruption to his impending advancement. As the moon faded and the sun ascended, morning dawned anew. The sunlight streamed in, illuminating the world. Early riser Li Ming, initially at peace, practiced Ba Duan Jin in his room, completing 2 rounds in a flash. After a brief respite in his chair, preparing to continue his exercises, he was suddenly captivated by a series of tremors. Boom, boom, the muffled vibrations echoed, reminiscent of a giant's footsteps drawing near, resonating through the floor beneath him, sending a shiver through his being. An inexplicable tension gripped his heart as he instinctively turned towards the source of the tremors, only to be met by a blank wall. What could be happening? Zhang Yuan, engaged in yoga, was equally startled by the sudden vibrations, rushing to Li Ming's side with concern. Uncertainty enveloped him. This peculiar tremor felt rather unsettling. Li Ming gently patted Zhang Yuan's back in a gesture of solace, his brow furrowed as he sensed the faint vibrations. Suddenly, the ferocious roars of the zombies outside intensified, and Zhang Yuan's anxious gaze darted towards the cosmetics on the table, which rhythmically danced upon the surface due to the tremors. What was happening? Li Ming's furrowed brow deepened as a sense of impending danger surged within him. He contemplated venturing outside to investigate but deemed it unwise to act recklessly at that moment. Suppressing the rising sense of peril, he hastily donned his shoes and clothes, gripping his long gun and sword, bracing himself for whatever lay ahead. Zhang Yuan, awakening from her stupor, quickly changed into her pants and white sneakers, adorning herself with a lightweight white shirt. She clutched Li Ming's arm tightly, her complexion pale with anxiety. The thudding footsteps and the relentless howls of the zombies reverberated ominously around them. One sound, then another. Li Ming's heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a pump, while the dreadful thumping grew louder and more oppressive. As the fear threatened to overwhelm him, he yearned to flee from this place, but just then, the footfalls abruptly shifted, receding into the distance. Step by step, the terrifying sounds gradually diminished, allowing Li Ming's taut body to relax slightly. However, his gaze remained fixed on the direction from which the footsteps had departed. It was only after a considerable time had passed that he finally tore his eyes away. Yet he found himself unable to sit still any longer. It is imperative that I ascertain the situation. Resolute in his decision to not allow such a terrifying unknown event to unfold in his vicinity, Li Ming promptly rose from his bed and made his way towards the door. Where are you going? Zhang Yuan, closely following in his wake, stood up, her face still etched with worry and fear, gazing anxiously at his sudden movement. I'm going to the rooftop. If I remain oblivious to the cause of this commotion, I shall find no peace of mind, Li Ming replied, embracing Zhang Yuan tenderly and pressing a gentle kiss upon her soft lips. After a brief moment, he released the breathless woman, whispering softly, I shall return swiftly. Zhang Yuan, feeling a sense of unease, nodded and urged him, please hurry back. Make sure to close the door. I told you not to open it, he reminded her. Li Ming nodded, then grasped the weapon and the binoculars he had salvaged from the table, rising and heading straight for the stairs. As soon as he stepped outside, Zhang Yuan quickly shut the door behind him, locking it from within. She then returned to Li Ming's room, securing the bedroom door and anxiously seating herself on the bed, her heart racing. With determined strides, Li Ming ascended the stairs from the 5th floor to the 7th, and then continued towards the rooftop. Fortunately, the rooftop access was wide open. He dashed up, pausing in the stairwell to take a deep breath before carefully inching along the wall, maximizing his line of sight to survey the surroundings. Only when he was certain that no detectable danger lurked nearby did Li Ming cautiously peek his head out, raising the binoculars to examine the direction from which the tremors had emanated. Leaning closer to the lens, Li Ming experienced a momentary discomfort. He blinked before adjusting his gaze towards the astonishing sight before him. Towering buildings, exposed air conditioning units, cars lining the streets, and an overwhelming horde of zombies. Alongside, a colossal creature. Chapter 44, Peril Abounds. Is this a zombie? On the rooftop, as he beheld the grotesquely oversized figure within his field of vision, Li Ming felt as though his eyes might pop from their sockets. Standing at least 5 stories high, with arms that resembled those of a galloping horse, its body was a pale flesh tone, and its bald head was encrusted with hardened, grotesque flesh. It lumbered steadily towards the northern part of the city. Unsure of how to categorize this monstrosity, the first word that sprang to Li Ming's mind was zombie. Yet what manner of zombie could possess such an exaggerated form? Furthermore, upon reflection, this creature's mutation was utterly terrifying. Li Ming fixated on the dreadful silhouette for what felt like an eternity before finally regaining his composure, shifting his thoughts from shock to a keen contemplation of its intentions. It was heading north. What could its purpose be? Li Ming's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Yet clarity soon dawned upon him as he observed that the strange zombie came to a halt in a park, standing motionless in a vast square. What was it doing there? His curiosity piqued. He directed his gaze around the massive zombie, ultimately discovering before it a crystal? What could this object be? Li Ming pondered. Could it be that this zombie had come here for the crystal? In his mind, an instinctual thought emerged regarding the transparent crystal he had obtained from the enigmatic zombie. Shaking his head, Li Ming cast a deep glance at both the crystal and the zombie. Even if this seemingly substantial crystal possessed extraordinary powers, it was currently monopolized by the zombie, rendering it unattainable for him. He had clearly witnessed the zombie crush a car beneath its foot. He understood that with his current strength, even if he drove a vehicle towards it, only he would meet his demise. Suppressing this thought, Li Ming turned his attention to another pressing concern, whether this zombie posed a threat to his safety. After estimating the distance between them, he realized with a heavy heart that they were no more than 3 kilometers apart. 3 kilometers. It was time to leave. Li Ming made a decisive choice, raising his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Just as he was about to put them away and depart, he suddenly spotted something that sent chills down his spine. Over a dozen elongated, tentacle-like appendages emerged from a residential building, reaching high into the air. Each appendage culminated in a large, beady eye with sharp teeth. At that moment, the eye was fixated on the massive zombie alongside Li Ming. The tentacles swayed rhythmically, yet the gaze remained steadfastly locked on the colossal creature to the north. Most alarmingly, the location of these eyes was unmistakably across from the internet CAF Li Ming had visited just days prior. As he beheld the grotesque, twisting monstrosity reaching skyward, Li Ming felt a wave of terror wash over him, his scalp prickling with apprehension. No wonder he felt a chilling sensation back then. Could it be that this creature was watching him from the shadows? Reflecting on that scene, Li Ming felt a shiver run down his spine, a wave of trepidation washing over him. If only he had searched the opposite side that day. Li Ming exhaled deeply, scrutinizing the position and appearance of the monstrous eyes, then redirected his telescope to survey the surrounding areas. He was determined to ascertain whether such creatures lurked nearby. To his relief, his sweeping gaze revealed no further signs of such bizarre entities. However, one particular location weighed heavily on his heart. It was the nearby entertainment street and night market, overwhelmed by an alarming number of zombies. Li Ming observed the scene before him, where the streets were densely packed, giving the impression that the entire area was infested with the undead. His eyes narrowed at the sight of several uniquely colored zombies, clearly distinguishable from the ordinary ones. So many mutated zombies. After confirming the presence of these peculiar undead, Li Ming glanced around again, finding nothing else of particular note, and he let out a sigh of relief as he slowly lowered the telescope. He had not anticipated such a plethora of hidden dangers in this vicinity. Setting aside the colossal, catastrophic zombies, the mere presence of those unsettling-eyed zombies was only a few hundred meters away, and the zombie-infested street was merely 2 blocks away. In such an environment, he should have realized the peril long ago. Yet, he had never thought to climb to the rooftop and raise his telescope for a better view. Otherwise, the mere presence of the zombies on that street would have extinguished any notion of persisting and honing his psychokinetic abilities. He would have opted to depart this perilous locale at the earliest opportunity. If memory serves, a logistics point nearby harbors a large truck, not far from his current position. After resting momentarily against the wall, Li Ming suddenly recalled the emergence of the formidable zombies, undoubtedly stirring other lurking creatures in the vicinity. It was a critical moment to ascertain the level of danger. Reflecting on his strategy, he resolved not to squander the 3 refrigerators within the supermarket, alongside his own, totaling 4 substantial refrigerators, 2 generators, 6 barrels of oil, and a plethora of provisions and hardware. The lightweight truck parked at the base of the building could scarcely accommodate all of it. While parting with any of these items was not an impossibility, he felt a twinge of reluctance. These possessions were indeed the cornerstone of his survival in this apocalyptic existence. As he pondered, Li Ming couldn't help but glance once more at the monster and the creatures near the internet CAF, alongside the throng of zombies congesting the street. Ultimately, he began to pivot in a direction entirely opposite to that of the monsters near the internet CAF. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, this logistics point was not situated in that treacherous area, or he would have likely been compelled to abandon much of his hard-earned supplies. With his binoculars, he meticulously surveyed the streets leading from the residential area to the logistics site. The first route appeared nearly devoid of zombies, though the latter 2 sections were obscured from view. However, having just experienced the unsettling encounter with the monstrous entity, he refrained from his previous recklessness. As he contemplated his surroundings, he took care to note which paths were densely populated with zombies and which were relatively clear. Committing these observations to memory before hastily retracting his binoculars, he cast a lingering gaze at the terrifying zombie, more fearsome than a titan, then glanced at the grotesque creature and the zombie-infested street. Silently retracting his telescope, he secured the iron gate of the stairwell and descended swiftly from the 7th floor. With nimble and powerful strides, Li Ming descended 5 or 6 steps at a time, quickly returning to the 5th floor. Upon arrival, he halted abruptly. Noticing the anxious expression on Chen Li's face as she stood in the corridor, her mother visible behind her, cradling her daughter. Seeing Li Ming, Chen Li hurried towards him. her voice filled with urgency. Li Ming, do you know what just happened? Why was there suddenly a tremor? Her face bore a deep sense of trepidation. And when Li Ming glanced back, he noticed the fearful expressions of the two individuals in her home. I just ascended to the rooftop and spotted a monstrous creature outside. Truly terrifying. I intend to find a vehicle to leave this place today. You should return and prepare as well, but do not bring too many belongings. Li Ming shook his head, raising the telescope in his hand, his tone grave. 2 cars are not safe. If I can locate a large truck. The driver's cabin has a small sleeping area. We should not take additional vehicles. You can squeeze in with me and Zhang Yuan in the cabin. The sleeping area should accommodate all 3 of you. The monster. Xinli gasped, her breath quickening, waves of anxiety washing over her. She struggled to comprehend the nature of the creature, but Li Ming's tone indicated it was certainly not something to be trifled with. She promptly agreed, then turned and hurried back to her room to prepare. Without hesitation, Li Ming returned to his own home. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. I am Li Ming. Arriving at the bedroom door, Li Ming gently pushed it open. Hearing the sound, Zhang Yuan hurriedly opened the door, only to be met with Li Ming's grave countenance. What is it, my husband? What is happening outside? Noticing Li Ming's demeanor, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of alarm and could not help but inquire. A monster has appeared outside. We must leave this place swiftly. Fear not. This is fortuitous. It will solidify our resolve to depart. I shall go find a suitable vehicle while you prepare our belongings at home. Li Ming caressed Zhang Yuan's face and spoke softly. Zhang Yuan's breath quivered as she repeatedly nodded. Li Ming gestured for her to remain calm, then took a crowbar, secured it to his backpack, gathered several drill bits, and, wielding his gun, turned to exit. Before stepping out, he retrieved the drone. Chapter 45. The purple crystal. This drone had been discovered in a neighboring apartment. And though it had remained dormant at home, it was fully charged. While it could not transmit in real time, it could still record footage from the air. Li Ming stepped outside and walked towards the community gate, surveying his surroundings with a nod of satisfaction. He then attempted to launch the drone, pressing the controls several times. But it remained unresponsive. I forgot. There is no network signal here, and the drone operates on a signal. Li Ming grimaced, powerless as he set the device down. He had hoped to use the drone for reconnaissance, but alas, the signal was insufficient. He found it somewhat perplexing that the electromagnetic signals could also be obstructed. Yet he had no choice but to accept this reality. Thus, he had to rely on himself. Shaking his head, Li Ming turned and returned to the light truck. Placing the large crowbar from his backpack and the long gun in the truck bed before taking his seat in the driver's position, he drove out of the residential area, following the previously mapped safe route, and soon entered a blind spot he had noted earlier. He did not stop immediately, for even if there were indeed monsters lurking, disembarking to investigate could lead to a perilous encounter where he might discover the creature just as it discovered him. In such a scenario, escape would be improbable. And it was far better to remain in the vehicle, which provided a semblance of safety. To his relief, there were no monsters on the road. And the vehicle smoothly maneuvered past several zombies trailing behind before entering the next street. Before long, he noticed that they were nearing the logistics point, with about 20 scattered zombies following behind, as if they were queuing for an execution. Li Ming promptly pulled the vehicle over to the side, then swiftly retrieved his long gun from the truck bed to confront the oncoming threat. The frantic roars of the zombies echoed in his ears, yet Li Ming remained unflinching. His face masked as he calmly fired a shot that pierced through one of the creature's eye sockets. He then deftly maneuvered, dispatching each approaching zombie with precision. With a final shot, accompanied by the collapse of the last zombie, Li Ming quickly returned to the vehicle, stowed the gun in the truck bed, and ignited the engine, steering towards the final street. As soon as he turned, Li Ming beheld 3 crimson trucks parked by the roadside. A fleeting smile graced his lips, only to be swiftly replaced by a hardened expression. He parked the vehicle hastily and promptly armed himself with weapons from the truck's compartment. Ha. Over a dozen frenzied zombies, drawn by Li Ming's commotion, charged towards him with furious roars. Among them, a particularly imposing zombie, towering at nearly 2 meters with its dark green, decaying flesh, was truly a sight to behold. Gazing at its formidable physique, Li Ming had no doubt that if he were to ram it with the small truck, akin to his previous encounter with the telekinetic zombie, he would undoubtedly face the grim fate of being smashed through the glass in a fierce struggle. This was evidently a special zombie. As Li Ming rapidly retreated, creating distance from the pursuing horde, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the zombies. He keenly observed that each of these creatures appeared to possess a unique quality. They were all noticeably more robust than those he had encountered before. Could it be that they were once muscular men in life? Li Ming pondered this perplexity. Yet with the zombie horde drawing ever closer, he had no time for further contemplation. He swiftly maneuvered backward, exploiting the varying speeds of the zombies to stretch the tightly packed mass into a more linear formation. He had considered using the truck to divert their attention, but the presence of the mutated zombie compelled him to abandon that plan. If he mismanaged the vehicle's speed, it could easily be overturned by the creature. Running too swiftly fails to provoke the desired reaction from the opposing formation. However, slowing down results in being relentlessly pursued and pummeled. The elongated front of the small truck renders it difficult to maneuver, making it vulnerable to being boarded by agile foes. Faced with such mutated zombies, the efficacy of his strategy diminished significantly. Prolonging this encounter could invite unforeseen complications. Thus, Li Ming promptly abandoned the notion of luring them with the vehicle and opted for ground combat. He sprinted ahead, with a horde of relentless zombies in pursuit. Before long, the tightly knit group of zombies began to scatter along the path Li Ming had previously cleared. Leading the charge was a towering 2-meter-tall zombie, eliciting an involuntary twitch of Li Ming's lips as he realized that its speed matched that of a swiftly running human. Even at full throttle, he could only manage to outpace it by a mere 10 meters. Fortunately, the swift pace of the mutated zombies allowed the ones behind to lag considerably. Noticing the distance between himself and the robust group of over 10 zombies increasing, Li Ming refrained from exhausting too much energy. He abruptly halted, quickly regulating his breath, discarded his wooden red tassel spear, and grasped a crowbar forged entirely of steel. With unwavering focus, he gazed at the approaching zombies. Clang! He intentionally tossed 3 drill bits to the right, allowing them to tumble to the ground, their sharp tips glinting ominously. A roar, reminiscent of a beast rather than a typical zombie shriek, erupted from the mouth of the oncoming mutated zombie, which charged forward with immense force, arms outstretched toward Li Ming. Li Ming inhaled sharply and held his breath, channeling all his strength into the 2.5-meter steel pry bar. With a powerful thrust, he lunged it forward. Whoosh! In an instant, 3 precise strikes. Faced with the mutated zombie, Li Ming opted for a decisive attack. The rapid assault of the spear awakened the zombie to the imminent threat. In a critical moment, it raised its arms to shield its head. The first 2 strikes pierced its arms, creating deep wounds and halting the advancing creature. The third thrust drove into its neck, the sharp end of the pry bar penetrating deeply into its flesh, yet the zombie fiercely clutched the weapon with both hands. Gasping for breath, Li Ming could no longer contain the pressure and exhaled forcefully, summoning all his strength to reclaim the pry bar. However, the mutated zombie's brute force held the weapon tightly. Upon witnessing this, Li Ming felt a surge of exhilaration. A smirk played on his lips as he unleashed his telekinetic power with full force. Swoosh! A drill bit sliced through the air. Propelled by Li Ming's relentless exertion of psychic energy, rapidly accelerating within mere meters to its utmost velocity, it bore down upon the mutated zombie's ear with all its might. Thud! A muted thump resonated as the zombie let out a ferocious roar, surprisingly still alive, yet instinctively it released its grip and clawed at its ear. Seizing the opportunity as the zombie withdrew its hands, Li Ming swiftly reclaimed the pry bar and, in a flash, thrust it towards the creature's eye socket with astonishing speed. With a sudden, muffled thud, the front end of the crowbar forcefully penetrated the eye socket of the mutated zombie, which had no time to defend itself as the sharpened tip shattered its skull, causing it to collapse to the ground in an instant. Exhaling deeply, Li Ming holstered his weapon, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, as he noticed more zombies rapidly approaching, he had no time to inspect the fallen creature's head. He discarded the heavy iron crowbar onto the ground and swiftly retrieved the lighter red spear, advancing 5 meters to confront the oncoming horde. Before long, the 2 sides were in close proximity. The air was thick with tension as he thrust his spear, effortlessly dispatching one zombie, followed by a series of precise strikes. These creatures, merely stronger than the average zombie, stood no chance against his lethal accuracy, all falling before they could even attempt to retaliate. The extended reach of his weapon was exhilarating. Finally, Li Ming let out a sigh of relief, glancing back to survey the aftermath of the skirmish. Unbeknownst to him, in the heat of battle, he had inadvertently retreated to the side of the mutated zombie's corpse. Looking down, he realized that when he had blocked the creature's attack, he had been pushed back several meters by its overwhelming force. His gaze shifted to the 2 drill bits he had scattered earlier as a precaution. He summoned the last remnants of his telekinetic energy to retrieve them, having deliberately spread them out to maximize coverage. However, he soon felt the weight of exhaustion settle in, recognizing that his telekinetic abilities were still regrettably limited. Shaking his head, Li Ming murmured to himself. With fervor in his eyes, he grasped the crowbar embedded in the mutated zombie's skull and with a forceful motion, he dislodged its cranium. A chime resonated as a purple crystal fell to the ground, igniting a spark of excitement in Li Ming's gaze as he hurriedly approached to retrieve it. Chapter 46, New Abilities, Natural Crystals. What is this? Upon seeing the purple crystal, Li Ming immediately recalled the telekinetic crystal he had previously acquired, his eyes widening in realization. However, he noted that this crystal did not hover in the air, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He glanced at the panel, but there was no response. Could it be that he was outside the effective range? Li Ming pondered this uncertainty but decided to pick it up nonetheless. As he grasped it, a flash of color flickered in his eyes. Detection of ability-inducing factor. Quality, low level. Absorbing this factor presents a 70% chance of being demonized and a 30% chance of becoming an ability user. Panel effect activated. Upon touching the factor, it will automatically purify, ensuring a 100% induction of ability. Physical enhancement. Degree of induced ability. Primary. Selectable physical evolution types. Strength. Speed. Stamina comprehensive. A comprehensive enhancement will yield only 1/3 of the strength of single enhancements. Upon touching the ability-inducing factor, you will acquire physical abilities, enhancing your body by 30%, with potential for further strength increase through physical training. Indeed, it is an ability factor. But why does this one appear to possess a stronger enhancement potential than the previous? Li Ming's eyes sparkled with brilliance, yet a trace of confusion lingered within him. He distinctly recalled that the previous crystal could be detected and absorbed for purification without needing to touch it. However, this one required contact. It seemed that the previous crystal was of a higher grade, so why did this one exhibit a stronger enhancement? The former appeared to be inferior, while this one was merely basic. Could it be that the differing manifestations of abilities played a role? Perhaps psychokinesis, with its extensive range, allowed for absorption without touch, while physical abilities were more concentrated within the body, necessitating contact with the crystal. A thought flashed through Li Ming's mind, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed forward. The notion that a single individual could possess two abilities intrigued him. Was this a possibility for everyone? Or was it exclusive to him? Regardless, he dismissed such musings. If he was to choose physical enhancement, it would undoubtedly be a comprehensive one. In a fleeting moment, Li Ming made his decision with fervor, opting for a complete evolution of his powers. He understood that while selecting a singular enhancement might significantly boost one specific ability, true strength lay in a holistic approach. Limiting himself would only jeopardize his safety, especially considering his training in martial arts, which further dissuaded him from creating any vulnerabilities. Lost in contemplation, a surge of energy akin to a piercing sensation coursed from the crystal into Li Ming's body. A low roar involuntarily escaped his throat as he felt an excruciating pain radiating throughout his being, as if his very tendons were on the brink of snapping. It seemed as though his muscles, bones, and internal organs were being incessantly torn apart and then reassembled. After a considerable duration, drenched in sweat, Li Ming felt the pain recede like a receding tide. A surge of vitality emanated from every part of his body. As he clenched his fist, he realized that not only had the stamina expended during his previous burst of 3 shots per second been completely restored, but his overall strength and energy had also seen a marked increase. With swift precision, he thrust his long spear forward, discovering that his speed of attack had also escalated. It was difficult to quantify the exact improvement, but if it was stated to be 30%, it undoubtedly represented a significant enhancement. A smile flickered across Li Ming's lips. Previously, he had been able to lift a minimum of 400 pounds. By calculating the 30% increase, it implied an augmentation of at least 120 pounds of strength. Quite remarkable. Most importantly, his bodily potential had been amplified, promising greater intensity in future training. Relishing this newfound power, Li Ming felt immense satisfaction. He jovially kicked the corpse of a zombie at his feet, murmuring, "My friend, I am grateful for your gift." With that, he sheathed his weapon, adjusted his gear, and rummaged through several other corpses, finding a set of keys from each of the 3 bodies. He then retraced his steps to the earlier passage. Looking ahead, he noted that no zombies remained. Li Ming tapped on the metal of a car. Yet there was no response, allowing him to finally exhale in relief. He parked his vehicle not far from the logistics distribution point, retrieved the car keys, and confirmed they indeed belonged to 3 red trucks. Moreover, each truck's cabin featured a sleeping area behind the seats. Selecting the newest truck, he left the keys to the other 2 vehicles on board for a fortunate finder, initially intending to drive straight back. He was suddenly struck by the chaotic scene at the logistics station and pondered whether there might be something worthwhile among the disarray. Typically, logistics involved transporting heavy items. After all, a thought flashed through Li Ming's mind, prompting him to approach and rummage through the scattered belongings. To his surprise, he unearthed a delightful find, a bow. As he gazed at the package before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Swiftly dismantling the cardboard box, he extracted the bow and discovered it was a compound bow, featuring 2 robust limbs, a sturdier riser, hefty connecting screws, and a thick bowstring. Upon inspecting the accompanying instructions, he noted it was an 80-pound compound bow. Curiously, Li Ming ran his fingers along the resilient bowstring, intrigued by the weapon's potential power. He glanced at the 2 bundles of arrows packaged alongside it, contemplated, and decided to take them all. After a brief survey of the surroundings, The only other item of interest was a solar power bank, which he stowed in his backpack, leaving everything else behind. Just as he was about to return with his newfound treasures, something along the way suddenly captured his attention. As Li Ming gazed at the ground ahead, he recalled that this was the very spot where he had hastily glimpsed a gathering of zombies. At this moment, as he moved closer, a yellow crystal, approximately the size of his fist, came into view. It appeared remarkably similar to the crystal that had stood before the giant zombie at the park. Could this be a serendipitous encounter? A thrill surged through Li Ming as he remembered that the ordinary zombies in this area seemed to possess greater strength than their counterparts elsewhere. Was this somehow linked to the crystal? With this thought racing through his mind, Li Ming felt an irresistible urge to approach the crystal. As he neared within a meter of it, new inscriptions suddenly emerged in the air before him. Natural energy crystallization detected. Absorption may enhance supernatural abilities to a certain extent. Would you like to absorb? This truly was a means of enhancement. Li Ming's heart soared with joy, and he instantly comprehended why the giant zombie had ventured to the square. It was in pursuit of this crystal, a natural energy crystallization, capable of amplifying supernatural abilities. Such a wondrous phenomenon. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was no reason for hesitation. He decisively chose to absorb it. Please confirm the supernatural ability to absorb this energy, telekinesis physical enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ming resolutely selected telekinesis. Telekinesis had proven to be his secret weapon, as demonstrated in his recent encounter with the mutated zombie. With enhanced telekinetic powers, he would have greater maneuverability in battle, making his choice in this moment utterly instinctive. As Li Ming made his choice, the fist-sized natural condensed energy crystal before him vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, he felt his telekinetic power soaring rapidly, upward, 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 until it multiplied several times before finally coming to a halt. Upon reassessing his telekinetic strength, he immediately sensed a significant enhancement, a feeling akin to finally reaching a normal level of power. He glanced at a nearby iron block marked with 70 kilograms and promptly attempted to lift it with his telekinesis. In the next moment, his telekinetic energy surged forth with great vigor. The iron block trembled slightly before being lifted clumsily into the air. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly lowered it back down. With a thud, the iron block struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gripping the bow and arrow in his hand, he turned to look at the truck beside him, a broad smile spreading across his face. This time, seeking the vehicle had proven to be a fortuitous decision, yielding bountiful rewards. He couldn't help but ponder the possibility, had he not come and allowed that mutated zombie to absorb the crystal, whether he could have triumphed remained uncertain. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, Li Ming returned to the driver's seat of the heavy truck. Carefully placing the bow and arrow on the small bed behind him, he cautiously started the engine, gradually reacquainting himself with the sensation of driving it. Chapter 48. This is impossible. How wonderful it is that I have successfully driven the heavy truck back. Soon, I will load some heavy items into it, while you and Chinli's family can begin moving the lighter ones inside. I will first scout the area to ensure there are no dangers before proceeding. Li Ming gazed at the enchanting woman before him, his admiration spilling forth. He had just attentively eavesdropped on their conversation, and his satisfaction with her only deepened. However, amidst this satisfaction, he felt a surge of restlessness provoked by her earlier words and the current atmosphere. Zhang Yuan, her eyes twinkling with mirth, suddenly squatted down and unzipped Li Ming's trousers. Darling, you shouldn't take too long now. Li Ming, witnessing Zhang Yuan's actions, felt an even greater thrill. He marveled at her obedience and instinctively placed a hand on her head. Inside the room, Peng Zhi sat slumped on the floor, suddenly hearing a series of muffled, unreserved sounds from outside, causing his expression to darken. He remained rigidly seated, yearning for the tormenting noises to cease. Outside the door, Zhang Yuan practiced her neck strength, with Li Ming occasionally assisting her, maintaining a rhythmic cadence. After 2 minutes of this intense session, which felt unusually long for him, he found himself unable to engage so fervently. 10 minutes passed, and the intensity remained high, a feat usually reserved for after medication. After 20 minutes, the fervor persisted, and Peng Zhi was struck by the realization that his wife possessed such eloquence. As 25 minutes elapsed, he felt numb. At 30 minutes, the muffled sounds suddenly escalated, accompanied by audible swallowing, before they finally ceased altogether. Peng Zhi finally exhaled in relief and quietly settled onto the bed, unable to suppress his frustration. He calculated. He took 2 minutes each time, managing to engage every 3 days, totaling 20 minutes a month, which amounted to at least 250 minutes a year. Li Ming had just spent half an hour earlier. Could he possibly manage for such instances in a single day for 3 consecutive days? Would 3 days equate to an entire year for him? Unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. Peng Zhi's inner voice roared, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then donned his headphones, no longer wishing to hear any bothersome sounds. Ah, is everything prepared? In the room, as Zhang Yuan rinsed her mouth, Li Ming glanced at the various items packed away by Zhang Yuan in her bags. He surveyed the room and, seeing that aside from a few large items, most were neatly bundled, he expressed his surprise. Zhang Yuan is truly capable. Indeed, I've been busy for quite some time, since you are off to scout. By the time you return, I shall have the house tidied up, Zhang Yuan replied, emerging from the bathroom with slightly parched lips, shaking droplets from her long fingers. That's splendid. I will first carry these heavier items upstairs, and later, I shall move them with Chun Li and her family to prevent any further disturbances to you. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, praising Zhang Yuan, and then, under her cheerful gaze, he lifted the oil barrel from the floor and made his way downstairs. Take care. Be cautious. Observing Li Ming lifting the hefty barrel, Zhang Yuan hurriedly followed, her long legs encased in tight blue jeans trailing closely behind him. However, even before acquiring his enhanced abilities, Li Ming had been capable of lifting such weight effortlessly. Now, with his newfound strength, he carried the barrel with ease, swiftly descending to load it into the vehicle. Upon observing his remarkable agility, Zhang Yuan decided against following him down the stairs, instead remaining at the landing to witness the man's robust physique repeatedly hoisting the oil barrels. She mused, at least this strength was not all being exerted upon her. After 5 iterations, 5 sizable oil barrels had been transported down by Li Ming, who then proceeded to carry the heavier parcels. While the refrigerator and generator continued their operations without haste, the refrigerator and generator need not be disturbed for now. I plan to venture out shortly to scout the surroundings. Lest the refrigerator cease functioning and the temperature within dissipate too quickly, I shall load it into the vehicle upon departure. Li Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and instructed Zhang Yuan accordingly. Very well, I shall tidy up the remaining miscellaneous items with Qin Li shortly, Zhang Yuan replied. Nodding affirmatively, she gestured towards the opposite door in the corridor, smiling as she spoke. All right. I will go check on her household and then see if there's anything to procure from that small shop. Li Ming nodded in agreement. And after loading the majority of items onto the truck, he noticed that even with everything packed, there remained ample space in the rear compartment. Naturally, it would be advantageous to carry additional items. Good, Zhang Yuan affirmed, her long legs in motion, her waist swaying instinctively as she followed Li Ming towards Qin Li's residence. Upon arrival, they found the door ajar, and Li Ming stepped forward to push it open, discovering the living room devoid of clutter, with the sofa and chairs covered by cloths, giving it a meticulous appearance. Several large bags lay scattered across the living room, revealing little in terms of provisions. Leaving the contents unknown, while Chun Li and her mother busily attended to their own tidying tasks. How is the tidying coming along, Sister Chun Li? Zhang Yuan took the initiative to greet, and Chun Li turned to glance back. Upon noticing the two standing outside the door, she hurriedly rose to welcome them. The vigorous movement caused a wave of dizziness. I'm almost done. How about you? Chun Li exhaled and replied. My husband has loaded the larger items into the car, and only some trivial things remain. However, that man is somewhat bothersome. My husband suggested that you assist me shortly to prevent further harassment. Zhang Yuan observed the tumultuous Qin Li before promptly speaking. Qin Li glanced at Li Ming, who nodded with a smile, and she understood immediately, responding with rapid nods. All right. I'll bring these items to the car. Allow me, Li Ming interjected, asserting that it was unreasonable for several delicate women to bear such heavy loads. He stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting the packages, 2 on his left shoulder and 2 stacked on his right, as he made his way downstairs. Qin Li, filled with gratitude, followed closely by his side, cautioning him to be careful. She accompanied him to the large truck, and upon witnessing him place the items inside, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She then hurried back to assist him with the last 2 items, watching as he delivered them below. Do not worry, you have yet to witness his strength. Carrying this much is a mere trifle for him, Zhang Yuan chuckled, unable to resist laughing at Qin Li's worried demeanor. Qin Li blushed, nodding repeatedly, and soon saw Li Ming nimbly ascend the stairs once more. She quickly approached with a towel to wipe his sweat. Zhang Yuan observed Qin Li's attentive care, smiling subtly without paying it much mind. Her current close relationship with Li Ming allowed for these trivialities to be addressed effortlessly, without much thought. In stark contrast, Qin Li felt a sense of joy as her bond with Li Ming deepened, particularly when comparing it to Chun Li's previous gratitude for merely lifting a package. All right, I shall venture out to scout ahead. You both stay here and stow away the remaining odds and ends in the truck. Zhang Yuan, please hand me the key to the electric scooter. Li Ming playfully patted Qin Li's shapely rear, chuckling as he spoke, then gestured towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to retrieve the 3-wheeled electric scooter key that Li Ming had brought back earlier, along with his weaponry and backpack. Li Ming released his hold on Chun Li, donned his gear, and satisfiedly touched the binoculars within his backpack, nodding in approval. After gathering his weapons, he bid farewell to the two women and strode purposefully down the stairs. As Li Ming departed, the two women exchanged knowing smiles. Chun Li then took the initiative to walk towards Li Ming's home, alongside Zhang Yuan, to tidy up the remaining clutter. As they were organizing, a soft creaking sound of the door echoed from outside. Zhang Yuan furrowed her brow and, together with Chun Li, approached the door. To their surprise, they found Peng Zhi standing outside, looking rather sheepish. Could I possibly charge my phone a bit more? Chun Li's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at Zhang Yuan. Noticing his submissive demeanor, Zhang Yuan casually waved her hand. Peng Zhi promptly smiled and plugged in the charger, connecting his phone to the power bank. Visibly relieved as he settled down beside them, Zhang Yuan remained indifferent, continuing to assist Chun Li with the task at hand. Once they had nearly completed their work, they carried the items to the truck before returning to Chun Li's home to relax. The Linjiang Villa area lies a substantial 8 kilometers away from Li Ming's residential community. Under normal circumstances, even a ride on an electric bicycle would suffice to cover this distance swiftly. However, in the current apocalyptic context, Li Ming felt compelled to exercise caution, navigating carefully and reducing his speed. As he persevered in his exploration, a street infested with zombies came into view. Chapter 47. The dispute between husband and wife. Fortunately, he need not fear crossing lanes or violating traffic regulations, as the heavy trucks were all manual, eliminating concerns over signal failures that could hinder driving. He drove meticulously, gradually reacquainting himself with the vehicle, before finally maneuvering onto the street and slowly making his way back to the community. The red heavy truck rumbled down the main road. Having never driven such a vehicle before, Li Ming was hesitant to accelerate, proceeding with utmost care towards his neighborhood. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he paused to reflect, opting not to rush inside. Instead, he continued along the road until he reached a gas station, where he disembarked and filled his tank with a jerry can, methodically topping off the fuel. He also discovered a spare fuel canister designated for truck drivers within the storage compartment, which he filled with diesel before feeling satisfied and returning to the community. Fortunately, he had previously cleared the road of zombies. Although his pace was slow, he encountered no significant obstacles. Before long, he arrived at the exterior of his community and, with careful control, parked the vehicle beneath his residential building. He turned off the engine, removed the key, and, as the truck settled quietly, Li Ming made his way directly to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the doorway, he intended to open it directly. However, he was suddenly startled by a sound that made his ears perk up. Frowning slightly, he hesitated to open the door, instead pressing his ear against it. The summer room was stifling, and from within the tightly shut door, he could faintly hear a heated exchange between a man and a woman. Zhang Yuan, do you not realize that we are husband and wife? You are my wife, and I am your husband. Now that he finds himself in danger and wishes to flee, you still intend to escape with him? Are you not afraid he might be killed outside, and that you might suffer the same fate? Peng Zhi gazed at his wife, who was perspiring profusely while assisting Li Ming with his belongings. His expression was a deep shade of anger. He has provided me with so much food. We can at least last another 10 days. It has been over half a month since the apocalypse began. Do you truly believe rescue is on the horizon? What could possibly compel you to follow him so devotedly? Do you comprehend the peril that the tremors signify? Do you realize how terrifying this situation is? Though we met through an arranged marriage, we have been wed for 2 years. I offered you a dowry of 180,000. He has merely provided some food. What does he possess that can compare to what I have given you? You will certainly choose to stay with me, will you not? Peng Zhi's eyes were fixed intently on the woman before him, his voice trembling with emotion. During the onset of the earthquake, fear and concern were not felt solely by Li Ming. He too was engulfed in dread. He had barely awoken when the tremors and the terrifying roars of zombies overwhelmed him, flooding his mind with uncontrollable fear. By the time he regained his composure, he found his wife tirelessly helping Li Ming, sweat streaming down her face as she persisted in her efforts. Upon inquiring, he discovered that his wife intended to leave with Li Ming, departing from this place. The thought of his wife leaving him to face everything alone filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Thus, Peng Zhi resolved to win her back. Though he spoke eloquently, was it of any consequence now? Continue your fanciful dreams. After all, you are aware that no rescue has arrived for over half a month. How could waiting another 10 days yield different results? Zhang Yuan scoffed, her voice resolute. As for danger, do you have any idea how many zombies my husband dispatches every time he ventures out? The tip of his gun is stained with blood, and the sweat that drips from him surpasses the water you drink. Do you think my husband is like you, struggling to even lift a bucket of water? Cowering at home, trembling, lying on the bed, doing nothing, lacking the courage to step outside. He is far from the useless dreamer you imagine him to be. As she spoke, Zhang Yuan's delicate ears flushed slightly. She was acutely aware of Li Ming's strength, yet her stance remained unwavering. I am your husband. I have proclaimed it before. I am your husband. We possess a marriage certificate. We held a wedding. We took wedding photos, and I provided the dowry. You once expressed your affection for me, and I adored you in return. The sight of his wife referring to another man as her husband caused Ping Zhi to lose his composure. He shouted with fervor, as if attempting to reclaim the situation through the sheer force of his voice. Ah, then why don't you return my food to my dear husband? Should I ask him to throw a pile of cash in your face and then carry me away from your bed? Zhang Yuan scoffed, gazing at Peng Zhi with mockery. You see, the food I acquired was through my own merit from Li Ming. Why should I return it? Peng Zhi clenched his teeth, speaking fiercely. Oh, by what merit do you claim that? By the pity my husband has for you. Humph, if it weren't for his consideration of my feelings. You wouldn't even get a grain of rice. Zhang Yuan chuckled with indignation, shifting her posture as she coldly addressed Ping Zhi. You, fine. Even if we disregard the money, we still share a bond. We have slept side by side for 2 years. Does that not evoke any feelings in you? Ping Zhi's expression shifted, and he finally huffed, gritting his teeth. You truly lack courage. You wish to reclaim your woman with food obtained through her. You don't even dare to suggest a refund. I, Zhang Yuan, must have been blind to heed the matchmaker's words to marry you. Zhang Yuan found this amusing, and then looked at Ping Zhi, a smile tugging at her lips. Suddenly, her tone became languid. You're right about feelings developing over time. But your time together is so fleeting, so brief. In a year, you haven't even spent as much time with me as my husband has in 3 days. How can you compare that? Zhang Yuan's voice was soft as she spoke these words, a hint of shyness creeping in, as though recalling a certain scene. The blush spreading from her ears to her neck. Peng Zhi, bewildered by his wife's words, felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow. It had been over 3 days since he had last seen her. Each phrase resonated in his mind like a hammer. Sleeping with my wife, and so vigorously too. I would never indulge in such rough play. Was it possible that he truly lacked in stature and endurance? No, that could not be the case. She had never expressed dissatisfaction before. Surely she was merely momentarily bewitched. He resolved to restore his dignity. Peng Zhi's breath quickened, growing increasingly labored. His gaze locked onto the exquisite figure of the woman before him, whose legs appeared almost unreal in their beauty. This was the wife he had spent hundreds of thousands to marry. Zhang Yuan, you. A fierce determination surged within him, his expression contorting into a grimace. Crimson flushing across his face and neck. Zhang Yuan, observing his demeanor, furrowed her brow, an unsettling realization dawning upon her. Li Ming was not present, and she had just provoked Peng Zhi far too intensely. As she contemplated her next move, a sudden thud echoed from the direction of the door. Bang! Li Ming forcefully pushed the door open, crashing it against the wall. Startled, Zhang Yuan and the enraged Peng Zhi instinctively turned to face him. Li Ming, gun in hand, approached Peng Zhi with a calm demeanor, locking eyes with him. What were you about to say? Peng Zhi, panting heavily, glared at Li Ming. His words dripping with venom. I said, you are leaving, so be careful on the road. With that, a strained smile crept across his face as he averted his gaze from Li Ming's imposing figure, stained with remnants of violence, and hurriedly retreated to his own room. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, and Peng Zhi collapsed onto the floor, recalling the terrifying visage of Li Ming moments ago. He exhaled deeply, relieved that no violence had ensued. Outside, Li Ming, witnessing Peng Zhi's earlier fury, chuckled softly to himself as he departed, bemused by the man's comical tendencies. It was evident that he lacked the courage to confront me. A woman, he dared not utter a word in my presence. Zhang Yuan, somewhat speechless, couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over her. Her long legs, clad in snug blue jeans, moved gracefully to Peng Zhi's side as she wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness you arrived. Otherwise, this cowardly fellow might have resorted to something unspeakable. He truly frightened me just now. Rest assured, he shall have no further opportunities, Li Ming reassured her, giving Zhang Yuan a playful pat on the backside. From now on, I will accompany my dear husband out of here, listening to him daily, staying close to him, and keeping my distance from that man to ensure he has no chance. She pouted, only to be playfully pecked on the lips by Li Ming, which quelled her inner turmoil. The recent confrontation with Peng Zhi had stirred her long-standing disdain for him, leaving her in a state of agitation, only to be calmed by the soothing presence of her partner. Suddenly, she caught sight of the fervent fire burning in Li Ming's eyes. Chapter 48. Capable how obedient. I have returned with the heavy truck. In a moment, I shall load a few heavy items inside, while you and Chun-Li's family can begin moving some lighter belongings in. I will scout ahead to ensure the path is safe before you follow. Li Ming observed the alluring woman before him, his admiration growing as he had just attentively listened to the conversation within. Yet, alongside his satisfaction, her earlier words and the current atmosphere stirred a sense of restlessness within him. Zhang Yuan, her eyes sparkling with mirth, suddenly crouched down and unzipped Li Ming's pants. "Darling, you shouldn't take too long now." The sight of her actions heightened his excitement, and he couldn't help but place his hand gently on her head. After 30 minutes, silence enveloped the room. Behind the door, Pingxi finally exhaled, settling down onto the bed. He couldn't suppress his indignation as he calculated in his mind. 2 minutes per encounter, thrice a week, amounts to 20 minutes a month. And at least 250 minutes a year. Hadn't Li Ming just engaged for 30 minutes? Could he possibly manage 4 times a day for 3 consecutive days? 3 days equating to a year? Impossible! Utterly impossible! Pingxi raged internally, feeling a considerable lightness in his mood. He then donned his headphones, no longer wishing to hear any more dissonance. "Ah, is everything prepared?" In the room. As Zhang Yuan rinsed her mouth, Li Ming observed the various items that Zhang Yuan had meticulously packed into different bags. He glanced around the room and, noticing that aside from a few large pieces, most of the belongings were neatly wrapped, he expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Zhang Yuan is truly capable." "Indeed. I've been quite busy for a while," she replied. "Since you're heading out to scout the way, by the time you return, I'll have organized everything at home." Having just finished rinsing, Zhang Yuan emerged from the bathroom, her mouth slightly tinged with discomfort, as she flicked the droplets from her slender fingers and spoke. "That's wonderful. I'll first move these heavy items upstairs, and later I'll help Qinli and her family with it, so they won't disturb you again." Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, praising Zhang Yuan, and then, under her cheerful gaze, he effortlessly lifted a large oil drum from the floor and made his way downstairs. "Be careful, take it slow," Zhang Yuan called out anxiously, her long legs encased in tight blue jeans trailing closely behind him. However, Li Ming's physical strength had always been remarkable even before gaining his enhanced abilities, now bolstered by newfound strength. He effortlessly carried the oil barrel and swiftly descended the stairs to load it into the vehicle. Seeing his agility, Zhang Yuan decided to remain at the stairway, watching as his robust frame repeatedly hoisted the oil drums. She thought to herself, at last, this strength was not solely directed towards her. After 5 trips, with 5 large barrels successfully transported, Li Ming proceeded to carry down the heavier packages, while the refrigerator and generator remained undisturbed, continuing their operation. The refrigerator and generator remain undisturbed for the time being. I shall venture out shortly to scout the way. We must ensure the refrigerator does not lose power, as the temperature will dissipate too rapidly. I will load it into the vehicle just before we depart. Li Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and instructed Zhang Yuan. "All right, I will tidy up the remaining odds and ends with Qinli." Zhang Yuan nodded repeatedly, gesturing toward the door across the hallway, and spoke with a smile. "Certainly. I will check on her home and then swing by the convenience store to see if there's anything we need," Li Ming replied, nodding in agreement. After loading most of the items onto the truck, he discovered that even with everything packed, there was still ample space in the back. Naturally, the prospect of carrying a bit more was appealing. "Very well," Zhang Yuan nodded, her long legs moving gracefully as her waist instinctively swayed in rhythm with Li Ming as they walked toward Qinli's residence. The door was slightly ajar, and Li Ming approached to push it open, revealing a living room that appeared stark and empty. The sofa and chairs were covered with cloth, presenting a meticulous arrangement. A few large bags sat in the living room. Although there seemed to be little food, the contents remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Qinli and her mother were still busy sorting through various items. "Qinli, how's the packing going?" Zhang Yuan took the initiative to greet her. Upon hearing this, Qinli turned to look and, seeing the two standing at the threshold, quickly rose to welcome them. The sudden movement caused a brief wave of dizziness. "It's nearly finished, and how about you?" Qinli exhaled, responding with a hint of relief. Her husband had loaded the larger items onto the vehicle, leaving only a few trifles behind. However, the man seemed rather mundane, and her husband suggested that she assist him shortly to spare her from further annoyance. Zhang Yuan observed the turbulent emotions of Qinli before promptly speaking up. Qinli glanced at Li Ming, who nodded at her with a smile, leading her to understand the situation. She eagerly agreed. "All right, I'll take these items to the car." "Allow me," Li Ming interjected, asserting that it was illogical for several delicate women to handle such heavy burdens. He stepped forward and effortlessly hoisted the packages, balancing 2 on his left shoulder and 2 on his right as he made his way downstairs. Qinli, filled with gratitude, followed closely beside him, cautioning him to be careful. She felt relieved when she saw him place the items inside the truck, and she hurried back to hand him the last 2 packages, watching him transport them below. "Don't worry, you are yet to witness his strength. Carrying these items is a mere trifle for him," Zhang Yuan remarked, amused by Qinli's anxious demeanor. Qinli's face flushed, and she nodded repeatedly. Just then, she saw Li Ming ascend the stairs with a lightness in his step, and she quickly approached him with a towel to wipe away his sweat. Zhang Yuan observed the attentive Qin Li with a smile, not overly concerned. Given the close bond she shared with Li Ming, such small gestures felt entirely natural and required no special attention. In contrast to Qin Li's gratitude for merely lifting a package, her relationship with Li Ming had deepened significantly, filling her with a sense of joy. Having decided to explore the surroundings, I instructed you to remain behind and organize the remaining trifles into the vehicle. Zhang Yuan, kindly hand me the key to the electric tricycle. Li Ming playfully patted Chun Li's shapely form, chuckling as he spoke, then gestured toward Zhang Yuan. Nodding in understanding, Zhang Yuan turned to retrieve the key to the tricycle that Li Ming had previously brought back, along with his weaponry and backpack. Releasing his grip on Chun Li, Li Ming proceeded to don his gear, feeling the satisfying weight of the binoculars nestled within his backpack, nodding approvingly. After securing his weapons, he bid farewell to the two women and strode purposefully down the stairs. As Li Ming departed, the two women exchanged a knowing smile. And then Qin Li took the initiative to head toward Li Ming's residence, joining Zhang Yuan in tidying up the remaining items. As they were busy organizing, a faint sound of the door creaking open echoed from outside. Zhang Yuan furrowed her brow, and together with Qin Li, they approached the entrance, only to find Ping Zhi standing there with an awkward expression. Could you possibly charge my phone a little more? Qin Li's eyes flickered, glancing at Zhang Yuan, who, noticing his submissive demeanor, waved her hand dismissively. Ping Zhi quickly smiled as he plugged in the charger, connecting it to his phone and power bank. Letting out a deep sigh of relief as he settled down beside them, Zhang Yuan remained unfazed and continued to assist Qin Li in tidying up. Once they had organized most of the items, they carried them to the truck before returning to Qin Li's home to wait. The Linjiang Villa area is situated a considerable 8 kilometers away from Li Ming's neighborhood. In ordinary times, even riding an electric bicycle would enable swift arrival, yet now, in this apocalyptic world, Li Ming dared not traverse with the same speed. Instead, he cautiously observed his surroundings, proceeding with care. As he persistently scouted the area, a street teeming with zombies came into view. Chapter 48. Tidying up. Well done. I have successfully brought back the heavy truck. In a moment, I shall load several heavy items into it. You and Qin Li's family can start moving some lighter belongings inside. I will venture ahead to scout the path, ensuring it is safe before proceeding. Li Ming gazed at the elegant woman before him, expressing his admiration. He had attentively listened to the conversation inside, and his satisfaction with her grew. However, amidst this satisfaction, her earlier words in the current environment stirred a sense of restlessness within him. Zhang Yuan, with her eyes sparkling with mirth, suddenly crouched down and unzipped Li Ming's pants. Darling, it shouldn't take too long now. Is everything ready? Inside the room. As Zhang Yuan rinsed her mouth, Li Ming observed the various items meticulously packed by her into bags. Glancing around the room, he noticed that aside from a few large items, most were already bundled up, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, Zhang Yuan, you truly are capable. Yes, I've been quite busy for a long while. Just in time for you to go scout the route. When you return, I shall have everything in the house sorted out. Having just finished rinsing her mouth, Zhang Yuan emerged from the bathroom, her lips tinged with a slight sourness, flicking droplets of water from her slender fingers as she spoke. Indeed, I shall first transport these heavy items upstairs. Later, I will assist Qin Li and her family in moving, to spare you from further disturbances. Li Ming nodded in satisfaction, complimenting Zhang Yuan, and then, under her cheerful gaze, he effortlessly lifted the oil drum from the ground and made his way downstairs. Take it slow, be careful, Zhang Yuan urged anxiously, trailing closely behind in her snug blue jeans. However, even before his physical prowess was enhanced by extraordinary abilities, Li Ming could manage such a load alone. Now, with his newfound strength, he bore the oil drum with ease, striding swiftly to the vehicle to load it. Observing his agility, Zhang Yuan decided to remain at the staircase, watching as he repeatedly lifted the drum with remarkable prowess. She mused to herself, grateful that his strength was not entirely directed at her. After 5 trips, Li Ming had successfully transported 5 large oil drums. And then he proceeded to carry down the heavier packages. The refrigerator and generator remained in operation, not yet ready for relocation. Let us hold off on the refrigerator and generator for now. I plan to scout the area shortly. We must avoid a power outage, as the temperature inside the refrigerator would rise too quickly. We will load them onto the vehicle when we depart, Li Ming said, wiping the sweat from his brow. All right. I will tidy up the remaining trifles with Chun Li shortly, Zhang Yuan replied, nodding vigorously. She then pointed toward the opposite door in the hallway, smiling as she added, very well, I will check on her home, and afterward, I'll see if there is anything to pick up from that small shop. Li Ming nodded and, after loading most of the items onto the heavy truck, he discovered that even if he filled the entire cargo area, there would still be ample space available. Naturally, being able to carry a bit more was advantageous. Zhang Yuan also nodded, her long legs in motion, her waist instinctively swaying as she followed Li Ming towards Qin Li's home. The door to Qin Li's house was slightly ajar. Li Ming stepped forward to push the door open, only to find the living room sparsely arranged, with the sofa and chairs covered by cloth, creating an air of meticulousness. Several large bags were scattered across the living room. It was evident that there wasn't much food, and one could only wonder what lay within. Meanwhile, Qin Li and her mother were still busy tidying up some trifles. "Qin Li, how's the cleaning coming along?" Zhang Yuan took the initiative to greet her. Qin Li turned at the sound, noticing the two standing at the door, and hurried over to welcome them. The expansive movements caused a momentary dizziness. "Almost done. What about you?" Qin Li exhaled, responding. "My husband has loaded the larger items onto the truck. Now only some minor things remain. However, that man is a bit bothersome. My husband suggested that you help me finish up so he won't disturb me again." Zhang Yuan, observing the bustling Qin Li, spoke up quickly. Qin Li glanced at Li Ming and, seeing him nod with a smile, understood immediately, responding with eager nods. "All right, I will take these items to the truck right away." "Allow me," Li Ming interjected, believing it unreasonable for a few delicate women to carry such heavy items. He stepped forward and directly lifted the packages. 2 on his left shoulder and 2 on his right, as he made his way down the stairs. Qin Li, filled with gratitude, closely followed Li Ming, reminding him to take care as they approached the large truck. She sighed in relief once she saw him placing his belongings inside. Subsequently, she hurried back to hand him the final 2 items, watching as he delivered the goods below. "Do not worry, you are yet to witness the extent of his strength. Handling such trivial loads is a mere trifle for him," Zhang Yuan remarked with a chuckle, noticing Qin Li's anxious demeanor. Qin Li felt a flush rise to her cheeks and nodded repeatedly. Soon, she spotted Li Ming nimbly ascending the stairs once more, and she rushed to offer him a towel to wipe his sweat. Zhang Yuan observed the attentive Qin Li with a smile, finding it quite natural given the close bond she shared with Li Ming. In contrast to the grateful Qin Li, who was flustered by merely lifting a parcel, Zhang Yuan felt a sense of joy from the deepening connection with Li Ming. "All right, I shall venture out to scout the path. You both remain here to stow away the remaining items in the truck. Zhang Yuan, please hand me the keys to the electric tricycle," Li Ming said, playfully patting Qin Li on the rear. He then gestured towards Zhang Yuan, nodding in response. Zhang Yuan turned to retrieve the keys to the 3-wheeled electric tricycle that Li Ming had brought back earlier, along with his equipment and the backpack. Li Ming released his hand from Qin Li, donned his gear, and felt the binoculars nestled in his backpack, nodding in satisfaction. After bidding farewell to the 2 women, he strode down the stairs. As Li Ming departed, the 2 women exchanged smiles, and Qin Li took the initiative to walk towards Li Ming's home, teaming up with Zhang Yuan to tidy up the remaining items. As Zhang Yuan was tidying up, the faint sound of a door creaking open echoed from outside. She furrowed her brow and, along with Qin Li, made her way to the door, where they were met by a sheepish Ping Zhi, who awkwardly inquired, "Could I charge my phone a little more?" Qin Li's expression shifted as she glanced at Zhang Yuan. Noticing Peng Zhi's genuine demeanor, Zhang Yuan nonchalantly waved her hand, granting him permission. With a broad smile, Peng Zhi hurriedly plugged in the charger, connecting it to both his phone and the power bank, and then let out a deep sigh of relief as he settled down nearby. Zhang Yuan, unfazed, continued her bustling efforts alongside Qin Li. Once they had nearly finished tidying up, they took their belongings and carried them to the truck before returning to Qin Li's house to rest. The Linjiang Villa area was a considerable distance of 8 kilometers from Li Ming's neighborhood. Normally, even a ride on an electric bike would get him there quickly. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, Li Ming was cautious and refrained from speeding as he carefully observed his surroundings and proceeded at a slow pace. As he persistently scouted ahead, a street teeming with zombies came into view. Chapter 49. Discovery of the gathering place. Fortunately, he had not recklessly approached. The sun hung high in the sky as Li Ming, riding his electric tricycle with utmost caution, gazed at the scene before him, a street littered with zombies and chaotic vehicles just meters away. A sense of dread washed over him. The road he beheld was a convenient route from his neighborhood to the Linjiang Villa area, one he would have instinctively chosen under normal circumstances. However, at this moment, gazing upon the scattered debris, vehicles, and the throng of zombies on the road, Li Ming was acutely aware that unless he commandeered a tank, he would inevitably be ensnared in a confrontation with the densely packed undead. It was perplexing why they chose to congregate at such an hour, shunning the daylight. Observing the diverse array of zombies within his sight, Li Ming pondered, his gaze lingering enviously on 3 distinctive specimens among them, one that occasionally belched flames, another that intermittently spewed water, and a third radiating a metallic sheen. These peculiar entities were conspicuously noticeable, and he couldn't help but focus on them, secretly coveting their abilities. If he were to vanquish them, he would acquire 3 unique powers. Yet, upon surveying the tightly clustered horde ahead, he sighed inwardly. Realizing that the opportune moment had not yet arrived, acquiring these 3 extraordinary abilities would require careful planning. As he contemplated, Li Ming cautiously departed from one side of the street, distancing himself from this perilous thoroughfare, and sought alternate routes, while remaining vigilant to potential dangers. He scouted for pathways suitable for heavy trucks. There were 5 routes from his community to the Linjiang Villa area that could accommodate such vehicles, but after his exploration, he discovered that 3 were impassable for various reasons. Only 2 routes seemed reasonably clear, with zombies sparsely scattered along them, which he managed to eliminate during his reconnaissance. After traversing another 2 kilometers, he would reach the Linjiang Villa area. Riding his tricycle, he consumed a modest snack to stave off hunger, peering through his binoculars at the street ahead, murmuring to himself. The journey from the community to the Linjiang Villa district was quite arduous. By the time he arrived, the lunch hour had long passed. At this moment, he was consuming some fast food to satiate his hunger. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan had prepared compressed biscuits and water for him before he left, taking refuge in the shadow of a building. He rested while replenishing his energy with food and drink. Meanwhile, Li Ming stood atop a car, scanning the surroundings. They were now very close to the Linjiang Villa district, where the buildings were not as densely packed as in the city center. Some narrow lanes even featured rows of 3-story houses. With his binoculars, he meticulously surveyed the structures, when suddenly his gaze fixed on a residential building with a canopy. A number of men and women moving about came into view through the lenses, leaving Li Ming momentarily astonished. Could there truly be so many people here? Initially surprised by the presence of several individuals on the rooftop, his astonishment deepened when he trained the binoculars on the highest floor beneath the canopy. As he peered through the transparent glass windows, he found himself taken aback. The binoculars boasted impressive clarity. Despite the distance, he could discern a multitude of figures. At a cursory glance, he estimated there were dozens. It appeared to be a large cafeteria, spacious and vibrant, with colorful bedding spread across a designated area, each mat occupied by individuals. The bedding formed an overall rectangular shape. Li Ming was astonished by the sheer number of people present, and he thought he even spotted armed men among them, his mind racing with questions about the circumstances there. Could this be a spontaneously formed gathering place? Li Ming could not help but observe intently, yet he could only vaguely discern individuals armed with weapons, gathering in small groups. Unable to ascertain whether they were regular troops or a spontaneously formed civilian organization. However, from certain scenes he witnessed, he could deduce that there was surely some form of organization at play. His curiosity piqued. He scrutinized further and suddenly noticed a man stepping forward in front of the makeshift bedding, raising something aloft and seemingly speaking loudly. It appeared that there was indeed a supply of food. Li Ming immediately focused his binoculars on the object the man was holding, revealing a packet of instant noodles. A thought crossed his mind, and he speculated whether this place might also be connected to underground water sources. After all, with so many people needing water, how much bottled water would be required to satisfy such an immense demand? As Li Ming pondered, he continued to observe the man's intent in raising the packet of noodles. Suddenly, the man turned his gaze towards a certain direction, prompting Li Ming to shift his binoculars accordingly. Through the lens, he saw a woman rising from a bedding, with a man peering over her shoulder. The woman approached and took the instant noodles from the man's grasp. Without hesitation, the man then placed his arms around the woman's waist, and together they moved aside. It was evident that food was in short supply. Watching the man embrace the woman and lead her to the rooftop, Li Ming silently reevaluated his understanding of this collective. He was now certain that this was not a legitimate official organization. Otherwise, such behavior would not be so brazenly displayed. Li Ming raised his telescope, his gaze fixated on the man who fumbled with the woman for over 10 minutes before he began to charge his device. He observed the charging process for an additional 10 minutes, during which the woman tidied up, donned her clothing, and left with a cup of instant noodles. After descending the stairs, she returned to the bed she had vacated, unwrapped the noodles, and began to eat, sharing the meal with a man beside her who appeared to be her husband. It was no small feat to amass such a crowd without any official intervention. Li Ming continued to survey the scene, noting that the number of women seemed to slightly surpass that of the men, but beyond this observation, he gleaned little else. He set down the telescope, a peculiar gleam flickering in his eyes. To be candid, the sight he had just witnessed stirred a surge of primal desire within him. The women here appeared exceedingly accessible. What if he ventured in? With so many individuals gathered, surely there would be some beauties among them, each of diverse allure? It seemed probable, given the sheer number of people. A spark of impulsiveness flickered in Li Ming's heart, yet he swiftly quelled it. After all, he was unaware of the circumstances within. Should he rashly intrude and provoke an attack, he might be strong, but he was not invincible. It would be unwise to place himself in perilous situations. As thoughts raced through his mind, Li Ming meticulously scrutinized the gathering surroundings, imprinting the location deeply in his memory. He subsequently captured a screenshot of the area on his offline map, marking it with a red circle that corresponded with his current position. Finally, he stowed away his equipment, cast one last glance towards that direction, and set forth to explore. He was merely 2 kilometers away from the Linjiang Villa district. With careful exploration, the distance was swiftly traversed. A villa area loomed in the distance. Finally, he had arrived. This route proved to be the most secure. Gazing at the villa district before him, Li Ming exhaled deeply, feeling a significant alleviation of the tension within. However, as he observed the expansive, meticulously maintained villas ahead, he contemplated his next move. He resolved to take advantage of his solitude and explore the area before the arrival of Zhang Yuan and Qin Li's family. As that might pose some complications, it was prudent to investigate first. After a moment's hesitation, Li Ming refrained from rushing back. Instead, he rode his electric bicycle towards the entrance of the villa district, which was guarded by a barrier. A group of 5 or 6 security personnel, resembling zombies in their uniforms, congregated at the gate. Li Ming halted his tricycle in advance, retrieved his weapon from the rear, and swiftly advanced to eliminate them. Subsequently, he located the control button for the barrier, opened it, and rode his tricycle inside, closing the barrier behind him as he entered the villa district. Upon entering, he was instantly transported into another realm. Wide, pristine asphalt roads flanked by charming greenery. The villas were set back 50 meters from the road, with exclusive pathways and sound-insulating green belts separating the villas from the thoroughfare. Li Ming drove into the leftmost villa, progressing along a path that led to a courtyard, which appeared to cover an acre. Within, a myriad of unfamiliar flowers and plants flourished. Outside the courtyard lies a spacious parking area, where 5 distinct luxury vehicles are parked. Li Ming's gaze shifts towards the interior of the villa, where several elegantly dressed figures reminiscent of the undead come into view. Chapter 50. The Bounty of the Villa District. The entrance gate is secured by a steel bar as thick as a child's arm, flanked by towering walls that reach at least 3 meters high, seemingly constructed from nearly 50 centimeters of reinforced concrete. Climbing plants, akin to wall-clinging tigers, cling to the surface. Li Ming effortlessly vaults over the iron gate, landing in the courtyard. Approaching the grand entrance of the villa, he discovers it is locked, prompting a frown. He steps back a couple of paces and suddenly notices a glass window on the 3rd floor. After a moment's contemplation, Li Ming sets down his heavy crowbar and backpack, leaving only his long sword at his side. He sprints, leaps, and pushes off the wall, using his strength to propel himself onto the protruding concrete slab of the 2nd floor. With a forceful push, he places both feet firmly on the surface and climbs another level, arriving at the window on the 3rd floor. Attempting to slide the window open, he finds it immovable, evidently locked. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Ming raises the hilt of his sword and strikes the glass with force, shattering. In an instant, shards of glass scatter across the floor. Satisfied, Li Ming nods and proceeds to break additional panes around him before bending low and leaping into the room. With a soft thud upon landing, Li Ming realizes he has entered a study, its walls adorned with artworks, and furnished with vases and a computer. The bookshelves and desk are laden with numerous volumes. This window appears to have been intentionally designed for a scenic view, which explains its considerable size. As he observed, a cacophony of zombie howls erupted from the 3rd floor of the villa, accompanied by the thundering sound of their frantic approach. Clearly, the zombies within had been alerted to the commotion. Li Ming, unhurried, unsheathed his sword and swiftly positioned himself at the door of the study, awaiting their arrival. Moments later, a rotund zombie clad in a silk nightgown and 3 voluptuous female zombies rushed eagerly to the threshold of the study, their excitement palpable as they caught a whiff of human scent and lunged forward. With a swift thrust, Li Ming pierced the first zombie's eye socket, the blade penetrating its brain, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the floor. He promptly retreated a step, delivering a second strike that shattered the skull of the 2nd zombie. Subsequently, he quickly withdrew into the study, the 3rd zombie roaring in pursuit, only to be dispatched by a single stroke of his sword. Casting a glance around, Li Ming noticed a pair of goblets atop the study desk, which he seized before exiting the room. Stepping into the lavishly adorned living room, adorned with a plethora of wall paintings and decorative artifacts, he felt a momentary chill. Shaking his head, he reflected on the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy. He proceeded to search the 3rd floor, which housed over 10 rooms, including the study and bathroom. Aside from the 2 zombies he had dispatched, all remained tranquil. However, he found himself envious of the luxurious amenities on the 3rd floor: a mahjong room, a collection room, a storage room, a billiard hall, a gym, and several opulent bedrooms. Yet, the thought that this house was now his to inhabit quelled his envy, transforming it into a smile that graced his face. Having surveyed the zombies on the 3rd floor, he resolved to explore the 1st and 2nd floors. Li Ming conducted a thorough search of the 3rd floor, and upon discovering no further zombies, he descended the staircase crafted from an unknown non-slip material. He marveled at the staircase's design, which surpassed that of his own residence. As he reached the 2nd floor, he encountered 2 zombies adorned with white scarves, which he effortlessly dispatched with his sword. With the villa now free of zombies, Li Ming meticulously explored the entirety of the estate, discovering an array of wines and paintings on the 2nd floor, which appeared to serve as a repository for various collectibles. The 1st floor housed a kitchen and a large freezer filled with assorted food items, though regrettably, most of the provisions had spoiled due to the refrigerator's cessation of function. As Li Ming wandered through the 1st floor, he paid little heed to the opulent furnishings until he stumbled upon a small room containing an object that ignited his enthusiasm, a water pump and pipes. Indeed, there was access to groundwater. His face lit up with sheer delight at the sight of the pump. He gazed at the pipes extending downward, certain that they would draw up underground water. The only drawback was the absence of electricity, preventing him from testing the pump's efficacy. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing that his 2 generators would soon arrive. With the presence of the water pump, a significant survival endeavor, the acquisition of water resources would be assured. With water secured, he would next assess the safety hazards of the other villas within this estate. Li Ming's eyes glimmered with excitement as he ascended to the 3rd floor. In the bedroom, he rummaged through a few items and soon discovered a card, accompanied by a key labeled for the main entrance. He surmised that it was likely a card for accessing the villa and the key for the gate's sturdy lock. He proceeded to the study, where he grasped a pen and inscribed left 1 on the card linked to the key. Just as he was about to descend to attempt unlocking the door, he noticed a long wooden box behind the desk. The box bore 2 elegant characters, Longquan. Longquan? Could it possibly contain a sword? Intrigued, Li Ming turned and opened the box, revealing a long sword of exquisite quality before his eyes. His gaze brightened as he extracted the sword from its sheath, realizing it was 2 to 3 times heavier than his own and slightly longer as well. Unable to resist, he drew the blade, and an overwhelming sensation of resilience and sharpness enveloped him. A deep hum resonated as he tested the blade, the metallic sound echoing vividly, affirming that this was indeed a remarkably sturdy sword, far superior to his own modest weapon. Furthermore, it was already sharpened. This sword was impressive. A smile crept across Li Ming's face as he marveled at the fine possessions of the wealthy. He glanced at his own sword and decisively set it aside, taking up the sharp, long sword and descending the stairs. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he opened the door from the inside and tested it. Indeed, the card served its purpose as an access key. Quite satisfactory. Gazing upon the villa before him, Li Ming allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He adjusted the new sword at his side and retrieved the weapons he had previously laid upon the ground, securing them once more upon his person. With a key in hand, he unlocked the courtyard gate and subsequently locked it from the outside. As he placed the villa key into his backpack, it signified that this residence was officially his. Mounting his electric bicycle, he pedaled along the path towards the 1st villa on the right side of the main road. Li Ming noticed that the windows of this villa seemed to observe him, prompting him to enter with newfound agility. Brandishing his pristine sword of exceptional quality, he swiftly dispatched the zombies within, leaving with a sense of satisfaction as he clutched a key marked right 1 in his hand. The sword proved to be remarkably effective. As he exited the right 1 villa, Li Ming drew the long sword before his eyes, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Having just vanquished the undead, he felt an invigorating ease wash over him. Indeed, it was a sword of greater length and resilience, although it was considerably heavier than his previous blade. The superior materials afforded him a heightened quality, and he now possessed the strength to wield this weighty sword with effortless grace. His contentment grew as he admired the impressive length of the sword, measuring approximately 1 meter 30 to 40 centimeters. With a satisfied heart, he sheathed the long sword and continued his exploration of the remaining villas in the district aboard his tricycle. Left 2, right 2, left 3, right 3. The entire Linjiang villa area could be broadly categorized into 2 rows, with each villa positioned over 100 meters apart, facing a corresponding villa directly across the way. Li Ming continued his exploration, gradually surveying all 16 villas in the estate. The discoveries within these villas brought him considerable joy. One villa housed an archery range, providing him with dozens of bows, ranging from ancient recurve bows to modern variants. Some appeared to be crafted for collection rather than use, proving quite challenging to draw. Additionally, there were heaps of various arrows. Another villa contained an array of iron armor, along with modern bulletproof vests and an assortment of cold weapons, including swords and polearms. Li Ming promptly donned a lightweight modern bulletproof vest, along with knee and elbow guards. In the backyard of one villa, he was surprised to find alpacas and swans, presumably kept as pets. He recognized their value as fresh sources of meat. One villa concealed a remarkably powerful crossbow and its accompanying bolts, which Li Ming eagerly accepted. Another villa featured a swimming pool, while yet another boasted modified vehicles and a converted RV. Moreover, every villa in the estate was connected by underground water channels. As Li Ming drove a security patrol electric vehicle, with a key to the entire estate slung over his shoulder, he couldn't suppress his delight. The villa complex spanned at least 100 acres, including courtyards and communal areas. If all this land were cultivated for food. As he departed, Li Ming gazed at the estate before him, his mind racing with thoughts of the gathering place he had just seen. Such fertile land surely required someone to cultivate it. Chapter 51. Impatience. The gathering consisted of several dozen individuals, and the mere offer of a bag of instant noodles could entice a married woman to cooperate, illustrating the acute scarcity of food. If I could address their hunger, I would undoubtedly command their loyalty. Not only could I cultivate the land, but I could also enlist assistance for a multitude of other endeavors. For instance, I could devise a method to channel the waters of Huajiang, located a mere 100 meters from the villa district, to supply water for daily chores. I could construct a defensive wall around the entire perimeter of the villa area. I could even venture into fishing and aquaculture on the river. As I steered the security patrol vehicle out of the villa district, Li Ming secured the iron gate behind him and glanced back at the villa enclave, a smile gracing his lips. The juxtaposition of the villa district and the newly formed gathering point was fortuitous. It was entirely foreseeable that, should the villa district be properly developed, the presence of the gathering's populace would lead to a more prosperous existence. The apocalypse had descended upon us with startling abruptness, and Li Ming still lacked a secure refuge. Establishing a foothold in the villa district would significantly alleviate the pressures of survival, while he remained in the dark about the well-being of his parents amidst the chaos. The probability of encountering mutated zombies was alarmingly high, and he could scarcely bear to contemplate the grim possibilities. However, having resolved his own survival conundrum, he felt compelled to return home and ascertain their situation. This villa district would serve as the foundational support for his logistical needs. Upon departing the villa district, Li Ming noted that it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The vast expanse of the area had caused him to lose precious time as he had approached with caution, observing and exploring, and before he realized it, the day had slipped away. Fortunately, during the summer, darkness descends later in the evening, typically around 8 o'clock, which marks the onset of the zombie's frenzy. Now, I can return home without the need to explore for half an hour, as I can swiftly ride my electric bike back to my residential community, allowing ample time to drive back. Contemplating this, Li Ming hastened the patrol vehicle's pace, the gentle hum of the motor propelling him rapidly toward his abode. Along the way, Li Ming adhered to the previously cleared path, making swift progress. Before long, he had covered 2 kilometers. He then lifted his binoculars to observe the gathering spot, where shadows flitted about, forming lines. The front of the queue consisted of several men distributing food, while the majority of those waiting were women, with only a handful of men participating. Notably, the portions received by the women appeared to be more substantial than those allotted to the men. Furthermore, each woman collecting her meal was subjected to unwanted advances. It seemed that the food was under centralized management, controlled by a force that wielded power over all provisions. Yet, one must ponder what granted them such formidable strength. After observing for a while, Li Ming stowed away his binoculars, squinting thoughtfully at the scene before shaking his head and accelerating his patrol vehicle toward the community. Engaging with this gathering and seeking assistance for agricultural endeavors would only be feasible once he had firmly established himself in the villa area. Having witnessed 2 terrifying creatures in proximity to his home, he could not remain there any longer. It was imperative that he vacate the community today. The patrol vehicle sped along the road, and during Li Ming's journey, he encountered not a single zombie, despite the numerous supermarkets, grocery stores, and seed shops along the way. He resolved to postpone any stops to collect supplies from the supermarkets and grocery stores until after he had relocated to the villa community. However, the imperative of moving his home today weighed heavily on his mind. Imagining the grand bathtubs and swimming pools within those villas, where Zhang Yuan donned a short skirt and Chen Li sported a bikini, swimming and exercising together, ignited a fervent excitement within Li Ming, prompting him to accelerate even further. After traversing various residential areas, neighborhoods, and commercial buildings for half an hour, he finally arrived at the community. Li Ming parked the vehicle beneath his apartment building. Content to see his heavy truck securely stationed below his unit, he conducted a thorough inspection of the truck, discovering no issues, before securing his long gun to the roof with a rope. Equipped only with lightweight weapons and protective gear, he proceeded to ascend the stairs on foot. Reaching the 5th floor in just a few strides, Li Ming first glanced into his own room. Aside from the generator and refrigerator, everything else, bedding, clothes, and shoes, had been entirely cleared out. He casually pushed open the door to peek into Ping Xi's apartment. Startled, Ping Xi, who had been lying on his bed engrossed in a game, sat up abruptly, nervously clutching his fully charged power bank and freshly charged phone. His eyes fixed on Li Ming. Li Ming appraised him and the room, noting the absence of Zhang Yuan, before nonchalantly shutting the door and departing. With a sigh of relief, Ping Xi's own collapsed onto the bed, his face lighting up at the sight of his fully charged phone and power bank. In his shared apartment, the absence of Zhang Yuan did not seem to trouble him. Indeed, Ping Xi was thriving, and Li Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, confirming that Zhang Yuan had neither found him repulsive nor encountered any danger. She must be at Chun-Li's place, he mused, glancing at the refrigerator and generator. He noticed that the diesel he had left was nearly depleted, and the generator appeared to have ceased operation before restarting. Deciding to turn off the generator entirely, the faint hum in the room ceased immediately. He promptly tidied up the wires, sockets, and the oil canister, placing the refrigerator on his back and swiftly exiting the apartment to head downstairs, where he loaded it into the back of a heavy truck. Next, he ascended once more to bring down the cumbersome generator, stowing it in the truck's compartment. After completing this task, he noted with satisfaction that only a third of the truck's vast space had been occupied. Nodding in approval, he returned upstairs to gather the power strips and wires, one hand grasping the oil canister while the other held the cables, thoroughly checking the room for any overlooked items before confidently striding out. Traversing the 5th floor corridor, he arrived at Chun-Li's door. He knocked gently, and soon, the sound of light footsteps echoed from within. The door swung open, revealing Chun-Li and Zhang Yuan, both of whom greeted Li Ming with expressions of delight. "Why have you been gone so long?" "I was just sitting at Chun-Li's place, worried sick." Zhang Yuan hurriedly took the wire from Li Ming's hands, gently wiping the sweat from his face and neck, her gaze tender as she spoke. Even during peaceful times, moving can stir one's emotions. How much more so in this apocalyptic era, especially after hearing from Li Ming about the great monsters lurking nearby, with their belongings all packed. Having waited anxiously for Li Ming's return for the better part of the day, her worry was palpable. At this moment, seeing the man she had staked everything on return filled her heart with relief, as if a great weight had been lifted. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and had it not been for the presence of Chun-Li's mother and daughter in the room, she might have knelt down in gratitude. Chun-Li pursed her lips, nervously clasping her wrists in silence, her gaze fixed upon Li Ming, brimming with concern. She understood, as did Zhang Yuan, just how formidable Li Ming's strength was. Yet even such a powerful man felt fear in the face of the monsters that drove him to seek refuge. As a vulnerable woman with her mother and daughter nearby, how could she not feel the weight of that fear? Thankfully, Zhang Yuan's quiet conversation provided some relief from the tension. Otherwise, the solitude would have been unbearable. For safety's sake, I chose the most secure route, clearing the zombies along the way, and first inspected the Linjiang Villa area for any threats. After a thorough reconnaissance, I felt assured enough to return. Li Ming smiled as he playfully squeezed Zhang Yuan's soft form, prompting her expression to soften further. "Darling, you've worked hard," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "No worries. Let us hasten downstairs, and we shall peruse the community supermarket to see if there is anything you desire. Bring along whatever you wish to take, and let us set off promptly." Li Ming, with a smile, withdrew his left hand, leaving a large handprint of perspiration on his blue-fitted jeans. He then addressed Zhang Yuan and the front-facing Chun-Li, saying, "All right, Andy, Yinin, do hurry out. We are about to depart." Zhang Yuan nodded emphatically, taking a small step forward with her left leg, encased in blue denim, to call out to Chun-Li's mother and daughter within the room. It was evident that after a day together, they had grown quite familiar. "Hey, all right." Chun-Li also nodded in agreement, and quickly returned to the room to fetch the last of her belongings. Today, she had intentionally donned a pair of black trousers, which were snug from thigh to calf yet flared at the hem, paired with athletic shoes that billowed gracefully as she moved, exuding elegance and charm. Zhang Yuan's attire was perpetually pristine. Although Li Ming's water cup had seen considerable waste, it was indeed worthwhile. For instance, her clean and tidy jeans enveloped her shapely, straight legs, complemented by a pair of white sneakers and a pure white short-sleeve shirt that was a delight to behold. As Chun-Li, her mother, and daughter emerged from the room, they noticed the solitary handprint of dirt on Zhang Yuan's trousers, causing them to tighten their postures slightly, before hastily following Li Ming and Zhang Yuan downstairs. Chapter 52. I refuse to believe that rescue will not arrive. Accompanied by Chun-Li and her family, as well as Zhang Yuan, Li Ming descended from the 5th floor, clutching the keys to the small supermarket, and made his way directly to the community store. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed that some unremarkable food items he had previously left outside had mysteriously vanished. Glancing around at the nearby residential buildings, he speculated that perhaps some bold resident had fortuitously ventured down the corridor and taken away his prearranged provisions. However, those items were intentionally left there by him. His heavy truck had remained parked outside the building without interference, and he could not be bothered to dwell on it further. He opened the supermarket door and briskly walked to the storage room, where he switched off the rumbling generator. He visited this place every 2 days to check on the generator's condition, so the routine was quite familiar to him. After securing the oil canister, he emerged to disconnect the plugs of the 3 large freezers and turned to Chen Li's family and Zhang Yuan, saying, "Take a look and see if there's anything you want. Feel free to take it. Zhang Yuan, please help me with the sockets. Once I load these 3 freezers onto the truck, we'll be on our way." With that, Li Ming stretched out his arms and firmly grasped either side of a freezer, lifting it with determination. He then walked outside, carrying it down to the truck parked below the residential building, shaking his arms afterward to ease the strain. He promptly returned to the supermarket to move the remaining 2 large freezers, along with their frozen contents, including meats, into the back of the truck. Chen Li, accompanied by her mother and daughter, wandered through the supermarket, their hands laden with various items. After assisting Li Ming in loading wires and power strips onto the truck, Zhang Yuan, finding herself with nothing else to do, began transporting oil, salt, sauces, and vinegar into the truck. When Li Ming returned to retrieve the generator, he found Zhang Yuan, with her long legs clad in jeans, filling the security patrol vehicle with these items and driving them towards the truck. He glanced at Chen Li and her family, who were busy gathering various household necessities, and chose to remain silent, turning instead to the storage room to lift the heavy diesel generator. Once he had gathered a sufficient load, he decided to shoulder his backpack and depart. Li Ming called out to them, and Chen Li's mother, still engrossed in stuffing items into her tote bag, snapped back to reality. She hurriedly grabbed a large backpack from the wall nearby and began filling it with her chosen items. Observing this, Chen Li quietly rolled up several large backpacks and stowed them inside one of the bags for future use. She then assisted her mother in carrying the gathered items, while holding her daughter's hand as they hurried after Li Ming to the residential building. The 3 women were breathless from their exertion as Li Ming placed the last large generator into the truck. Turning around, he saw the trio approaching, panting and carrying a large bundle. He extended a hand to help them load the hefty package into the truck. Stepping out of the vehicle, he noticed Zhang Yuan still busy moving oil, salt, and sauces into the truck. He raised his hand to signal her to stop. "Let me handle these items," he said. "You take a moment to rest or see if there are any smaller items you wish to collect. If not, please bring those 3 carts from inside the supermarket. These small things may prove useful later on." Li Ming, with unclean hands, refrained from touching Zhang Yuan's face and instead placed his hands on her backside, smiling as he spoke. "Well, thank you for your hard work, my dear. However, I find myself wanting for nothing now, having already acquired everything I needed. I shall accompany Chen Li to fetch those carts." Zhang Yuan, standing with her legs together, observed the man before her, unaware of the tenderness he felt for her. A sweet sensation washed over her, as if she had been coated in honey, and she playfully replied, "Go ahead." Li Ming nodded, giving her a playful pat on the backside. Zhang Yuan promptly responded with a nod of her own, then cheerfully beckoned Chen Li to join her in pushing the carts. Upon hearing that there were 3 carts in the supermarket, Chen Li immediately took her mother along, while her daughter, Yining, hopped along behind them. Curiously glancing at Zhang Yuan, "Auntie, your calf pants are so clean, but why are your thighs and backside so dirty?" Chen Li nearly burst into laughter at her daughter's innocent question, quickly suppressing her amusement as she patted Yinin's shoulder. "Yining, Auntie just got a little dirty from working." "Oh," Yining nodded, falling silent, yet she continued to skip along behind her mother and grandmother towards the community supermarket. The little one occasionally glanced around, her buoyant spirit evident as she gleefully bounced along. Having been confined indoors for so many days since the apocalypse began, today's outing clearly lifted her spirits, even alleviating some of the fears she had previously experienced. Witnessing this scene, Chen Li's face blossomed with a smile, and holding her daughter's hand made her feel lighter on her feet. Only Zhang Yuan's ears were slightly flushed, secretly annoyed that Li Ming's greeting was rather inappropriate, as his dirty hands carelessly touched her pristine pants, causing her embarrassment in front of the children. Contemplating this, Zhang Yuan hastily took a few steps to the supermarket, where she picked up a small toy to amuse a little girl. Subsequently, she and Chen Li, along with Chen Li's mother, each found a cart used for transporting goods within the store. Just before leaving, Zhang Yuan noticed the remaining 10 or so bags of rice and flour and discerned Li Ming's intention to leave some for others. However, after a moment's thought, She decided to take a few bags and place them in the cart, pushing it towards the truck. At the back of the truck, Li Ming had already loaded all the items Zhang Yuan had prepared. Upon seeing the three of them approach with the cart, he understood her intentions as he noticed the bags of rice and flour. "All right, hand those over to me. You all should hop on. We will set off shortly," Li Ming said without further elaboration, gesturing as they halted the cart at the truck's door. "Thank you for your hard work, dear," Zhang Yuan replied with a smile, nodding as she handed the cart to Li Ming. She then called for Chun-Li, Yin, and her mother to move towards the front of the truck. Chun-Li glanced back at Li Ming, biting her lip in contemplation before quickly following with her daughter. Li Ming placed the rice and flour into the truck bed, then stored the 3 carts that might be needed. Observing that the truck space was now nearly filled, he shook his head, closed the truck door, locked it, and made his way around to the driver's seat, opening the door and settling inside. "Everything is ready. We are about to depart," he declared. Li Ming inserted the car key and ignited the engine, his gaze sweeping across the interior of the vehicle. Zhang Yuan confidently occupied the front passenger seat, while Chun-Li sat cross-legged behind him. Chun-Li's mother was seated behind Zhang Yuan, and the little girl, Yin, was cradled in Chun-Li's arms. Upon hearing Li Ming's voice, the women nodded in unison. Noticing that Zhang Yuan had fastened her seatbelt, Li Ming deftly turned the steering wheel and drove out of the community. The rumble of the heavy truck was far from the silent patrol vehicles. A cacophony erupted as the truck roared to life, its substantial frame gradually rolling out of the residential area, eventually vanishing down the road. On the 5th floor of a nearby residential building, Peng Ji silently watched the truck depart, fully aware that his wife was aboard. It was not until the vehicle disappeared from view that he clenched his teeth and hurried downstairs, dashing into the community supermarket. With excitement, he stuffed various items into his backpack until it was overflowing. Once laden, he hoisted the backpack onto his shoulders, grasped 2 bags of rice and flour in his hands, and swiftly raced back home. After laboriously climbing to the 5th floor and depositing his haul, he felt an urge to return for more. Despite being breathless from the exertion, he noticed that Li Ming and his wife, along with others, were moving about below without incident, leading him to conclude that the outside was temporarily safe, thus emboldening him to make the descent again. However, upon reaching the supermarket, he was met with disbelief. The bags of rice and flour he had intended to retrieve had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a spilled package of spicy snacks on the floor. He surveyed the ground, noticing shoe prints, and was left utterly perplexed. With a deep sense of frustration, he pondered whether anyone else would come to retrieve the items. Peng Ji clenched his teeth, filled with regret, yet the thought of having come down without anything compelled him to grit his teeth and take a substantial bag of water before returning home. Upon climbing the stairs to the 5th floor, his legs trembled with exhaustion, but he sighed in relief as he shut the door behind him. Feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, he cursed those who had attempted to take his belongings before reclining on his bed, his face glowing with satisfaction as he surveyed the food he had brought back. "I refuse to believe that Help 1T arrived." Chapter 53. Awaiting understanding. The deafening roar of the engine filled the air as Li Ming navigated the heavy truck down the road, carefully controlling his speed while keeping a vigilant eye on the conditions ahead. Lacking experience in driving such a large vehicle, he remained cautious throughout the journey. Fortunately, there were no authorities to impose restrictions, allowing him a degree of freedom in his driving, which made the experience relatively easy. In the passenger seat, Zhang Yuan was securely fastened with her seatbelt, the strap tracing a beautiful curve against the backdrop of the mountains. She frequently glanced ahead and to the sides, her heart fluttering with a mixture of anxiety and fear. Stretching her long legs, she noticed the stains on her trousers, remnants of Li Ming's earlier mishaps. Thoughts of leaving the place she had called home for 2 years and embarking on a new journey filled her with an inexplicable sense of liberation from danger. As this realization dawned on her, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but cast a glance at the man driving earnestly beside her, a sense of reassurance flooding her heart. A smile crept onto her lips as she contemplated leaning over to kiss him, but the presence of Chun-Li, her mother, and her daughter in the back seat quelled that desire. Hearing from Li Ming that the Linjiang Villa area is abundant in water, Zhang Yuan mused to herself that taking a shower would undoubtedly be quite convenient. Stealing a glance at Li Ming, who was driving beside her, a smile crept onto her lips. She resolved to cleanse herself thoroughly this evening, leaving herself pristine for Li Ming, ready for his every whim. As she envisioned such a scene, she couldn't help but stretch her long legs slightly, a delicate blush gracing her alabaster earlobes. During their playful moments, Li Ming adored lavishing attention on her, particularly her legs, often indulging to the extent of kissing her feet, which left her feeling somewhat bashful. As a woman, she was acutely aware of the allure her long, shapely legs possessed, and Li Ming was the first to truly acknowledge this charm. evoking feelings of both affection and modesty within her. With her feet clad in white sneakers, she playfully curled her toes, swiftly dismissing any thoughts of those intimate moments. Instead contemplating the fragrance of the body wash she might use for a relaxing bath that evening, while they traveled along the road in a heavy truck. Reaching the Linjiang Villa area would not take too long, yet it would surely not be swift either. Meanwhile, Qinli, seated behind Zhang Yuan in the car, felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had been preoccupied with her own family's belongings when loading the vehicle, neglecting to consider how Zhang Yuan might wish to endear herself to Li Ming. However, she could not disregard the perspectives of both mother and daughter, and thus found herself in a bit of a quandary, already contemplating how she might make amends to Li Ming upon their arrival at the villa area. Her gaze fell upon Zhang Yuan, seated in the passenger seat, her pale ears flushed with a rosy hue. In her heart, she understood that Li Ming favored playful licks with Zhang Yuan, while with her, it was entirely about caressing and kneading, an experience that rendered her akin to a mere object. Overwhelmed by his fervor, yet, upon reflection, she realized that her own alluring physique attracted Li Ming, while Zhang Yuan seemed to possess an additional allure that captivated him even more. Could it be due to Zhang Yuan's husband being present? Qinli pondered. Her lips pursed as a sudden enlightenment dawned upon her. She comprehended how to compensate Li Ming. I wonder if my throat will feel uncomfortable tomorrow, she mused, gently cradling her daughter and frequently glancing out the car window, subtly adjusting her throat. Inside the vehicle, the two women harbored distinct thoughts, yet the atmosphere remained notably tranquil. Qinli's daughter, Yin, was exceptionally well-behaved, neither complaining nor fussing, contentedly nestled in her mother's embrace as she gazed at the fleeting scenery outside. Meanwhile, Qinli's mother sat quietly behind Zhang Yuan, her eyes closed, enveloped in silence. Li Ming, however, was indifferent to the surrounding dynamics. His sole focus was on driving, maintaining a steady pace as he approached the Linjiang Villa district. The distance to the villa area was considerable, but fortunately, the heavy truck was not slow. Although his speed was relatively modest, it was still quite reasonable. After more than 40 minutes of driving, the Linjiang Villa district finally came into view. I will go and open the gate. You all stay in the car, he instructed, parking the car at the entrance of the villa community. Li Ming turned back to glance at the two women, whose faces were flushed yet tinged with apprehension upon reaching their destination. He then cast a sidelong look at Chun-Li's silent mother before issuing a brief instruction. Rising from his seat, he exited the vehicle to open the obstructive barrier, returning to drive the car into the community before securing the barrier once more. This barricade might serve to deter any wandering zombies, so Li Ming did not mind the slight inconvenience. Darling, it's so quiet in here. Have you cleared out all the zombies? Zhang Yuan inquired eagerly from the passenger seat, her gaze flitting through the car window, mirroring Chun-Li's family's curiosity about the outside. The luxurious landscaping and elegant villa designs brought a smile to her lips. Once Li Ming resumed his seat, she promptly asked for confirmation. Indeed, there are a total of 16 villas here, one of which is fortified with bulletproof glass, occupying the largest area and equipped with the most comprehensive facilities. That is where we will be staying, Li Ming replied with a smile, handing his small shoulder bag to Zhang Yuan. The card and key marked, left 6, pertain to this villa. You will open the door when we arrive. Great, Zhang Yuan exclaimed joyfully, unzipping the shoulder bag to reveal a substantial collection of villa keys. Her smile widened uncontrollably as she rummaged through the bag, discovering that every set of 8 keys was tied together with a string. In total, there were 16 keys, each labeled with different sizes indicating left and right. Darling, does left and right refer to the sides of the road? Are there only these 2 rows of villas? Zhang Yuan unfastened the left-marked rope and retrieved the keychain labeled left 6 from the top. Her eyes sparkled as she turned to Li Ming and inquired, Yes. I have inspected both rows of villas. We shall reside in this one. Li Ming smiled and nodded in agreement. Zhang Yuan, with a playful flick of her ankle in her white sneakers, excitedly surveyed her surroundings. She lowered her gaze to zip up her shoulder bag, slinging it over her shoulder, eagerly anticipating the moment they would step out to explore their new home. Seated in the back were Chun-Li and her mother, both of whom expressed subtle restlessness, their eyes roving over the expansive villa area. Moments later, Li Ming parked the truck in front of villa left 6. Zhang Yuan promptly unbuckled her seatbelt, alighting from the vehicle in a burst of enthusiasm, and dashed towards the villa's entrance. Meanwhile, Li Ming opened the truck's rear compartment, methodically unloading its contents. Qinli, having exited the vehicle, hurried to assist him, while her mother guided her daughter alongside. Oh dear, there are zombie corpses. Zhang Yuan's startled exclamation echoed from the villa entrance a short while later. Li Ming shook his head. During the initial clearance of zombies in the villa, he had prioritized extermination over body disposal, nearly forgetting the latter. He promptly instructed Chun-Li to manage the situation alone while he attended to the cleanup. Chun-Li's mother hesitated for a moment, but then followed Li Ming to lend her assistance, while Chun-Li's daughter trailed behind, observing the adults' bustling activity. Li Ming dragged the zombie corpses outside the villa, and upon seeing him, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. She quickly fetched a mop and water, diligently scrubbing away the stains, then opened doors and windows to air out the space. With little time to appreciate the grandeur of the villa, she joined Li Ming and Chun-Li's family to help transport their belongings. Li Ming glanced at the time. It was already 6:30 in the evening, prompting him to quicken his pace slightly. Once he deemed the collective efforts nearly complete, he instructed Zhang Yuan and Chun-Li to tidy up the rooms, ensuring a comfortable environment for the night's rest, while he attended to the final details. Prior to this, he had already activated the generator and connected it to the water pump, restoring the flow of groundwater to the villa. Soon, the sound of the pump whirring filled the room. Zhang Yuan hurriedly moved to turn on the faucet, and streams of water began to flow forth, eliciting a joyful leap from her. Chun-Li and her family were equally elated, feeling a profound sense of reassurance wash over them as they beheld the flowing water. They promptly rose to commence their tasks. Observing this, Zhang Yuan rushed over, planting a tender kiss on Li Ming's lips before joyfully scurrying to the third floor to continue her chores. A smile crept upon Li Ming's lips as he surveyed the villa before him, turning back to resume his work, fully aware that the pressures of survival would soon be significantly alleviated. On the rooftop of the cafeteria, makeshift beds were laid out, adorned with paper sheets and bamboo mats. Resting on the floor, the beds were spaced over a meter apart, with individuals either sitting, standing, or lying on them. The atmosphere was crowded and chaotic, infused with a medley of scents, including hints of heather. Chapter 54. The couples of the gathering place. A man lowered his binoculars from beside the window, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his gaze. He had just witnessed a heavy truck traversing the road not far from his location. Initially, a sense of excitement surged within him, but as the truck vanished behind the towering buildings, this exhilaration slowly dissipated. Standing by the window for a while, the man surveyed the cluttered sleeping area and sighed softly, reluctant to linger outside. He tiptoed through the narrow gaps between the beds, careful to avoid any items strewn about the edges of the bunks. Upon returning to his own bed, he gazed at his wife, enveloped in her unattractive, coarse black garments, and felt a pang of tenderness. Only he understood the delicacy of her form. A flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes as he sat down on the bed and embraced her, showering her with affection as he always did. He then squinted, surveying the silent sleeping area. "Is there any bread that isn't stale?" Suddenly, a man holding a loaf of bread shouted, shattering the tranquility. The man squinted and watched as a woman nearby rose from her husband's embrace and walked to the front of the sleeping area to collect the bread, before being led away by the man. His gaze followed their movements until they reached the exit, where he noticed the man with the bread had come to a halt. "Every day on the rooftop is rather dull. Let's stay here today." A gleam of mischief danced across the face of the man handing out bread as he began to inappropriately touch the woman. "Brother, that's not appropriate. My husband is still here. Let us go upstairs." The woman struggled to refuse, a reluctant expression flickering across her face. The man's anger flared, and he rose to retrieve 3 more loaves of bread. "Add 3 more, he declared, "and here we are. Do we proceed or not?" Upon hearing this, the woman hesitated, and a fleeting smile appeared on the man's face as he embraced her and maneuvered her to the wall, initiating the act. Gasps of astonishment erupted around them, followed by the fervent gazes of men as the scene descended into increasing chaos. The man, holding his wife wrapped in dark garments, observed the unfolding events with a pallid visage. If he were a single man, if his marital relationship were not so harmonious, if he did not harbor such profound love for his wife, if she had not entered into marriage without prior romantic entanglements, having shared her bed solely with him throughout her life, if, post-marriage, he had not cherished her to such an extent, shielding her from the outside world, allowing her to read, exercise, and attend to household chores, all while gaining life experience. If his wife were not as gentle and endearing as a cat, her delicate skin and figure concealed beneath the dark fabric. Had these circumstances been different, perhaps he could have behaved like those men, urging his wife to barter for sustenance. Yet, there are no hypotheticals in this reality. He could not bring himself to do so. The mere thought of his beloved wife being sullied in such a manner ignited within him a profound sense of repulsion and resistance. No one could fathom the depths of his affection for her. He would not permit her to lift a heavy burden, nor would he allow her to endure even the slightest grievance. There exists a term, darling, which the man treats his wife with utmost tenderness, as if she were his most cherished possession, cradled in his hands and savored upon his lips. His wife, in turn, is exceptionally obedient and understanding. possessing a figure and complexion that are nothing short of exquisite. At home, she embodies the essence of a delicate flower, petite and endearing, evoking a sense of deep affection. Such a couple ought to continue their harmonious existence, blissfully together, until the unexpected descent of calamity. Upon discovering the imminent threat posed by a group searching for survivors to form a gathering, the man astutely advises his wife to don unattractive attire and alter her hairstyle, concealing her delicate skin completely and disfiguring her face. He knows that should she reveal her beauty here, she would be akin to a piece of meat thrown into a den of wolves, destined to be devoured entirely. Not only the man, but his wife, held tightly in his embrace, gazes ahead in alarm at the crude and savage scene unfolding. "Do not fear, my love. I shall not allow you to resort to such measures for mere sustenance," he whispers, tightening his hold upon her as he senses her trepidation. Yet, even as he speaks, uncertainty lingers within him as he surveys their surroundings. Can he truly protect his delicate and obedient wife, especially with two such formidable individuals present? "Yes, my husband. If we find ourselves utterly devoid of food, please seek a gentler option. I beg you, do not allow me to suffer the same fate as those women," she implores softly, her voice laced with a tremor and desperation. She realizes that in such an environment, preserving her purity seems an impossibility. Yet the thought of being subjected to the gaze of others, at the mercy of a man, fills her with dread. Moreover, she trembled slightly in fear. "Rest assured, I will never do such a thing. My love for you is unwavering," the man whispered, his voice quivering as he spoke into his wife's ear, his heart heavy with remorse. Perhaps it was a grave mistake to have sought the protection of a formidable organization formed by individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, and to have led his wife away from their once dangerous home. In hindsight, it was evident that they had exchanged a haven for the jaws of a tiger. His wife, in this perilous situation, was akin to a tender lamb. The man felt a profound sense of confusion, given the current atmosphere and their limited supplies. He could only sustain them for 3 more days. Should there be no change in circumstances to liberate his wife from this torment, he could not foresee what horrors awaited them. Could he truly protect his beloved wife from such degradation? He was engulfed in uncertainty, fervently hoping that such a day would never arrive. His wife, nestled in his embrace, also shivered faintly, overwhelmed by a palpable sense of despair in their surroundings. Faced with this dire reality, they found themselves devoid of any means to alter their fate. Suddenly, amidst their confusion, a booming voice pierced through the air. They turned to see a short man with cropped hair emerging from one of the 2 front rooms, flanked by several women, a grin spreading across his face as he surveyed the scene before him. Upon witnessing this man's arrival, a flicker of fear crossed the husband's eyes, prompting him to draw his wife closer, enveloping them both in silence. "Monkey brother, are you not following in your footsteps? How can we compare to your strength? We merely wish to emulate you and pursue the path of the mighty." A man, engaged in work, turned to see a short figure flanked by women and promptly exclaimed with flattering exuberance, eliciting hearty laughter from the diminutive man. "Very well, indeed. Follow closely and learn well." The short man replied with a grin. As he spoke, several young men adorned with weapons extolled him, which only added to his joviality, prompting him to roughly embrace the women nestled in his arms. The 2 women winced from the pressure yet remained silent, while the short man, still laughing heartily, knocked on a door leading to another room. "Big brother, it's time to eat." In addition to the 2 women he held, 2 others trailed behind him, albeit less striking in appearance compared to those in his embrace. One seemed older while the other appeared younger. Yet they exuded a more serene demeanor than the more attractive women. Suddenly, the door creaked open, revealing a burly man, adorned with muscles and a shaved head, accompanied by a woman dressed in a silver-gray skirt suit and high heels. If Li Ming were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the bald giant and the woman he held so intimately, especially the woman with particularly fair legs, who was none other than his manager from company training. And the bald man? He was simply the security guard from his prospective employer. "Little monkey, it's not my intention to criticize, but since you have taken your sister-in-law and cousin, you must not neglect them. Why hold other women in your arms every day?" As the bald, muscular man embraced the slender female manager and emerged, an immediate silence enveloped the scene. The man, known as Short Monkey, cast his gaze toward the few scantily clad women seated inside the room, his lips twitching slightly. "Where's the evidence, brother? I've spent more time with those 2 inside." "Feel free to ask my sister-in-law and cousin," he remarked, witnessing the sudden hush that fell upon the crowd at the man's appearance. A shadow of gloom flickered in Short Monkey's heart, yet he maintained a smiling facade, a glint of excitement appearing on his face as he mentioned his sister-in-law and cousin. "You should manage this on your own. No need to report to me." The bald, robust man patted Short Monkey's shoulder, casually shutting the door to obscure the group of scantily clad women within, and cheerfully waved his hand. Dinner is served. Chapter 55. A new abode. All right then. Short Monkey glanced at the elegant beauty beside the bald man, particularly admiring her impeccably white legs, a fleeting glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, swiftly concealed. He called out, and promptly led his companions to fetch the evening's meal. Once the food arrived, the woman beside the bald man gracefully carried several dishes on a tray back into the room, clearly intended for the women inside. She then returned to sit on the bald man's lap, smiling and dining alongside him. Short Monkey observed this enchantress, suppressing his desires, and cheerfully joined the bald man for dinner. As they leisurely finished their meal and returned to their respective chambers, the dining area finally began to queue for food. The armed men were served first, and only after they had finished did the others receive their meals. In the depths of the bedchamber, the man relinquished his hold on his wife and, in silence, proceeded to fetch their meal. Upon receiving his turn, he gazed at the solitary piece of bread in his hand, feeling somewhat stiff as he returned with the meager sustenance, which he then presented to his wife. She consumed half of it before passing the remaining portion back to him. He accepted the half loaf and, with a gentle gesture, tore off another piece to feed her, while he himself consumed the remaining quarter, his expression reflecting a moment of bewilderment. Could he truly anticipate the day when his beloved wife would be liberated from the clutches of hardship? As twilight descended upon the Jiangbei Villa district, the night enveloped the surroundings in darkness. Suddenly, a soft glow emanated from one of the villas. Finally, the task was complete. In the bedroom on the third floor, Zhang Yuan surveyed the neatly arranged bed and exhaled a sigh of relief, rising to let the breeze from the electric fan caress her. As the cool air slipped beneath her collar and kissed her skin, she breathed deeply in contentment. Concerned about the fan's battery life, she refrained from indulging in the coolness for too long, switching it off. With one last glance at the freshly cleaned bed, adorned with new linens and a cooling mat, she nodded in satisfaction before extinguishing the bedroom lights. Descending to the third-floor hall, she noted the study to her left, the tea room to her right, along with a game room, a billiards room, and 3 guest bedrooms. Zhang Yuan had attended to the cleanliness of these rooms, though her primary focus was on the master bedroom and its adjoining bathroom, as she and Li Ming would reside there. Having toiled from unloading to tidying up, she was drenched in sweat, and now that her efforts were finally concluded, she could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over her. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, the lights in the kitchen and living room were aglow. Chun-Li's mother was diligently preparing a meal in the kitchen, while Chun-Li attended to tidying up their shared bedroom with the child. Zhang Yuan peeked into the kitchen, exchanged a few light-hearted words with Chun-Li's mother, and then gracefully retreated. The third floor was the domain of her and Li Ming, while Chun-Li's family resided on the second floor. This arrangement had been suggested by Li Ming, taking into account safety and electrical considerations, to which Chun-Li's family did not object. Thus they cohabited in this spacious villa. Otherwise, it would indeed feel excessively vacant with only 2 occupants in such an expansive residence. Zhang Yuan entered the bathroom to wipe the perspiration from her cheeks and neck. Retrieving a bottle of mineral water, she took a new towel, dampened it, and wrung it out, her lips curving into a smile as she gazed at the water, delighting in its refreshing essence before hastily turning off the tap. With the towel in hand, she exited the bathroom and made her way to the storage room, intending to see how Li Ming had organized their belongings, only to encounter him emerging from the storage room, glistening with sweat. "Darling, have you finished tidying up?" Zhang Yuan inquired, stepping forward to offer him the water while using the wrung-out towel to dab the sweat from his brow. Li Ming accepted the bottle and drank deeply, discarding the empty container into the trash. He nodded in affirmation. "I've completed the task. This storage room is quite spacious. It easily accommodated an entire truck's worth of items. By the way, who prepared dinner? Is it ready?" As Zhang Yuan continued to wipe away the beads of sweat from his skin, Li Ming gently questioned her, feeling the pangs of hunger after a long day of exertion without a proper meal. "It is Annie who is cooking, and just now. The aroma wafting through the air suggests that it is nearly ready. She is stir-frying chicken breast and ham, accompanied by 2 plates of vegetables, while also preparing a meatball soup." Zhang Yuan quickly spoke up, carefully wiping the sweat from Li Ming's neck with the towel. Upon hearing that Chun-Li's mother was the one cooking, Li Ming raised his eyebrows slightly but then nodded. "All right, have the room been tidied up?" "Yes. It has just been finished, and all personal items have been replaced," Zhang Yuan replied with a cheerful nod. Li Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. "That's good. Go wash up in the bathroom, and then we can wait for dinner." Zhang Yuan nodded vivaciously, putting away the towel used to wipe Li Ming's sweat and dashing into the bathroom to rinse it. Li Ming followed her inside, washing the dirt and sweat from his hands and arms under the faucet. After Zhang Yuan twisted the towel and handed it to him, she wiped her face, neck, and the sweat from her chest. She then wrung the towel over the sink, releasing a stream of murky water, and instantly felt much more refreshed. "Darling, there's a bathtub in our bedroom's bathroom, and I've filled it with water," Zhang Yuan said, her eyes sparkling as she watched him wipe the muscles revealed on his chest. She leaned closer to his ear, playfully whispering, "A bathtub?" Li Ming's lips curled into a smile as he turned to look at the slender figure of Zhang Yuan, her long legs and pert backside snugly encased in her jeans. A sudden wave of desire surged within him, and he opened his arms, enveloping Zhang Yuan in a warm embrace. "Make sure to wash yourself nice and fragrant, understood?" Zhang Yuan, initially softened, felt the pressure of the large hand and blushed as she spoke. "My pants are soaked with sweat. It's quite uncomfortable. After we finish dining, I'll change my clothes." She wiped away the perspiration from her face and neck, acknowledging that the dampness brought a peculiar sensation. Li Ming smiled warmly, and though Zhang Yuan struggled to comprehend this peculiar inclination, she obediently complied as she felt her pants being removed. "Please, lock the door," she added. Meanwhile, Chun-Li, after tidying up her new bedroom with her daughter, busied herself organizing her mother's room. Only once both spaces were in order did she finally take a seat on a chair by the door to rest. Gazing at the opulent house before her and her mother cooking in the kitchen, a profound sense of stability enveloped her. Observing her mother in the kitchen, Chun-Li shook her head. She realized that from the moment she decided to follow Li Ming from their home to this place, her mother's reluctance to cook for her was ultimately inconsequential. Her family had effectively begun a new life alongside Li Ming, their former neighbor. She could not help but reminisce about all the interactions she had with him before the apocalypse. When Li Ming had just moved in, she had been clad in a black skirt and knee-high boots, sharing an elevator ride with him. At that moment, she reflected on the struggles of life as she observed him, a recent university graduate embarking on his journey. Afterward, as summer arrived, though she preferred not to dress too revealingly, she occasionally adorned herself in more appealing attire, donning outfits like short sundresses. Occasionally, when venturing out with her daughter for a shopping excursion, she embodied the essence of a beautiful young woman. Her alluring, curvaceous legs were often on display, and it seemed that each time Li Ming assessed her figure, he did so with a courteous demeanor. She remained indifferent to such gazes, fully aware of the magnetic allure she exuded with her skirt billowing, revealing her legs. There were moments when, while driving past, she would lower her window to greet him as he walked by. However, these interactions were limited, for she was a married woman, and her husband's income far surpassed that of the freshly graduated student. Yet, she was unprepared for the dramatic transformation that the apocalypse had wrought upon him. And to her astonishment, he unabashedly desired her. When she approached Li Ming for provisions, he generously offered her some, and then, with an air of expectation, suggested that further discussions could ensue. In that moment, Chun-Li recognized she had but one choice to make. This inclination was partly due to Li Ming's prior act of kindness, providing her with sustenance, which led her to perceive this man, who coveted her, as somewhat decent and conscientious, prompting her to consider yielding herself so openly. Nonetheless, the fervor with which he pursued her, disregarding her status as a mother and a married woman, left Chun-Li, for the first time in her life, astounded by the intensity of his advances. Yet, amidst her astonishment, she found a sense of reassurance. Li Ming's affection for her suggested he would not treat her family poorly, instilling within her a feeling of stability. Perhaps it was this overwhelming sense of fulfillment that caused her to reflect on her role as a wife, her hands instinctively intertwining as she bit her lip in contemplation. Chapter 56, Secret Transmission. In this apocalyptic era, it is uncertain whether he is even alive. Why should I dwell on him? I wish to survive. Both my daughter and my mother require nourishment. Naturally, I must consider him. I am entirely his now. A flurry of chaotic thoughts flitted through her mind. After a brief moment, Chun-Li resolved to set aside her worries. Feeling the dampness of sweat on her skin, she rose to freshen up in the bathroom. As she approached the bathroom door, ready to push it open, she discovered it was locked. Taken aback, she paused to listen intently. The muffled sounds within were unmistakable. Chun-Li's cheeks flushed, and she immediately understood the situation. Rather than intrude upon the fervor inside, she turned and made her way to the bathroom in the bedroom. Each room in the villa boasted its own private restroom, and she had initially opted for the nearby one. Now, with Li Ming having taken the initiative, she had no choice but to retreat to the bedroom facilities. As she departed, the sounds from within grew more intense, though still subdued to the point of being inaudible from a distance. Her ears warmed slightly, and she hurriedly took her daughter to the bedroom bathroom, where she filled the basin with cool water to wipe away the sweat from both herself and her equally perspiring child. The refreshing chill of the water alleviated some of the heat, allowing her to regain her composure. "Mommy, I'm hungry," Inyan murmured, patting her stomach after her face and hands had been cleansed, feeling a sense of comfort wash over her. "Don't worry, dear Inyan. Grandma is preparing a meal, and it will be ready shortly. Come, let us tidy up the dining table in the meantime." Chun-Li immediately smiled gently and spoke softly. then took her nodding daughter by the hand and walked into the living room to tidy up the dining table and chairs. She then went to the kitchen to arrange the dishes and chopsticks, lifting her daughter onto a chair, patiently awaiting her mother's signal to turn off the stove. The little girl, filled with anticipation, frequently glanced towards the kitchen. Chun-Li, feeling a pang of affection, gently stroked her daughter's head. After a few minutes, as the kitchen gradually quieted down, Chun-Li assisted her mother in bringing the dishes to the table. Just as Yin was about to dig in, Chun-Li's mother quickly intercepted her, casting a reproachful glance. The little girl was momentarily taken aback, unsure why she couldn't eat. Chun-Li exchanged a glance with her mother and softly whispered to her daughter, "We must wait for Uncle and Annie to arrive before we can eat." "Oh, but I'm so hungry," Yin replied, nodding her head and pouting at the sight of the prepared dishes. Chun-Li pursed her lips, at a loss for words. "Sisterly, Li Yang said you should eat first. We will wait a little longer. Just cover the food. It will be fine if it cools down," suddenly called out Zhang Yuan from the bathroom. Chun-Li was taken aback and couldn't help but steal a glance at her mother, quickly saying, "Aren't we waiting for you?" "No, go ahead and eat without me," came Zhang Yuan's response, though it sounded rather disjointed. Chun-Li tightened her toes, pretending she hadn't heard, and promptly stated, "Then we shall eat first." Upon hearing this response, Chun-Li nearly faltered, her ears reddening as she rose to the kitchen to fetch another basin. Subsequently, under her daughter's expectant gaze, she carefully ladled a portion of each dish into a bowl, covering the remainder with a plate. Chun-Li's mother served herself a modest helping and silently retreated to her bedroom to dine. Once Chun-Li had prepared her daughter's meal and provided an affirmative response indicating it was time to eat, Yin eagerly began her meal. Chun-Li smiled and joined her daughter at the table, and after they finished dining together and washed the dishes, Chun-Li noticed that the bathroom door remained closed. She tidied the chairs and took her daughter to the bathroom in their bedroom for a bath. After a while, Chun-Li's mother tidied up the bathroom and returned to her own room, shutting the door behind her. Another half-hour passed. Li Ming emerged to find the coast clear and waved for Zhang Yuan to come out. Zhang Yuan hurried from their bedroom, drying off the droplets of water from her body, quickly changing into a loose white top and shorts before dashing to the dining room on the second floor. "It's all your fault. Now Chun-Li will have a field day laughing at me," she remarked, glancing at the closed bedroom door above. She perched on Li Ming's lap. Her face flushed as she addressed him. "There's no helping it. Today, I'm in a cheerful mood. Let's eat quickly. It's been a long day." Li Ming chuckled, playfully sliding his hands along Zhang Yuan's legs. Blushing, she nodded, then feeling that her position hindered Li Ming's ability to eat, she shifted to a nearby stool, resting her legs in his lap as she sat sideways, eagerly devouring her meal. A table laden with dishes allowed the famished Li Ming to indulge heartily, feeling utterly satiated. Zhang Yuan, who also felt the pangs of hunger, relished her meal with delight. After dining, she urged Li Ming to take a shower while she tidied up the dishes. Li Ming, without hesitation, ascended to the third floor to cleanse himself before emerging. As he stepped out of the bedroom, he spotted Zhang Yuan, clad in a crisp white shirt, ascending the staircase. A smile grazed his lips as he playfully patted her backside and pointed towards the bathroom. Zhang Yuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze, retreating to the bathroom for a thorough wash, determined this time to cleanse herself completely. With Zhang Yuan occupied, Li Ming stretched languidly, feeling an inexplicable fondness for the pleasurable sensations he had recently come to crave. "How delightfully perverse," he chuckled inwardly, surveying the decor of the villa's third floor as he leisurely strolled about, eventually entering the spacious study. With a click, he illuminated the room, revealing an array of books neatly arranged on several shelves. He pondered how these affluent individuals could possibly find tranquility to peruse such volumes amid their lavish lives. Curiosity piqued, he casually selected a book, only to discover it still wrapped in plastic. He grimaced slightly, realizing that the entirety of the studies collection served merely as decoration. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the desk, where one book lay open, its pages turned to the final leaf. Intrigued, he picked it up and examined the cover, Secret Teachings of Cultivation in the Yin-Yang Chamber. Li Ming paused, bewildered by the peculiar title. Was this truly a legitimate book? Li Ming promptly opened the cover and began to read from the first page. Lo and behold, a provocative illustration met his gaze. This book was undeniably irreverent. With a scrutinizing mindset, he delved deeper into its contents, examining each word and image with unparalleled attention, leaving no detail overlooked. Regrettably, this indecorous tome was rather unappealing, and before he could fully indulge in its content, he had already flipped through the entirety. He turned back to the title, which clearly read, Secret Transmission of Yin-Yang Practices in the Chamber. However, as he perused the text, he found the recurring themes of licking and engaging. This book resonated with him profoundly. Li Ming resumed his reading, and with each glance, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Something felt amiss. Could it be that there were indeed methods for the circulation of yin-yang energies, nurturing yin to invigorate yang, and vice versa? As he observed the sparse text, a flicker of doubt arose within him, yet he could not resist the temptation to scrutinize, ponder, and comprehend further. At that moment, he discovered a page he had overlooked. Picking it up, he read, Secret Transmission of Yin-Yang Practices in the Chamber, Explanation of the Mysteries. Li Ming was taken aback, then instinctively began to compare it with the previous text. The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. 10 minutes later, he tucked away the book and paper. A ludicrous thought blossoming in his mind. Could it truly be possible to cultivate such practices? Unable to resist, Li Ming glanced at a line at the end of the text regarding the techniques. Practicing this method within the chamber increases a man's generative essence, enhances vitality, and ensures that engaging in such acts does not lead to fatigue, but rather invigorates and strengthens his spirit. For women, it nourishes yin, enhances beauty, and harmonizes the body. He cast his gaze once more upon the final passage of the paper explaining the intricate principles. Should any true cultivator attain the yin-yang true qi, they must remember that to enhance the quality of their true qi, engaging in prolonged intimate relations with a woman is essential. Conversely, to increase the quantity of true qi, one should partake in relations with various women, ideally of diverse types. In essence, maintaining a connection with one or several women while simultaneously exploring other partners represents the most prudent path of cultivation. Why does this seem so earnest? Li Ming could not help but rub his fingers together, scrutinizing the text once more to ensure he had committed every detail to memory and comprehended it thoroughly. The notion that this technique might indeed facilitate his cultivation grew increasingly potent within his mind. Darling, I'm done. Chapter 57, Effective. Darling, I'm done. On the third floor of the villa, Li Ming, engrossed in his reading, perked up at the sound of Zhang Yuan's voice. His eyes brightened, and he promptly set aside the book, striding towards the bedroom. There, he found Zhang Yuan reclining on the bed, draped in a bath towel. His heart raced, and he immediately began to practice the technique he had discovered in the study, swiftly closing the bedroom door and approaching her with purpose. Later that night, after Qinli had ensured her daughter was asleep, she stealthily rummaged through the wardrobe, retrieving the outfit she had worn most frequently when she first encountered Li Ming in their community before the apocalypse. After a moment's contemplation, she also pulled out a pair of black summer boots, donning them with care. She then made her way to the bathroom, tidying herself in front of the mirror until she felt a sense of satisfaction in her appearance. A fleeting thought crossed Qinli's mind. He must surely appreciate my choice of attire. Reflecting on her outfit and her position at that moment, alongside Li Ming's identity, a sense of unease washed over her. However, considering her current safety and comforts, she suppressed those thoughts and stepped out of the restroom. Quietly, she exited her bedroom, closed the door behind her, and ascended the staircase to the third floor, where Li Ming's room awaited her. Standing outside his door, she listened intently, sighing in relief when she detected no sounds of disturbance. Just as she was about to push the door open, she hesitated. Wait, what was that slurping sound? The image of two numbers side by side flashed in her mind, causing her to instinctively retract her hand. Pausing outside, she waited for over 50 minutes, the slurping sounds finally ceasing. After a moment's deliberation, she mustered her courage, took a deep breath, and knocked gently on the door. After a brief moment, the door swung open, revealing Li Ming, who appeared unexpectedly without any clothing. A wave of embarrassment washed over Qinli as she lowered her gaze, intending to say something, but was suddenly enveloped in his embrace. This outfit is truly exquisite, Li Ming exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Qinli. The familiarity of her attire evoked a powerful sentiment within him. Once he held her close, he could not help but whisper in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. He closed the door and scrutinized her ensemble, a delicate black skirt paired with boots. Memories of past encounters surged vividly in his mind as he took in her presence. Drawing a deep breath, he made his way to the bed. An hour later, Li Ming cradled the limp Qinli as he returned to her bedroom, bidding her good night before retreating to the bathroom within his own room, where he carefully carried Zhang Yuan to bed. As he lay beside her, he sensed her state, fluid and serene, while he himself felt a vibrant energy coursing through him, a flicker of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Perhaps this technique truly holds promise. If only his application of it had been more adept, he might have further enhanced his proficiency. Contemplating this, Li Ming observed Zhang Yuan, who had succumbed to slumber in his embrace, and a satisfied smile crept across his lips as he too surrendered to sleep. The efficacy of this method surpassed his expectations. After encountering two terrifying zombies, he had been overwhelmed by an unparalleled sense of anxiety, yet the emergence of this extraordinary technique offered him a semblance of solace. If he diligently applied himself and exerted effort, he might indeed cultivate a form of true energy distinct from supernatural abilities. How potent could true energy become? As these thoughts danced through his mind, a sense of relaxation enveloped Li Ming. gently lulling him into slumber. The following morning, more than half a month had passed since the apocalypse began. Under the rising sun, zombies gradually emerged from the residential buildings, and such occurrences were becoming increasingly common throughout the city, rendering it ever more perilous. In the Linjiang Villa district, as the women on the second and third floors began to awaken, a new day dawned, awakening with a refreshing clarity. Zhang Yuan felt an invigorating vitality coursing through her entire being. As she shook her head, she instinctively recalled the overwhelming fatigue of the previous night, a blush creeping to her cheeks. Yet, this was swiftly accompanied by a sense of bewilderment and astonishment. Li Ming had merely engaged in conversation yesterday. There was no physical exertion involved, so why did she feel so utterly drained? Amidst her puzzlement, she was also surprised by the remarkable restoration of her energy. Logically, after such exhaustion, she should have awakened feeling lethargic, yet she felt remarkably revitalized. Reaching out instinctively, her hand brushed against a robust form. Opening her eyes, she turned her head to find Li Ming just awakening as well, and she instinctively nestled closer to him. "Darling, what happened last night? Why did it leave me so exhausted, yet I feel so rejuvenated this morning?" she inquired, her voice tinged with a hint of confusion as she rested atop Li Ming. "I'll show you something wonderful shortly. Once you see it, everything will become clear," Li Ming replied with a subtle smile. Not only Zhang Yuan, but he too sensed a peculiar transformation within himself. His vitality felt more pronounced than the day before, and the sense of fulfillment within him was even greater. As for the source of this fulfillment, it could undoubtedly be traced to the presence of their offspring. Reflecting on the techniques he had practiced, he was left to ponder whether their effects were the cause of this remarkable physical response, for he could not fathom why. After similar endeavors at other times, there had been no such reaction, yet the previous evening had yielded such profound results. "What wonderful thing?" Zhang Yuan queried, her curiosity piqued. But before Li Ming could respond, she found her mind drifting away from the question. The delightful state she was in was simply too pleasurable to contemplate further. At 7 in the morning, after completing his morning exercises, Li Ming rose from bed, embracing Zhang Yuan, and proceeded to wash up. Li Ming took the toothbrush to brush Zhang Yuan's teeth, and in turn, she brushed his, as they leisurely transitioned into their day. Subsequently, as Zhang Yuan, while enjoying the cool breeze from the fan, changed into fresh attire and slipped on her slippers in preparation for breakfast, she discovered that the meal was already prepared. "You both have come down. My mother has made breakfast. Come and eat," Qinli cheerfully announced, emerging with bowls and chopsticks just as Zhang Yuan and Li Ming descended. "Oh, thank you, Andy," Zhang Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback but quickly nodding in acknowledgement. It had been quite some time since someone else had prepared breakfast, and she felt a bit awkward expressing her gratitude. Qinli smiled and kindly offered to serve rice for Li Ming, who found Qinli's mother's cooking to be quite palatable, embodying the essence of home-cooked meals. Soon, the dining table was filled, accommodating 4 adults and a child, evoking a nostalgic semblance to a time before the world had changed. The atmosphere of sharing breakfast together was distinctly different, even casual conversations brimmed with liveliness. After finishing their meal, Qinli's mother cleared the dishes, while Qinli intended to assist her daughter in tidying up the household chores. However, Li Ming called her over to practice the 8 sections of brocade together. Curious, Qinli joined in and attempted the routines twice, only to find herself struggling. This 8 sections of brocade is beneficial for the body. Once your mother is done, encourage her to learn it as well, Li Ming suggested. Upon witnessing Qinli's astonished expression, Li Ming chuckled and then, engrossed in his own thoughts, moved aside to commence his practice of the Tai Chi 24 forms. In the 58th chapter of this endeavor, he gradually progressed through the slow and deliberate motions of the Baduan Jin, yet after merely 2 rounds, he found himself utterly fatigued. Qinli was taken aback. She was acutely aware of Li Ming's formidable strength, as she herself could persevere for an hour before succumbing to exhaustion. To her astonishment, this languid practice had rendered her incapable after just 2 repetitions. Many university students had dabbled in Baduan Jin, and Qinli was no exception. She had even practiced it at home previously, although she had not engaged in it for quite some time, and her prior results had not been as pronounced. As she absorbed Li Ming's explanation, she resolved to remember this revelation and hastily approached her mother to discuss the matter of Baduan Jin. After some contemplation, Qinli's mother decided to join her daughter in the practice, prompting Qinli to encourage her daughter to participate as well. Fortunately, Li Ming no longer required a video demonstration, as he provided them with his phone to learn from. Despite being novices, they managed to grasp the fundamentals after an hour of tentative practice. However, after 1 round, Qinli's mother found herself utterly spent and sat down in bewilderment to rest. In contrast, Qinli's daughter persisted for 4 rounds before admitting defeat. Qinli could not comprehend the reason behind this disparity, attributing it simply to the youthful resilience of her child. Observing Li Ming diligently practicing in the lobby below, She resolved to commit herself to mastering this art form in the future. Meanwhile, noticing Zhang Yuan occupied with laundry, Qinli hurriedly picked up a mop to tidy up. Her mother noticed that Qinli and Zhang Yuan had become busy, so she joined in to help wipe the stair railings and such. Having just moved in, they had only done a cursory tidying up the day before, leaving numerous areas in need of cleaning. Even little Yinyin was not idle. She scurried about, lending a hand. Throughout the morning, they cleaned from the 3rd floor down to the 2nd, and by the time they paused to rest, the 3 women and the young girl were thoroughly exhausted. After wiping their brows, they busied themselves preparing a meal together. "Mom, is this our new home?" Yinyin asked softly while squatting beside Qinli as they prepared the vegetables. After a morning of helping to clean, the little one felt a growing sense of belonging to this place, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she looked up at Qinli. "Yes, Yinyin. This is our new home," Qinli replied, smiling at her daughter's expression. Yinyin nodded, seemingly understanding, and then broke into a smile, delighted to have a new home. "Yinyin, would you like to help Grandma dry the vegetables this afternoon?" Qinli's mother said, unable to suppress a smile at the sight of the little girl. "Okay. I'll help Grandma dry the vegetables." The child had no concept of work. For her, it was merely a chance to play as she ran about. She readily agreed upon hearing her grandmother's suggestion. "Annie, since you're here, I'm not very skilled at drying vegetables and pickling. And we can clean up the 1st floor this afternoon, so you could take a look at the food and see what needs to be done," Zhang Yuan chimed in, laughing at Qinli's mother's remark. "I possess no remarkable talents. I merely indulge in the occasional culinary exploration out of sheer boredom. I have learned that fruits, when preserved as canned goods, can last for a year under optimal conditions. However, even without proper sealing, they can remain edible for about a month." Qinli's mother smiled and replied, "Then I shall tidy up these provisions and strive to extend their longevity." "That's wonderful, Auntie. You have truly alleviated a significant burden," Zhang Yuan exclaimed. "By the way, Minga mentioned cultivating vegetables and tilling the land. Are you familiar with this?" Upon hearing Qinli's mother speak, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of delight and could not refrain from inquiring. In the presence of this aunt, she felt somewhat awkward referring to Li Ming as her husband. "I cannot claim expertise in farming, but I have observed my mother's generation engage in it. It has been many years since I last participated, so I am somewhat uncertain. However, I am confident in my ability to grow vegetables," Zhang Yuan admitted. Upon hearing this, Qinli's mother hesitated for a moment before responding. "It is sufficient that you possess some knowledge. I have been troubled by my inability to assist in this matter, so your involvement is indeed a blessing." Zhang Yuan felt even more elated. Previously, Li Ming had mentioned the prospect of cultivating vegetables and grains in the villa area, and she had been distressed over her lack of agricultural skills. Naturally, the prospect of having someone capable brought her joy. "I grew up in the countryside, so I have a basic understanding of farming. Auntie, your knowledge is quite sufficient. When the time comes, simply remind me if there are areas that require assistance." A robust male voice suddenly resonated from the staircase, prompting the 3 individuals, along with little Yinyin, to gaze in that direction. They beheld Li Ming, drenched in sweat yet brimming with vitality, ascending to the 2nd floor. With a smile, he addressed them, clearly having overheard their conversation. "It's no trouble to offer a reminder. But with just the 4 of us, we might manage to tend to a small garden, yet cultivating a larger field could prove to be overwhelming." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Qinli's mother hastily responded, her expression tinged with concern. "At that time, I will seek assistance. There is no need for us to toil alone." Li Ming chuckled, then noticed Zhang Yuan rising to fetch a towel from the bathroom to wipe his brow, causing him to turn his attention back to Qinli. "Qinli, please fetch a box of milk powder and boil a kettle of hot water. I shall require it shortly." "Ah, certainly." Qinli, upon hearing this, set down the vegetables she was holding and turned to the storage room to retrieve what Li Ming requested. Meanwhile, her daughter blinked up at Li Ming with a hint of timidity. However, after spending some time together, she no longer felt as intimidated in his presence. Qinli's mother paused momentarily at Li Ming's request before hastening to prepare the remaining vegetables, carrying them into the kitchen to commence cooking. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Yuan approached with the freshly wrung towel, affectionately wiping the perspiration from Li Ming's skin. Li Ming encouraged her to be thorough, then smiled at little Yinyin, lifting her into his arms. "Yinyin, now that we've arrived at our new home, how do you feel? Are you happy?" Regardless of her previous thoughts, Qinli now shared a living space with him, and she resolved to adopt a calm demeanor. After all, a child like Yinyin was indifferent to cordiality, as it would prevent any awkwardness in their future interactions. This sentiment extended to Qinli's mother as well. Li Ming playfully teased Yinyin, and his affable demeanor alleviated much of the timidity etched on her face, although she still felt a bit shy and hesitant to converse with him. When Qinli brought out the formula and witnessed this scene, Li Ming released Yinyin, who promptly dashed to her mother's side, casting furtive glances at Li Ming. I didn't see any open ones, so I took a new box. How much do you need? The water I just boiled is still warm. Qinli remarked with a smile, leading her daughter to the dining table while opening the formula box, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. As she struggled to comprehend why a grown man like Li Ming would be involved with baby formula. Go and take care of Yin. I'll handle this. Zhang Yuan interjected, having rewrung a wet towel and gently wiping Li Ming's body. Observing this, she smiled as she quickly took the towel to the restroom to rinse it out before hanging it on the hook, then returned to prepare the formula for Li Ming. Yangge will surely be hungry after exercising. He'll need quite a bit to drink. Seeing Chun Li's look of surprise, Zhang Yuan cheerfully clarified. And although Qin Li remained a bit dazed, she fell silent upon noticing Li Ming's nod, watching with curiosity from the side. Meanwhile, Li Ming, having mastered 99 of the Tai Chi 24 forms, exhaled deeply and, under Qin Li's inquisitive gaze, rose to continue his practice in the living room upstairs. With every move and technique, Li Ming practiced with utmost seriousness. Before long, the data before him reappeared once more. Tai Chi 24 forms slightly accomplished 0 in an instant. A surge of power materialized within him, and Li Ming felt a significant increase in his stamina, albeit subtly. His breath elongated and deepened like an expansive air sac. In exchange, a profound hunger welled up within him. Li Ming promptly approached the dining table and began to gulp down the milk powder that Zhang Yuan had prepared. Bowl after bowl. With each swallow, he felt the gnawing hunger dissipate rapidly, until he had consumed an entire box of milk powder, finally bringing the sensation to a halt. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Li Ming set down his bowl and chopsticks, while Zhang Yuan also relaxed, hastily gathering the dishes to wash in the kitchen. Qin Li stood by, utterly astonished. There is no need for surprise. Consuming more can simply be digested, akin to a special ability, Li Ming chuckled. Observing the bewildered expression on Qin Li's face as her tongue peeked out, Qin Li paused, taken aback. Special ability? Chapter 59. Acceptance. The lunch was simple. Yet it was evident that it had been prepared with care, transforming limited ingredients into a variety of dishes. Qin Li, along with Li Ming and Zhang Yuan, sat together at the table. During the meal, Qin Li frequently cast glances at Li Ming, her astonishment palpable. Li Ming remained indifferent to the situation. Since they were living together, certain fundamental peculiarities about him were bound to be revealed. Moreover, the matter concerning the panel was not something he could disclose. Thus it was inevitable to rely on his extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, Li Ming believed that since such powers existed, he could not be the sole possessor. Eventually, he would encounter others with similar capabilities. Therefore, rather than concealing the truth, it would be more prudent to express it openly, which might even enhance their reverence towards him. Previously, the situation was manageable, but now that they cohabited, daily interactions rendered secrecy unnecessary. He noticed that Qin Li's mother seemed to be shifting her attitude towards him. This was evident from how she had once avoided him, but now willingly engaged in chores and greeted him. Perhaps she recognized the reality that her daughter, now a married woman, was involved with another man, a fact she might have been reluctant to accept but ultimately had to confront, leading to a change in her mindset. Li Ming harbored such speculations, which contributed to his diminishing regard for Qin Li's family, prompting him to mention his abilities in her presence. After lunch, as Li Ming assisted the blushing Zhang Yuan up to the 3rd floor, he observed her flaring short skirt disappear from view, causing Qin Li to absent-mindedly retract her gaze. Lily, once we finish washing the dishes, I'll take Yin for her afternoon nap, Qin Li's mother suddenly declared as she stood to collect Qin Li's empty bowl. Oh, it's fine. I can manage, Qin Li replied. Upon hearing her mother's words, Qin Li was momentarily taken aback. Recalling that her mother likely noticed her glance towards Li Ming during their meal, she quickly spoke up, her expression somewhat flustered. It's fine, Mom. Yin is also willing to sleep with me. Her mother cast her a glance, smiled, and then proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Qin Li sat there, momentarily stunned, biting her lip in confusion. It was only when her mother emerged from the kitchen that she remained seated. Mom took Yin to bed. You need not worry about the afternoon nap. With that, Qin Li's mother cradled Yin and returned to her bedroom. Watching the door close, Qin Li shifted her legs, glanced up at the 3rd floor, and pondered for a moment before pursing her lips. Mom, please take good care of Yin. Rest assured, came her mother's reassuring response from behind the door. Unable to contain herself any longer, Qin Li softly ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. Having reached the 3rd floor, she exhaled a couple of breaths and gently knocked on the door. Brother Ming, I'm here. As her voice trailed off, the door swung open, and despite her initial shyness at arriving at such an hour, she was promptly embraced within. Next time, call me husband. All right. Qin Li's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she regarded Zhang Yuan beside her, her voice barely audible. Zhang Yuan, equally bashful, shifted from lying down to propping herself up. Li Ming silently praised the convenience of the situation. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the room had regained its tidiness. Qinli and Zhang Yuan, having dressed, diligently tidied up the bathroom before taking their places beside Li Ming, one on each side. This was not their first collaborative effort. Yet this time their bond inexplicably deepened, even in relation to Li Ming. However, despite the growing intimacy, Qinli still felt a distance compared to Zhang Yuan's closeness with Li Ming, who sat comfortably with Zhang Yuan perched on his lap, while Qinli merely settled beside him. "Husband, what do you mean by finding someone?" Zhang Yuan discreetly glanced at Qinli before turning to Li Ming with an uncontainable curiosity. Upon hearing this question, Qinli also directed her gaze towards Li Ming, clearly sharing the same skepticism regarding his statement. "During my initial reconnaissance, I discovered a spontaneously formed gathering place located 2 kilometers away, where dozens of men and women congregate. I have observed the situation. Providing food to attract them for labor is not an issue," Li Ming recounted, his demeanor and tone remarkably relaxed, as if merely supplying provisions would allow him to command these individuals to work for him at will. Zhang Yuan, though somewhat perplexed, sensed Li Ming's genuine intentions and refrained from further inquiries. However, Qinli, seizing the moment, couldn't help but ask, "And what do you mean by abilities?" As she spoke, she noticed Li Ming's gaze upon her, igniting a flicker of anticipation within her. "You have undoubtedly observed the remarkable transformation of my physique compared to the time before the apocalypse. This metamorphosis is entirely attributed to the awakening of my extraordinary abilities during the onset of the cataclysm. It was then that I became aware of the peculiarities within myself. It seemed that through diligent effort, I could enhance my physical prowess even further." Li Ming recounted this with a cheerful demeanor, articulating the details with great clarity and coherence. Even Zhang Yuan, who had previously heard him mention it, had never been privy to such an elaborate account. She couldn't resist the temptation to rest her long legs beside him, her delicate form elegantly ensconced in a short skirt as she perched on his right leg, listening intently. Her gaze occasionally drifted towards Li Ming's left hand, which was curiously exploring the neckline of Chun-Li's attire, her foot playfully swaying. "Since that fateful day, I have diligently engaged in daily workouts, striving to acquire greater strength to combat the undead, a fact well known to Zhang Yuan. From the very moment the apocalypse commenced, I have not ceased my training." Li Ming, with a twinkle in his eye, recounted the tale of his acquisition of powers, concluding with the undeniable truth of his experiences. Both Zhang Yuan and Qinli were aware of his daily regimen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile, affirming that Li Ming had indeed embarked on his fitness journey from the very first day, demonstrating unwavering commitment and effort. "But what of the 8-section brocade? I practiced it before as well, yet I did not achieve the same results as now," Chun-Li inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity at the mention of extraordinary abilities. Unable to suppress her intrigue, "Though I am not entirely certain, I suspect that the advent of the apocalypse has ushered in remarkable transformations within the world, revealing the true significance of ancient traditions." Li Ming pondered for a moment, shaking his head. His thoughts were merely conjectures. When contemplating the changes in the universe, he recalled the notion of extraordinary abilities. "Regrettably, my knowledge is limited, and the practices I currently engage in are merely those I whimsically downloaded during my online explorations. Aside from my sustained practice of Bajuanjin and Tai Chi, which I diligently learned during a dedicated period, I fear I would have no knowledge of Bajuanjin at all had I not retained them." With a hint of regret in his voice, Li Ming recollected how he once searched for instructional videos on martial arts on a popular platform, where an array of dozens of styles was available for merely 8 yuan. However, his interest waned, and he chose not to purchase or download them, lamenting what could have been had he acted differently. The world has indeed undergone astonishing changes. Qinli pressed her lips together. "With the existence of zombies, remarkable transformations have surely occurred. Well, enough resting. It is time to get busy. You two shall accompany me on an outing. In this villa community, there exists a residence that houses 3 llamas, along with a group of 5 swans. During my last hurried visit, I neglected to bring them along, but now that you are here, let us retrieve these treasures together." Li Ming glanced at the 2 women beside him, chuckling as he patted their legs and spoke. "What? Llamas and swans?" Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Zhang Yuan and Qinli gasped in unison, their expressions brimming with delight. "Husband, do these things really exist?" Zhang Yuan eagerly inquired. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Li Ming, she joyfully embraced him and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. 3 alpacas and 5 swans, just the 3 of us isn't enough. I shall summon my mother." Qinli, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue, glanced at the affectionate couple before hastily exiting the bedroom. Moments later, Li Ming carried Zhang Yuan out of the room, gently placing her on the ground in the living room before they descended to the 2nd floor, where they found Qinli and her mother already prepared, their gazes fixed upon him. Chapter 60. A turn for the better. I have placed the alpacas and swans in a villa, tethered together not far off. Let us bring Yinyin along, Li Ming remarked with a smile, noting that the mother and daughter were waiting for him. All right, Yinyin, come and walk with your grandmother. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Chun Li's mother promptly called for her granddaughter, taking her hand as they followed the others outside the villa. Once in the courtyard of the villa, Li Ming observed the processed vegetables drying around them, recognizing them as the fruits of Chun Li's mother's labor during his afternoon rest. A sense of embarrassment washed over him, and his perception of Chun Li's mother underwent a significant transformation. They made their way outside without the use of a vehicle, opting instead to walk to their destination. Little Yinyin, filled with curiosity, gazed around with wide eyes, her demeanor brightening. Unable to contain her excitement, she playfully dashed around the adults before eventually approaching Qinli, her curiosity bubbling over as she asked, "Mommy, what are we going to do? Uncle has found the adorable alpacas and swans. Shall we bring them home to raise?" Qinli gently stroked her daughter's head, beaming with joy. Yes. Qinli's daughter glanced at Li Ming, who was walking ahead, embraced by Zhang Yuan, and nodded vigorously. Zhang Yuan was somewhat taken aback by the sudden warmth in her daughter's demeanor towards Li Ming, but then a thought crossed her mind. She quickly looked at her mother, only to find her smiling back at her. Understanding her mother's smile, Chun Li's face lit up with a bright smile, and she felt considerably lighter. The villa chosen by Li Ming is situated at left 6, while the alpacas and swans are located at right 5, not far apart. Even if they took their time strolling leisurely, they reached their destination in no time, where 3 alpacas and 5 swans were indeed gathered in the yard. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yuan, Qinli, and Qinli's mother all felt a surge of exhilaration from within. Li Ming also smiled, while the little one, Yinyin, remained oblivious to the significance of these animals, feeling only delight at the sight of the charming alpacas and beautiful swans. The subsequent arrangements were quite simple. Li Ming carried 1 swan in one hand, while Chun Li, Zhang Yuan, and Chun Li's mother each held a swan and also led an alpaca behind them. Fortunately, these swans and alpacas were domesticated. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to catch them if they were roaming freely in the countryside. Li Ming could only imagine the effort it would have taken. 3 women led the way, while Li Ming followed behind, occasionally giving a gentle nudge with his foot. Ultimately, 3 alpacas and 5 swans were confined within the courtyard of the villa. Li Ming then returned with Zhang Yuan and Qinli to retrieve the swans' nests, instructing both women to carry a box each. Their careful demeanor revealed the treasures within, 2 clutches of cygnets. The swan breeding season spans from June to July each year, with each nest yielding approximately 4 to 8 eggs. Once the eggs are laid, incubation commences, lasting between 34 to 37 days. As September approaches, it is likely that these 2 broods of cygnets are the offspring of the 5 swans, 2 males and 3 females, whose eggs were collected post-incubation. It appears the laying occurred rather late, possibly at the end of July, for otherwise, these fluffy cygnets would not be so diminutive. Nevertheless, as long as they are well fed, these young swans should thrive. The sole drawback lies in their slow growth rate. How much better it would be if they were chickens. Li Ming mused that next time the swans laid eggs, he could try adding a few chicken eggs to the mix. He wondered whether swans could indeed hatch chicks. If only there were other methods to achieve this. Li Ming resolved to seek out Chun Li's mother at an opportune moment to inquire about her expertise in this area, or perhaps ask someone knowledgeable when he discovered that gathering place. Chicken is indeed an exceptional choice among poultry. Both chicken and eggs are rich in nutrients and delectable, making them an indispensable source of meat. Therefore, if given the opportunity, he is eager to explore this option. Li Ming carefully transported the swan's large nest to his villa's yard, using a net above to prevent the swans from inadvertently taking flight. After trimming the flight feathers from their wings, he untied the ropes binding them and released them into the courtyard. The 3 alpacas, lacking a designated shelter, were temporarily tethered to the garden wall, awaiting the day when he could construct a proper shelter for them. Once Li Ming, accompanied by Zhang Yuan and Chun Li, completed the arrangements, Qin Li's mother returned with a large bundle of leaves and grasses to feed the alpacas, while Li Ming retrieved the nests. She busied herself gathering grass and leaves for the alpacas, returning just in time. Alpacas are relatively easy to care for, if sweet potatoes or peanuts were planted now. Their vines could be stored to sustain them through winter. However, the dietary needs of swans, which consist primarily of aquatic plants, small fish, and shrimp, pose a greater challenge. Seeing the 3 alpacas calmly munching on grass, Chun Li's mother felt reassured and could not help but speak to Li Ming. Next door lies Huajiang, abundant with small fish and shrimp. Leave this task to me. Upon hearing her words, Li Ming smiled, recalling that one of the villas housed a myriad of fishing tools, perfectly suited for his needs. Qin Li's mother nodded in agreement with a smile before stating that she would continue preparing the ingredients and then turn to depart. Li Ming pondered for a moment before summoning Zhang Yuan and Qin Li to the study, presenting them with the book titled Secret Transmission of Yin and Yang in the Chamber. As they casually flipped open a page, the illustrations caused their eyes to widen in astonishment. Yet, under the subtle urging of Li Ming's gaze, they restrained their discomfort and gradually continued to peruse the pages. Li Ming smiled beside them, choosing not to intrude. According to the explanations within, the secret transmission of yin and yang in the chamber required both the male and female participants to practice distinct portions of the technique in order to cultivate quality true qi. One segment was designated for the male practitioner, while the other was for the female. Furthermore, it necessitated prolonged mutual practice, with the quality of the outcome improving over time. This indicated that he needed to find two women who could diligently engage in this endeavor together. Presently, it appeared that both Qin Li and Zhang Yuan fit this criterion. If they were to collaborate with him, utilizing the female aspect of the technique, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Given the current fluctuations in the world around them, it was conceivable that they might successfully cultivate the true qi mentioned within. As Li Ming contemplated these possibilities, Zhang Yuan and Qin Li gradually finished examining the techniques laid out on the table. They were both taken aback by the contents, unable to suppress their glances towards Li Ming. "Darling, could it be that yesterday's situation left you so drained so quickly, and is this the reason why?" Zhang Yuan thought to herself, unable to restrain her curiosity as she turned to inquire of Li Ming. "Indeed, that is the case. However, if you both collaborate with me in practice, it should prove to be more manageable." Li Ming smiled as he spoke, reiterating his speculations regarding the 8-section brocade. Although the two women felt somewhat bashful, they nodded with flushed ears, silently committing this knowledge to memory. Fortunately, the content was not extensive, and they managed to absorb it within a mere 40 minutes. As they observed that there was still some time before dusk, both women felt an inexplicable warmth in the air after mastering the technique. However, the suddenness of the situation made them a bit shy, especially Qin Li. After exchanging a glance, they hurriedly proceeded with their original plan to tidy up the first floor. It would have been wonderful if there were a breeding farm and facilities for wind and solar power generation. Li Ming watched the two women depart, their skirts fluttering and pant legs swaying, and he chuckled as he shook his head. Yet, he still had matters on his mind and did not rush to explore the secret transmission of yin and yang in the chamber. Glancing at the time, he realized that the generator had been operational long enough, so he stepped outside to shut it down for a rest and switched to the second generator. Pleased to see the villa's power supply return to normal, the refrigerator had been moved, making the use of the generator much more convenient. A smile played at the corners of Li Ming's mouth as he contemplated the nearby Huajiang and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. After a moment's reflection, he rose to retrieve his personal weapon. Chapter 61. Huajiang, Extraordinary Stamina. Perfectly, after a refreshing nap and a morning workout, his mental energy had been restored. Carrying a backpack filled with drill bits intended for telekinetic assaults, Li Ming felt a surge of telekinetic energy coursing through him, a smile gracing his lips. He had never ceased his training in telekinesis. After his initial exercises, he now sensed a significant enhancement in his control over this power. He could effortlessly manipulate a force equivalent to 70 kilograms. Moreover, the recovery speed of his telekinetic energy, perhaps due to the effects of Bajuanjin or the Tai Chi 24 forms, had noticeably improved. After awakening and exercising in the morning, he found his energy fully replenished by the end of his midday nap, a fact that greatly pleased him. The telekinetic thrust of 70 kilograms was more than sufficient for controlling the drill bits. With ease, he levitated several drill bits and a jackhammer, nearly bursting into laughter, before promptly stowing them away in his backpack. After a moment's thought, he added a box of long steel nails to his pack, grasped his gun sword, and turned to exit. Upon reaching the first floor, he found Qin Li and Zhang Yuan busily tidying up, while Qin Li's mother was outside drying vegetables. Noticing his appearance, Zhang Yuan quickly inquired, "Darling, where are you going?" "I'm just going online to fish and gather some water plants for the swans," Li Ming replied with a smile. Zhang Yuan bit her lip, a hint of concern in her voice. "Please be careful." "Rest assured," Li Ming reassured her with a wave of his hand. Under the watchful gaze of the several women, he stepped outside, located a small pickup truck parked nearby, organized his belongings, and drove away from the villa. Knowing that there exists a river named Huajiang, teeming with fish, Li Ming felt compelled to venture out and ascertain whether he could catch some. Driven by the need for nourishment and energy replenishment, this endeavor would enable him to better plan for his forthcoming life, instilling a sense of assurance within him. Zhang Yuan, Qin Li, and Qin Li's mother, Yin, watched as Li Ming departed, an invisible weight of anxiety seemingly intensifying in the air. Subsequently, they quietly returned to their respective tasks, resuming their preparations. Huajiang, the sole river within the city limits, is located on the periphery of the urban area, with a mere 100 meters separating the luxurious riverside villas from the water's edge. However, the journey by car is considerably longer. Li Ming successfully procured a fishing net and exited the villa district, making his way towards Huajiang. Upon leaving the villa area, Li Ming encountered a small residential neighborhood, where he unexpectedly faced an onslaught of over 20 zombies. Fortunately, they were all ordinary zombies. He swiftly reversed his vehicle, maneuvering the steering wheel to ram into them with force. With a cacophony of crashes, the zombies were sent sprawling in all directions, their bodies mangled and torn apart. Li Ming then exited the truck to dispatch the incapacitated zombies, each still writhing with life in their heads. After ensuring the area was clear, he resumed his drive towards the riverbank. At midnight, when the zombies descended, he found that, upon leaving the residential zone, the road ahead was devoid of any further undead presence. Li Ming did not hasten to exit the vehicle. Instead, he drove along the riverbank, repeatedly traversing the area while amplifying the roar of the engine. His gaze remained fixed on the water's surface, attempting to detect any anomalies that might signify danger. After several laps, the only commotion he stirred was the capture of a startled wild duck, which he ensnared with his telekinetic abilities. Perhaps I am being overly cautious, he mused with a chuckle as he placed the bewildered duck into a rubber container in the car, covering its eyes with a cloth, which rendered it docile. He then proceeded to the riverbank with a fishing net, casting it every 8 meters, ultimately deploying 20 nets before pausing to survey the opposite shore and the upstream and downstream areas. Noticing the desolate expanse devoid of activity, he took a hook and began to retrieve some aquatic vegetation, collecting it into a bag and discarding it in the vehicle. After marking the location, he gazed towards the villa district 100 meters away, contemplating the possibility of establishing a walking path for easier access to the riverside. Deep in thought, he drove back to the villa. On this return journey, he encountered no zombies, and with the setting sun, he made his way directly back to the outskirts of the villa district. As he pondered when to set up obstacles at the entrance gate, he drove up to the front of the villa. Hearing the commotion, the women inside rushed out to see what was happening. Upon recognizing Li Ming's return, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, particularly Zhang Yuan and Qin Li, who hurried over to open the door for him. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ming had become a steadfast pillar of support in their hearts. He pondered the potential bounty of fish that awaited them, should fortune favor them. They might indulge in a feast of fish tomorrow. As he tossed the gathered water plants to the swans, Li Ming cheerfully addressed Zhang Yuan and Qin Li by his side. I recently visited Huajiang before the apocalypse. It teems with fish. If we cast our nets, we are bound to catch some. Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Qin Li quickly chimed in, and Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Having just felt an inexplicable pressure in Li Ming's absence, they were now eager to align themselves with his sentiments. Li Ming shook his head, hoping such fortune would indeed manifest. He then removed his weapon and, curious, inquired whether Qin Li's mother would be adept at preserving fish. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he breathed a sigh of relief. Methodically, he arranged his weapons, displaying no sign of reluctance. Given the current circumstances, each venture outside felt like an embrace of the unknown dangers that lurked. Even if he had escaped peril once or twice, he would never let his guard down. The haunting memories of the mutated zombies and terrifying creatures remained vivid in his mind. He would not forsake his most vital possessions for the sake of convenience. Only by keeping his weapons close could he navigate challenges with greater agility and finesse. Having organized his weapons, Li Ming observed the 2 women cleaning downstairs and Qin Li's mother, who had finally tidied the food and was now assisting. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped his long sword and made his way to the garden, where he stood still, commencing his strength training with sword techniques. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as he practiced a new sword maneuver, guided by the foundational techniques he had learned from a swordsmanship manual. Currently, his most relied upon offensive techniques are marksmanship and swordsmanship. However, apart from a solitary move that exists solely in his mind, there exists no training method for marksmanship. Practicing aimlessly leaves one uncertain of its efficacy. The spear's purpose is fundamentally limited to a straightforward thrust, with defense primarily focused on interception. Having nearly perfected his grappling and thrusting techniques, he finds little left to train. Consequently, he must focus on refining the 2 remaining sword techniques. This endeavor, aside from enhancing his adaptability, allows for the systematic integration of skills into his training panel. Should he elevate these to proficiency, it would further enhance his physical capabilities. Li Ming harbors a premonition that his body has approached a certain limit. With just 2 more enhancements, he might elevate his mastery of both spear and sword. With dedicated practice, he engaged in a few sword maneuvers, and given the strength of his physique and foundational martial arts skills, Li Ming effortlessly recorded them into his panel. Soon after, a profound understanding emerged within him. clarifying his grasp of the swordplay techniques. With the skills logged, he hesitated no longer and fully committed to honing his swordsmanship. The terrifying power of the mutated zombies still haunted his mind, intensifying his resolve as he cultivated this new skill. Thus, he practiced fervently for 3 hours. As the clock approached 8 in the evening and darkness enveloped the surroundings, Li Ming finally ceased his training, drenched in sweat, and gazed forward. Li Ming's lips curled into a faint smile, mingled with a hint of astonishment. The breakthrough he achieved in the 24 forms of Tai Chi endowed him with such extraordinary stamina that he could engage in uninterrupted training for 3 consecutive hours. Consequently, his mastery of swordplay, along with the advancement of other skills, would inevitably experience a more accelerated enhancement, rooted in his solid foundation of martial arts. Naturally, this filled his heart with joy. At this pace, he might attain 2 additional improvements by tomorrow, and he looked forward to observing the ensuing changes. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the direction of the gathering place before departing the garden with his sword in hand. He was acutely aware that venturing forth would likely lead to a confrontation with the powers that be within. Although he possessed unique abilities, he understood the importance of caution. The leader of the gathering place could wield unforeseen tactics. Thus, he resolved to enhance his own strength further before making his move. Chapter 62. A resolution to strive relentlessly in a gathering place devoid of overt firearms. How could a select few monopolize the food supplies? While it was possible that some individuals harbored ulterior motives and cunning strategies, the fact that Li Ming's acquired special zombie crystal cores could transform individuals into superhumans suggested a different perspective. Might it not imply that among the unturned humans in this apocalyptic world, there could also exist those untouched by zombification yet affected by mysterious forces, awakening latent abilities? Much like the exceptional zombies among the ordinary ones? When faced with potential danger, Li Ming invariably considers the worst-case scenario. If indeed there are extraordinary individuals within this gathering, accompanied by a group of subordinates, he must approach with utmost caution. Correspondingly, the greater his strength, the more assured he feels in his endeavors. Whether it be fishing, tending to livestock, or cultivating the land, undertaking these tasks alone proves to be overly cumbersome. Each additional day spent is tantamount to squandering time. While enhancing his capabilities is essential, he must not allow himself to be delayed for too long. The sooner these matters are initiated, the sooner he shall secure the fundamental guarantees of survival. After dinner, Li Ming pondered in his heart, resolving to expedite his training efforts the following day. Following a brief period of rest to aid digestion, he awaited Zhang Yuan to finish her bath. Once she emerged, he too took a cold shower, and subsequently retired to bed, drawing Zhang Yuan into his embrace. "Have you mastered the cultivation technique?" he whispered softly into her ear. "I have, and I am ready." Zhang Yuan nodded affirmatively. Seeing her prepared for acceptance, Li Ming couldn't resist teasing her a bit. Before long, Chen-Li knocked on the door, and the 3 of them diligently deliberated over the cultivation technique. Under the earnest pursuit of knowledge, time slipped away unnoticed. Despite her earnest efforts, Chen-Li remained as fatigued as before, and Zhang Yuan was no different, requiring Li Ming to carry her even during her bath. After ensuring both were clean, he gently returned Chen-Li to her bedroom for rest, then returned to the bathtub to lift Zhang Yuan out, drying her off and cradling her tenderly like a doll. "My dear, let's deal with it tomorrow. I'm ready to sleep now." Zhang Yuan, feeling drowsy, embraced Li Ming while he tenderly held her close. His gaze filled with joy as he observed the newly appeared information: Secret Yin-Yang Cultivation Proficiency Level 1. Secret Yin-Yang Cultivation, Beginner 1. This inadvertently acquired dual cultivation technique had, astonishingly, garnered recognition from the proficiency panel and manifested itself there. After countless attempts with spear and sword training before achieving even basic proficiency, this secret yin-yang cultivation had welcomed him into its fold after merely 3 sessions. Could it be that my true aptitude lies herein? A thought flitted through Li Ming's mind. Yet upon glancing at the comforting figure of Zhang Yuan nestled in his arms, he suddenly realized that their rapid progress was intricately tied to their close collaboration, particularly tonight. Unlike this afternoon when they were unrestrained, it was as if the stars themselves were aligning. As Li Ming pondered, a seriousness enveloped him. He scrutinized the data on the panel, unable to suppress his murmurs. This technique hinted that with diligent practice, one might even cultivate the fabled true energy. If these records hold any truth, what level of mastery would be required to harness such extraordinary power? However, if one could only practice once a day, incrementing proficiency by a mere fraction, would it not take 100 days to fully cultivate? What would the world look like after 100 days of apocalypse? Li Ming was uncertain, but 100 days indeed felt like an eternity. Li Ming felt a sudden surge of tension within him. He focused intently and contemplated, silently resolving. It is said that cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One must be diligent. How could someone as hardworking as I allow myself to become lax in my cultivation practices? Thus, I have decided, starting tomorrow, I shall practice in the evening before sleep. rise early to practice in the morning, engage in practice during my midday nap, and additionally train once more in both the afternoon and morning. Li Ming thought to himself. In his relentless pursuit of mastering the techniques, he must not shy away from the hardships of training. Each session of practice not only preserves his essence but also continuously fortifies it, enhancing his vitality. He can indeed immerse himself in rigorous training. I, Li Ming, shall endure the trials of cultivation. To facilitate my training further, I must swiftly acclimate Yin to the idea of sleeping alongside Qinli and me. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Qinli's mother, allowing Yin to gradually transition to sleeping there, and then Qinli can simply move into my room. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. However, upon glancing at Zhang Yuan, who had shown him such understanding, a pang of reluctance stirred within him. Perhaps it would be better to bring her along for training each morning instead. Shaking his head, tightly embraced by Zhang Yuan's warmth, he resolved to accept this comfort tonight, making it more convenient for him to train in the morning. Alas, what tremendous sacrifices he was making for the sake of his cultivation. Moved by his own thoughts, Li Ming intended to gently cradle the doll-like Zhang Yuan and drift into sleep, but suddenly remembered that he had not checked his skill levels in quite some time. Previously, upon delving into the introductions of and they were categorized as incomplete martial arts. The subsequent 24 and even the current seem to have escaped my attention regarding their levels. It appears I have been quite busy and somewhat muddled. How could one neglect to check the levels of martial arts? Li Ming shook his head and promptly opened his proficiency panel, skimming past the array of incomplete martial arts. His curiosity piqued by an exquisite foundational martial art, skill level unclassified. The description remains quite simplistic. The term unclassified skill suggests that the skill has yet to reach a level of categorization, does it not? Li Ming, gazing at the description, shook his head in mild exasperation. His curiosity drawn to the phrase exquisite martial art, he conjectured that the complete lineage of Xingyiquan must indeed be remarkable. Regrettably, it was beyond his reach. Subsequently, with a tinge of regret, he continued to click through the remaining skills. 24, an exquisite simplified version of the martial art. Unclassified, the Taiji 24 form is surprisingly a significantly simplified version, and likewise an unclassified skill. A superior martial art, the Baduan Jin has been directly rated as a superior martial art. Is this not the very reason it feels so distinct from the other skills Li Ming has cultivated? A superior martial art, this dual cultivation technique is rated at the same level as Baduan Jin? That seems implausible. Is there not something about dual cultivation that surpasses Baduan Jin? Could it be that even martial arts of the same rank possess disparities in quality? In Li Ming's mind, a flurry of trivial thoughts flitted by, prompting him to furrow his brow in involuntary contemplation. Fragmented, subpar, superior, exquisite. He focused on the peculiar terms that had emerged, yet after extensive pondering, he could not decipher their significance. He merely speculated on whether exquisite or superior held greater value. And if one were to be deemed higher, how many tiers of advanced techniques might exist beyond that? Similarly, could the attainment of the superior level in the 8 brocade Qigong, within the esoteric confines of the Yin-Yang chamber, truly yield miraculous powers? As these thoughts meandered through his mind, he gradually succumbed to slumber. In the blink of an eye, night had passed. Upon awakening the following morning, Li Ming felt invigorated and robust, though he harbored a tinge of regret for having inadvertently distanced himself from Zhang Yuan, who had been so accommodating. It was time to inspect the fishing nets. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was merely 5:30 in the morning. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, while Zhang Yuan remained in a deep, peaceful slumber. Choosing not to disturb her, lest the fish escape from the nets, he quietly rose and ventured outside. The sun had yet to fully ascend, and even in summer, the air was refreshingly cool at this hour. Armed and ready, Li Ming drove back to the previous location where he had cast his nets. With one hand grasping a bucket, he approached and hoisted the first net from the water. With a splash, the fishing net broke the surface, revealing several fish and shrimp within, along with a multitude of smaller fish. Li Ming smiled as he collected the larger catch, discarding the smaller ones back into the lake. Before stowing the net in his vehicle and preparing for the next haul, as Li Ming cast his net into the water, he once again encountered a few small fish and shrimp. However, he remained undeterred, diligently collecting each catch, keeping the edible ones and returning the 2 small ones to the lake. By the end of his 20 nets, he had surprisingly amassed a large bucket of fish and half a bucket of shrimp, a commendable haul. With a satisfied smile playing on his lips, Li Ming gathered his catch and, along with his ambitions, took a ride back home. The net should only be cast in the evening, taking advantage of the night to catch fish, as daytime fishing proves ineffective and can even hinder nighttime success. Thus, he refrained from casting nets during the day, though he could have gone fishing. Regrettably, Li Ming lacked the time for such pursuits. Late at night, he craved a thrill. Ahem, shortly at midnight, a new chapter will be released. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all my supporters. It has not been an easy journey. After 5 years of setbacks, I finally have a work that has achieved some success, and this is all thanks to your generous support. Let us not dwell on pleasantries. I shall reward you all with a direct update of 20 chapters. The earlier mention of gentlemen was in jest, but to those true gentlemen, I must express my sincere sentiments. It has been quite daunting, having penned over 20 works across various accounts, yet I have finally achieved a modest success with this one. If this book causes discomfort to any esteemed reader, I kindly ask you to overlook it. Thank you. Lastly, I humbly request subscriptions. Simply put, the more subscriptions I receive, the more fervently I shall update. With sufficient subscriptions, I could produce a staggering volume of updates in a year. Additionally, I would like to promote a friend's book. In the primordial master brother of the Xianmen, a modern soul is reborn as a celestial apricot tree atop Kunlun Mountain, coinciding with the moment when the primordial heavenly venerable opens his mountain to accept disciples. The tree transforms and strikes the golden bell, becoming the first disciple under the 3 pure ones, bestowed with the name Xianqingzi, to uphold his identity as the master brother of the Xianmen. Xianqingzi spares no effort in maintaining the stability of the Xianmen, preventing any division among the 3 pure ones. Unbeknownst to him, his actions inadvertently influence the grand trends of the primordial world. And I use the game world to farm. The narrative continues. As the clock strikes 12:20, it's time to commence work, and may fortune smile upon everyone this year. Chapter 63. My talent has been unleashed. With a sigh of relief, I open the car window, allowing the gentle breeze to flow in as the sun peeks over the horizon. Observing the surrounding trees and scenery, Li Ming accelerates back to the villa district, parks the truck, and selects some smaller fish to feed the swans. The 5 swans eagerly compete to snatch the small fish, and Li Ming also provides them with freshly gathered water plants. Afterward, he returns to the villa with the remaining fish and shrimp, placing them directly into the bathroom. Noticing that no one is awake yet, Li Ming tidies up the space, contemplating reserving some of the fish and shrimp for lunch. Even with his hearty appetite, the quantity is sufficient for several meals. The rest can be pickled for storage, a truly valuable resource. Given the proximity to Huajiang, fishing and aquaculture cannot be overlooked. Although the supermarket boasts a myriad of items, nearly a month has elapsed, and the quality produce has largely perished, particularly the meats and fresh fruits and vegetables. What remains consists primarily of instant foods, which are insufficient as a standard diet. Excessive consumption would undoubtedly take a toll on one's health. Thus, the significance of these matters must not be overlooked. A thought flickered through Li Ming's mind as he simultaneously exhausted his psychic energy. He cast a glance at the fish and shrimp he had caught, committing the matter to memory before returning to his bedroom. Upon entering, he noticed Zhang Yuan, still in a drowsy state, on the verge of awakening yet not fully conscious. The fact that he had returned and she remained in slumber prompted Li Ming to decide on a playful punishment. Once she was awake, he would insist on her practicing diligently. He climbed into bed, cradling the still groggy Zhang Yuan, and gently coaxed her into consciousness, immediately imposing upon her the expectation of rigorous training upon waking. After some effort, Zhang Yuan stirred from her slumber, and they both completed their practice, leaving Li Ming with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 7 o'clock, initially awakening at 6. He had not anticipated that their practice session would extend so long. Contemplating this, he thought of Qinli, which illuminated the reason behind his dissatisfaction. As a diligent individual, how could he settle for merely 1 training session in the morning? This would not do. He must strive for more. With this resolve, he decided to temporarily overlook the fatigue of Zhang Yuan, donned his pajamas, and ascended to the 2nd floor. Finding the living room empty, he promptly opened the door to Qinli's bedroom, only to find her just awakening, seemingly still in a daze. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Qinli's face and the pillow she rested upon. Her eyes fluttered as she lay on her side, a thin blanket draped over her abdomen. Gazing out the window, hearing a sound, she turned back to see Li Ming standing by the bedside. Time to diligently practice upon waking, Li Ming said with a cheerful smile. The mention of practice reminded Qinli of the previous day's midday and evening sessions, causing her cheeks to flush. Before she could utter a word, Li Ming scooped her up from the bed and carried her out of the bedroom. He gracefully ascended from the 2nd floor to the 3rd, where Zhang Yuan, who had just finished her own practice, was resting on the bed. Without delay, Li Ming and Qinli commenced their 2nd morning session of training. Perseverance and diligence. At 8 in the morning, the enticing aroma of breakfast wafted from the kitchen on the 2nd floor to the 3rd. Li Ming gazed into the void before him, a smile gracing his lips. As he felt the surge of experience accumulating in his mind, satisfaction blossomed within him. Had he truly unlocked his latent talent with this initial bout of practice? Indeed, each individual's gifts are unique, His own was astonishingly exceptional, a realization that made him lament the time wasted in his prior life. Shaking his head in awe, he noticed Qinli, still drowsily wrapped in the blanket he had carried to the bathroom to wash away the traces of their training. While Zhang Yuan had already rejuvenated and dressed, it became clear to him that mornings and evenings were indeed the most suitable times for practice, one brimming with energy, and the other with ample time to recuperate. With the prospect of a midday rest as well, the recovery speed after practicing this technique appeared to be accelerating. Li Ming, still brimming with vitality, felt optimistic about his future. "Darling, please warm up the meal for Sister Chunli later, so she can eat when she wakes up," Zhang Yuan said as she finished her grooming and sat on Li Ming's lap, glancing at Qinli, who was resting wearily in bed. She couldn't help but express her thoughts, reflecting on the arduous nature of diligent cultivation. "All right, after today's training, you should assist Annie as well." Noticing that Qinli was in a deep slumber, Li Ming understood that this was a restorative effect of her practice. She was regaining her energy and would awaken even more vigorous, so he decided against waking her for a meal just yet. "Andy has long prepared the food. Let us hurry and eat," he said. Zhang Yuan nodded eagerly, rising lightly as she caught a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the second floor. And together they descended to the dining area. Upon their arrival, they discovered Chun Li's mother, Lu Feng, already engaged in practicing the 8 pieces of brocade with little Yining. She greeted them with a smile as they entered. Zhang Yuan quickly finished her breakfast at the table before rushing over to join in the exercise. After finishing his meal, Li Ming prepared several bowls of milk powder, consuming 2 for himself and offering 1 to each of the women to replenish their nutrition. Subsequently, he retreated to the living room to practice the 8 pieces of brocade twice to conclude his session. In his thoughts, Li Ming pondered that the 8 pieces of brocade also required energy expenditure. It seemed that after each practice, he quickly regained his vitality. But there must inherently be an energy consumption aspect involved. Hence, he was inspired to ensure everyone replenished themselves with milk powder after the meal. "Li Ming, did you catch the fish in the kitchen? Should we stew it for lunch?" As Lu Feng descended the stairs after completing her practice of the 8 pieces of brocade, she hesitated for a moment before inquiring of Li Ming. "Yes, could you please assist in marinating the fish and shrimp for preservation? Let us simmer a few larger ones for lunch." Li Ming responded with a smile. Zhang Yuan, who had yet to visit the kitchen, could not contain her excitement upon hearing that fish had been caught and hurried to take a look, returning joyfully to continue her exercise afterward. It was evident that the successful catch had uplifted everyone's spirits. Smiles adorned the faces of Zhang Yuan, Lu Feng, and little Yining alike. Li Ming felt a sense of satisfaction within. This resource would undoubtedly become a significant pillar for their sustenance, and it was a relief that everyone enjoyed it. He then took his sword and proceeded to practice in the expansive hall on the first floor. Noticing Li Ming's departure, Lu Feng quickly selected the fish for their midday meal, then stepped out to add a bit of sugar to the milk powder for her granddaughter. After finishing her drink and tidying up for a while, Zhang Yuan arrived, sharing in the milk powder and assisting Lu Feng in preparing the fish. Lu Feng pondered how, in the past, practicing the 8 pieces of brocade had been effortless, yet now even a single session left her utterly exhausted. However, she believed it to be a positive sign. "Dear, you must persist with your practice in the future." Seeing Zhang Yuan actively helping, Lu Feng smiled and initiated a conversation. End of chapter. Chapter 64. What? A relative has arrived? Auntie, Li Ming has gained abilities. He feels. Zhang Yuan explained with a smile. Causing Lu Feng's expression to shift, her heart filled with a poignant sense of unfamiliarity with the world around her. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Qinli hurriedly descended from the 3rd floor, feeling somewhat embarrassed to find everyone had already completed their tasks. Clutching her daughter Yining, who was yearning for her mother, she went to eat the meal prepared for her. Subsequently, under Lu Feng's urging, she performed the Ba Duan Jin exercises. Upon finishing, she was pleasantly surprised to discover an abundance of fish in the kitchen and promptly assisted her mother and Zhang Yuan in preparing the fish for marination. The trio busied themselves for half an hour before finally processing the fish and shrimp. They then ventured outside to tidy the courtyard and tend to the alpacas and swans. Meanwhile, in the living room on the 1st floor, Li Ming was diligently practicing his swordplay. With each stroke, his technique became increasingly proficient, and his movements grew faster and more accurate. He began his practice at 8:30, and with each thrust, his skill level rose, allowing him to execute over 100 strikes effortlessly, bolstered by the physical stamina gained from the Tai Chi 24 forms and previous minor skill enhancements. By noon, as the women finished their preparations for lunch after tending to the livestock, Li Ming instructed Zhang Yuan to prepare the milk powder in advance. Upon her nod of acknowledgement, he resumed his sword practice until, 10 minutes later, he abruptly halted. A surge of energy coursed through his body, fortifying his right hand, shoulder, and waist. Simultaneously, a wave of hunger washed over him. With a sudden shift in expression, Li Ming hurriedly ascended to the second floor, where he discovered several bowls filled with prepared milk powder waiting on the table. He eagerly lifted one and began to drink. Each mouthful of the warm milk powder was immediately transformed into the most primal energy, replenishing the nutrients his body so desperately needed. As Li Ming drank, Zhang Yuan continued to prepare more, and soon, under the astonished gaze of Yinin, he had consumed an entire box of milk powder. With a sigh of relief, Li Ming stretched his body, feeling significantly invigorated. Simultaneously, an unusual sensation began to rise within him. It seemed as though he could now wield his sword and spear with an entirely new level of prowess. Tentatively, he moved his body to gauge his strength, and indeed, it felt as though he had made a considerable leap from his previous stage of development. Yet, there lingered a subtle inadequacy. A further breakthrough at the minor accomplishment level would undoubtedly propel his physical power and skills to new heights. Determined, Li Ming attempted to draw forth the Longquan sword, testing his limits as he thrust it forcefully into the empty space of the living room. A clear sound of the sword cutting through the air resonated, sending a shiver down the spines of Zhang Yuan, Chun Li, and the others behind him. However, Li Ming could only shake his head in disappointment. Although the strike had nearly reached the limits of the power he could harness at the minor accomplishment level, he still fell short of breaking through to the next tier. The skills that Li Ming has achieved to a minor extent have rendered his physical strength somewhat inadequate to fully express their potential. In simpler terms, his somewhat proficient swordsmanship is capable of greater power. However, it is limited by the constraints of his bodily strength, preventing him from unlocking the true limits of these skills. Consequently, Li Ming finds himself hindered at the level of somewhat proficient, struggling to make a breakthrough. Should his strength continue to grow, surpassing the limitations of this level of skill, he would be able to unleash the full power inherent in it, thereby enhancing his proficiency. Li Ming understands that this somewhat proficient stage is a significant hurdle. Just then, he recalled the technique of sword piercing. With a swift thrust of his long sword, he immediately retreated, only to strike in the opposite direction. Whoosh! The sound of the sword echoed as it pierced backward. Sword piercing proficiency 1. Observing the proficiency level materialize before him, a hint of a smile danced upon Li Ming's lips. He then sheathed his sword and washed his hands with the towel handed to him by Zhang Yuan, settling comfortably at the dining table in anticipation of the meal. After nearly a month of subsisting on modest fare, everyone had longed for a proper meal. Now, the stewed fish could be considered a delicacy, and the faces around the table brightened considerably. Even Yin tightly grasped her little spoon, brimming with eagerness. As Li Ming pondered the prospect of what it might look like upon breaking through the somewhat proficient level of skill, casual conversation filled the air. Soon, the dishes were ready and served. Just as Zhang Yuan stood to greet the steaming fish soup, her face suddenly drained of color. What is the matter? Li Ming observed Zhang Yuan's unusual demeanor and couldn't he help but reach out to steady her, inquiring with urgency. I think my period has arrived, Zhang Yuan grimaced, bending over slightly as she spoke, discomfort evident in her voice. Your period? Li Ming blinked in surprise, then quickly reacted, asking, does it hurt? Should I carry you to bed to rest? It's a bit painful, but let us eat first. It's all right. I can rest after the meal, Zhang Yuan replied, shaking her head and pressing her lips together. Upon hearing her voice, Chun-Li promptly rose to lift the lid of the fish soup pot, serving her a generous bowl of soup along with some fish. Thank you, Zhang Yuan murmured in gratitude, then began to sip the soup delicately. Observing that her condition was not too severe, Li Ming felt a sense of relief and also served himself some fish soup, occasionally checking on Zhang Yuan's state. Once lunch was over, Chun-Li accompanied Li Ming to the third floor. After Li Ming settled Zhang Yuan upstairs, Chun-Li stayed behind to care for her. However, before Li Ming could embrace her for some practice, he noticed a change in her expression. I think my period has also arrived. Chun-Li's complexion turned pale as she spoke, and she sank to the floor. You too? Li Ming stared at her, astonished at her waning color, and quickly assisted her to the restroom. He then stepped outside to fetch a glass of water for Zhang Yuan, waiting a moment before helping Chun-Li out of the restroom and placing her on the bed to rest. At that moment, Lu Fang approached with a bowl of brown sugar water, intending to greet with a smile, but paused upon noticing her daughter curled up in bed, resting. Has Lily also started her period? Lu Fang could not help but inquire, and upon seeing both Li Ming and Chun-Li nod, she swiftly set down the bowl in her hands. This bowl is for Xiao Yuan. Let her drink it first. I will prepare another bowl for Lily. Oh, all right. Take your time, Auntie, Li Ming replied politely, observing Zhang Yuan's discomfort. He felt a pang of regret and stepped forward to scoop the brown sugar water with a spoon to feed her. Come, open your mouth, relax your teeth. That's right. Chapter 65. Harmony. Li Ming diligently fed Zhang Yuan spoonful by spoonful, and she obediently complied, finishing the bowl of brown sugar water in no time. Subsequently, She lay back on the bed to rest, feeling unwell. At that moment, Lu Fang brought in Qin Li's bowl of brown sugar water as well. Li Ming, not wanting to show favoritism, also fed Qin Li spoonful by spoonful. Swallow it, don't spit it out, that's it. Eventually, Qin Li too lay back in exhaustion, needing rest. Li Ming, feeling somewhat disheartened, went to bed fully clothed. He had originally planned to devote his midday to intense practice. But now both women were experiencing their periods. For someone who cherished diligence, being momentarily rendered idle felt particularly disconcerting. He wondered how long their discomfort would last, especially since it coincided for both. Looking at the discomfort etched on the faces of the two women, Li Ming sighed and shook his head. Never mind. Let us just get some good sleep. Once the sword training reaches a breakthrough, I will visit the gathering place. The fish caught this time is sufficient for several meals. For the moment, it is best not to go out again and instead focus on breakthroughs. A flurry of miscellaneous thoughts flickered through Li Ming's mind as he shook his head and slowly succumbed to an afternoon nap. After a day of practice, he too needed rest. The fan in the room whirred gently, sending a cool breeze. Lu Fang, having lulled her granddaughter to sleep, ascended the stairs to retrieve the 2 bowls of sweet soup. Seeing the 3 of them resting peacefully, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, Li Ming had not recklessly engaged in a bloody battle, otherwise, the 2 women would have suffered. With the 3 in slumber, Lu Fang, feeling a twinge of fatigue herself, hurriedly placed the bowls in the kitchen and returned to rest. In the bedroom on the 3rd floor, Li Ming, noticing Lu Fang's departure, smiled and withdrew his mental energy. Seizing the opportunity to restore his strength during the nap, he expended all the mental energy he had regained from the morning before securely locking the door and drifting into a tranquil sleep. When he awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Yuan and Chun Li's complexions had improved somewhat, yet they still found it difficult to rise and could only continue to lie down and rest. Observing the fragility of the 2 women, Li Ming deemed it unwise to push himself to practice forcefully and instead ventured downstairs to continue his training in his sword thrusting. Thrusting, sweeping, and piercing are practical techniques within the foundational swordsmanship. Thrusting is suited for rapid, explosive attacks, while sweeping is powerful and effective for disarming an opponent or when thrusting is inappropriate, or as an initiating strike. When the sword is not raised, drawing it directly from the sheath constitutes a sweeping attack, serving as a preemptive strike. The technique known as piercing sword involves a swift attack directed forward, followed by a rapid reversal to strike in the opposite direction, reminiscent of the returning horse spear. With his current stamina, strength, and skills having reached a commendable standard across several disciplines, Li Ming practices piercing sword with remarkable speed. In the living room, he thrusts his longsword forward and then quickly and naturally channels his energy into a backward strike, creating a flurry of wind and the resonant sound of the sword. Li Ming, with a focused demeanor, diligently practices the fundamentals of swordsmanship. After waking from her afternoon nap, Lu Fang attends to her daughter and Zhang Yuan before taking Yin outside to engage in various activities, which for little Yin is akin to play. As night falls, Li Ming's proficiency in piercing sword advances to entering the threshold 45. The 2 women, having rested for the afternoon, manage to walk downstairs for dinner. Li Ming refrains from further practice, reminding them to take care of themselves. He washes up in the bathroom, helps Chun Li back to her room to rest, and then returns to the 3rd floor for a quiet night's sleep. Alas, he had not anticipated that his dedicated training plan would be so abruptly interrupted. Li Ming sighs, genuinely disheartened by the prospect of laziness. Observing Zhang Yuan's slightly uncomfortable expression in her sleep, he pulls her gently into his embrace, feeling a pang of helplessness before succumbing to slumber himself. In the blink of an eye, the night passes. The next morning, Li Ming awakens feeling quite uneasy. Yet upon seeing Zhang Yuan's pitiful demeanor, he cannot bring himself to act recklessly. He endures the discomfort, rises to wash and prepare for the day, and after breakfast, resumes his training. He is eager to visit the gathering place. Yes, for the sake of progress. After a night of rest, Zhang Yuan and Qin Li felt considerably better. After washing up and having breakfast, the 2 women reluctantly practiced the 8-section brocade without interruption. However, once they finished, they both collapsed onto their beds to rest. Lu Fang took the initiative to assist with the various chores around the villa, while Li Ming devoted all his energy to the practice of swordplay. Whoosh whoosh. The swirling winds created by his body movements and the resonant sounds of the sword slicing through the air echoed continuously. Each strike was executed with utmost effort, and every motion demanded his full concentration. One sword strike after another. In the villa's courtyard, Lu Fang, having barely worked, was already drenched in sweat. She glanced at the sun now high in the sky and quickly led her granddaughter into the house. Upon reaching the 1st floor, she heard the howling winds generated by Li Ming's sword practice and turned to guide Yin upstairs to wash up and wipe off the sweat. After tidying up, she had Enin sit nearby to drink some water and rest. She filled a basin with cool water and placed a towel on the table at the staircase. Then, she headed to the kitchen to begin preparing lunch. In the first-floor living room, Li Ming checked his proficiency in swordplay. With a long exhale, he acknowledged the high-intensity training he had undergone that morning. Not only had his skill level increased, but his proficiency had also significantly improved. Despite the enhancement from the Tai Chi 24 forms, he still felt a bit exhausted. However, the benefit of the morning's training was that he had become more adept at converting his physical strength, allowing him to shift his power seamlessly in the opposite direction. It is foreseeable that if he were to achieve a modest level of success, his waist would undoubtedly become remarkably flexible. Regardless of the force employed, he would move with effortless grace, and consequently, the speed of his strikes would increase. Perhaps by the afternoon, he would attain this modest success. For now, he decided to take a nap. With a fleeting thought, Li Ming sheathed the long sword he had confiscated from the villa area. While the original sword was preserved as a keepsake in the study on the third floor of the villa. As he turned to ascend the stairs, he caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of food. Noticing the clean towels and cool water placed at the foot of the stairs, he smiled at the wide-eyed Enin, who was quietly observing him. He then picked up a towel to wipe away his sweat, feeling considerably more comfortable. After freshening up, Li Ming spent a moment playing with the timid little Enin, who sat upright and shyly gazed at him. Sensing that the meal was nearly ready, he went upstairs to fetch Zhang Yuan and Qinli. Since both were feeling unwell, Li Ming carried them down from their rooms one at a time. When Enin saw her mother being carried down by Li Ming, her timid expression suddenly lit up, her eyes fixated on the two of them. Chapter 66. Wife Qinli noticed her daughter's gaze and quickly beckoned her over. Enin ran into her mother's embrace, burying her face in Qinli's shoulder while stealing glances at Li Ming. It's time to eat. At that moment, Lu Fang announced that lunch was ready. Li Ming gently patted Enin's head, and seeing her most trusted mother looking at him with a warm smile, Enin's tension dissipated significantly as she blinked curiously at him. Li Ming playfully teased for a moment before joining Lu Fang to serve the meal. After they finished dining, Lu Fang took to cleaning the pot, while Li Ming tenderly assisted the nearby Qinli onto the bed and affectionately helped Enin with her evening routine, ensuring she nestled beside her mother. Only then did he leave the room, exchanging glances with the two. "Auntie, I'm heading upstairs for a nap," he called to Lu Fang in the kitchen, before carrying the still frail Zhang Yuan up the stairs. As he walked, the burgeoning pressure within him grew unbearable, yet Zhang Yuan's condition rendered him unable to seek relief. He couldn't help but jest. "Why is your aunt so hard on you, and Qinli? Isn't it because of you? You've been too reckless, too harsh." Zhang Yuan shot him a disapproving glance, to which Li Ming responded with an awkward smile, realizing it was indeed his fault. "Get some rest. I hope you recover soon," he said, giving Zhang Yuan a gentle pat on the back. She nodded, then turned her head and drifted back to sleep. Li Ming, feeling discomfort, adjusted himself and, with a strong will, managed to lull himself into slumber. On the top floor of the cafeteria, the atmosphere was stifling at noon. Yet everyone had acclimatized to the oppressive heat over nearly a month. It was as if they were gradually becoming accustomed to the chaotic life within the confines of the ceiling. Zhou Cheng sat numbly on the bed, cradling his wife, his heart filled with despair that felt like an endless void threatening to engulf him. The food available to him remained at the bare minimum, for 2 people. There was only 1 loaf of bread per meal. Even the underground water, which had been deemed drinkable after boiling, proved inadequate for filling their stomachs. He was acutely aware of his own hunger, just as he understood the extent of his wife, Su Xiu's hunger. Observing the triviality with which food was exchanged for women before him filled him with revulsion. The delicate, pale skin revealed between his wife's neck was a haunting sight. They had secretly bathed on the rooftop today, changing into fresh garments that brought a fleeting sense of comfort, yet the pressing issue of hunger remained unresolved. Contemplating such vulnerability, Zhou Cheng could scarcely bear the thought of his wife's tender body being sullied by such wretched individuals. The despair it evoked was overwhelming. The torment within him boiled like heated oil, rendering him restless, as waves of anxiety threatened to engulf him. Zhou Cheng had met his wife Su Xiu during their university days, their first encounter occurring when they both arrived late to class and fortuitously collided at the classroom door. In his eyes, Su Xiu was both charming and radiant. From the very first glance, Zhou Cheng felt his heart stir, and upon entering the classroom, he instinctively took a seat beside her. He then cautiously sought reasons to engage her in conversation, discovering that she was in the adjacent class. It was somewhat regrettable that their encounters were confined to the large lecture hall, yet there was a sense of fortune in their meeting. From that day forward, Zhou Cheng sought Su Xiu's presence in every lecture, always bringing along small snacks to share with her. He would position himself as close to her as possible, feigning nonchalance as he struck up conversations. The two individuals maintained their contact for an entire week. During the weekend, due to their discussions about assignments, Su Xiu took the initiative to add him as a friend, marking the moment they finally exchanged contact information. His joy was so profound that he found himself unable to sleep that night. The following day, they arranged to meet at the library to work on their assignments. He exerted every ounce of mental effort to tackle the challenges, while Su Xiu attentively listened beside him. Together, they completed and submitted their work, an unparalleled sense of fulfillment enveloping them. After the assignments were finished, Su Xiu, wishing to express her gratitude, invited him to dinner the next day. With few classes on Monday, they had an entire afternoon to enjoy their meal. Su Xiu's invitation sent Zhou Cheng into a state of excitement that kept him awake all night. He only managed to rise at noon the following day, lamenting his oversight. In a frenzy, he dressed himself up and made his way to meet Su Xiu. In contrast to him, the naturally beautiful Su Xiu appeared impeccably neat. Having made a slight effort in her appearance, her charming demeanor set his heart racing to the brink of explosion. That day, he lost track of time. And before he knew it, their meal had concluded. They returned to the dormitory at a leisurely pace, the scenery and gentle breeze along the way filling him with tranquility. From that moment on, he resolutely decided that he would pursue this enchanting lady with all his heart. Subsequently, he made it a point to appear promptly beneath Su Xiu's dormitory every day, bringing breakfast or accompanying her to class. Finding immense satisfaction even in the simplest of walks to the academic building. With each passing day of pursuit, by the time they entered their junior year, their relationship blossomed naturally, deepening profoundly, and they reveled in each other's sweet company daily. Their relationship was once regarded by their friends as a beautiful tale, a sentiment he shared as well. As graduation approached in their senior year, the bittersweet emotions of parting from their friends naturally led them to seek solace in each other's company at a hotel. It marked their most intimate encounter before marriage, and he can still vividly recall the immense joy and excitement that enveloped him at that moment. Although they engaged in nothing more than a tender embrace while sleeping, the memory remains beautifully etched in his mind. From the following day onward, their bond deepened. They became inseparable. For his sake, Su Xiu even ventured to the city he adored to work alongside him, culminating in their natural progression to marriage 2 years later. On their wedding night, filled with affection for his bride, he approached their union with earnestness and decorum, yet his wife remained thoroughly satisfied. It was then that he discovered she was a novice in such matters. Upon learning this on their wedding night, Zhou Cheng felt utterly overwhelmed with happiness, tinged with a hint of guilt from his previous failed romance. However, this only intensified his love for her. Their marriage did not diminish their affection. Rather, it blossomed into an even sweeter bond through his adoration. 3 years passed, and his love for her remained unwavering. Each time his wife faced hardship, Zhou Cheng found himself restless with concern, believing their idyllic life would continue until old age. Yet, all their bliss began to unravel on the day of reckoning. A deeper anguish and torment commenced the moment they entered that gathering place. Zhou Cheng gazed at the savage men surrounding them, holding his delicate wife in his arms. His body trembled slightly, for he had come to realize that, under the relentless pressure of hunger, he had succumbed to degradation. End of chapter. Chapter 67. A breakthrough through video. Zhou Cheng felt a sense of shame for the wavering love he once held steadfast. Yet the overwhelming pangs of hunger left him uncertain of how long he could endure, especially as he noticed his wife's body trembling. Zhou Cheng observed that her gaze no longer remained focused as it once did. Instead, it wandered amidst the chaotic scenes unfolding around them, causing a deeper pang of sorrow within him. He understood that his wife's heart might be unconsciously beginning to waver as well. Was there truly no way to prevent this? To watch her be tarnished by these vile individuals, or worse, to fall prey to those two twisted beings with extraordinary powers? Zhou Cheng felt lost in thought, recalling the 3 years of their marriage. Throughout this time, every moment of intimacy had adhered to the most conservative positions and actions, with never a single boundary crossed. They had not even viewed any explicit material. Yet now, the scenes surrounding them were filled with a myriad of expressions and postures that threatened to shatter their traditional values. He gazed at his wife, Su Xiu, who seemed to sense his turmoil, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. Zhou Cheng looked into her eyes. While they did not possess an inherent beauty, they harmonized seamlessly with her visage. Previously, those eyes had radiated affection towards him, but now they reflected only confusion. After a moment, Zhou Cheng averted his gaze. He knew that the woman he deeply loved was on the verge of slipping away from him. She was beginning to harbor thoughts of departure. The one whom he deeply cherished. Zhou Cheng felt somewhat numb, even as they held each other. The warmth of their past affection had become elusive. Reality had shattered what was once a beautiful family. Yet, gazing at his wife before him, he recognized that a flicker of emotion still resided within his heart, perhaps a remnant of love, or some other sentiment. Ultimately, even if he were to part ways with her, he desired for his wife to choose a companion who was a decent man, someone who would treat her with the respect she deserved. He did not expect her to be cherished as he once did, but rather to experience a semblance of normalcy, instead of being surrounded by those wretched individuals. Zhou Cheng exhaled deeply, deciding to wait a little longer. He did not wish for his profound emotions to decay and shatter in such a complete and disheartening manner. The supplies in the cafeteria were in dire need of replenishment, while the meats, vegetables, and fruits outside had all spoiled. Even if they sought replacements, they could not procure the essential resources. Some suggested they venture out to cultivate the land and find ways to produce their own food. Others proposed that they should seize the grain stored in the granary, asserting that it would sustain them for a lifetime. Now, the question arose, should they embark on the quest to cultivate the soil or investigate the granary? "Hey, little monkey, do you have any thoughts?" asked a burly man, bald and robust, as he leisurely bit into an apple handed to him by a beautiful companion. "Brother, to cultivate the land, we must have people to work. And for them to work, we need food. Our current supplies are insufficient," he replied. "The granary is so far away, and who knows how many zombies lurk within. It seems rather perilous for us to venture there with such a small group." Upon hearing the words of the bald, muscular man, the short monkey lamented, his gaze fleetingly drifting over the delicate, fair skin of the female manager. He leaned back helplessly, his eyes sweeping across the 6 naked beauties present in the room. "In my opinion, we must proceed with caution. We should first secure a few supermarkets for our immediate needs, then consider seeking out arable land. Or perhaps even contemplate relocating to the countryside. The countryside offers ready access to wells and fields, though life may be a tad inconvenient there. The abundance of resources is undeniable." The short monkey spoke earnestly, as if this had been a long-considered matter. "Return to the countryside?" The bald man chuckled, giving a playful pat to the woman beside him. "Manager Yang, show our brother the video I captured earlier." "Certainly," replied the woman, known as Manager Yang, with a smile, as she gracefully made her way towards the inner table. "A video?" The short monkey furrowed his brow, his attention fixed intently on the female manager until she retrieved a phone, at which point his gaze shifted to the screen. Manager Yang bent down, the collar of her shirt falling open to reveal a hint of her fair skin, and with her slender fingers, she tapped to play the video. She then stood upright again, covering herself once more, and returned to stand beside the bald man. The heavy sound of breathing seemed to resonate alongside the intense heartbeat emanating from the video, which was the sole auditory element present, vividly illustrating the palpable tension of the individual filming. Yet, what was even more disconcerting was the content displayed on the screen. The diminutive figure's pupils constricted sharply, fingers trembling slightly. Manager Yang stepped forward, presenting a series of videos one by one, and with each viewing, the expression on the small man's face grew increasingly grim. "I too found those 2 proposals rather precarious. There exists a recently demolished construction site downstream of the Huajiang River, occupying a considerable area, which could easily serve as an agricultural venture. As for the water supply, I believe it can be sourced from the Huajiang, given that the construction site is in close proximity to the river. Furthermore, we should gather more intelligence regarding the granary and temporarily secure 2 supermarkets to alleviate some pressure." The bald, muscular man smiled and gestured for Manager Yang to retract his phone. He then turned to the small figure before him and spoke in a calm voice. "What do you think? Follow the elder brother's advice." The small man appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly responded, deliberately omitting any mention of leaving the town. In the Lijiang Villa area, Villa 6 of Block C, after a half-hour nap, Li Ming awoke feeling refreshed and invigorated. He sensed a resurgence of his telekinetic energy, which had indeed recovered significantly. Nodding in satisfaction, he refrained from hastily depleting the recently regained energy and resolved to wait until it was fully restored before proceeding. Observing the discomfort of Zhang Yuan beside him, Li Ming shook his head and, summoning his formidable willpower, rose from his seat. He grasped his sword once more and descended to the living room on the first floor to resume his training in swordplay. With swift, slicing movements, the air around him crackled with energy as he executed a series of precise thrusts. Each turn and stab honed the synergy between his waist and arms, rendering his movements increasingly adept and his power more fluid. Every strike was delivered with full force, each impact augmenting his skill. Thus, Li Ming's progress seemed unceasing. As the hours slipped away, he immersed himself in training, and before he knew it, the afternoon had passed. During this time, aside from Lu Fang checking on the 2 women, no other events unfolded. Since their relocation, the limitations on noise meant there was little to engage in. After a flurry of activity a few days prior, the pace had slowed. This morning, Lu Fang had tended to the drying vegetables and fed the alpacas, leaving her with little else to do. She found contentment in teaching her granddaughter and engaging in light stretching exercises, while Li Ming remained resolute in his pursuit of physical excellence. Exhaling deeply, Li Ming sensed the fatigue settling in. He rose to sip some saline water and then took a seat to rest quietly for half an hour. He was tantalizingly close to mastering the final nuances of his swordplay technique. Despite the weariness that enveloped him, he resolved to continue training, determined to avoid the regret of faltering at a critical moment due to a lack of effort. After taking a generous gulp of water, Li Ming observed that the sun had descended halfway beyond the horizon. He summoned his strength once more, diligently practicing the technique of sword piercing. Whoosh, hiss. The sound of the sword sliced through the air, resonating with an intensity that matched the sweat-soaked fabric clinging to his body, a testament to his growing proficiency. Meanwhile, Lu Fang emerged from the kitchen, preparing vegetables for dinner. Noticing Li Ming's relentless training, she slowed her pace, allowing him to focus. An hour later, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air, igniting an uncontrollable urge to swallow amidst the gnawing hunger. Breakthrough. In the living room on the first floor, Li Ming's heart roared with determination as he channeled every ounce of his energy, thrusting out another sword piercing with fervor. In an instant, the information before his eyes surged and transformed, revealing a new line of text. Sword piercing, slightly accomplished 0. End of this chapter. Chapter 68. The limits that can be surpassed in that fleeting moment. A powerful force surged through his waist and limbs, causing his bones and muscles to tremble. Li Ming felt an exhilarating surge of strength. Yet, the accompanying pangs of hunger made his countenance change. He hurried upstairs to prepare milk powder with frantic urgency. Gulp, gulp, he consumed mouthfuls of the milk powder, its nutritional components swiftly assimilating into his body. A large box of milk powder was soon emptied, leaving Li Ming feeling invigorated and satiated. Exhaling a deep breath, he set down his bowl and chopsticks, closing his eyes to attune himself to his body. Waves of potent energy coursed through him, his flexibility enhanced beyond measure, and his strength had similarly multiplied. If my strength were to be restored, my various skills might advance further, breaking through to a level slightly beyond mere competence. Feeling the vigor coursing through his body, Li Ming recalled the sensation of exerting himself to the fullest while wielding his sword and thrusting with his spear, a glimmer of light sparking in his eyes. With a sense of anticipation brewing within him, he noticed the beads of sweat accumulating on his brow and decided to freshen up in the restroom. Upon exiting, he found Chenli leisurely making her way out. Considering that Zhang Yuan would undoubtedly find it inconvenient to ascend the stairs on the third floor, Li Ming climbed back up to carry her out of her room. I feel a bit better now. I can walk slowly, Zhang Yuan whispered shyly in his ear after being cradled in his arms before so many onlookers. Don't be stubborn. Li Ming gently patted her bottom, prompting her to blush and allow him to set her down at the dining table on the second floor, just as the meal was being served. She quickly bowed her head and began to eat. Auntie, let us have fish for the next couple of days. It's summer, and we sweat a lot, so we should replenish our bodies, Li Ming said as he ladled fish soup into bowls for both Zhang Yuan and Chen Li, then turned to Lu Fang, who was serving rice to Yin. All right, I'll prepare fish soup for lunch tomorrow. Lu Fang nodded, smiling, and then began discussing the progress of drying the vegetables. The group engaged in light conversation as they enjoyed their dinner, and soon after, everyone washed up and retired for the night. How long does Aunt Flo usually stay? Li Ming inquired softly as he held Zhang Yuan's south body close, his hands tenderly caressing her, leaning in to whisper in her ear. With her menstrual period ongoing, he resigned himself to merely indulging in the sensation of her touch. This time is unlike any before. The pain is much more intense. Previously, I would recover in just 3 days, but this time it may take a week. Zhang Yuan shook her head, biting her lip, and softly spoke. Alas, rest now. You have worked hard. Li Ming, understanding her silent plea, settled down for a moment of respite. The night passed in silence, and before they knew it, dawn broke. Li Ming awoke feeling refreshed and, with an inquisitive gesture, lifted Zhang Yuan's trousers to assess her condition. Noting that her period had not yet subsided, he curiously touched the area, confirming the presence of blood, and regrettably assisted her in redressing. Zhang Yuan felt a warmth from his touch, and upon seeing his actions, could not help but pout slightly. You should rest for a while. I will bring you some food soon. Li Ming smiled at Zhang Yuan and gave her a gentle kiss. With a resigned nod, she watched him before reclining to rest again. After brushing his teeth and rinsing his mouth, Li Ming washed his face and stepped out into the hall, inhaling deeply and stretching his body. He began to immerse himself in the practice of Ba Duan Jin. As he trained, he sensed a vigorous surge of mental energy within his mind, his eyes glimmering slightly. Before long, he completed 2 sets of Ba Duan Jin, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. Although a touch fatigued, That weariness seemed to dissipate. He mused that he would soon be able to manage a third round. In his heart, he reflected that the continuous practice of Baoduan Jin bestowed upon him an inexplicable sense of refreshing comfort. Thus, despite the currently subtle results, he remained steadfast in his daily commitment to the practice. After completing the 8 sections of brocade and noticing that breakfast was still not ready, Li Ming pondered for a moment, grasping his long sword firmly. He closed his eyes to attune himself to the latent strength within his body. In the next instant, he opened his eyes and thrust the sword forward with tremendous force. The sword sliced through the air, producing a resonant sound, a true testament to his full power, as he concentrated every ounce of his spirit into that singular strike. Yet, to his dismay, the panel displayed no response. This was perplexing. Li Ming furrowed his brow, confident that his body harbored greater potential. Why then had this stroke not increased his proficiency? After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and suddenly unleashed another strike. The sword whizzed through the air, yet the panel remained unresponsive. His brow knitted slightly as he continued without hesitation, delivering successive thrusts 3rd, 4th, all the way to the 20th. Just as Li Ming began to doubt his perception, a line of text finally appeared on the panel. It takes 20 attempts to gain a single proficiency point? He frowned, sensing the changes in his body, feeling somewhat resigned. The proficiency of the thrust had reached a level where it no longer burdened him. He could assure that each of his previous 20 strikes had been executed at his absolute limit. If they had scarcely drained his energy, he was not even out of breath, merely warming up. However, to discover that he had gained only 1 proficiency point after 20 strikes led him to ponder the length of time it would take to level up. Estimating it at 2,000 repetitions, how long would that require? At that moment, breakfast was finally ready. As Li Ming furrowed his brow, the sound of Lu Fang's voice echoed from the 2nd floor. In response, Li Ming shook his head and turned to head downstairs for a meal. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he noticed that Chun Li was already seated at the dining table. He took it upon himself to deliver a meal to Zhang Yuan before joining them for lunch. Andy, Chun Li, I plan to venture out this morning. There's a gathering of people about 2 kilometers from here, and I intend to see if I can recruit some to assist with our tasks, Li Ming stated, wiping his mouth after breakfast. Despite his physical breakthroughs allowing his skill levels to ascend to greater heights, he found the prospect of raising his proficiency daunting, as it required 20 repetitions just to gain a slight increment. Although he had been attempting to salvage the vegetables from his home through various means, they had largely subsisted on frozen food over the past few days. The longer they waited, the slimmer their options would become. Rather than waiting an indeterminate number of days to achieve a level up, it would be more prudent to make contact with that base. Chapter 69. An increase in reserves. If he could find suitable individuals, he would consider hiring a few women to cultivate vegetables and grains, while also assisting with other chores. Additionally, he could utilize his formidable strength to create a straightforward pathway between Huajiang and the villa area, allowing these women to help with fishing or even fish farming. In summary, the priority was to see if he could find female laborers. As for the exclusion of men, it was not an absolute rejection of men. Rather, under similar circumstances, he would naturally prefer women. After all, having a group of women seeking assistance from a few men would undoubtedly lead to complications. As Li Ming contemplated a group of women, he instinctively raised his gun, only to silently lower it once more. He felt an unspoken frustration towards Zhang Yuan and Chun Li, who were both experiencing their menstrual cycles. The absence of recent confrontations had intensified his desire to engage. Oh, he needed to go out. But had he informed Zhang Yuan? Upon hearing Li Ming's intention to leave, both Chun Li and Lu Fang anxiously tightened their fingers, with Chun Li quickly inquiring, "Not yet. I will speak to her shortly. Just keep an eye on the house while I'm away," Li Ming replied with a smile, wiping his mouth with a tissue. However, as he explained, we currently lack seeds. Even if we invited someone, we would have nothing to plant. Lu Fang could not help but interject. Having lived in fear for over half a month, she had only begun to feel a sense of security after arriving here. Gradually, she had come to accept the reality of this post-apocalyptic world, even finding solace in the presence of a man capable of looking after them. Yet, now that he was preparing to venture out, she felt a twinge of anxiety, having grown accustomed to their relatively stable existence. Ordinary vegetable seeds can be found at small grocery stores. On my way here, I noticed a seed and fertilizer shop. I can look for some when I go out later. It should be fine, Li Ming said, shaking his head slightly as he clarified his point. He then stood up to speak with Zhang Yuan, gathering his belongings amidst the watchful gazes of the others. Armed and equipped, he set off in a vehicle towards the place he remembered gathering at. The engine roared to life, and the car slowly exited the villa district, heading towards the seed and fertilizer shop that lingered in Li Ming's memory. Moments later, on a bustling street, a solitary truck came to a halt beside an unoccupied storefront. The once sealed roller shutter, having remained closed for nearly a month, was forcefully breached as Li Ming, a traveler on a mission, skillfully employed a crowbar to shatter the lock's core. With a decisive motion, he extracted the crowbar from the shutter and deftly nudged it twice, prompting the door to yield to his efforts. The crowbar proved to be remarkably effective. Pleased with his tool, Li Ming cast an approving glance at it before casually stowing it away in his vehicle. This unrefined, ordinary crowbar was perfectly suited for such laborious tasks. Stepping outside the shop, he was met with the sight of a room brimming with fertilizer, while only a modest assortment of vegetable seeds occupied the adjacent shelf. On the other side, numerous bags of various wheat and dry rice seeds lay stacked, igniting a spark of excitement in Li Ming's eyes. He had indeed arrived at the right place, saving himself from unnecessary travels. A smile graced his face as he contemplated his next move and approached the vegetable seed rack. There, he discovered packets of tomato, cucumber, green pepper, celery, zucchini, and chives, common vegetable seeds. He collected around 20 packets of each and then proceeded to gather 10 bags of wheat seeds and 10 bags of dry rice seeds. With his pickup truck nearly filled to capacity, he reflected on the lengthy cultivation process ahead. After closing the roller shutter behind him, he hesitated momentarily. Leaving the seeds here felt inherently unsafe. Ultimately, he resolved to transport the seeds back before seeking assistance. Li Ming initially intended to head directly to the gathering site, however. Upon observing the violently damaged roller shutter door, he hesitated, deeming it unsafe. What if someone took all the seeds while he was away? The significance of these seeds and fertilizers was paramount, as they pertained to his potential sustainable food source. He could not afford to take such a reckless risk. After some contemplation, Li Ming drove his pickup truck back to the villa, subsequently switching to the larger truck to complete a round trip, transferring all the seeds and fertilizers into the storage room of the villa. Although this delay cost him 2 hours, a sense of relief washed over him as he placed the seeds in their designated location. This time, he decided to take the light truck for his journey. Glancing at the small bed of the pickup, he shook his head, considering that he might encounter additional supplies along the way that would require further transportation. Thus, he opted for the truck and departed the villa once more. With so many seeds to organize upon his return, Zhang Yuan and Chun Li, along with the other women, were no longer merely anxious bystanders as they had been on the first trip. Instead, they busied themselves categorizing and storing the lightweight seeds, diligently studying the planting methods printed on the bags. Outside the villa, Li Ming drove the truck and located a hardware store. With a sharp clang, Li Ming swung open the door to the shop and stepped inside, his gaze falling upon the dazzling array of hardware goods. He felt immense gratitude towards the previous hardware store for their contributions. Appropriating items from one hardware store to bolster another seemed entirely justifiable. The shovels were perfectly suited for digging, while the crowbars, drill bits, saws, and steel pipes were always welcome additions. Li Ming meticulously selected various tools, knowing that the spacious truck could accommodate anything and everything without concern for their perceived utility. All these hardware supplies would significantly enhance his combat equipment and infrastructure. In no time, he had emptied the shop, filling half of his truck's capacity before driving to a nearby supermarket. After dispatching the zombies, he filled the remaining space with essential supplies. Only when he felt sufficiently stocked did he secure the truck doors and set off towards the designated gathering place. As the truck roared to life, Li Ming swiftly arrived at the location of the previously noted congregation. This time, he did not linger at a distance but drove directly towards the gathering. The route from the congregation to his path was not far, and the number of zombies encountered was minimal. Any that appeared were effortlessly crushed under the wheels of the truck. It wasn't long before Li Ming's truck came to a halt beneath a residential building, where dozens were gathered. Through the truck's window, he observed the top floor of the gathering place and noticed a few individuals, alerted by the arrival of the truck, pacing by the large window near the roadside, scrutinizing him with curiosity. A smile graced Li Ming's face as he opened the car door and stepped out of the driver's seat with his robust physique. He removed his long rifle, slung his sword across his back, and casually shouldered a prepared backpack. Raising his gaze, he surveyed the crowd gathered at the top of the building. The moment those individuals met Li Ming's eyes, a look of astonishment washed over them, prompting immediate, varied whispers among them. Rubbing the hilt of his sword with one hand while gripping the rifle with the other, Li Ming pondered for a moment. He decided against allowing them to send someone to engage with him. Instead, he took a step forward, purposefully advancing into the building's interior. There are myriad ways to approach a group, yet a sudden assault, catching them off guard and making them unprepared for his swift arrival, seemed a commendable strategy. Beyond this, Li Ming could conceive no alternative means of contact. Would it truly be wise to shout from the outside, urging them to send someone to engage? Such an approach would surely lead to a complete dismissal of any valuable offerings he might possess. Surrounding the building lay scattered corpses of zombies and neatly parked vehicles, indicating that the area had been actively cleared, revealing a certain level of organizational capability within this gathering, rather than a mere haphazard congregation striving for survival. However, the disarray among the group was evident, and a disorganized collective could easily tighten their ranks when faced with external pressure. End of chapter. Chapter 70. Initial exploration of the gathering place. Li Ming was determined not to become the external force that would provoke such a shift. By proactively engaging, he could prevent them from perceiving themselves as a unified entity, thereby avoiding the risk of them dispatching representatives to negotiate with him as a cohesive group. Even if order must be established and humanity preserved, it should rest in his hands, rather than being relegated to others who merely oversee the collective, as this would only complicate the pursuits he wishes to undertake. Upon arriving here, Li Ming contemplated how to make contact. Having made his decision, he wasted no time. He swiftly ascended the staircase to the 5th floor, soon reaching the halfway point of the 4th floor, where he encountered a group of guards. Raising an eyebrow, he halted in his tracks. The guards, taken aback by the sight of a robust stranger, were momentarily stunned. They had been stationed there and had not noticed Li Ming's truck arriving. Now, they were perplexed by the presence of such a formidable figure entering at this hour. "What do you want?" inquired a young guard, unable to suppress his curiosity, somewhat intimidated by Li Ming's imposing physique. "Nothing much, just here to recruit some help," Li Ming replied with a smile, tossing a cigarette to the young man, who hurriedly accepted it. Li Ming then distributed another cigarette to each of the others. "Recruiting help? I must say, in this apocalyptic world, what kind of work could you possibly be offering? Haven't you noticed the zombies roaming about?" a young man exclaimed, hastily lighting his cigarette and taking a deep drag, only to be met with confusion. "It is precisely because of the apocalypse that one seeks to engage others in labor. The restoration of production is essential. Having previously trained in martial arts, I find myself adept at dispatching ordinary zombies. However, I realize that relying solely on scavenging from the remnants of the city will not suffice to address the pressing issue of food production." Upon observing the other party smoking, Li Ming felt a sense of relief, sensing that matters might become more manageable. He smiled and remarked, "I cannot cultivate the land and grow vegetables alone. I was just pondering how to proceed. Fortunately, I have encountered people like you, and I urgently seek assistance for this endeavor. In these dire times, monetary compensation is of no concern. I offer food in exchange for labor. Once the crops yield their bounty, we shall have an abundance of sustenance, thereby increasing the provisions for those of us who survive." Li Ming articulated his thoughts clearly, his tone notably calm. "Is there truly work available? Where do you intend to cultivate the land? How many workers do you require? Will there be enough food to provide 3 meals a day for those laboring?" Upon hearing Li Ming's words, the leading youth furrowed his brow in contemplation, while a nearby guard could not restrain himself from inquiring further. "Indeed, there is," Li Ming replied. "Nearly 2 kilometers away lies a villa district, abundant in land. I have access to seeds for planting, and I assure you that any willing to work will be well fed, with every meal ensuring satisfaction. After all, one must be nourished to have the strength to labor. However, I primarily seek female workers. I will require a few men for the temporary task of digging." Hearing this response, Li Ming turned his gaze towards him, smiling as he pointed out, "With so many individuals present, surely I can join in the endeavor?" "Ah, yes, you may certainly participate." A few individuals instinctively nodded upon hearing Li Ming's words. He expressed his gratitude and naturally made his way past them. Are we really just allowing him to enter? It was only when Li Ming reached the guard stationed upstairs that they realized the situation, and one of them, unable to contain his surprise, inquired, "Shouldn't we notify the boss?" "The boss didn't instruct us to stop anyone," replied the leading squad leader after a moment of contemplation. "If he truly possesses provisions to sustain a group, it would benefit us as well. Let us pretend we didn't see him. After all, people come and go here daily. If something were to occur, we could simply claim we didn't notice he was one of ours." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and recalling the nature of the 2 supernatural beings at the gathering spot, they silently acquiesced to this course of action. As Li Ming passed through the guarded staircase, he appeared quite at ease, holding his weapon with nonchalance. He turned the corner of the stairs and ascended further, soon encountering a grand door. 5 women and 3 men congregated there, and upon seeing the unexpectedly robust man, they shifted their gazes to scrutinize him from head to toe. The women were clad in light attire, though most possessed only average looks, while the men wore simple clothing, consisting merely of shorts and tank tops, wielding rudimentary weapons. The 8 individuals regarded Li Ming with a blend of curiosity and intrigue, clearly having witnessed his arrival in a truck. Li Ming smiled at them and confidently strode through the grand entrance, stepping into the cafeteria on the top floor under the watchful eyes of the 8. In an instant, a vast expanse unfolded before his eyes, revealing a large gathering place. Exiting through the grand entrance, he noticed a crowd nearby, predominantly composed of women, with fewer men present. Directly opposite the entrance lay the array of makeshift shelters that Li Ming had previously encountered. As he stepped in, numerous gazes immediately turned toward him. Clearly intrigued by the sight of the newcomer descending from the truck with a backpack slung over his shoulder. "Hello everyone. My name is Li Ming. I come from outside the settlement. A couple of days ago, I happened to notice some activity here. And today I specifically came to inquire if anyone is willing to work." Observing the curious eyes fixed upon him, a smile graced Li Ming's lips. Without hesitation, he decided to address their intrigue directly, projecting his voice clearly. His resonant tone instantly captured the attention of several individuals. After all, this was a modest gathering of only a few dozen people. While casual conversations filled the air, they paled in comparison to the volume of Li Ming's voice. As the crowd turned to regard the imposing figure who had intruded into their midst, he noted that not many were paying attention to him. With a grin, he removed his backpack, unzipped it, and dramatically poured its contents onto the ground at his feet. Instant noodles, bread, and marinated eggs cascaded down in a delightful heap, forming an enticing mound of food. In an instant, those who had been casually observing Li Ming sprang to attention, standing upright and fixating their gazes intently on the bounty he had just revealed. At this moment, the identity of the man, his origins, and his intentions seemed inconsequential. Li Ming, observing the throng of people around him, furrowed his brow and thrust the steel crowbar forcefully into the ground. A resounding thud echoed as the tiles shattered beneath the impact, scattering fragments that landed around, instantly quieting the crowd, particularly the few armed men who had approached from behind. Stopping in their tracks, "Those willing to join me in labor shall be provided with 3 meals a day, and each person will receive a settling-in allowance, 5 packets of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 marinated eggs." Li Ming's piercing gaze swept across the gathering, his voice resonating loudly, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Chapter 71. The controller. In no time, a large crowd encircled him. "Those who wish to accompany me. We will travel 2 kilometers to the Linjiang Villa area to fell trees, dig the earth, plant crops, and tend to vegetables. Additionally, we will require individuals for fishing and aquaculture." Li Ming surveyed the surroundings, lifting the crowbar, which stirred up a cloud of cement dust. He leisurely produced a piece of tissue from his pocket to wipe the cement residue from the tool's end. "This is the first phase, for now. I require 5 women primarily to cultivate vegetables and dig the earth. Concurrently, I need 5 men, primarily for felling trees, cutting timber, and uprooting stumps. But all newcomers must first clear the weeds." Li Ming's voice resonated like the ringing of a bell. After finishing his words, he gestured forward. "Those who are willing to work, come to my left, the women to my right. As long as I am satisfied, you may join me in this endeavor, and food will be distributed on the spot. Remember, I only require 5 women and 5 men. Ideally, if they come as families. It would be preferable, allowing me to set aside living expenses for those who will accompany me." Having shouted this, Li Ming stood leisurely on the ground, tightly gripping a crowbar, patiently awaiting the crowd's response. For a moment, there was a palpable silence as everyone gazed at Li Ming, who stood with the crowbar and a pile of food at his feet, seemingly in a daze. "Can I do this?" After a while, a man swallowed hard and, unable to withstand the scrutiny of the onlookers, timidly stepped forward. Clearly, he had chosen the latter option between trusting a stranger and accepting food. "Those who wish to participate, please form a line and sit 2 meters away," Li Ming instructed with a glance. The man paused in surprise, then hurried to the indicated spot and seated himself. In the next moment, 2 more men emerged from the crowd, taking their places on Li Ming's left at his behest. As these 3 moved, the crowd seemed to burst forth like a dam breaking, a wave of people surging forward. Under Li Ming's loud commands, the men arranged themselves on the left, seated on the ground, while the women stood. Suddenly, the cafeteria erupted into a lively cacophony of chatter. Li Ming gazed with a smile at the scene before him, patiently waiting until both rows were properly formed. It then became evident that the crowd was not particularly large, 27 men and 33 women, a modest assembly when divided into 2 teams. With the lines set, he decided it was time to make his selections. He reassured those not chosen, emphasizing that only a portion was needed at this moment. More would follow as the scope of construction expanded, necessitating additional hands. The villa area was extensive, with abundant greenery, aside from a few essential trees. Li Ming planned to fell the majority, anticipating that the labor force would be quite sufficient for the task at hand. However, as the endeavor was still in its nascent stages, he deemed it prudent not to engage too many individuals initially. His lack of management experience suggested that a smaller group would alleviate potential complications, and a larger gathering could pose risks. Once Li Ming concluded his remarks, A profound silence enveloped the crowd, and he nodded in satisfaction. His attention then shifted to the women's team on his right. At the forefront stood a woman clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim jeans. Upon noticing his gaze, she promptly donned a bright smile and stepped forward, eagerly proclaiming, "Pick me, handsome. I can not only grow vegetables but am adept at a myriad of tasks. Your satisfaction is guaranteed." As she spoke, she coyly tugged at her neckline, revealing a glimpse of her fair skin. The woman's appearance was passable, perhaps a solid 7 out of 10, and her flirtatious demeanor certainly caught Li Ming's attention. However, rather than hastily responding, he instructed her to step sideways to the right, allowing the women to line up, facilitating his selection process. As Li Ming directed the women, he called out to those standing in formation ahead. The woman pouted slightly, but, daunted by Li Ming's presence, quickly led her group to stand in alignment to the right. Before long, a row of 33 women appeared before him. Wiping the sweat from his palms, he set aside his uncooperative subordinate and scanned the lineup from left to right, promptly fixating on the first suitable candidate. "You, my dear," he announced, "have passed." A long-haired woman, clad in trousers exuding an air of grace, brightened up and hurriedly approached with a radiant smile. Meanwhile, as Li Ming distributed food to the recruits, a few armed men nearby exchanged glances, watching the escalating activity around him. Some of the subordinates of the shorter man across the way suppressed their anxiety and cautiously knocked on the door beside them. A soft sound echoed as the door creaked open, revealing a meticulously dressed female manager. The subordinate, bowing his head in respect, quickly reported, "Boss, there's a man outside. He appears quite strong and is carrying a bundle of food, seeking employment for agricultural work. How many have been recruited?" The female manager remained silent. Yet a robust voice resonated from within the room. "We need 5 men and 5 women, stating this is temporary. More may be required once construction begins." The man knocking at the door dared not raise his gaze to meet the eyes of the beautiful female manager before him. Instead, he kept his head bowed, focusing on the ground as he responded hastily, oblivious to the faint sounds echoing in his ears. "What do you intend to do?" the robust voice inquired once more. The man promptly and truthfully replied, "I was told to chop wood, cultivate the land, grow vegetables, fish, and rear fish, among other tasks. Let's see what the little brother has to say." The sturdy voice responded nonchalantly, and the man quickly acknowledged it, subsequently closing the door with respect. He exhaled softly as he departed, feeling somewhat uneasy due to the low murmurs emanating from within, prompting him to quicken his pace away from the room. In another chamber on the top floor of the cafeteria, a similar scene unfolded as a subordinate cautiously knocked on the door, which was opened by a woman who admitted him to report on external matters. "What? Someone has actually come from the Linjiang Villa area seeking laborers in exchange for food?" the little brother exclaimed, astonished. The man seated awkwardly before him nodded vigorously, stating, he mentioned that for each person present, he would provide 5 packets of instant noodles, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 marinated eggs, along with 3 meals a day once they arrive at the work site. The little brother furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation, before leisurely pressing his sister-in-law down onto the bed. "You mean to say you smashed the floor tiles with just one strike and created a pit in the cement slab?" "Indeed, his strength is astonishing. The flying debris struck my leg from several meters away, leaving it painfully bruised." The man hastily spoke, observing the fervent activity unfolding between the diminutive figure and his sister-in-law before him. He tightened his waist in silence and articulated his feelings. End of this chapter. Chapter 72. Job interview. Every individual gathered in this locale was acutely aware that the 2 figures in control, Qin Zhuang and the diminutive fellow, were once mere figments of fantasy who manifested as extraordinary beings. Consequently, those who served under these overlords were particularly sensitive to any anomalies. The man who had arrived by car today had raised their vigilance from the moment he made his entrance, prompting them to refrain from any rash actions and allow him to proceed with his affairs. It was only when the scene escalated that they mustered the courage to report to their leader. Although these individuals were subordinates, they dared not disturb the 2 leaders, especially when they were inside, for they were all too familiar with the dire consequences of such an intrusion. There have been instances when someone, in the throes of excitement, was met with fatal repercussions for reporting too boldly. It was precisely for this reason that they only felt emboldened to knock and report after Li Ming had created such a commotion. Otherwise, neglecting to report would yield no favorable outcomes for them. The reason he remained here, rather than leaving. The man silently observed the scene before him, which contradicted his previous beliefs. The clearer his vision became, the more exhilarated the diminutive figure appeared. Having entered to deliver his report, he found it inevitable to play the role of an audience, allowing the small man to revel in his excitement. The man's thoughts flickered, just as they settled. He observed the short monkey pulling his cousin over while in motion. I realized, yes, it is indeed a good thing for someone to provide sustenance for others. Let it be. I shall see what Zhuangge has to say. Since Zhuangge remained silent, I decided to disregard him and focus on the unfolding scene. The sounds of the short monkey's enjoyment echoed intermittently, and the man nodded in agreement. Ah, this beautiful lady, you have passed the test. At the entrance of the gathering place, Li Ming's gaze fell upon a woman of commendable beauty and graceful demeanor, stirring something within him as he smiled and beckoned her over. Thank you, boss, she replied, her eyes sparkling with delight as she hurried towards him, her expression radiating joy. Yet, as she drew near, Li Ming's smile abruptly faltered. This woman bore the scent of heather. Could it be that she had just... Surveying the group of men around him, and then glancing back at the elegant woman before him, he silently quelled any thoughts of pursuing a connection with her. His anticipation for the gathering place dampened instantaneously. He should have anticipated the number of men who would have charged at a beautiful woman in such an environment. While he held no disdain for married women, the idea of someone who had been with so many others left him with a tinge of reluctance. However, observing that her figure was not frail, he thought it unwise to retract his invitation after it had been extended. Thus, he remained silent, merely preventing her from attempting to strike him with a steam bun. Waiting here, the relocation fees will be distributed uniformly once everyone is gathered. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively, his expression growing cold. The woman beside him was momentarily taken aback, quickly complying and standing silently at his side. Sensing his disdain but choosing to bite her lip in silence, Li Ming then turned his gaze to the remaining women, only to be met with disappointment, as none were particularly appealing. Yet, upon glancing at the one beside him, her beauty suddenly made the previous letdown feel insignificant. With a weary gesture, Li Ming was about to call over a couple of women who caught his eye when he noticed a couple approaching. Upon seeing the woman, who possessed a certain charm, he initially cast a casual glance her way. However, her bashful demeanor and the way she walked captured his attention, prompting him to raise an eyebrow as they drew closer. As they approached, Li Ming observed that the woman seemed to have just washed her face, droplets of water still clinging to her skin, yet her body was enveloped in a tightly fitted black garment, evidently donned in haste to accentuate her figure. She had cinched the oversized black fabric at the waist, revealing her graceful silhouette, though her stance appeared somewhat stiff and unnatural. Excuse me, sir. Do you think the two of us will suffice? Zhou Cheng asked cautiously, stepping forward with his wife, Su Xiao, as they approached the man. Upon Li Ming's arrival at this gathering spot, he had emptied a portion of food from his backpack onto the ground, calling out for workers, which had instantly captured the full attention of the dazed Zhou Cheng and his wife. Upon hearing the conditions articulated by Li Ming, Zhou Cheng made an immediate decision to comply, scarcely pausing to contemplate the implications. He found himself unable to endure his current circumstances any longer. His emotional defenses were crumbling, and thoughts of pushing away his beloved wife began to linger in his mind. Zhou Cheng was uncertain of what might transpire should he acquiesce to the man's demands. Yet he recognized that remaining in this place would lead only to despair. The bond he shared with his wife ignited a spark of determination, prompting him to make a final, desperate choice. Under the incredulous gaze of his wife, and while others were distracted by Li Ming's actions, he swiftly cleaned away the garish makeup from her face. Enduring her astonishment, he tightened the loose fabric of her oversized top at her waist, revealing her graceful figure. Though he felt that this alone might not suffice, Zhou Cheng noticed that the man had begun to select individuals, leaving him little time for hesitation. He took his wife by the hand, leading her toward the man despite her bewildered expression. As they drew closer, Zhou Cheng observed the man's gaze fixated on his wife, and a sense of relief washed over him. He was confident in her allure to captivate the man's interest. Stealing a glance at his wife, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable in the fitted attire, Zhou Cheng understood that her cautious nature did not favor such ostentatious clothing. However, in light of this final opportunity to salvage their situation, he dismissed such concerns. With his wife looking apprehensive, he refrained from probing into her thoughts and brought her to stand just a meter away from the formidable man, carefully inquiring about their prospects. Simultaneously, a sigh of relief escaped his heart. Fortunately, he had secretly taken his wife for a bath yesterday, changing into fresh attire, devoid of any unpleasant odor. Otherwise, Zhou Cheng cast a fleeting glance at the demure woman standing silently beside Li Ming, quickly retracting his gaze to fixate on the man before him with a broad smile. He also noted the way the other man's eyes lingered on his wife, and how she, upon meeting his gaze, hastily lowered her head. This realization brought a quiet reassurance to his heart. The fact that the other man could accept his wife, and that she showed no signs of resistance, seemed to herald a promising beginning. Are you two married? In the midst of Zhou Cheng's anxious scrutiny, Li Ming withdrew his gaze from the exquisite woman and, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired softly. Upon hearing the man's gentle voice, Zhou Cheng pondered briefly before reluctantly nodding. Yes, elder brother, but my wife has been touched by anyone for nearly a month, and she had never been in a relationship prior to our marriage. We have been quite content in our union, living a stable life together. Zhou Cheng, for reasons unbeknownst to him, found himself blurting out these words, his mind momentarily blank. End of this chapter, chapter 73. Su Xiao. Only after he spoke did he realize. The question had merely pertained to their marital status. Why had he divulged so much? A moment of awkwardness overcame him. Yet he found himself placing his hopes upon the man before him. Zhou Cheng instinctively glanced back, acutely aware of his wife's evident embarrassment as she furrowed her brow, clutching at his sleeve with a certain urgency, as if attempting to reclaim their shared past. Although her mind was in turmoil, she seemed to harbor a lingering reluctance towards the sudden turn of events. However, Zhou Cheng remained silent, seemingly oblivious to her hesitation. Once Zhou Cheng finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the scene, as a sense of nervousness gripped him, worried that she might refuse, yet simultaneously harboring an inexplicable anticipation for her dissenting words. Fortunately, in the next moment, the voice of the robust man resonated, causing Zhou Cheng's heart to constrict momentarily. Very well, I shall take your wife. You are in no condition to undertake strenuous labor, so it is best she remains here. Furthermore, someone must oversee the arrangement fee for your wife. For the sake of appearances. As the man's voice echoed, Zhou Cheng let out a sigh of relief. Securing a place for his wife was all that mattered. A smile swiftly graced his face as he replied, "Thank you, brother." With that, he gently pushed his somewhat stiff and awkward wife towards the man, before turning back with a smile to assume his position among the spectators. Amidst the crowd, as he observed his wife standing rigidly and bewildered beside the burly man, a wave of relief washed over him, only to be swiftly supplanted by an indescribable pang of bitterness. He gazed at her, lost in thought, uncertain of what emotions coursed within him. Was he yearning for her to disregard everything and rush into his embrace? Or was he longing for the ability to claim her back? Or perhaps he was simply relieved to escape the clutches of despair? Their eyes locked momentarily, and he noticed a glimmer of pleading in hers, which sent a jolt of panic through him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. In comparison to being toyed with by these wretched individuals, this was the best possible outcome. Zhou Cheng silently comforted himself. Li Ming observed as the man departed from the crowd, his gaze lingering on the woman beside him, finally confirming that he had not spoken falsely. In truth, this was apparent from the woman's unnatural demeanor, particularly in the subtle exchanges between them. It was precisely for this reason that he was willing to take in this woman, who was utterly exhausted and incapable of any labor. As for the purpose of this decision, that could be addressed in due time. Li Ming withdrew his gaze from the man and turned his attention to the woman beside him, sensing her awkwardness and unease, as if she wished to loosen the garment cinched around her waist. The fragrance emanating from her, distinctly different from that of the seemingly demure woman nearby, further pleased him. He thoughtfully reached out to free her from the constricting attire, allowing the fabric to fall loosely again, concealing her delicate figure. Li Ming distinctly felt the woman stiffen at his simple gesture, her body freezing in place, even though he had not made direct contact with her skin. "It's best to cover up any discomfort," he remarked gently. "What is your name, and what would you like to eat later?" Observing her tense demeanor, he spoke with a smile. Her face was quite exquisite, and coupled with her delicate figure and gentle disposition, it evoked a natural desire to treat her with kindness. I am Su Xiao," she stammered, her fingers fidgeting nervously. After a moment's hesitation, as thoughts of food made her swallow involuntarily, she finally managed to whisper her name. She was pushed close to Li Ming by her husband, so near that she could feel the warmth of his breath between his lips and nose as he spoke. This caused Su Xiao's heart to race, and her instinct was to flee. However, recalling that it was her husband who had brought her here, she stubbornly remained in place, perplexed. "Well, I am Li Ming, and for now, consider me your employer. Have you not eaten for a long time?" Li Ming smiled and nodded, observing the woman before him. Though clad in unflattering, baggy black attire, her freshly washed cheeks and head still radiated a certain elegance. He suddenly felt that it would not be a waste of time to indulge in her company, even with many waiting around them. "I have eaten, but never enough. Do you have plenty of food?" Su Xiao bit her lip, and upon hearing his gentle tone, she could not help but exhale in relief, instinctively asking. "Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed," Li Ming replied with a smile. Su Xiao, for reasons she could not fathom, sensed a hint of affection in his tone. She could not resist lifting her gaze to meet his, only to be met with his handsome face. He looked at her tenderly, but shyly diverted his gaze to the ground, as if anticipating something. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Thank you." Su Xiao's voice was barely a whisper. Li Ming chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Observing her petite, charming figure, he felt an urge to playfully pinch her cheek, which alleviated much of the frustration he had been harboring. Indeed, this was a worthwhile encounter. Su Xiao's body tensed as if struck by an electric shock. She instinctively raised her leg, poised to depart in search of her husband. Yet, she abruptly halted, remaining motionless under her husband's gaze. while a smile unfurled on the face of the man before her, who continued to select from the gathered women. Li Ming, oblivious to the turmoil of the woman beside him, completed his arrangements and then turned his attention to the line of women before him, noticing their peculiar expressions. He paid them no mind and casually selected 3 women of average appearance to conclude the matter. Among the crowd, Zhou Cheng silently observed the intimate exchange between his wife and the robust man, particularly the moment when his wife's backside was touched, followed by her shyly lowering her gaze. He stood there in silence. With the selection of women concluded, those chosen were called forth to receive their compensation. Meanwhile, having gathered the anticipated number of women, Li Ming glanced at the other slightly disappointed ones and offered a word of encouragement. Do not be disheartened if you are not selected. I shall return in due time to gather more, and your opportunities shall not diminish. With that, Li Ming waved his hand to disperse the line of women, then picked up the food from the ground, preparing 5 portions and placing them down. Big brother, he called. The 5 selected women approached him in a line, and the first, with a sycophantic smile, greeted him. Li Ming casually handed her a portion of food, saying, with this sustenance, you shall accompany me to work. But rest assured, I will transport you back in the evening. All right, thank you, big brother. Observing the virtuous woman, he promptly expressed his gratitude, warmly accepting the provisions before passing them to her husband. Li Ming, unperturbed, distributed items to the other 3 women, until only Su Xiu remained. Why has your husband come to collect the settlement? He chuckled as he noted her momentary bewilderment, placing the goods into a pre-prepared plastic bag, which he then handed to her. I wish for you to keep these items for my use. Su Xiu pressed her lips together, gazing at the substantial bundle of food before her, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. This large assortment of provisions was precisely what they had yearned for over the past month. Yet, upon its sudden arrival, she found herself lacking the strength to claim it. Accepting it seemed to foreshadow something. Rest assured, working alongside me will certainly ensure you are well fed. Let your husband have this settlement. Otherwise, others might think I am not a man of my word. Li Ming smiled, his gaze shifting to her delicate hands, clasped in uncertainty. With his left hand, he gently grasped one of her hands, pressing the bag of provisions into her palm. Su Xiu stood rigid, her body tense as she felt his unexpected touch. Her mind was a blank slate, yet she sensed his hand tenderly squeezing her palm before relinquishing the bag to her. Instinctively, she clutched the food, raising her gaze to meet his, and noticed a flicker of concern in his eyes, stirring something within her heart. Chapter 74. Uncertain when to return. All right. Hurry and summon your husband to collect the food. Once it reaches my place, there will certainly be no shortage. Li Ming said with a smile as he looked at the charming woman before him. He gently released her hand and gestured towards the location of her husband before moving aside to select a reliable man to serve as a laborer for the villa. Su Xiu watched as Li Ming continued his selection, biting her lip as she stood still for a moment. She then raised her gaze, searching for her husband. Before long, she spotted him amidst the crowd. Their eyes met, and she awkwardly extended the food she held towards him. Zhou Cheng quickly strode over and accepted the attention-grabbing items from his wife's hands, a hint of urgency in his voice as he asked, Didn't I tell you to keep it for yourself? Why are you offering it to me? I mentioned that there would be plenty of food over there. Enough to fill me, so I thought to save some for you so others wouldn't think I was merely making empty promises. Upon hearing her husband's slightly reproachful tone, Su Xiu pressed her lips together, the previous turmoil fading as if she had come to a realization. She spoke softly, Yes, you've worked hard. I'll keep these for now. The 2 ability users inside 1T allow anyone to snatch them away. I should be able to protect them until you return tonight. Zhou Cheng was momentarily taken aback by his wife's calm demeanor. There was a hint of inclination towards the man she had just spoken to in her tone. Yet he quickly suppressed these thoughts. Gripping the food tighter, he responded. Su Xiu fell silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Zhou Cheng glanced at his wife before enveloping her in a brief embrace. Su Xiu exhibited little reaction. Once the embrace concluded, Zhou Cheng turned and departed. It was only after his exit that Su Xiu gently squeezed her fingers, her gaze fixed on his retreating figure until he melded into the throng. Only then did she redirect her attention to the man who had employed her. By the time she conversed with her husband, he had already selected individuals for her. It is you 5, he declared. Let those deemed trustworthy come forward to receive the relocation funds. While a woman may ponder aesthetic considerations, men possess a broader array of choices. Li Ming swiftly identified several candidates who appeared physically capable yet were undoubtedly frail, ultimately selecting them to receive the relocation funds, which consisted merely of some food provisions. In this dire situation, the hungrier and weaker individuals seemed more capable of endurance. Otherwise, those who might betray their spouses would not suffer so acutely from hunger. Such individuals were, relatively speaking, more trustworthy. Perhaps this method of judgment was flawed, Yet Li Ming adhered to his rapid selection process. Those chosen, follow me, he instructed. Those not selected need not fret. Opportunities will arise for you as well. Just wait for provisions. Having concluded this task, Li Ming led the 5 men ahead, with the 5 women trailing behind. He smiled at the crowd whose eyes remained fixated on them and then strode forward with purpose. As he departed, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter, discussing the newly emerged figure and the unfolding events. In the waning month of this apocalyptic reality, this was the sole glimmer of hope for continued survival they had witnessed. Zhou Cheng's gaze was steadfastly fixed upon his wife. He watched, with his own eyes, as she positioned herself closest to Li Ming, a place he had unwittingly pushed her towards. Now, she remained rooted in that spot. He observed her anxious form as she followed the man to the entrance of the dining hall, where he gently placed his arm around her waist. Su Xiu abruptly turned her head, and their eyes locked. In that fleeting moment, a wave of profound regret surged within Zhou Cheng. He did not wish for his wife to accompany this man in his endeavors, yet this thought merely ricocheted within his mind, never manifesting into action. Ultimately, he watched as the last trace of her figure faded from view. With a heavy heart, Zhou Cheng exhaled, feeling a sense of emptiness as he returned to his bed, plopping down onto it. He reached into the plastic bag containing his food and could not resist pulling out a loaf of bread, devouring it absent-mindedly. The bread, generously provided by Li Ming, filled him quickly. Having not eaten in quite some time, he felt uncomfortably full after finishing just one. He took a couple of sips of water, and suddenly, a semblance of strength coursed through him. He lingered on the bed, anxiously awaiting his wife's return, uncertain of when she would come back. As he exited the gathering place, the expansive space transformed into a narrow corridor defined only by a staircase and walls. Several men and women stood at the entrance, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Li Ming smiled at them before instructing the 5 men ahead to descend, leading the 5 women following him downwards. Su Xiu glanced back several times, her eyes filled with a tumult of anxiety and hesitation. Her delicate form moved with a sense of urgency, yet under the pressure of hunger, she continued to follow Li Ming step by step. Li Ming could sense Su Xiu's reluctance, yet he remained indifferent as he oversaw the 5 women and 5 men, all making their way to the ground floor. He understood that they had made the right choice. To be frank, he held a certain admiration for such couples. But that did not mean he was willing to play the fool in the eyes of others, offering them sustenance without receiving anything in return. Firstly, they were hardly acquainted. Not even friends or family. Why should he extend such kindness toward them? Secondly, one act of kindness often invites another. By showing compassion once, he risked establishing a reputation for being soft-hearted, even if he were not truly so. There would inevitably be those who would perceive him as such and seek to exploit his kindness, possibly orchestrating some unpleasant scenario. Even if such actions could not harm him, they would undoubtedly waste his time and energy, which was hardly worthwhile. Moreover, providing them with food, a job for this woman, and overseeing her daily meals was already a considerable gesture, even if it was a common courtesy extended to all. He could have easily chosen not to assist them. Of course, to claim that he harbored no thoughts about this woman would be unequivocally false. Li Ming, feeling pent up and restless, found himself stirred by the presence of a charming and pure-hearted woman. How could he not experience desire? Moreover, he discerned the intentions of Su Xiu's husband. He took the initiative to push her forward and deliberately introduced her in such a manner, implying that he hoped to claim Su Xiu for himself. Perhaps it was a response to the surrounding crisis, perhaps it stemmed from genuine affection, or perhaps there were other motives at play. Yet, he had indeed been presented with her, had he not? He certainly did not mind, although Su Xiu appeared to harbor some apprehension in her heart. Li Ming understood that the ultimate outcome of this affair would depend on their subsequent interactions. Gazing at the married woman before him, a smile crept upon Li Ming's lips. End of chapter 75. Following? As for what to do next, that can be addressed later. Brother, you are taking quite a few people along. Upon reaching the 4th and a half floor, at the corner of the staircase guarded by several individuals, those stationed there greeted Li Ming warmly upon his descent. Initially, he would engage a few people to familiarize them with the tasks at hand. These individuals might not suffice, but they would manage for the time being. With a smile, Li Ming exchanged a few words with them, casually tossing a few cigarettes their way, and then handed the remaining half a box to the leader. I'm leaving now, but let's seize the opportunity to work together in the future. Li Ming waved goodbye to them, taking the individuals he had selected with him, while those who received the cigarettes watched him depart with smiles. As he descended from the upper floor to the ground level, the sunlight outside caused discomfort among the 10 individuals, a consequence of their prolonged lack of sustenance. Not hurrying to leave, Li Ming opened the truck's compartment and retrieved a box of chocolate-flavored compressed biscuits and a bottle of vitamin drink. Each person first consumed 3 compressed biscuit bars and took a sip of water to replenish their nutrients. Later, The 5 of you will each drive a separate vehicle, while I lead the way. Upon arrival, each will enjoy a bowl of hot porridge to cleanse and recover from the journey. And we shall tidy up the litter in the grass and engage in some light tasks. Li Ming addressed them, distributing 3 compressed biscuit bars along with 2 bottles of vitamin water. I have a vehicle. It can comfortably accommodate the 5 of us. The 5 men remained largely silent, merely accepting the food, trembling as they tore open the packaging and devoured it ravenously. Only one among them, before indulging in his meal, spoke up to Li Ming. All right. You can drive them with me. Li Ming took note of the chubby-faced man who spoke, and the latter nodded eagerly, hastening to consume the compressed biscuit bars in his hands. Li Ming was unhurried. He glanced at the 5 women nearby, including Su Xiao, who were also eating heartily. He returned to attach the crowbar outside the truck's driver's side door and then quietly observed them as they ate. The 3 biscuit bars were consumed at a brisk pace, and soon the 5 men finished their meal, taking a sip of water that visibly rejuvenated their spirits. The chubby-faced man who had first spoken went to fetch a vehicle and parked it nearby. The other 4 called out to him and climbed in, turning their gazes toward Li Ming. Let us go as well. You 5 can squeeze into the truck's driver's seat. Li Ming glanced at Su Xiao, who was still diligently finishing her last compressed biscuit bar, waved his hand, and guided the women to the passenger side of the truck, opening the door and helping them inside one by one. Apart from Su Xiao and the graceful, exquisite woman, the other 3 were women of proportionate figures and acceptable beauty. Li Ming instructed 2 of them, along with the elegant woman, to squeeze onto the rear sleeping area. He allowed a slender woman to temporarily occupy the passenger seat. Su Xiao, noticing that her 4 companions had been arranged, hurriedly swallowed the compressed biscuit bar she held in her hand. She intended to climb up next, but was halted by Li Ming's gesture. Finish the remaining biscuits first, and have a sip of water. It will make you more comfortable, Li Ming said with a smile, placing his hand on Su Xiao's shoulder. Su Xiao gazed at the man before her, momentarily lost in thought. After a brief contemplation, she promptly took out the remaining half-pack of compressed biscuits and began to eat. Her lips were quite lovely, and though she did not eat swiftly, fortunately, there was only half a piece left, which she consumed without taking much time. Squeezing 2 people into the passenger seat was inconsequential, as the distance was short, and they would soon disembark. Once Su Xiao finished her snack, Li Ming explained something to her with a smile, then reached out to assist her into the passenger seat. The woman in the passenger seat had already made room, and with Li Ming supporting her from behind, Su Xiao comfortably settled into her seat. With a click, he closed the passenger door, then, with the long sword slung at his waist, turned and made his way to the driver's seat. He started the truck and navigated around the dining hall area, successfully executing a turn towards the Linjiang Villa district. Behind the truck, a 5-passenger car closely followed, with both vehicles proceeding in tandem towards the Linjiang Villa district. In the passenger seat of the truck, Su Xiao grasped the hem of her clothing tightly, her mind replaying the moment when the robust man had lifted her onto the vehicle, his hands firmly supporting her. She instinctively tightened her legs. Since her childhood, her private area had only been touched by her father during a punishment and by her husband on their wedding night. No other man had ever crossed that boundary. Yet today, that intimate space had been casually brushed by this stranger, not once, but twice, with one occasion involving a deliberate squeeze, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Should I regard this as trivial? Su Xiao felt a sense of confusion wash over her as she glanced at the man driving. His name surfaced in her mind, Li Ming. A name as bright as the sun and moon. After a moment, their eyes met, prompting Su Xiao to redirect her gaze to her intertwined fingers, her hands gripping each other tightly. She was truly at a loss, unsure how to navigate the situation. In this tense moment, her thoughts drifted to her caring husband, only to remind herself that it was he who had brought her here. A wave of discouragement washed over her as she recalled the nightmarish scenes at the gathering place, making her shiver involuntarily. Looking again at the man behind the wheel, she wrestled with her emotions for a moment before gradually pushing aside the unsettling memory of being touched. Behind Su Xiao, a woman of refined demeanor and pleasing figure pressed her lips together, subtly leaning against the sidewall. Having witnessed the entire scene of Su Xiao being helped into the truck, Lu Li was acutely aware that the man named Li Ming held an interest in her, yet there lingered an unpleasant scent about her that seemed to repel him. Otherwise, perhaps, Lu Li subtly tightened her legs, realizing that someone had indeed followed her. In the driver's seat, Li Ming glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed a car trailing behind him, lingering behind the 5 men in their vehicle. He couldn't help but squint, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint smile. After a moment's contemplation, he opened the zipper of the bag beside him, retrieving a pack of thumbtacks. With a casual flick, he tossed a few out the window as if discarding refuse. Su Xiao, with her hands tightly clasped, was evidently oblivious to this act, while the woman assigned to the farthest seat from him caught a glimpse, but quickly diverted her gaze, perhaps deeming it mere litter. The thumbtacks clattered onto the roadside, soon coming to rest behind a truck as the car continued on without a care. After a brief pause, one of the thumbtacks unexpectedly rolled into the center of the road. Chapter 76. The journey to the Villa District on the expansive road. A car approached just as it rolled over the thumbtack, resulting in a punctured tire that propelled the thumbtack outward. With a sharp hiss, the vehicle barely moved a few paces before deflating, forcing the driver to slam on the brakes and hastily exit the vehicle. He turned back, exclaiming, "Monkey brother, the tire has burst. How could you have driven the car to such a state, causing a flat tire?" Two men emerged from the back seat, one of whom, a rather short individual, unleashed a torrent of curses, while the driver lowered his head, afraid to respond. "Forget it, let's head back. Even if we find the car, we won't make it in time. What terrible luck." The short man continued to grumble but refrained from physical confrontation. After hurling a few more insults and casting a glance at the vehicle gradually disappearing from sight, he turned and said, "Let us return and report to the boss. I hope his men don't lose track tomorrow. Truly unfortunate." The two lackeys exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, a truck transporting a car traveled along the road, slowly approaching a villa district near the riverbank. They were instructed to wait outside for a moment. In the midst of their astonishment, Li Ming swiftly climbed to the rooftop of a nearby building, retrieving binoculars from his backpack to survey the surroundings. The desolate street bore no signs of life, nor any passing vehicles. After waiting atop the roof for a while and confirming that no cars were approaching, a smile crept onto his lips. Satisfied, he lowered the binoculars and descended from the rooftop gracefully. Li Ming opened the barrier at the villa district entrance, allowing the vehicle to proceed. He then returned to lower the barrier and drove them to a stop outside Villa number 3, parking the car securely. "Everyone, please disembark. Inside, there are 5 sets of work uniforms. Shortly, each person will receive one. The women should begin preparing porridge, ensuring it is thickened, while the men can don their clothes and head out to clear the weeds from the villa's courtyard." Li Ming directed the group to alight from the vehicle, seemingly oblivious to their astonishment at his agility. Once inside the villa, he methodically retrieved the prepared items for them to change into and commenced assigning tasks. Considering their prolonged hunger and lack of strength, he instructed the men to focus on clearing the weeds in the courtyard first. Fortunately, the courtyard had been left unpaved for planting flowers and grass. Aside from the pathways, the rest of the area consisted of soil suitable for cultivation, which alleviated potential difficulties. Meanwhile, the 5 women were tasked by Li Ming with washing pots and cooking porridge. He planned to allow the men brief rests to sip the porridge and regain their energy before continuing their labor, perfectly timed for breakfast. Li Ming had previously set aside rice sufficient for their meal. "You are Chen Chong, correct? Lead everyone in completing the tasks effectively, and report to me if anyone experiences any issues with their health." Li Ming summoned the man who had voluntarily offered his car earlier, appointing him as a temporary supervisor for this small team. "Understood, big brother." Chen Chong, the stout-faced man, replied eagerly. Observing this, Li Ming provided each of them with rudimentary tools and then glanced at the 5 women bustling about. After a moment of contemplation, he caught Su Xiu's eye and gestured for her to come over. Upon realizing that Li Ming had called her to step outside, Su Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but then recollected something, tightening her grip, and slowly lowered her head as she walked out amidst the gazes of the other women. "I have some matters to attend to, and your temporary objective today is to clear away all the flowers and plants here, creating a clean expanse of land. When I return, I shall assess your progress." With that, Li Ming tossed out his directive, while the 5 men observed with intent as the blushing Su Xiu approached the truck. "Get in," Li Ming commanded, opening the passenger door and glancing at the silent woman who had followed him. Turning his gaze back, he spoke again. Su Xiu pressed her lips together, uncertain, and climbed aboard. Li Ming offered her a gentle assist, causing her to stiffen momentarily before she settled into the passenger seat in silence. With a firm thud, the passenger door was closed. Li Ming returned to the driver's seat and restarted the vehicle. As he maneuvered the car around a bend, it vanished from sight behind the left 3 villa, leaving the onlookers from the right 3 villa behind. "Stop dawdling. Get to work. We must clear this land of all its grass before our elder brother returns," instructed the stout-faced man, Chen Chang, who had been watching Li Ming's car depart. His expression shifted to a more serious demeanor as he continued, "Brothers, do not take offense. That older brother tasked me with overseeing you, and I must take responsibility. If you desire your meals, work diligently and do not complicate my efforts." The other 4 men silently absorbed Chen Chang's words. Once he finished speaking, they each grasped a shovel or sickle and began to clear the flowers and plants from the area. The sustenance consumed before their departure had granted them some strength, And now, their task of clearing the foliage was well within their capabilities. Shin Chang surveyed the obedient individuals surrounding him, nodding in satisfaction. He then erupted into laughter, jesting with the three women, who bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, inside the villa. With a squint of his eyes, he seized a shovel and immersed himself in labor. Once a foreman, he possessed a wealth of knowledge on how to command his subordinates. Now, feeling he had a firm grasp on the situation, he contemplated how to curry favor with the new leader while casting a subtle glance at a man within the group. After a moment's reflection, he chose silence and continued with his work. Only when recalling Li Ming's agile figure did a flicker of intrigue cross his gaze. The truck hummed as it traversed the 200 meters, coming to a halt before the villa. Li Ming turned to glance at Su Xiao, who had remained silent in the passenger seat, a smile gracing his lips before he alighted from the vehicle. He approached the passenger door, pulling it open, and looked at Su Xiao, who, with her lips pressed together and body tense, disembarked from the seat. As Li Ming watched her stand beside him, he closed the door with a gentle motion and waved her to follow him towards the back of the truck. Su Xiao, interpreting his gesture, hesitated, refraining from entering the villa, as a dreadful thought began to surface in her mind. Her delicate hands, intertwined, showed signs of pallor from the pressure. It was not until Li Ming had taken a few steps that she managed to follow, finally standing behind the truck, taking deep breaths as she awaited the man's instructions. "You may have to exert yourself shortly," he remarked. "We have a truck full of items, and it will only be the two of us, along with an Andy, assisting with the lifting. It might be a bit strenuous, but you can have lunch here afterward." Chapter 77, Gratitude to Li Ming. Li Ming opened the car door, revealing a vehicle filled with various items. He nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Su Xiao, smiling as he spoke to her. Su Xiao, who had mentally prepared herself for a decisive leap, was momentarily taken aback by his words. She glanced at the contents of the car, and only upon locking eyes with him did she realize the situation. It was not merely for outdoor charging. They were indeed about to engage in work. "Ah, very well. It matters not. I am unafraid of hardship." Su Xiao suddenly sensed that she might have misunderstood something, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hurriedly whispered an explanation. However, a peculiar feeling stirred within her. Externally, she appeared delicate and charming, yet internally, she harbored a certain pride. Otherwise, she would not have remained single before marrying her husband. Even in matters of intimacy, it was her husband who needed to discern her preferences before she would willingly change positions. Her husband adored her deeply, much like her affection for him, resulting in their 2 years of marriage adhering to the most traditional of practices. Of course, she did not possess insatiable desires. She was content with her husband's satisfaction. Yet, she had not anticipated that this man, who seemed interested in her, had brought her from the workers' villa not with ulterior motives. This revelation astonished her, but simultaneously, it alleviated her earlier tension, allowing her heart to relax from the tightness it had held upon entering. As Su Xiao was lost in her thoughts, the grand gate of the villa finally swung open. Dressed in simple attire, Lu Fang arrived with Yinin. She intended to say something but was momentarily taken aback upon seeing a petite and charming woman standing beside Li Ming. A smile soon graced her face. "Li Ming has returned, bringing so many things. Yinin, dear, why don't you go inside and play for a while? Grandma will help uncle with the heavy lifting." As she spoke, Lu Fang ushered her granddaughter back into the villa and then approached, her gaze shifting to the woman beside Li Ming. Lily and Zhang Yuan are resting. They were busy this morning sorting and recording seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides. They haven't been feeling well due to their menstrual cycle. "Very well, let them rest. I hadn't planned on making them work anyway. By the way, Auntie, this is Su Xiao. I brought her from that gathering place. Besides her, there are a few others working in Right 3 Villa. I thought we could unload the items in the truck ourselves, so I brought her along." Upon seeing Lu Fang's demeanor, Li Ming nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to introduce Su Xiao before he began unloading the supplies from the truck. "Please organize the items, keep the hardware together, and categorize the other household items. It will be easier to find them when needed." As he carried some heavy hardware components down, Li Ming turned to Lu Fang and said this before continuing on his way. After he left, Lu Fang glanced at Su Xiao, noticing her somewhat awkward expression, and promptly smiled, saying, "Your name is Su Xiao, right? I am Lu Fang. Why don't we start by moving those lighter daily necessities inside?" "Ah, very well." And Lu Fang. Su Xiao readily replied, her initial anxiety about arriving at an unfamiliar place easing upon encountering the amiable-looking aunt. She promptly offered her assistance. As she picked up the items, Su Xiao furrowed her brow slightly. Although the objects were light, her prolonged lack of nourishment rendered them somewhat burdensome in her hands. Nevertheless, she persevered, carrying the items alongside Lu Fang into the villa. Upon reaching the second floor with a few daily necessities, they found Li Ming already prepared, ready to assist. Seeing the load in their arms, he casually took the items from Su Xiu's grasp. She felt a sudden lightness as he placed them in the storage room, momentarily dazed. Just as she intended to turn back to continue her task, she heard the man's voice. "Auntie, there's still porridge in the pot. Please serve her a bowl and boil an egg for her to eat. She has likely been starving for days and must be feeling weak. Let her have something warm before resting. Let's continue moving for now." Li Ming's voice fluctuated with the distance. Su Xiu hesitated, wanting to decline. But her physical weakness rendered her unable to protest. With a hint of embarrassment, she followed Lu Fang to the kitchen, where they warmed the leftover porridge and boiled an egg for her to eat. Having just consumed a considerable amount of compressed biscuits, she indeed had a fair share of sustenance within her, albeit of the fast food variety, which lacked the digestibility of congee. Thus, she relished a warm bowl of congee, finishing it entirely, and subsequently peeled and devoured a boiled egg. Feeling an overwhelming sense of drowsiness, she succumbed to the urge and lay down on the sofa for a respite. "Auntie, please prepare enough provisions for 9 people. I intend to take them to the workers I recruited at noon," she instructed. Li Ming transported some hardware components and, noticing Su Xiu asleep, spoke softly to Lu Fang. "As long as they can have their fill." Lu Fang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to prepare, while Li Ming continued unloading items. It was not until 11:30 that he completed his task. After washing off the dust and perspiration in the restroom and changing his attire, he stepped outside to find Qinli and Zhang Yuan had also awakened and were in the living room on the 2nd floor, observing the sleeping Su Xiu. Upon his arrival, Zhang Yuan could not contain her curiosity and inquired, "Darling, who is she? Didn't I mention I was looking for workers? Today, I recruited 10 individuals, 5 men and 5 women, and she is one of them. Her name is Su Xiu. I took her in out of compassion," Li Ming explained. Seeing that they still appeared fatigued, he advised them to rest well. Once Annie had prepared lunch, Su Xiu could join them. He then loaded the provisions Lu Fang had prepared onto a patrol vehicle, readied his weapons, and drove towards the villa. When she arrived, she carried 2 packs of toilet paper upstairs. Upon reaching the top, her body trembled with cold. Li Ming asked me to prepare a bowl of warm porridge for her and boil an egg. She ate with great seriousness, clearly starved. After washing the rice, Lu Fang approached with the bowl of rice and, noticing Zhang Yuan and Qinli scrutinizing the woman still asleep on the sofa, could not help but interject. "I suspect those people are so hungry they lack strength. I wonder how they would survive if Li Ming and Ti invited them to work for food." Upon hearing Lu Fang's words, Zhang Yuan and Qinli exchanged glances, their lips pursed. They then rose slowly to assist Lu Fang in washing the vegetables. As they worked, the slight discomfort in their hearts gradually dissipated. This woman, so uniquely sprawled on the sofa, made them realize Li Ming's intentions were clear. Initially, they felt uneasy about him casually bringing a woman home, but reflecting on the dire circumstances of their world allowed them to find a sense of calm. Perhaps they were living in paradise, supported by the pillar of that paradise, Li Ming. With this thought, Zhang Yuan and Qinli pressed their lips together, contemplating the discomfort of their monthly cycle. Reminded of the peculiar practices they had encountered before, a sense of reassurance washed over them. As long as their husband embraced them each night, that was sufficient. Zhang Yuan mused, and with this thought, the last remnants of her unease vanished completely. Li Ming was willing to provide for her entire family. Living in such stability was already a great blessing. Qinli reflected similarly, her face breaking into a smile. End of chapter. Chapter 78. Vigilance. Qinli contemplated as she swiftly finished selecting vegetables with Zhang Yuan. She accepted the water her daughter poured for them and settled onto another sofa with Zhang Yuan, awaiting the completion of lunch and the return of Li Ming. With her aunt visiting, it was indeed pleasant to have a woman attending to Li Ming. Buzzing, the patrol car traversed the road, and before long, it arrived at the vicinity of the right-side villa from the left-6 villa. As he approached, he refrained from entering directly, opting instead to observe the surroundings. He noticed 5 men and 4 women diligently weeding in the yard. Half of the 1-acre villa garden had already been cleared by them. Utilizing his telekinetic powers, he scanned the area and, confirming the absence of danger, Li Ming parked his car outside the right-side villa. The sound of the vehicle attracted the attention of those in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Ming alight from the car, expressions of surprise flickered in their eyes, accompanied by a sense of relief. "All right, everyone take a breather, wash off the sweat. Let's prepare lunch first, and after eating, we can rest before continuing our work." Noticing the gaze of the crowd upon him, Li Ming waved his hand. "Chen Chang, take them in and bring the food into the villa. The women can tidy up the pots and pans in preparation for cooking, while the men handle the vegetables. Once everyone has cleaned up and cooled off, we shall commence with the meal. After dining, each person may rest for 2 hours before resuming work. All right, brothers, follow me to transport the items." Upon hearing Li Ming's words, Chen Chang responded loudly and then waved his hand, leading 4 men into the vehicle to begin moving items. noticing tin towels in the car. He immediately turned to Li Ming. These towels are to be distributed to everyone for wiping sweat. Li Ming gestured dismissively, and Chen Chang cheerfully agreed, taking the towels to distribute them one by one. By the time the four men finished carrying all the items, he had also completed his task. Hurry and wash up, Li Ming urged. Seeing Chen Chang approach, drenched in sweat, Li Ming waved him off, encouraging him to clean himself. Alone in the villa's courtyard, he surveyed the area. Glancing at the freshly cleared ground, there were few remnants of grass roots, indicating a thorough weeding had taken place. Only in certain spots were there traces of roots. But a round of pesticide application should suffice. This acre of land, once planted with vegetables, would yield a substantial harvest. However, watering was essential for cultivation. Fortunately, the proximity to Huajiang was advantageous. He needed to gather information regarding the situation within the gathering place. Li Ming cast a glance around, noting the vast expanse of the villa district. Yet, if he could rally the inhabitants of that gathering place to collaborate in construction, it would not be overly challenging. Imagining a pastoral scene with 16 villas standing amidst defensive structures, augmented by various auxiliary living facilities, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Only with these preparations could he fully devote himself to enhancing his own capabilities, allowing him to devise a means to return home. However, the thought of the gathering place made him frown. He had sensed something amiss when he noticed a vehicle trailing him upon his departure, indicating that the gathering place was far from ordinary. It is a rather straightforward principle. He blatantly announced his intention to lead individuals to the Linjiang Villa area. So why the need for surveillance? The proximity of their following was so close that it fell within the range of his telekinetic awareness. If they wished to explore, they could simply consult an offline map. Instead, they insisted on trailing him in a vehicle as he departed, which is less a matter of surveillance and more a display of intimidation. It is evident that those in power aim to gauge his capabilities. But for what purpose? Surely, it is not with the intent of fostering friendship after understanding his circumstances. Otherwise, how could such a gathering of armed individuals exist? This is why Li Ming resorted to using thumbtacks to puncture their tires, a minor act, yet sufficient to dampen their spirit. The arrival of these individuals did not lead them to the area he initially intended to develop, known as Left 6, but rather to Right 3. As for the pre-prepared work attire and provisions, he had intentionally left some food in each villa. The work attire was merely coincidental, as it belonged to that villa and had not been disturbed. Perhaps this would not entirely thwart their probing efforts, but it could serve to delay them. Regardless, given their insincerity, he could not afford to remain passive. It was imperative to assess the situation within their gathering place. For instance, what formidable forces or firearms might be present? The mere thought of firearms caused Li Ming's eyes to narrow. The city he resides in is merely a small county under a developed province. Although this small county is wealthier than the city of his hometown, it remains just a small county. He harbors doubts about the presence of firearms within its confines. Even if they do exist, it is more likely they are privately concealed. Nonetheless, it still poses a latent danger. Currently, the range of my telekinetic abilities is limited to a mere 100 meters, a distance that prompts contemplation. Li Ming pondered that he ought to practice the technique of shooting steel nails more diligently. While the destructive capability of steel nails may be limited, it suffices to deal with humans. As he traversed from the garden to the villa, Li Ming observed the empty hall and realized that everyone was engaged in their ablutions. Contemplating how to broach the subject, he waited patiently in the villa until they completed their grooming and began preparing the meal. While watching the men select vegetables, he engaged them in conversation. Once the vegetables were ready, the women tidied up the pots and dishes and commenced cooking. Brother Ming, where is Xiuxiu? Why has Tishi come over? During the meal, Luli approached Li Ming, her hair styled in a bun, and inquired with a smile. Xiuxiu? She was too exhausted and fell asleep at my place. I'll bring her over once she awakens, so she can return with you all, Li Ming replied, casting a glance at the woman, aware that those around him would be attentive to his words. He smiled as he spoke. Too tired? Asleep? The expressions on the faces of the others conveyed understanding. Luli cautiously glanced at Li Ming, noticing that his gaze had shifted away from her, and quietly pursed her lips before returning to assist others in the kitchen. Li Ming and several men were engaged in casual conversation, vaguely exchanging information about gathering spots. However, the topics were far from significant, revolving instead around discussions of which women were flirtatious, which were beautiful, and which were alluring. Brother Ming, that Luli rarely trades for food. You just happen to catch her on a good day. She's quite attractive and doesn't lack admirers, so unless she's extremely hungry, she generally wouldn't bother with food exchanges. During this exchange, Chen Chang felt a stir in his heart and remarked to Li Ming, "Oh, is that so? All right, thanks." "Brother," Li Ming responded with a raised eyebrow and a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Chang quickly waved his hands, insisting it was nothing. while his gaze discreetly scanned the group, landing on an individual who appeared somewhat hesitant. End of chapter. Chapter 79. Gaining clarity. Li Ming, oblivious to these subtleties, continued waiting until the aroma of the nearly finished meal wafted through the air. Noticing several individuals salivating, he chuckled and patted Qin Chang on the shoulder, prompting him to step forward and inquire, "Brother Ming, what is the matter?" Qin Chang appeared somewhat anxious as he was directly questioned by Li Ming. "Oh, it's nothing much. Just curious. I noticed many people from your area seem quite spirited. They don't look like they're starving like you all. Moreover, I'm recruiting people who can provide food, yet not a single one has shown up. Why is that?" Li Ming said with a smile, gesturing for Qin Chang to relax, then followed up with a look of confusion. Those individuals, are the subordinates of Brother Zhuang and Brother Ho. Usually, they wield weapons, oversee cooking, distribute food, and play a role in maintaining order. Should anyone attempt theft or bully others, they will intervene. Otherwise, they simply guard the entrance and relay messages. Upon hearing Li Ming's inquiry, Qin Chang instinctively exhaled in relief, then hastily replied, pausing for a moment before adding, "It is said that when brothers Zhuang and Ho initially seized the territory, it was these individuals who lent their assistance, primarily serving as security. Thus, they are now well-fed and cared for, with their gathering being the most abundant in provisions." "Oh, Brother Ho, Brother Zhuang, care to introduce them?" Li Ming arched an eyebrow, then smiled. "Well, how shall I put this, Brother Ming? You must be aware of the existence of those with extraordinary abilities, correct?" Qin Chang scratched his head, uncertain of how to convey the information convincingly. He decided to speak plainly. "Brother Ming, I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept, especially for us ordinary individuals devoid of such powers, but given that zombies now roam this world, it seems only natural for individuals like the diminutive monkey and Qin Zhuang to possess extraordinary abilities as well." Having finished his explanation, Qin Chang noticed Li Ming silently observing him, prompting him to furrow his brow and continue. "I have witnessed Brother Zhuang emanating a gleaming sheen akin to gold and iron. Even when someone struck a cleaver against him, not a single scratch marred his skin. The diminutive monkey possesses an astonishing speed, surpassing even that of former world champions, and continues to accelerate. When a person attempts to dash past, they vanish like a mere shadow in an instant. It is said that Qin Zhuang's ability is of a defensive nature, whereas the monkey's is focused on speed. The successful conquest of the cafeteria, from which we derive our sustenance, was primarily due to their efforts, while others merely assisted by moving items." Qin Chang glanced at Li Ming, unable to suppress his urge to add, "Although it seems somewhat unbelievable, I assure you that what I am saying is true. There are indeed individuals with extraordinary abilities." "Indeed. I am aware," Li Ming replied, smiling as he regarded Qin Chang, "for I am one of them. Brother Ming, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Qin Chang's smile faltered slightly, his demeanor shifting as he decisively stated, "Chao Li from our team is actually an underling of the diminutive monkey. When we return, he will undoubtedly report on the situation here. The monkey is both brutal and cunning, relishing in the presence of others even when orchestrating schemes against his sister-in-law's cousin. In moments of rage, he has even resorted to taking lives." Qin Chang's eyes flickered with concern at the thought of the monkey's violent past. Yet he remained resolute as he continued, "I refrained from mentioning this earlier for fear that if I exposed him, he would surely retaliate against me upon our return. I apologize, Brother Yang." A sheen of sweat appeared on Qin Chang's forehead as he stiffly regarded Li Ming ahead of him. Only those who have witnessed the stark disparity between the abilities of extraordinary individuals and ordinary people can truly comprehend how effortlessly these powers can be wielded against the latter. Whether it is the swiftness of the short monkey, which cannot be matched, or the fact that cold weapons are utterly incapable of breaching defenses against Qin Zhuang, these forces are beyond human resistance. Coupled with a throng of subordinates, they find themselves compelled to submit to the overwhelming might before them. It is reminiscent of the security guard who was brutally slain by Brother Zhuang, unarmed and helpless. As this thought crossed Qin Chang's mind, his pupils constricted, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Upon hearing Qin Chang's words, Li Ming furrowed his brow and instinctively rubbed his fingers together. The realization that this gathering indeed harbored supernatural beings was startling. As for the presence of others among the recruits, that did not surprise him. After all, this was not a spy thriller where one could dictate who might join. A mere ordinary person cannot stir the waters of fate. Contemplating the existence of these extraordinary individuals stirred a tempest within him. Observing the perspiring Qin Chang before him, Li Ming gently patted his shoulder. "I understand your actions. By speaking up, you demonstrate your sincerity in confiding with me. Rest assured, I will not hold it against you. They will still be under your command. Now, please enlighten me about the short monkey and Qin Zhuang." Li Ming's tone remained calm as Qin Chang hurriedly detailed the situation. With a clearer understanding, Li Ming was interrupted by the call for dinner from within the villa, prompting him to return. Brother Ming, are you dining with us? Upon entering the villa, a spread of porridge and dishes awaited on the table, while several individuals, having cleaned themselves thoroughly, were salivating in anticipation, yet none dared to touch the food. It was only when Li Ming entered that a woman, impeccably clean and possessing an air of grace, eagerly approached him with a warm inquiry. Her demeanor was consistently cordial. I shall not partake. You may enjoy your meal. After you finish, rest early. I shall return later, Li Ming said with a smile, gesturing dismissively as he exited the villa. Upon reaching the courtyard, he gazed at the sun overhead, unable to suppress a frown, despite his earlier demeanor of ease and nonchalance. His heart was taut with tension. He had previously pondered whether there might be extraordinary individuals within that gathering, and to his astonishment, he had now identified two distinct abilities present in that very place. Chen Zhuang, the short one, served as the leader, while the other was his deputy, one possessing formidable defensive capabilities, the other endowed with enhanced speed. Li Ming squinted, his mind racing with strategies on how to confront these two extraordinary beings. Yet, recalling Chen Chang's description, he frowned once more, acutely aware of the challenges posed by these abilities. A fast individual can elude the gaze of an ordinary person, while a heavily fortified one is impervious to even the sharpest blade. Evaluating their singular capabilities, each of them appeared superior to him. However, the short one struggled to lift objects weighing 200 pounds, whereas Li Ming, having recently surpassed his own limits, could effortlessly maneuver 400 pounds up and down 5 flights of stairs. Although Chen Zhuang's defenses were formidable, he was slightly slower than the average person. As long as Li Ming avoided a direct confrontation, overcoming these two should not prove insurmountable, especially with telekinesis at his disposal, granting him ample operational latitude. Nonetheless, the situation remained precarious. They were extraordinary beings. If he could not eliminate them swiftly, the danger could escalate significantly. After achieving a minor success. End of chapter. Chapter 80. The Unbearable. Reflecting on the 20 times he had increased the proficiency of his thrusting skill, Li Ming narrowed his eyes, resolving to break through his current limitations during this period. However, he mused that acquiring another skill at the minor success level might expedite his progress. As this thought crossed his mind, he intended to return and experiment with incorporating the legendary backhand spear into his skill repertoire. Just then, he noticed a graceful woman emerging from the villa. Brother Ming, let me see you off, Luli called out with a gentle smile, having adjusted her hair as she hurried after him. Her voice exuded warmth. She had her hair elegantly styled in a bun, with loose strands cascading at the back, and donned a light-colored short dress that revealed a hint of her calves and knees, embodying the essence of grace, akin to a gentle, neighborly sister standing at the villa's entrance. Having presumably just emerged from a shower, the unpleasant scent of heather that had lingered on her faded, and under the sunlight, the hem of her dress cast a shadow over her skin just above her knees, highlighting the fair complexion around her neck. Li Ming felt a surge of pent-up frustration that threatened to erupt. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing her, but after his recent conversation with Chen Chang, a restlessness stirred within him, compounded by a more primal urge. Now, he found himself questioning his restraint. Why should he hold back? But wait. Was there truly a need for him to feel any compassion towards her? To Su Xiao, it was evident that she was a strikingly beautiful woman, accustomed to being pampered and adored. Although he harbored desires, he chose to exercise restraint, allowing her time to acclimate. He anticipated that when the moment was right, she would willingly accept his affection, while also administering a lesson to correct her recent behavior. However, this woman, with an insatiable curiosity, Li Ming could not help but beckon her. Upon noticing his gesture, Luli hurried over with a gentle smile, approaching him with an air of obedience. Standing merely 10 centimeters away from him, her demure face fixed intently upon Li Ming. Your name is Luli, correct? I have a question for you. Could you enlighten me about the situation at the gathering place? What can you tell me about those armed individuals and the ones overseeing the area? The more detailed, the better. Observing Luli's proximity, Li Ming quickly placed his hand to prevent her from drawing closer and spoke earnestly. Brother Ming, you wish to know about that? The men are primarily there to patrol, with Chen Zhuang and the short monkey being the main figures. Luli's legs trembled slightly under Li Ming's touch, but she steadied herself and patiently responded, walking towards the patrol car as she spoke, inhaling deeply as she neared the vehicle, quickly placing her hands on the frame for support. Although fast food lacks the finesse of a meticulously prepared meal, it can indeed be quite filling at times. After finishing the meal, Li Ming felt a significant reduction in his previously pent-up frustration, his demeanor softening considerably. Let us head back, wash up, and have dinner. They must be waiting anxiously for us. Li Ming, with a calm demeanor and a gentle smile, addressed the virtuous woman before him before departing in his patrol car. Luli nodded, watching the man drive away, and silently wiped her eyes. She turned back towards the villa, and upon entering the hall, she noticed that the meal remained untouched, with everyone waiting patiently, enduring their hunger for her return. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Luli hurried to the restroom. Upon her return, she repeatedly apologized for the delay in their meal and took a seat to begin eating. As she dined, Luli's mind was somewhat tumultuous. She pondered why Li Ming had left so abruptly. Had her advances been in vain? Meanwhile, Qin Chang, while reassuring everyone that there was no rush, devoured his food heartily. Unable to suppress his thoughts, just as he had finally lulled Su Xiu to sleep, he was now indulging in a fast meal. Indeed, those with extraordinary abilities were anything but ordinary. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Chang couldn't help but cast a furtive glance at Chao Li, causing him to eat with even greater fervor. After all, he too had his own connections. At the villa, Li Ming parked his patrol car at the entrance and stepped out with purpose. Su Xiu, who had been awake and waiting at the door, quickly approached to open it for him. "Brother Ming, you're back," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Initially summoned to work, she had unexpectedly fallen asleep before even beginning her tasks, drifting off into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she felt a bit dazed and instinctively sought her husband, almost asking, "Where is my husband?" Sitting on the sofa, she stared at the two discontented women beside her for a moment, then gradually came to realize the gravity of their situation. The world had ended, and she and her husband were on the brink of starvation. In a desperate bid for survival and to shield her from the degradation imposed by numerous men, her husband removed the disguise that marred her face and relinquished her to a man named Li Ming. This place is his villa. She has now departed from her own home, arriving at the abode of this unfamiliar man. Reflecting on the events, Su Xiu, having awakened, glanced at the sun outside and, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, stood up from the sofa, repeatedly apologizing to the two women beside her. To her surprise, their demeanor was quite amiable. They not only refrained from demanding excessive apologies but also kindly offered her some sweet water to drink, engaging her in light conversation about familial matters. After a while, upon learning that they were physically unable to move about easily, Su Xiu took the initiative to wait outside for Li Ming's return to open the villa door for him. As she waited, when she finally spotted Li Ming approaching, she hurried over to greet him. Yet, having had little interaction with him, she felt awkward calling out to a stranger as brother. However, considering the assistance he had provided, she hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to address him. Although she felt a bit shy, uttering the term brought her a sense of relief. "Is lunch ready?" Li Ming inquired, nodding at the woman calmly. "It's ready. The ladies are just warming up the dishes, waiting for you to join us," Su Xiu replied promptly. And as Li Ming approached, she rushed to close the door behind him, following in his footsteps as she added, "Well then, come and dine with us." Li Ming responded softly, his thoughts still lingering on the matters of the gathering place, as he ascended to the second floor with the woman who followed closely beside him. Just then, Lu Fang entered with a pot of fish soup. "Li Ming is back. I went to reheat the soup, just finished warming it up. Please, take a seat." Upon noticing Li Ming's gaze, Lu Fang quickly smiled and spoke. Li Ming nodded and guided Su Xiu to sit at the table. "Husband, how is it outside?" Zhang Yuan inquired as she settled beside Li Ming, resting her head on his shoulder. Aware that he had been out on errands that morning, she spoke softly. "Quite well. Though they are ravenous, lacking energy and spirit. After a couple of days of hearty meals and some light work to recuperate, they should be fine. Nevertheless, the area around the villa will definitely be cleared today," Li Ming replied, gently caressing Zhang Yuan's leg. He then turned to Su Xiu and asked, "Su Xiu, could you share with me the situation at the gathering place? For instance, the two individuals in charge?" "Ah, certainly. One is named Qin Zhuang, and the other is called Ai Ho. They are the head and deputy overseeing the gathering place. By the way, both possess superpowers. Qin Zhuang's skin can become as hard as iron, while Ai Ho moves so swiftly that one's eyes can hardly keep up with him." Su Xiu, having just entered, was pulled to sit beside Li Ming by Lu Fang, still grappling with the awkwardness of her position as the mistress of the house. She quickly turned to respond upon hearing Li Ming's question. As I pondered the response, a sense of confusion washed over me. Being a worker, I realized it was my duty to comply with the boss's directives, to refrain from overthinking, which eased my mind considerably. I began to reflect intently on the matters concerning the two managers. Having listened to the words of Qin Chang and Lu Li, Li Ming found himself with a vague recollection of this gathering place. However, when it comes to purchasing, one must always compare options. This is even more crucial for significant matters such as these. Gathering diverse perspectives would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Chapter 81. A counterattack, accelerating the pace as Su Xiu spoke. Li Ming did not rush to commence the meal. Zhang Yuan, leaning against him, also listened attentively. Her discomfort lingered, a result of her monthly cycle. In the past, she would have casually rested her legs upon Li Ming's lap while dining, but her current state left her feeling quite unwell. forcing her to remain seated and allow him to extend his hand on his own. As she was gently massaged, her eyes fluttered shut, her delicate, pale toes curling one after another. Su Xiu spoke with great detail, mirroring her own disposition. Initially indifferent, Zhang Yuan found herself unable to resist listening intently as time passed. Her complexion paling further, tightening her embrace around Li Ming's arm. Even Chen Li, who had been tending to the children first, couldn't help but press her lips together in concern. She quickly served a portion of food for Yin, urging her mother to take her to the room to eat. After 20 minutes, Su Xiu poured forth all that she knew, and with it, much of the pressure that had weighed on her heart dissipated. However, after speaking, Su Xiu suddenly realized that she had disclosed so much about them to a stranger. What if they found out? Su Xiu's complexion turned pale at the thought. Upon noticing her expression, Li Ming chuckled softly. "Ah, I understand now. Thank you for sharing. I did not expect there to be so many extraordinary individuals besides myself. Besides you, there are so many extraordinary individuals? Ah, you are one of them?" Su Xiu was momentarily taken aback, her face reflecting astonishment. Yet, observing the two women's calm demeanor and recalling Li Ming's agile ascent up several floors, she could not help but believe a little. Moreover, considering Li Ming's actions when he went to the gathering place, how could he have ventured there alone without some form of support? With these thoughts, Su Xiu relaxed somewhat, the pallor on her face fading considerably. "All right, let us eat quickly. The food will get cold." Li Ming waved his hand, refraining from answering Su Xiu's question. Yet this only solidified her conviction as her gaze frequently scrutinized him. Li Ming, in his mind, synthesized what Su Xiu had said with the accounts from Chun Chang and Lu Li, excluding their subjective biases, and formed a rough impression. However, this was merely a superficial understanding. Li Ming could not regard these impressions as definitive measures of their capabilities, but rather as a basis for judgment. What remained paramount was to enhance his own strength. With this thought, Li Ming swiftly devoured his meal, finishing lunch in no time. After dinner, Zhang Yuan and Chen Li each returned to their rooms to continue resting. Li Ming advised Su Xiu to take a moment to digest her meal before allowing her to rest, as there were no urgent tasks at hand. He wanted her to recuperate, so that when the time came for some affection in a couple of days, she would be able to fully enjoy it. Otherwise, poor health would diminish the experience. Once he had arranged everything, he took his gun and began to practice the return shot technique. Su Xiu, feeling somewhat lost on the sofa, pondered the situation. Even without the implicit expectations of a partner, she was there to work. Yet she found herself merely being taken care of. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to the fatigue that followed the brief replenishment of energy. Yawning, she recalled that Minggu had said it was perfectly acceptable for her to sleep, and so she surrendered to slumber. Her live form lay in the unfamiliar environment, enveloped by a peculiar allure. In the expansive hall of the villa, even with Li Ming practicing his return shot, there was ample space. With his experience in swordplay and a foundation in various martial arts, coupled with the knowledge he had gleaned from watching videos on the return shot technique, as well as the strength he felt coursing through him, Li Ming attempted the maneuver. He stood firm, twisting his waist and hips with vigor, directing the long gun with the swiftness of his motion to thrust forcefully backward. Whoosh! The long gun, propelled by the strength of his swordplay, lunged sharply behind him. A smile graced Li Ming's lips. The shot was indeed taking form. He continued to practice, executing several more shots until he gradually found his rhythm before finally retracting his weapon to reflect on his performance. The purpose of wielding a sword ultimately lies in the weapon at hand, whereas the reverse spear thrust is distinctly different. Therefore, one cannot solely rely on the force of the sword thrust. Perhaps it would be prudent to attempt a fusion of the piercing thrust and the reverse spear technique, using the sword thrust as a foundation while integrating the penetrating power of the spear. As Li Ming contemplated this, he could not help but enthusiastically practice repeatedly in the living room. In order to transcend the minor accomplishments of his current skills and elevate them to the next level, it was imperative to enhance his physical strength further. The only technique that came to mind, which could be deemed widely renowned, was the reverse spear thrust. Other martial arts techniques eluded him for the moment, as he was not familiar with them. His various techniques had already reached a commendable level of proficiency, and although Li Ming was uncertain how the system determined this minor proficiency, the accompanying knowledge and strength were undoubtedly substantial. Moreover, with his perpetual mastery, he remained perpetually in an optimal state of skill, coupled with his formidable physique and the reverse spear content he had previously observed. All these elements coalesced. The most significant aspect being that despite his limited repertoire of techniques, each one was practical and solidly executed, providing him with a robust foundation for further advancement. As he pondered this, he continued to practice the reverse spear thrust, rotating his hips and shifting his waist. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, he had trained for over an hour, during which he experimented with hundreds of thrusts. At long last, a surge of information flooded Li Ming's mind, accompanied by a muscle memory that seemed to crystallize in an instant. He experienced a moment of enlightenment, and his mastery of the technique known as backstab became remarkably solidified. To his astonishment, the skill he had intuitively grasped produced such an effect. With a sense of subdued excitement, Li Ming gazed at the skill-level information that materialized on the panel before him. He then thrust his spear forcefully backward. Whoosh! Backstab Proficiency 1. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Drawing upon his abundant strength, he tirelessly completed the remaining 99 points of proficiency in one go. Whoosh! Backstab Proficiency 1. Backstab slightly accomplished 0. In an instant, the power in his limbs surged, and his waist became more refined and agile, leading to a substantial increase in Li Ming's strength. Following this surge came an overwhelming hunger. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he hurried to the second floor to prepare a box of milk powder, consuming it bowl by bowl. To his astonishment, he found that even after finishing one box, it was still insufficient. He quickly opened another box and drank it entirely, and then half of a third, just enough to satisfy his needs. Why was this breakthrough consuming so much? Li Ming pondered, somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the residual effects from his previous skill breakthroughs were being drawn out by this self-created technique? Or perhaps the effective skills he had comprehended carried additional benefits. It certainly felt as though his strength had increased significantly. Li Ming could not resist the urge to rise and assess his own physique. A flicker of joy illuminated his eyes, and a smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated such benefits. It seemed he must pay more attention to this aspect in the future. Feeling somewhat invigorated, Li Ming stood up, grasped a long spear, and descended to the first floor, where he thrust forward with utmost dedication. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air, and Li Ming executed the move with remarkable proficiency. Yet there was still no response. Undeterred, he exhibited commendable patience and thrust again. Still, silence ensued. Whoosh! The third thrust, the fourth, the fifth, up to the 10th. Whoosh! Spear Proficiency Level 1. 10 repetitions yielded a proficiency increase, doubling his progress. A smirk played on his lips as he glanced at the time. Already past 3 in the afternoon. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against further practice. Instead, he invited Su Xiao, who had just awakened, to join him, instructing her to take a shovel while he armed himself and set off towards the Right 3 Villa district. Before long, they arrived at the villa area, where Li Ming observed 9 individuals diligently at work, nodding in satisfaction. Merely resting without engaging in physical activity was not sufficient. One must also partake in some movement. You should also stretch a bit, nothing too strenuous, just enough to get your body moving, he advised while glancing at the woman beside him. With a playful pat on her rear, he spoke cheerfully. Su Xiao's cheeks flushed as she silently took up the shovel and joined in the labor. End of chapter.